Who does that middle-aged woman riding the electric bike think she is, meddling unnecessarily? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been hurt. Bursting out like that suddenly. She meant well. Let's drop it. Gale lowered his long eyelashes. He suppressed the news of the accident because they had a prearranged plan to stage his departure via a car crash eventually. He didn't want unnecessary complications that could link multiple crashes and his eventual death to the struggle over inheritance rights within the Rusty family and Rusty Corporation. Lyle, you should have used this accident to step back right from the start. Clifford lowered his voice, though sudden, it would be more plausible for Cooper. Even now, if we transfer you to our hospital. Gale wasn't unaware of this option, but he wanted to tie up all loose ends before he left. No rush. Gale spoke gently, we can leak the news to Cooper's side that it was Rusty Corporation's Gale who was hit by his men. After careful deliberation, Gale continued, these years, ever since appearing on TV, he had strategically placed body doubles in various places to create the illusion that he looked quite similar to Caleb. Got it, I'll take care of it. Clifford responded. Noticing the driver returning with the test results, Gale told Clifford, don't let anyone notice you here. Go back. Clifford followed Gale's gaze, nodded, and headed towards the elevator. Recalling the trouble caused by Amaryllis's lunatic assistant stabbing Rusty Jean June, Clifford still had to clean up the mess. Cooper moving prematurely was really pushing it. The driver, breathless, reported, Assistant Matthew has arranged for a private hospital ambulance to pick you up. We can leave any time. Did you contact the family of the lady? Gale asked. I've instructed my team to do so, but haven't received updates yet, the driver hurriedly replied. If you prefer, go to the private hospital first, and I'll stay here to update you. Since the test results are fine, there's no need for the private hospital. Gale glanced at his watch. Have new clothes been sent? They're already at the parking lot, the driver confirmed. Gale changed out of his bloody clothes, put on a new pair of glasses, and switched on his new phone. He sent Sherry the test results before leaving the hospital. The woman who had pulled Gale to safety had finished surgery, and her daughter was there. The Anne, seemingly in her early 20s, stood outside the ward, tears streaming down her face. This is Ms. Lisbeth's daughter, Coralie, the driver whispered to Gale. Gale nodded and approached Coralie. Coralie lifted her tear-filled almond-shaped eyes, looking up at the imposing man, tears threatening to spill again as she sobbed uncontrollably. Gale handed her a tissue and said, I've already consulted the doctor. Your mother is out of danger and needs rest. Are you? Coralie quickly took the tissue. She had just arrived and hadn't fully grasped the situation except knowing her mother had been hit by a car. That car was aiming for me. Your mother suffered unnecessarily. Gale, looking into Coralie's red-rimmed eyes, added, I'll leave my assistant's number with you. If you need anything further, contact him. Chapter 316, would like to hear more. Coralie hurriedly handed over her phone. Gale, with her slender fingers, typed in the phone number and saved it before handing it back to her. A caregiver will come over shortly. Before Gale could finish, Coralie clutched the phone and lowered her head. I don't have money to hire a caregiver. Please don't worry about the expenses. The hospital and surgery fees have been paid, and all future costs for your mother will be handled by my assistant. You can rest assured, Gale glanced into the ward, once your mother wakes up, the police might need her assistance with an investigation. I hope she can cooperate when she is well enough. Okay. I'll talk to my mom. Coralie nodded vigorously. Coralie held the phone, watching Gale and the driver leave. She rubbed her eyes, heart pounding, and turned to look at the middle-aged woman on the bed. Could it be that mom saved some big boss? That person seemed somewhat familiar. This evening's ostensibly private networking event had been broadly outlined by Gale to Sherry long ago. Today, Matthew Tay, the assistant, diligently briefed Sherry on the way here. Essentially, several corporate tycoons would gather to chat about last year's accomplishments and this year's plans. Those who achieved their goals would brag and donate money to showcase their group's success. Those who failed would donate and pledge grandly to return stronger next year. Gale found it challenging because among the four major families in Kyoto, Rusty, Matthew, Graham, and Winston, the elder of the Winston family, grandfather Cleveland, was particularly difficult to deal with. Not only did he refuse to hand over the company despite his advanced age, but he also enjoyed embarrassing younger generations. Given his seniority, handling him required delicacy. In previous years, the elderly Mr. Rusty maintained decorum and didn't confront the Winston family, thus allowing Gale to represent the family. While Gale wasn't concerned about offending anyone, considering Sherry would soon take over Rusty Corporation, mishandling the situation might set the stage for internal and external conflicts within the company. Since Sherry represented the Rusty family, she naturally took the main seat at the principal table. In the past, President Rusty, due to health issues, wouldn't come and said he had entrusted everything to Gale. Gale is truly the one steering Rusty Corporation and knows its future direction. Though young, Jeremiah is still one generation junior to mean peers with you, President Winston said, playing with his walnuts and looking at Sherry without much regard. But now, even Gale doesn't show up. Instead, she sends a junior to sit with us elders. President Graham, still concerned about his son's marriage prospects, smiled and tried to mediate. It's all the same. Now Aiko is the executive vice president of Rusty Corporation and is well versed in its development plans for next year. Since Jeremiah couldn't come, Aiko is just as capable. We can't compare to the old Mr. Rusty having such competent children and grandchildren, allowing him to retire early unlike us. President Matthew, still cooperating with Rusty Corporation, chimed in, exactly. How impressive Aiko is. Look at Hengji Biotechnology, it nearly infuriated M Country. Truly remarkable and youthful talent. Looks like the Rusty family has truly turned around. They don't need to consult us or seek our help anymore, President Winston laughed, turning to Presidents Matthew and Graham beside him. Seems like from now on, we should stick together, the three of us. Uncle Winston, you're joking, President Graham laughed. Sherry smiled calmly and responded smoothly, if President Winston says so, it seems the Winston family has significant plans for next year and might invite Presidents Matthew and Graham to share in the benefits. Congratulations in advance then. I wonder if last year's projects met expectations? President Winston's face darkened, clearly failing to meet his own hype from last year. I'm only 6 years younger than President Rusty, and in terms of seniority, I'm of the same generation as your grandfather. Young Miss Rusty speaks to an elder with such familiarity, which seems lacking in respect, President Winston sneered. Clearly not President Rusty's bloodline makes a difference. Sherry, worried about Gail, was already in no mood for this event. This provocation pushed her patience. But remembering Kayla's instructions, she kept smiling and responded calmly. If today were a family gathering during the new year, regardless of our seniority, I'd still sit with the children. Sherry maintained her cheerful demeanor, patient and unruffled. But President Winston, today is a networking event. Sitting here represents each family and corporation, discussing the future direction of our respective groups. It's about finding common ground and potential cooperation, rather than focusing on seniority. Should a young lady like you discuss business with us? President Winston scoffed, interrupting Sherry, his tone filled with disdain. He adopted a condescending tone. Starting a biotech company relies on your talent in biology, but negotiating business is different from conducting experiments, child. As an elder, I must give you some advice. Presidents Matthew and Graham felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. The words, young lady, seemed to hit a nerve, quieting the entire hall. Although there were only 4 people at this table, and only Sherry was female, there were many women among other executives and younger attendees. Especially in the Matthew family, which only has 3 daughters as heirs. If this event continued, the Matthew daughters would eventually take seats here. President Winston's blatant disrespect towards women struck at the dignity of the Matthew family as well. President Matthew's expression darkened but didn't speak out of respect for President Winston's seniority. Everyone thought Sherry would be embarrassed, but she looked at President Winston calmly, would like to hear more. President Winston was momentarily speechless, adjusting his posture with a laugh, forget it. Since Gail isn't here, there's nothing else to say. But, Old Winston, I heard that last time you wanted to introduce your eldest son to President Rusty's granddaughter at his birthday banquet. Why not call him over for a chat? Chapter 317, Matthew's Obvious Double Standards. Sherry laughed gracefully, before I came, my grandfather didn't mention this matchmaking event at all. Jeffrey now lives downstairs from our home, we have plenty of time to chat. However, it's clear to me that today, Chairman Winston doesn't want to discuss whether last year's development of the Winston Corporation met expectations or plan for next year. Thankfully, the targets set by President Rusty here last year were all achieved, so there's no need to show off further. Young President Rusty is really bold. Chairman Winston gritted his teeth. Chairman Matthew quickly tried to mediate the situation. This is young President Rusty's first time attending this exchange meeting, and we are all unfamiliar with each other. After this year and next year, when you're more familiar with young President Rusty, you'll understand her capabilities, Uncle Winston. Let's focus on the main topic. Why is speaking frankly considered arrogance? Sherry continued to smile warmly as she looked at Chairman Winston, who was fuming. What's wrong with being a young woman? Are you looking down on women, Chairman Winston, or simply me? Chairman Winston spoke earnestly. Child, I just think you're too young. Children should do what children are supposed to do. The business world isn't as simple as you think. Why don't you elderly people go home and play with your walnuts and tea instead? Chairman Matthew almost choked on his tea, staring wide-eyed at Sherry, who was speaking seriously. Chairman Graham glanced at his future granddaughter-in-law whom his father had chosen, never expecting the seemingly gentle Sherry to be so outspoken. How dare you? Chairman Winston slapped the table in anger. Everyone in the venue turned to look at their table. See how obvious your double standards are, Chairman Winston. Sherry remained calm and collected, calmly looking at the enraged Chairman Winston. These past few years, the development speed of Winston Corporation has gradually decreased, and it has been seeking transformation. What does this mean? It means you know very well that a decrease in development speed is leading toward death. You know that old entrepreneurs need to update their ideas to reclaim the market. But while you seek advice from young people for transforming and saving Winston Corporation, you still act superior and look down on us, thinking we're just kids. Chairman Winston, you can't have it both ways. Sherry spoke bluntly, even making Kayla and little Claudia worry about her. Kayla had accompanied Gail to the meetings for years, and because Gail carried an impressive aura, Chairman Winston had never dared to behave like this before. This time, probably seeing that young President Rusty was a woman, He instinctively put on his successful businessman facade. However, he hadn't expected Sherry to be even harder than Gale, not only hard but also skilled in debate, having won several Best Debater awards in competitions. Her eloquence naturally made her formidable. Struck right at the heart of the issue by Sherry, Chairman Winston exploded in rage. Just because you founded Hengji Biotechnology, you act like you're above everyone else, completely without respect for elders. If someone like you takes over Rusty Corporation, disaster awaits. Kayla's expression darkened. Chairman Winston. Sherry raised a hand to stop Kayla. I've seen through it. Today you're not planning to summarize last year or share plans for the future. You're only thinking of how to challenge and undermine me, or perhaps Rusty Corporation. Sherry tore off the facade, standing up with a smile, since that's the case. The tables where the children of the 4 major families and executives from various companies were sitting also turned to look over. Why stay here if we can't talk sensibly? I think Rusty Corporation won't attend next year either. We might as well withdraw from the table. Sherry addressed Chairman Matthew and Graham. Chairman Matthew, Chairman Graham, besides our ongoing project with Matthew Corporation, Rusty Corporation also has 4 major projects. I will arrange another time to discuss these with President Rusty and you too. With that, Sherry adopted an attitude of no longer wishing to accompany, picking up her handbag and walking out. Assistant Kayla, seated at the assistant's table, was startled and hurried after her. What's happening? They were repeatedly instructed to make young President Rusty endure everything. How did she end up turning the table? Little Claudia greeted the assistants from other families and hurried after as well. Seeing Sherry leave, Rusty Corporation's executives hastily bid farewell to executives from other groups, straightening their suits to follow Sherry. Chairman Winston watched helplessly as Sherry led the dozens of Rusty Corporation executives out, seething with anger until his face flushed red. From the younger generation's table, Adelaide saw Sherry confidently walk out, eyes wide in surprise. Adelaide knew Sherry's straightforwardness and strategy, understanding that she had no intention of competing for the inheritance rights with Gale. Yet to directly turn the table and walk out during the annual exchange meeting of the 4 major families was truly shocking. Wouldn't she fear offending others as an adoptive daughter of the Rusty family? Wouldn't she fear facing repercussions from Mr. Rusty? Chairman Matthew and Graham exchanged glances, surprised and contemplative. They hadn't expected Sherry to be so bold, standing up openly and walking out without discussion. What did Rusty Corporation adopt? No manners whatsoever. Chairman Winston sneered in anger. Young President Rusty is young, inevitably impulsive. Chairman Graham tried to smooth things over, not wanting to escalate the conflict. You shouldn't challenge a junior. She could come only if agreed upon by President Rusty and Gale. Rusty Corporation is doing great now and probably has many excellent projects up its sleeve. Just then, they saw Kayla push the door open again. Chairman Winston adjusted his posture, putting on a superior demeanor and controlled expression. Junior behavior leads to embarrassment. Gale will have to clean up this mess. Just a Hengji Biotechnology. Who does she think she is? An indispensable child who will eventually return home to take care of her husband. I don't agree with you, Uncle Winston. Chairman Matthew wasn't pleased either, smiling as he spoke. I have 3 daughters, and if any of them dared say they'd go home to take care of their husband, I'd break their legs. Kayla walked gracefully back to the main table, placing a check at the spot where Sherry sat earlier. She smiled. Young President Rusty said that although Rusty Corporation couldn't discuss next year's cooperation here today, rules are rules. Since all goals were achieved, the donation amount must be triple what the other 3 families donated last year. Rusty Corporation won't cheat. Chairman Winston's expression changed once more, watching as Kayla left with a smile. Chapter 318, A New Shuffle. After exiting the luxurious hotel, where members of the 4 major families of Kyoto and executives from their conglomerates gathered, Sherry bid farewell to the Rusty Corporation executives who came out with her and left in a car. The Rusty Corporation executives got into their cars, and their phones and WeChats never stopped buzzing as if a pot had boiled over. Everyone was asking how little President Rusty could have stormed out of the gathering of the 4 major families. Sherry called Ferguson the assistant after getting into her car, briefly explaining what happened today, so I felt it was pointless to stay longer, so I just left. Primarily, Sherry thought that since this was the first time she was sitting with the heads of the other 3 Kyoto families, she needed to establish her persona well. If she tolerated being bullied today, everyone would look down on her in future collaborations. But if she established the image of someone who wouldn't hesitate to flip tables, they would think twice before dealing with her in the future. Treating people differently based on their status is human nature. Chairman already knows about this. Ferguson the assistant glanced at Mr. Rusty, who was sitting beside him angrily, and said, but I wonder what you plan to do next after leaving? The Matthew family's most important project in the past 3 years has us involved with a 30% stake, so even if I leave, the Matthew family won't turn against us. The Graham family itself has intentions to cooperate with the Rusty family, so as long as there's profit, they won't go against us either. After all, in this world, only interests last forever, not friendships. As for the Winston family, they are known for their adversarial stance in the business world and share overlapping business areas with many projects, so it doesn't matter much if we publicly break ties. Sherry hadn't eaten all day, focusing on digging deeper into the Rusty Corporation's past collaborations with the 4 major families. So, the next step is to invite Grandpa to arrange a small gathering with the directors of the Matthew and Graham families. By seniority, Grandpa is an elder to directors Matthew and Graham, so he can invite them, and they won't refuse. Then, we can negotiate and turn the supposedly private exchange meeting into a genuinely private one. Sherry massaged her brow. Grandpa can reprimand me for being undisciplined in front of directors Matthew and Graham, then sit down to discuss cooperation seriously. Since the Winston and Rusty families have been in opposition for years, it's better to openly reveal our plans. We'll organize our own exchange meeting without involving your Winston family. But it wouldn't be wise to directly confront the Winston family, so we'll have Grandpa host it as a casual get-together, giving some face to the Winston family. Okay, I will convey Chairman's instructions, Ferguson the assistant replied. After hanging up, Ferguson relayed Sherry's words. Mr. Rusty, angered and agitated, muttered, "How dare that surnamed Winston bully Anne? What nonsense did he spout, going back home to take care of her husband and children? He seems to forget, the Winston family wouldn't be what it is today without his mother. Even this exchange meeting was set up by his mother. At his age, his tongue has become more sharp. Aiko is too soft, so what if she flipped the table? Does our Rusty family fear the Winston family? You're saying it in anger, but Miss Aiko handled it very well this time and also prepared follow-up actions, which just require your appearance. After all, Miss Aiko is still young and not as authoritative as you," Ferguson the assistant said with a smile, handing a teacup to Mr. Rusty. Miss Aiko acted systematically, not blindly or impulsively, which should make you proud. If she had really flipped the table and left, what kind of reputation would she gain? After all, the Rusty Corporation will eventually be handed over to Sherry. With arrangements like Sherry's, inviting only the Matthew and Graham family signifies clearly to the Winston family that the so-called gatherings, as well as the power dynamics among the four major families of Kyoto, are about to undergo reshuffling. Just as Sherry said earlier, in business, only interests last forever, not friendships. These four Kyoto families gather to maintain their permanent status in Kyoto and protect each other from outsiders. You always know how to speak nicely. Mr. Rusty clutched his cane. Do this, after their gathering disperses, call directors Matthew and Graham and personally invite them to come over this weekend for tea. Yes. Ferguson the assistant responded. By the way, wasn't Lydia from CCTV supposed to interview Aiko, which she has been holding off on? Mr. Rusty suddenly asked. That's correct. Ferguson the assistant nodded. Have Aiko's secretary follow up. It's good for more people to know Aiko, Mr. Rusty instructed. Assistant Matthew frequently glanced at Sherry, checking group chat messages, and spoke up when he saw her end the call with Ferguson the assistant. Little President Rusty, news of you flipping the table and leaving the meeting has exploded in the Rusty Corporation's group chat. Sherry was messaging Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu, asking where he was, and took the chance to reply to Kayla. A showdown between the Rusty and Winston families was inevitable. Rather than endure humiliation and maintain superficial harmony today, it's better to leave dramatically, showing others I won't tolerate mistreatment. In future dealings with Rusty Corporation and me, they should be more cautious. Sherry considered that she would soon lead Rusty Corporation. Being female, she'd naturally face discrimination in the workplace. If she didn't show strength here, once Rusty Jirong steps down, people might underestimate and hinder her. Therefore, Sherry intended to send a message to the other three major families and Rusty Corporation's management, let them know she isn't easy to provoke. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu sent a WeChat message, a photo outside Sherry's neighborhood, followed quickly by another message. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu, boss heard you flipped the table and left at the four families meeting? Were you worried I was waiting outside your door? Missing me? Sherry. Bad news travels fast indeed. Without replying, Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu promptly sent a picture of Sherry leaving the venue with all the Rusty Corporation executives looking imposing. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu, this picture is circulating everywhere. People say Rusty family officially severed ties with the other three. Sherry, that's an exaggeration. Soon, the car carrying Sherry stopped at the entrance of her neighborhood. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu, leaning against the car, stood upright smiling and walked toward her, offering her an insulated box while scrutinizing her. This is straight from the lab. Remember to store it in the fridge after use. ##### Chapter 319, No Revenge. Alright. Sherry accepted the item. Thank you for your hard work. But I didn't see any injuries on you. Lisbeth Winstonishu circled around Sherry again. It's not for me. Seeing that Lisbeth Winstonishu had no intention of leaving, Sherry said, I won't invite you up for a drink. You should go back home early. Are you serious, boss? So cruel. I came all the way to the lab to fetch this medicine for you and can't even have a drink at your place? Lisbeth Winstonishu widened his eyes in surprise, then narrowed them as if thinking of something. Boss, do you have a man hidden at your place? I don't have time for this. Sherry rolled her eyes and started to walk away. Lisbeth Winstonishu ran after her and teased, is this medicine for the man you're hiding? Boss, we've known each other for so long, if you have a boyfriend, I need to approve him. Thanks a lot. As Sherry reached her car, she saw Ephraim holding the door open for her. She turned to Lisbeth Winstonishu and said, I'll put in a good word for you with Lexia. See you later. Worried about Gail, she didn't linger. Sherry got into the car, and Ephraim immediately closed the door, gave Lisbeth Winstonishu a smile, and opened the driver's door. Matthew assistant also nodded to Lisbeth Winstonishu before getting into the passenger seat. As Lisbeth Winstoneshew watched the car carrying Sherry enter the compound, he quickly sent a WeChat message to Thompson, big discovery. Boss has a man hidden at her place. When they arrived at the building, Sherry said to Ephraim and Matthew assistant, Ephraim, please drive Matthew assistant back. Please wait here for a moment, Ephraim said to Matthew assistant. I'll drop Miss Iko off and come right down. Okay. Matthew assistant handed over some documents to Ephraim. See you tomorrow, little manager Rusty. See you tomorrow. Sherry stepped into her house and found all the lights on but no sign of Gail. After changing her shoes, she walked to the living room and saw Gail talking on the phone by the pool, one hand in his pocket. Seeing Sherry return, Gail straightened up and told the person on the phone he would be coming in from the glass doors. Seeing Gail unharmed, Sherry finally relaxed. What did you bring back? Gail's gaze fell on the medical thermal box in Sherry's hand. Where are you hurt? Sherry guided Gail to sit down and checked his forehead wound, asking, anywhere else? Gail undid his shirt buttons, revealing his shoulder covered with surgical gauze. 7 stitches here. Other than that, no significant injuries. Wait here. Sherry went to wash her hands, returned with a first aid kit, cleaned Gail's forehead wound, and then opened the thermal box Lisbeth Winstoneshew had brought. From it, she took out an unlabeled medicine and applied it to his wounds with a cotton swab. She removed Gail's shirt, unwrapped the gauze on his shoulder, and applied ointment to the wound. This is our lab's medicine. It will be on the market soon. Your forehead wound will heal within 10 hours. Sherry carefully reapplied new bandages and buttoned Gail's shirt back up. An accident or something more deliberate? You should know that I investigated the Martin family. The current head is Cooper, my uncle. Gail held Sherry's hand as he buttoned his shirt. He intended to target the body double, but his men followed the wrong person. Sherry stared at Gail, puzzled. Then you must have known that this could have been your best chance to break away from the Rusty family. Why didn't you take it? Because, you were worried about me? Or worried about the Rusty group? Also, I told old Mr. Rusty that I would delay my return by a year until the Rusty group stabilized. It's not yet time as promised to Mr. Rusty. Gail did not deny it. He was afraid that suddenly leaving without preparing everything for the Rusty group would make things difficult for Sherry, especially after what happened with Rusty Genie. If he also encountered an issue, people might suspect Sherry of targeting both of them for inheritance rights. After considering it, Gail chose not to leave at this critical juncture. Sherry thought for a moment and pursed her lips. Call Clifford upstairs. Don't wait anymore, seize this opportunity. Otherwise, if we don't leave during this accident they orchestrated, we'll have to adjust our original plan. Looking at Sherry's thoughtful expression, Gail felt a warm surge of affection, but hearing her urge him to leave made his anger boil. He couldn't help but hold her nape and kissed her parted lips. Rusty. Sherry initially tried to push him away, but remembering his shoulder injury, she pulled back her hand. Just as she was about to speak, Gail took the opportunity to deepen the kiss, tangling his tongue with hers. The crisp scent of him enveloped her, intensifying her heartbeat. Sherry clung to Gail's strong arms as she was pressed against the sofa, too stunned to push him away and instead tilted her head to meet his kisses. Feeling her clothes being tugged open, Sherry shivered when her shoulder skin met the cool air. Goosebumps rose on her shoulders, and she clutched his hand tightly, struggling to break free from the passionate kiss. Don't. You're injured. Breathless, Sherry turned her head to gasp for air. Gail's long fingers pinched her face, turning it back to face him. Still reeling from the kiss, Sherry gradually regained her thoughts and noticed Gail staring at her intently. His thumb stroked her swollen lips, and his indifferent gaze bore into her like a supreme ruler questioning her loyalty. Do you truly not understand how much I want to stay with you, or do you not care at all? Sherry clung tighter to Gail's arm, her mind clearing as she spoke softly. Would you prefer me to beg you not to leave, not to seek revenge, and just live together with me and our child forever? Would you accept that? If Sherry were more selfish, she might have threatened to separate from Gail, asking him to stay and be Gail forever. But she knew he wouldn't agree. She believed Gail loved her, but life wasn't only about love. Gail had his own responsibilities, just as she was determined to avenge Wendy and Laurel. Even if Gail tried to stop her, she wouldn't give up. Chapter 320 Early Departure, Early Return. Gail was also conflicted. On one hand, he hoped Sherry would try to detain him, on the other, he knew he could never give up avenging his parents. Perhaps it was because he wasn't sure if Sherry's feelings for him were as strong as his for her that he acted so irrationally and unreasonably, seeking affirmation from her. Gail stared at her for a moment before pushing himself off the sofa backrest and away from her. Sherry sat up as well. Seeing Gail reaching for a cigarette on the coffee table, she grabbed his hand first. Under Gail's gaze, she gently placed his hand on her face, then hugged his uninjured shoulder, suppressing her heartbeat as she boldly straddled his lap. Gail supported the woman's soft waist, watching Sherry's flushed cheeks, his Adam's apple bobbing. I want you to leave early and return early. I don't wish you to leave. Sherry cupped Gail's sharp, clear features, lowering her head to lightly kiss his lips. Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked into his darkened eyes, their noses touching gently. Sherry couldn't help but curl her fingers around Gail's face as she whispered, once you've done what you need to do, we can be together forever with our child. Gail pulled Sherry closer but missed a kiss as she dodged. Holding Gail's face, she continued, although I really want to, I can't use our relationship to pressure you. Sometimes, I'm unsure if the way I love you is right, so I try to love you the way you love me. I will support all your decisions and stand by your side. Before Gail could speak, his sensual thin lips were covered by Sherry again. Gail, I hope to be your support, not a burden. I don't want my presence to make things harder for you. Sherry gazed at Gail, her black and white eyes resolute and sincere. Do you understand what I mean? Silence filled the air between them. Gail hesitated out of reluctance to leave Sherry, wishing he had made the path smoother for her. This was Gail's protective nature toward Sherry. But Sherry was no fragile flower in a hothouse. Despite being younger and lacking the formal business education Gail received, as well as less experience in the corporate world, even Mr. Rusty often underestimated her. Yet Sherry was striving to prove herself, showing she was no less capable than anyone else. She looked into Gail's eyes and asked, should we call Clifford up? Gail held Sherry's nape and kissed her deeply before letting go and saying, okay. Soon after the call, Clifford climbed the stairs and rang the doorbell. When Sherry opened the door, Clifford was still catching her breath. Come in. Sherry stepped aside. Clifford entered, changed shoes, and walked into the living room, seeing Gail setting chopsticks on the dining table. Come sit, eat while we talk, Gail said. Thinking they had summoned him for important matters, Clifford ran until he was drenched in sweat, but seeing the food, her eyes showed immense confusion. So, you called me here just to have dinner? Sit first, Gail pulled a chair for her. Pressing her emotions, Clifford sat down. While eating, they discussed their next moves. Surprised that Sherry persuaded Gail to use the arranged car accident to disappear, Clifford had expected tears from Sherry. Since Gail left the hospital after the crash, the only option was to focus on the aftermath. So, let's piece together the later part. I'll manage the medical records from the hospital today, and tonight, we'll transport you directly to our hospital. We'll declare you dead from a sudden brain hemorrhage caused by an undisclosed injury? Clifford asked. We should consult a doctor and follow your arrangements. I'll inform Grandpa at the old house. You should go back to your place shortly, Sherry said, turning to Gail. Agreed, Gail nodded. When Sherry returned to the old Rusty residence, Rusty, Veronica, and the children were already asleep, and Mr. Rusty was preparing for bed. Hearing Claudia Mama say Sherry had arrived, Mr. Rusty put on a jacket, adjusted his glasses, and leaned on his cane, opening the door. Seeing Sherry standing outside with Claudia Mama, he said, Claudia Mama, go to sleep. Aiko, come to my study. Mr. Rusty, who was astute, knew this late-night return signaled something significant. In the study, Sherry told him about Gail's car accident and their plan to use it for Gail's disappearance. Mr. Rusty, knowing Gail wanted to leave, didn't expect it to happen so soon, his fists clenched tightly. Why did Jeremiah suddenly decide to leave? Didn't he say he would delay for a year? Mr. Rusty still found it hard to let go of his adoptive son. Now that the Martin family has taken the first step, it's best for him to act accordingly. He initially intended to stay longer to sort out the Rusty Corporation, but nothing in this world waits for us to be perfectly prepared. Sherry pressed her lips. I know you've arranged for Mom to take the kids abroad, which this abrupt change may disrupt. But this is the best time, as Cooper ordered the hit, he won't suspect anything. Mr. Rusty paced behind his desk, glancing out the window at the illuminated mansion grounds. Gail detaching from the Rusty family and becoming Caleb meant facing immense danger. Mr. Rusty worried and struggled with letting go, for Gail was like his own child. He remembered the first time he saw Gail sitting quietly on a bench, those eyes almost identical to his daughter's, indifferent as if nothing mattered anymore. Mr. Rusty and his wife adopted him, hoping someone would similarly adopt and care for their daughter. He admitted his subsequent strict upbringing of Gail was partly selfish. He wanted him to be a worthy successor so that when his real daughter returned, he wouldn't be as stringent, allowing her to pursue her dreams freely. Chapter 321, A Deep Bond. Yet, Mr. Rusty had been Gail's father for many years. Rusty Jigua could not deny that he still held some affection for him. Did you not try to dissuade him? Rusty Jigua asked, turning away from Sherry with a red-rimmed gaze. Returning to the Martin family means walking into a bloodbath, and facing those malicious forces that killed his parents. Everyone has their own responsibilities and dreams. Grandfather. I said before that I would wait for him. But I won't hold him back, Sherry said firmly and calmly. Moreover, he has people he cares about, you, the 2 kids, and me. He won't fight recklessly. You should trust him. He was raised by you. Rusty Jigua gripped his cane tightly, eyes closed. Perhaps it was his age catching up with him. Rusty Jigua felt as though more things were slipping out of his control and he became increasingly powerless. You have already made your decisions. Even if I disagreed, what could I do? Rusty Jigua turned to look at Sherry. If Gail, as Caleb, seeks revenge and brings disaster upon our family or you and the children, can you quickly cut ties with him? No need for me to sever ties. He will do so first. You know him better than I do, grandfather, Sherry replied. I need a direct response. I want your assurance, Aiko. You're my granddaughter. I brought you back to take care of Rusty Veronica. Your 2 children are my precious grandchildren. Your mother, the children mean more to me than Rusty Corporation. Do you understand? If one day Caleb's revenge endangers them even in the slightest, I will mercilessly cut ties with him. Rusty Jigua stared intently at Sherry. If you cannot give this assurance, I will also abandon you. Rusty Jigua reiterated earnestly, I want your assurance, Rusty Aiko. Sherry clenched her fists and spoke, you, mother, and the children mean more to me than anything, even my life. Therefore, I assure you that once I feel any threat to your safety, I will swiftly cut ties with him. This was also what Gale required of her before he left today. He had told her that if there was any sign threatening the Rusty family, Sherry must stand against him to protect the family. Receiving Sherry's assurance, Rusty Jigua nodded slowly and glanced at his watch. You said, 2 o'clock. Yes, she nodded. 2 o'clock was the time Gale would be officially pronounced dead. At this juncture, when Rusty Jr. nearly died, and now Gale is dead, do you know what impact this will have on you? The elderly Mr. Rusty looked at her. Or have you prepared a strategy? I know, but making others believe I am heartless might not be such a bad thing. And because these two incidents happened in succession, the prime suspect being me makes it easier for me to be exonerated. No need to worry. It was now 11:45. Just over 2 hours. Rusty Jigua was wide awake. Tomorrow, news of Gale's death would spread, inevitably causing shock within Rusty Corporation, which Rusty Jigua would need to stabilize. Sherry urged, Grandfather, rest first. You'll need your strength tomorrow. Rusty Jigua waved off, I'll accompany you to the hospital soon. Since it's an act, we must do it thoroughly. After agreeing with Rusty Jigua, Sherry checked on the two children in their room and sat on the balcony lost in thought. At 2:15 a.m., both Rusty Jigua's and Sherry's phones rang simultaneously. When Sherry came downstairs, Grahamshan was already there to pick up the elderly Mr. Rusty. After Rusty Jigua changed clothes, the three of them headed to the hospital in one car. Upon arrival, they found many people already gathered at the hospital, greeting Rusty Jigua and offering condolences. Funeral workers were waiting, ready to transport Gale's body to the crematorium after Rusty Jigua paid his final respects. Everyone stood outside, leaving the ward solely for Rusty Jigua and his adopted son. Sherry stood at the door, expressionless, giving instructions, do not release news of Mr. Rusty's death to the media. Tomorrow morning, Chairman Rusty will return to the company. Announce Mr. Rusty's passing along with new appointments. Turning to Kayla, she added, contact senior management and board members. The board meeting is set for 9, the management meeting for 10:30. Yes. Kayla responded. Speaking to the senior executives present, Sherry continued, Mr. Rusty's passing came suddenly. Let's work together through this crisis. I will consult with Assistant Matthew on Mr. Rusty's plans to handle company affairs. If anyone has urgent projects, come see me in the office after tomorrow's meetings. Her speech was fast yet steady, managing tasks calmly. Yet, the executives here were uneasy. After all, with new leadership comes uncertainty. They all hoped Rusty Jigua would return tomorrow to manage the situation. One executive probed, Little President Rusty, our immediate priority is having Chairman Rusty return to lead. Certainly, Sherry nodded. I agree. I'll discuss it with Grandfather. Don't worry. Seeing her sincerity, the inner circle who followed Gale felt reassured. Watching Sherry enter the ward, several executives pulled Kayla aside, inquiring about her relationship with Gale. Assistant Matthew, you're closest to President Rusty. With his passing and Little President Rusty ascending, what should we do? We are all seen as President Rusty's faction. What will happen with Little President Rusty? They queried. Kayla placated them. Little President Rusty and President Rusty are family. They have always been close since she joined the Rusty family. She lowered her voice, guiding them to a secluded spot. Remember how President Rusty never gave up on Little President Rusty after her accident? She's very grateful and loyal. Trust her. There's no rivalry between them. As you know, they always had lunch together whenever in the office. They were very close. Chapter 322, Directly Report to the Police. After hearing Kayla's words, these senior executives of the group finally felt slightly reassured. Soon, Mr. Rusty was supported by Sherry and emerged from the ward. The few senior executives of Rusty Group hurriedly went up to greet them, while the funeral home staff carried out Gale's body, which was in a bag, from the ward. Rusty Jigua leaned on his cane with both hands, his eyes red and voice low. Thank you all for your trouble tonight. Chairman Rusty, accept our condolences. Condolences, Chairman Rusty. Rusty Jigua nodded, his usually unsmiling face showing deep fatigue as he was supported by Sherry into the hospital elevator. Grahamshan stayed behind and instructed all present executives, tomorrow morning, Chairman Rusty will return to the company for a meeting. Before then, please keep the news of President Rusty's sudden passing confidential. Despite Grahamshan and Sherry's instructions to keep the matter confidential, some whispers still spread about Gale's sudden death that night. The next morning, between 8 and 9 o'clock, it was office hour time. Everyone in the Rusty Corporation building was looking down at their phones, whether in the elevators or offices. Many had heard rumors about Gale's death and were desperately verifying the authenticity. There were continuous notifications from WeChat messages. A team cozy, Comrades, I just heard from the CEO's secretary that Chairman Rusty is coming soon. His office that hasn't been used for a century has started being cleaned up, and the board meeting was announced suddenly last night. Something fishy is definitely going on. Dog at Rusty Corp, could it be true? I saw in another group chat that everyone is saying President Rusty really died. That can't be possible. Our President Rusty looked like a top alpha, what a figure. Those features. Absolutely top-notch genes, how could he die? Little sheep, President Rusty is so many girls' dream material. Feeling so powerful, even over life and death. He couldn't have died. It must be a rumor. Wah, I don't believe it. No official statement means it's a rumor. I'm a hardcore fan of President Rusty. I refuse to believe he's dead. Heaven on earth, I feel there's no smoke without fire. Today, the executives came in early, even earlier than us. And they immediately went into closed-door meetings with each team leader upon arrival. Something is definitely wrong. They all seem busy and restless. Rolling through life, oh my god. If President Rusty dies, wouldn't everything go to young Chairman Rusty? What a life winner. Crazy at work, did you hear? That other Rusty, related by blood to Chairman Rusty, also seems to have been attacked and is in the hospital. You say this is a coincidence, one Rusty Jinru lying in the hospital with uncertain survival, and President Rusty is already rumored dead. Dog at Rusty Corp, there's no point in talking so much right now. Let's see if the company makes any announcements later. Or if President Rusty shows up at today's board meeting. Crazy at work, matutely, I have a creepy feeling. Do you think young Chairman Rusty went insane to fight for inheritance, killing people left and right? Rolling through life, don't talk nonsense. Young Chairman Rusty isn't that kind of person. Besides, she founded Hengji Biotech. If she wanted to compete for the inheritance, she'd have a solid foundation. Why would she risk jail? Who would benefit from that? Dog at Rusty Corp, yeah, and even if young Chairman Rusty wanted to kill, she wouldn't do two in one night. Wouldn't that be admitting her guilt openly? She's too savvy for that stupidity. When Rusty Jigua got out of his car with his cane and entered Rusty Corporation with Grahamshan, employees stepped aside to greet him, and employee group chats exploded with activity. In conference room 1, directors frowned tightly at the news of Gail's death, which took them off guard. Outside the meeting room, the assistants and secretaries exchanged information. Inside, directors gathered to pry for more details, trying to piece together the full event from various sources. I couldn't reach Grahamshan this morning or Assistant Matthew by President Rusty's side. But I did get some info from Assistant Claudia, who's with young Chairman Rusty. It seems that President Rusty was in a car accident while returning from a business trip yesterday. After checking at the hospital, he seemed fine and left, but fell into a coma last night and didn't make it after reaching the hospital again. Chairman Rusty didn't even get to see him one last time. Director Priscilla, sitting nearby, frowned, worried if Rusty Jigua's health could handle losing his adopted son, given Gail's widely acknowledged excellence. Matutely, the intelligence exchanging assistants outside the door entered, whispering to their respective directors that Rusty Jigua had arrived. Directors straightened up, turning towards the entrance. As Rusty Jigua and Sherry entered, directors stood to greet them. Dressed formally, Rusty Jigua waved at the open seat and said, "Please sit." Sherry sat beside Rusty Jigua, leaving the empty spot on the other side, originally Gail's. Grahamshan took the cane from Rusty Jigua and stood nearby. After a moment, Rusty Jigua composed himself and spoke, "Although we've tried to contain the news, I assume you've heard rumors. Last night, Jean Qing, he passed away." Confirming what they suspected, directors offered condolences to Rusty Jigua. "We cannot change Jean Qing's passing, but the most important thing now is Rusty Corporation," Rusty Jigua said slowly. "For now, I will take over Rusty Corporation. But you know my age is catching up, so once things stabilize, my granddaughter Rusty Aiko will take over. Although she's new here, her achievements are evident to everyone." Chairman Rusty. Abram interjected, "The US president is over 80 and still serves. How can you be considered old? With President Rusty gone, only you can reassure the company. While young Chairman Rusty is excellent, it's hard not to suspect a power struggle when President Rusty and blood-related Rusty Jinru both faced accidents." To varying degrees, directors suspected this, but none would state it as openly as Abram. "If Abram suspects me of having anything to do with President Rusty and Miss Rusty's incidents, feel free to report me to the police," Sherry replied calmly and expressionlessly. "I will fully cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 323 United Efforts. You're overthinking it. My will was decided long ago, and I clearly informed Jeremiah and Aiko. Jeremiah explicitly stated that she doesn't want the inheritance rights or shares of the Rusty family. As for how Aiko could join the Rusty Corporation, it's because Jeremiah was preparing for Aiko to take over the Rusty Corporation in the future, Rusty Jigua said calmly. This came as a surprise to everyone present. Back when Sherry first joined the Rusty Corporation, everyone had speculated in secret about the upcoming fierce competition for the inheritance rights within their corporation. Even Sherry and Gail's peaceful coexistence led many to misinterpret it as a show put on for Chairman Rusty's sake. After all, the Matthew family's three sisters initially acted similarly at the Matthew Corporation before things took a bitter turn during the fight for inheritance rights. Who would have thought that Gail would willingly give up her inheritance rights and bring her relative, Sherry, into the Rusty Corporation just to groom her for the role? Even Priscilla Ridge, who always followed Rusty Jigua and obeyed his commands, didn't fully understand. Did Sherry's parents save Gail's life? That must be why Gail took such good care of her. As if sensing everyone's confusion, Rusty Jigua continued, Jeremiah has been outstanding from a young age. Eshan from Koronsing University once told me that Jeremiah is a genius. If she devoted herself to academia, she would achieve tremendous success in the field of research. But to look after this old man, Jeremiah gave up her love for research and joined the Rusty Corporation. Originally, Jeremiah planned to bring Aiko in, and once Aiko was settled, she intended to leave the Rusty Corporation and devote herself to research. Unfortunately, Rusty Jigua raised his hand to remove his glasses and pressed his eyes. Ferguson, the assistant, immediately stepped forward. Chairman. Rusty Jigua waved off the concern, put his glasses back on, and continued, moreover, who among you can find someone more qualified than Aiko to take over the Rusty Corporation? The board members remained silent, but Priscilla Ridge spoke up. Young President Rusty started the Hengji Biotechnology Project and has made significant achievements since joining the Rusty Corporation. Indeed, there is no one more suitable than young President Rusty. I agree. With Priscilla Ridge's approval, other board members also expressed their agreement one by one. Good. Rusty Jigua nodded. Since that's settled, we'll release both the obituary for Jeremiah and the announcement appointing Sherry as the new executive president of the Rusty Corporation together. Although Jeremiah is gone, the Rusty Corporation remains. You are all shareholders of the Rusty Corporation, and I believe you all hope for its continuous growth. Let's work together. After the board meeting adjourned, Rusty Corporation employees received a notification on their phones announcing Gail's death last night, followed by an announcement that the board had appointed Sherry as the new administrative president. At the same time, these two pieces of news were published on the official website of the Rusty Corporation. Gail's sudden death immediately became the top trending topic. There was widespread mourning on social media. After all, Gail had led the Rusty Corporation to a brilliant victory against a US-based company, restoring national pride. Many netizens even speculated about conspiracy theories related to her death. Others began questioning Gail's intentions and Sherry's position regarding the inheritance rights. At the high-level meeting, Sherry promised to continue following Gail's plans. The current priority for the Rusty Corporation was to coordinate with other companies in the semiconductor field to rapidly increase chip production and beat the US in getting chips into the market. Simultaneously, they aimed to tackle the challenge of developing lithography machines, leveraging the window before the US could expand its mid-range chip market presence in China, thus advancing domestic lithography machines and chips into the high-end market. After the meeting, department heads conveyed Sherry's instructions, ensuring each department adhered to the original work plan. As Gail's fiancée, Adelaide only learned of her death via the Rusty Corporation's official Weibo account. She immediately closed her office door and called Sherry for information. Don't worry. Even with Gail's passing, our partnership will remain unchanged, Sherry reassured Adelaide. Compared to your sister, I prefer working with you. Not only have we known each other longer, but from the start, you showed sincerity. Without partnering with you, I couldn't have secured the Matthew Corporation project. But now that Gail is dead, Matthew Yaling will likely kick me out of the project. Don't worry, I'll convince Matthew Yaling. Matthew Yaling was quite happy upon hearing of Gail's death. Adelaide's stability in the Matthew Corporation was largely due to having an exceptional Rusty Corporation heir as her fiancé. Now, through this collaboration with Sherry, the currently sole successor, she had gained leverage with her father. Just as Sherry finished her call with Adelaide, Matthew Yaling called. Sherry explained, given that President Rusty has just passed away, and considering Adelaide was President Rusty's fiancée and has been managing our cooperation, I don't want gossip to spread. Therefore, I insist Adelaide remains the liaison. Matthew Yaling understood that as the unshakable successor, Sherry needed to maintain her reputation. Rest assured, I understand, Matthew Yaling replied, smiling as she hung up. Gail's sudden departure left Sherry inundated with calls all day, from CEOs and board members offering condolences, invitations for tea or sports, to calls managed by Tobias and Kayla from smaller companies and regional managers. Directors like Matthew Ridge and Graham Ridge personally called Rusty Jigua and then separately called Sherry, recognizing her as the current sole successor of the Rusty Corporation. Winston Ridge, who had embarrassed Sherry at the exchange conference, coldly remarked that it was no wonder Sherry dared to defy others, now that she was set to become the sole successor. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the public, Gail was already aboard a private jet. Sitting by the bed, she adjusted her cufflinks. Amaryllis knocked, entering with water and medication. Seeing Gail dressed neatly, she smiled. Welcome back, Lal Gaynor. Amaryllis handed the water and pills to Gail. Thank you, Gail took the cup and swallowed the pills. She then asked, so, Cooper's move this time was because someone under you leaked the information that Caleb was returning home to join the Martin family? Chapter 324, My First Love. Right, Amaryllis nodded, but it won't affect us much. If you hadn't decided to delay for a year later, we would have executed our original plan and returned next month on the 3rd. That's not many days away now. Returning earlier is better to avoid Cooper making any moves. Back when Gail was still known as Caleb, gene technology wasn't very advanced. Martin's parents spent a huge amount of money for a biological lab to conduct a full DNA sequence for Caleb. If Gail wanted to reclaim his identity and inherit the Martin family's assets, he would need this genetic evidence to prove it. Since Amaryllis started planning for Gail's return, using the stand-in to impersonate Caleb and marry her, she claimed her husband was weak and kept the stand-in hidden at home so no one could see him. Even when Caleb's uncle, Cooper, came to visit his supposed nephew, Amaryllis cited health reasons as an excuse to keep them apart. Amaryllis promised Caleb would naturally return to the Martin family once he recovered. Caleb thought Amaryllis avoided marrying others and sought her brother and sister-in-law's inheritance by finding a stand-in. It wasn't until Cooper saw the face of Amaryllis's stand-in, bearing a striking resemblance to his brother Martin Chosheng, that he panicked and made a fatal decision. But how could there be two people so identical in the world? Amaryllis simply found someone with a similar build to Gail, had them undergo plastic surgery to resemble Gail, but they needed recovery time. When Amaryllis said her husband was unwell and recuperating, it was actually waiting for this recovery period to end. Meanwhile, the stand-in also trained to mimic Gail's habits and voice to ensure no mistakes. After the recovery and training periods ended, Amaryllis intentionally took the stand-in out where paparazzi could capture side or back profiles, or even occasionally snap a front view while wearing sunglasses. Because Sinway Group controlled most of the media in Japan and Korea, rumors were circulated about Amaryllis's husband looking uncannily like Gail from Rusty Corporation, along with published comparison photos. Everything was prepared to ensure Gail's smooth return. They originally planned to return next month on the 3rd because Cooper's birthday banquet was on the 5th. Gail had intended to return as Caleb then. So, should we change the plan? Should we return early to the Martin family or stick with returning on the 5th? Amaryllis asked as she watched Gail put on a wristwatch and pick up the phone used by the stand-in. Where's Clifford? Gail asked. He's outside, Amaryllis replied, noting that Gail opened the WeChat chat page. Not many people interacted with your stand-in Janik Harry. They say he only recently regained consciousness after being in a vegetative state. So, the WeChat only has me. Gail nodded, looked up at Amaryllis sincerely, and said, Madeline, thank you for everything these years. Why are you being so formal with me? Amaryllis frowned slightly. Back then, my father couldn't save you and your uncle and aunt in time, feeling guilty for years. Besides, we grew up together, now as husband and wife, we're family. Madeline. Gail met Amaryllis's bright eyes, thinking of Sherry. He said, I've always considered you as my sister. My real sister. Your mother and aunt, Uncle Yanni's family, and your father Bud, they are all important to me. I hope Bud, you, and aunt are all happy. So, if you find someone you like, please tell me. Although the status of a son-in-law can help me stand firm in the Martin family, your happiness means more to me. Gail spoke genuinely from the heart. He and Amaryllis grew up together, with his mother always wanting a daughter and loving Amaryllis deeply, jokingly saying she wanted Amaryllis as her daughter-in-law. The elders often joked about it. But, in Gail's heart, there was only Sherry. Regardless of whether Amaryllis supported him due to their upbringing or shared affection, akin to Bud offering a hand, he was immensely grateful and vowed to repay them someday. However, his wife could only be Sherry. Since he couldn't offer Amaryllis any feelings beyond sibling love, it was better to clarify things now. Seeing Amaryllis's surprised expression, Gail rubbed her head like he did when they were younger. Once everything is over, I'll introduce you to my wife. Watching Gail leave the room, Amaryllis's brows knitted tightly. Ever since learning that Gail was Caleb, Amaryllis had been closely watching him. She knew he had a fiancée, Adelaide, the third daughter of the Matthew Zhou family in the capital. Did Lyle Gaynor fall for Adelaide? But Clifford mentioned that Lyle Gaynor and Adelaide only had a cooperative relationship, borrowing each other's identities. She had people investigate, finding Adelaide never dined alone with Lyle Gaynor nor spent nights together. Recalling Gail's words before leaving, Amaryllis's lips pressed tightly together. Could it be Lyle Gaynor feared implicating Adelaide, hence avoiding any contact until avenged before finally being with her? It seems Lyle Gaynor truly cares for Adelaide. When Amaryllis emerged from the bedroom, she saw Gail discussing matters with Clifford. Because the stand-in has been trained according to your dietary habits, behavior, and voice, and has minimal interaction, even a sudden replacement shouldn't raise suspicion. To test, Madeline arranged for a servant who cared for the stand-in to stay at the villa. You can try it out when you get there. Clifford added, taking out a notebook. This contains key points the stand-in noted during interactions. Review it before landing. The daily logs have been sent to you, so there shouldn't be any issues. Looking at Gail flipping through the notebook, Amaryllis clenched her fists and stepped forward. But I don't just see you as my brother. I've liked you, Lyle Gaynor, ever since childhood. Not the way a sister likes her brother, but the way a woman loves a man. For all these years, you're the only one in my heart. Lyle Gaynor, you're my first love. Chapter 325, Interruption. Clifford pursed her lips upon hearing this. She glanced at Gail, who lifted his eyelids to look at Amaryllis, then at Amaryllis standing beside him, and touched the phone in her pocket. Amaryllis. Gail closed the notebook in his hands, looking seriously at Amaryllis. I said it already, I have a wife. Adelaide? She is just a fiancé. Moreover, you are not Gale anymore, you are my husband, Caleb, Amaryllis said as she held Gale's shoulders, lowering her head to kiss him. Gale turned his face away, his slender fingers gripping Amaryllis's cheek, his thumb pressing on her lips, slowly pushing her beautiful face away from himself. Due to losing her mother at a young age, Amaryllis's father was extremely indulgent towards her, even refraining from remarriage for her sake. Even if he did remarry, he did not have any more children, and he had written a will before marrying his second wife, leaving all his assets to Amaryllis. After Mr. and Mrs. Martin passed away, Amaryllis's father saw Amaryllis, who received maternal love from Mrs. Martin, considering her as a daughter, and pampered her endlessly after seeing her break down due to the loss of her mother. Under her father's indulgence, Amaryllis inevitably developed an impulsive personality, wanting what she desired no matter what. The neatly dressed man kept his clear and handsome face expressionless, his eyes devoid of any ripples. Madeline, this is not what you should do as a sister. Amaryllis tried to pull away Gale's hand but couldn't budge it. Annoyed, she stood up straight, her lips turning red from being pressed by Gale. Now you are Caleb, my husband. My husband. Your uncle and aunt, as well as my dad and stepmom, all said we would get married when we grow up. Gale frowned, wiping his thumb with a tissue. When you were young, because you lost your mom and my mom really wanted a daughter, you practically grew up in our home, like my mom's daughter. Perhaps the elders' jokes made the naive you remember, but it wasn't right, Madeline. Amaryllis looked at Gale dazedly. You have been searching for me these years, did you ever try to love someone? Gale looked at Amaryllis as if she were still that Annabelle who always followed behind him, offering him candy. Did you correctly distinguish your feelings for me? Are they romantic love or sibling love? Amaryllis couldn't help feeling furious. You're not me. How do you know my feelings aren't romantic love? Lyle Gaynor. You can't deny my feelings for you just because you have someone you like. And how do you feel knowing I have a wife? To take you back. Amaryllis answered calmly. Gale put the notebook on the table and stood up. His nearly 6'3" height brought intense pressure. Hands in his pockets, Gale quietly watched Amaryllis approach, causing her to subconsciously step back, her throat moving nervously. If I saw the woman I love with another man, I would be jealous. But you can talk about taking me back so calmly. Do you still think you like me romantically? Gale asked. The man before her exuded an unapproachable asceticism, making Amaryllis feel heavy with each breath. Madeline, don't let the elders' past jokes become your shackles. Gale reached out, stroking her head just like when she was little. You are the most important sister to me in the world. I don't want to lose you. Tears welled up in Amaryllis's eyes. I will prove to you that I like you as a woman likes a man. Since you're back now, we have plenty of time. With that, Amaryllis turned and left, pulling the curtain shut and sitting angrily in the front row. I'll testify. Amaryllis likes you as a woman likes a man. Clifford spoke softly after Amaryllis left, and besides, Amaryllis is right. You are Caleb now. To us, you have already married Amaryllis and are her husband. Gale sat down and continued flipping through his notebook, ignoring Clifford. Clifford rubbed his hands and finally retrieved several photos from the suit jacket draped over the sofa, handing them to Gale. The photos showed Sherry meeting or dining with Sam and Eris. Especially the photo of Sam holding Sherry against a pillar, Sherry trying to stop Ephraim, which Gale studied for a long time. Clifford observed Gale's expression. Seeing his stern features remained expressionless but focusing on that photo for a long time, he said, Lyle, think about how many years Sherry and Sam have been together. Back then, she was willing to sacrifice her life to save Sam. She can't possibly have no feelings for him now. Otherwise, when that incident happened, it wouldn't have taken much for Ephraim to dislocate Sam's arm. But Sherry couldn't bear to. Now Sam risks his life for their child, and Sherry is so grateful she keeps him at the hospital under Hungji Biotech. Look at Madeline, officially she is your wife now. She has been loyal to you for so many years, growing up together since childhood. Most importantly, Auntie always wanted a daughter but never had one, treating Madeline as her own. Imagine how happy she would be knowing you and Madeline are truly married. Clifford continued persuading. Do you send people to follow Iko? Does Ephraim know? Gale asked. Yes. Clifford nodded. I said Ephraim was negligent before, so I added some more bodyguards in secret. All right. Gale nodded. Lyle, I really think Sherry still has lingering feelings for Sam. Clifford lowered his voice further, glancing toward the curtain. Why don't you use this opportunity to break things off with Sherry and live happily with Madeline? Gale tapped the photo lightly. Tell Ephraim and those protecting Iko not to let Sam approach her again. What if Sherry wants to see him? Clifford asked. Gale raised his narrow eyes, cold and intimidating without glasses, then break Sam's leg so he can never appear before Iko again. Clifford bit her lip. He wondered if Gale knew that he was secretly giving control of One High Film and Talent Agency to Sam to give him confidence to pursue Sherry, whether he would break his legs too? After the plane lands, go back first, Gale said. Chapter 326. Could they be the same person? Inside the Martin family villa, Cooper flew into a rage upon hearing that they had struck the wrong person. In his fury, he kicked over the coffee table. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Even a simple task like this can't be done right. Cooper's hands trembled in anger. This time, since we didn't kill Caleb, Old Man Lee and Caleb will definitely be on guard. We barely managed to catch Caleb outside of Lee's protection zone, and this is how you handle things. I've been paying them for years, and they can't even resolve my problems but end up causing more. Third Lyle, this isn't entirely the fault of our subordinates. It just so happens that Gail and Caleb appeared in the same city and stayed at the same hotel. They looked too much alike when they came out. It was a genuine mistake. The bald subordinate quickly placed photos of Gail and Caleb on the overturned coffee table. Look. They really look too similar, like twins. Nonsense. Cooper walked over and sat on the sofa. I'm Caleb's uncle, would I not know if he has a twin? Cooper picked up the photos, and paused. One photo showed Gail speaking at a corporate event at the Rusty Corporation, while the other depicted Caleb playing golf with Amaryllis. Look. It's true. Moreover, our people noticed this long ago. Last Dragon Boat Festival, I even mentioned to you that Caleb bears a striking resemblance to the president of Rusty Corporation. Do you remember? The bald man spoke quietly. Caleb and Amaryllis have always been cautious. Even in Korea, they often switched vehicles to avoid suspicion. We were tracking them closely, but somehow we made the mistake. After a long silence, Cooper finally spoke. Do you think these two could be the same person? That's impossible. The bald man said firmly. Caleb doesn't have the ability to clone himself. When we found Caleb, who was comatose after leaving the Lee family, and later when he regained consciousness, we've kept him under constant surveillance. Meanwhile, Rusty Corporation's president has been busy managing the company and frequently appears in media reports, though photos are rare. Hearing this, Cooper pressed his lips together. Make sure everything here is cleaned up, don't give the Lees and Caleb any evidence against us. Old Man Lee has already called me, saying Caleb will return for my birthday party. He will surely demand that Caleb inherits my brother's estate. If that happens, I'll lose everything. This was precisely why Cooper had been eager to eliminate Caleb this time. It had been many years since the car accident, and Cooper believed his older brother's family was all dead. He had never transferred any property, and even went through the pretense of sending people out each year to search for Caleb. But unexpectedly, the Lee family claimed to have found Caleb. The Lee family never brought Caleb back to the Martin residence, leading Cooper to suspect that Amaryllis, who was deeply devoted to Caleb, might have mistaken someone else for him. That's why whenever he inquired about Caleb, the Lee family always replied that they were still verifying. So, Cooper remained unguarded. Now, if Caleb returned, Cooper would risk losing everything. Is there a way to eliminate him before my birthday party? Cooper asked, eyes filled with malice as he tapped Caleb's photo. It's difficult, boss. Firstly, the Lee family is now on alert, and secondly, the bald man looked uneasy. We just killed Rusty Corporation's president. If we act again and it makes the news, the Rusty family might see Caleb's photo and realize it was a case of mistaken identity. You'd then have two enemies. How troublesome. Just a foster son. Would the Rusty family care so much? Cooper impatiently undid his shirt buttons. Not certain, especially since we're not familiar with the situation in China, the bald man admitted fearfully. Meanwhile, after Gail left, Sherry had been tirelessly attending meetings and visiting branches nationwide to stabilize the corporation. Only late at night, exhausted and lying in bed, did she miss and worry about Gail's situation back at the Martin residence. Upon arriving at the airport, Sherry sent Claudia Xiao and Kayla back home to rest, with Ephraim driving her. Kayla and Claudia Xiao had been equally busy accompanying Sherry on business trips, especially Kayla, who, as one of Gail's former confidants, also helped Sherry manage relations within the company branches. Sherry updated Mr. Rusty over the phone about the business trip and then took an elevator back to her floor. She was intercepted by Yanni Grahaming, whose door was wide open. Yanni Grahaming leaned against the wall beside the elevator, beckoning her. Come talk for a moment. Ephraim stepped forward protectively. Though Mr. Rusty was no longer around, he hadn't forgotten his lifelong duty to protect Miss Marigold. What's your problem, Ephraim? Yanni Grahaming glared at him. Sherry, dressed in a white blazer, gently patted Ephraim's arm and stepped out of the elevator. Let's go inside and talk. Yanni Grahaming shot Ephraim another glare, ushered Sherry in, and slammed the door shut, locking Ephraim outside. Once inside, Yanni Grahaming headed toward the bar. Has he settled in well? Sherry asked. Yanni Grahaming poured 2 glasses of wine. Seeing Sherry stand tiredly in the doorway without entering, he gestured her inside. Come in. I'm quite tired and want to rest soon. Let's talk here, Sherry said. Sherry hadn't video called her children for days and missed them terribly. But thinking of Gail, she stepped inside and sat down on the sofa. Yanni Grahaming set a glass of wine in front of Sherry and handed her an old-fashioned phone from the single sofa. This is from my brother. Sherry understood its significance and accepted it. Have you seen the Korean news? Yanni Grahaming asked with a smile. The daughter of Sinway Group appeared at the airport with her husband. Previously, Sherry had persuaded Gail to use this opportunity to leave after the car accident. This changed Yanni Grahaming's perception of her somewhat. Initially, he assumed Sherry would prevent Gail from seeking revenge against the Martin family. Women, after all, tend to cry and beg their men not to take risks. Thus, today, Yanni Grahaming treated Sherry better than before. I've seen it. Sherry met Yanni Grahaming's gaze steadily, waiting for him to continue. Translation completed while maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 327, Not Exposed. After all, Amaryllis was the only daughter of Sinway Group, and news of Amaryllis and her husband appearing at the airport still trended on social media. In the video, Gail wore sunglasses and held hands with Amaryllis, protecting her from reporters as they entered the car. The media praised them for being a well-matched couple. At first, when Sherry saw Gail holding hands with Amaryllis in the video, she felt uncomfortable. However, before Gail left, Sherry already knew it would be like this. Gail's current identity was Caleb, Amaryllis's husband. No hint of jealousy could be seen on Sherry's face. Clifford, inexplicably angry again, asked, "Didn't you say you loved my brother? How can you not get upset seeing him and Madeline so affectionate? So, you asked me here just to see me get upset?" Sherry stood up. In public, they are a married couple. If they didn't show affection, that would be strange. If you have nothing else to say, I'll leave. Ever since Aurora was kidnapped and Sherry's call to Clifford was hung up, Sherry had lost any remaining good feelings towards Clifford. She avoided contact unless necessary. Wait. Clifford sat on the single sofa and handed his phone to Sherry. Take a look. Not suspiciously, Sherry accepted the phone. The photos on it were taken on a private jet, capturing Amaryllis leaning over to kiss Gail. Gail's hand held Amaryllis's face, making it look like he was kissing her back. Sherry's heart felt stung. Flipping through more, one photo showed Gail advancing toward Amaryllis, a particularly intimate scene captured by Clifford from a video. Amaryllis's lipstick was smeared, looking as if Gail had kissed her and then approached for another kiss. Seeing Sherry's reaction, Clifford smirked. "I told you, Amaryllis and my brother grew up together, and Aunt Martin has always considered her a daughter-in-law. Now that my brother has reclaimed his identity as Caleb, it's best for everyone to cut ties." Seeing Sherry remain silent, Clifford stood beside her earnestly. "Let's be honest, no man is immune to wandering eyes. That Sam who once loved you deeply ended up with Enid. My brother, though he cares about you, he can't resist feelings for someone he grew up with, especially now they are legally married." Sherry looked up, clear eyes meeting Clifford's, then pulled out her own phone displaying a recording page. "I will play this for Jeremiah." Clifford was speechless. "Sherry, you're no fun. Do you think you're having fun? What benefit does splitting us apart bring you?" Her voice remained calm. Though Gail valued Clifford, after repeatedly sowing discord between them, and hanging up on her desperate call to save Aurora, even Sherry's patience had limits. Sherry didn't know if Gail was caught off guard or if Clifford manipulated the shot. But she trusted Gail. If he explained, she would believe him. "If there's nothing else, I'll go. Don't contact me unless necessary." Sherry placed Clifford's phone on the coffee table and turned to leave. Just as Sherry reached the door, Clifford blocked her path, gripping the handle. "Sherry, I seriously suggest you separate from my brother. It's for your good, for Rusty family's good, and for my brother's good. You don't know there's a madman around Amaryllis. If he learns of your connection to my brother, to keep Amaryllis from being hurt, he won't hesitate to attack you. Without me, he might risk everything. But because of me, because of my attachment, he cherishes life. I don't consider myself a liability," Sherry said sincerely, "and who says I can't help him?" She gestured for Clifford to open the door. He stared at her, unsure if this woman's fearlessness or confidence was commendable. Indeed, the best solution is for Sam to win her back. Opening the door, Ephraim greeted, "Miss Iko." Sherry walked past Clifford, returning home with Ephraim. Before the elevator closed, Clifford darkly warned, "Sherry, if you impede his progress, I will kill you without hesitation." The elevator doors shut and Ephraim turned to Sherry. "Sir, Yanni isn't bad, just a bit too blunt." "I understand, it doesn't matter," Sherry smiled, stepping out of the elevator. "Go back soon." Back home, Sherry immediately checked her phone but found no calls. So, she waited for Gail to contact her. She calmed herself and video called the kids. Aurora and Ralph were abroad with Rusty, Veronica and Aunt Claudia. Aurora eagerly chatted about Jeff joining them, missing him, and finding beautiful shells at the beach, lamenting polluted oceans. Ralph, however, was unusually quiet. Rusty, Veronica and Aurora didn't know about Gail's supposed death, but Ralph had learned online. Still, respecting Jeff and Aunt Claudia's secrecy, he kept quiet. After comforting the kids, Sherry bathed and returned to work on documents. Matudinly, Ralph called her. Answering, Sherry asked, "What's wrong, Ralph? Why aren't you asleep?" "Aurora is already sleeping." Ralph's pale face, identical to Aurora's, looked strained. His red, phoenix-like eyes, reminiscent of both Sherry and Gail, had tears on his lashes. Quietly, he asked, "Mom, is Gail dead?" Sherry knew she couldn't hide it from Ralph. After all, a temporary CEO of Rusty Corporation passing away wasn't a minor event. Chapter 328. Shibao. Sherry called out gently in a soft tone, using Ralph's pet name. "You actually like Dad very much, right? Ralph pursed his lips tightly and remained silent, making his chubby little face even more irresistible to pinch. Dad also likes Ralph and Aurora the most. Sherry's voice was rare softened, but she didn't know when Gail would return, so she couldn't make any promises to Ralph. Moreover, Sherry had to consider the worst-case scenario. If there was a possibility that Gail wouldn't come back until the children grew up, she didn't want to give them false hope only to disappoint them continuously. Therefore, for now, Sherry could only keep it secret. I understand, Mom, you don't need to worry about Aurora. I'll explain it to her. We've been without a dad for so many years, so, even if Gail is dead, it doesn't matter. Ralph's eyes reddened further as he spoke, sniffing softly. I'll persuade Aurora not to mention Dad anymore. Ralph rubbed his tearful eyes with his tiny hands and looked up at Sherry through the phone with those moist eyes, saying solemnly, Mom, if Gail is gone, I'll eat well, grow up strong, and protect Mom, Aurora, Grandpa Rusty, and Rusty May Wren. Sherry's heart melted at these words, swelling with warmth. Ralph was always very smart and incredibly understanding compared to Aurora. In the video call, Ralph whispered from the foot of the bed, while Aurora lay sprawled on the big, soft bed, fast asleep with a thin blanket over her belly. Sherry smiled at Ralph. All right. Then we'll all depend on you from now on. Okay. Ralph nodded vigorously. Just then, a door opened nearby, causing Ralph to look towards the entrance. How come you're still awake, Ralph? Came Rusty Veronica's gentle voice. Mom, Rusty May Wren is urging me to sleep. I have to hang up. Ralph waved obediently at Sherry. Goodbye, Mom. Okay, bye-bye, Sherry waved back at the little one. After hanging up, Sherry picked up a file but couldn't focus on it, instead searching online for information about Amaryllis and her husband. A recent video showed Amaryllis giving an interview to Korean media, beaming with happiness as she displayed a huge diamond ring to the reporter, saying her husband brought her to China specifically to buy this diamond as a gift. She also mentioned that her husband would soon host a grand wedding for her. From the moment Amaryllis and Gail arrived in Korea, they frequently appeared in media reports, showcasing their daily life. There were photos of Gail playing golf with Amaryllis's father, showing how much Amaryllis's father liked him. The media reported that after Amaryllis's husband recovered, her father eagerly introduced him to all his friends, indicating how much he adored his son-in-law. Some people even linked Amaryllis's husband to the deceased president of Rusty Group, Gail, noting their resemblance. Flipping through the tablet, Sherry came across a recent photo of Gail. He wore casual clothes and sunglasses, holding a cup of coffee, smiling as he helped Amaryllis into the car, both dressed in matching outfits. Though they seemed happy, Sherry couldn't help but recall the photo Clifford showed her earlier, the one that looked like Amaryllis kissing Gail. Her chest tightened. Gail had asked if she felt possessive of him. Now, Sherry realized she did, even knowing it was just an act, even knowing Gail needed to reclaim his identity as Amaryllis's husband. But despite this knowledge, her chest still ached, worsening her already weary mood. She picked up the phone Gail had Clifford delivered to her, glanced at it, and put it down again. Despite feeling awful, she still hoped Gail would stay safe and accomplish what he needed before returning. She would settle accounts with him then. Carrying these emotions to bed, Sherry slept restlessly. Thankfully, it was Saturday tomorrow, so she didn't need to rush. However, she had a social event to attend, a game of golf with Matthew Yarrow and 2 other sisters, along with the eldest of the Graham family and several other heirs. So, she couldn't oversleep. Tomorrow, Old Master Rusty would also invite Old Master Matthew and CEO Matthew from the Matthew family, along with Old Master Graham and CEO Graham to the Old Rusty residence under the guise of drinking tea, but really to discuss each company's plans for the coming year and potential collaborations. Gail's stern face tightened as he watched Amaryllis on the tablet, confidently displaying her diamond ring to the media, announcing that her husband would soon host a grand wedding. He looked at her coldly. Playing with the tie of his robe, Amaryllis noticed his gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine. What is it, Lyle Gaynor? Amaryllis hung up her call. A grand wedding? Gail's voice was indifferent, almost cruel. I don't remember ever mentioning that. Gail couldn't fathom how Sherry felt seeing this news. Though they were married, Gail hadn't given her a grand wedding yet. Amaryllis gripped her phone tightly, speaking firmly, but in public eyes, we are married. I'm the successor of Sinway Group, and you're the legitimate heir of Martin Group. Once you return to Martin, shouldn't we hold a wedding and announce your true identity? I thought I had made it very clear. In my heart, you are my family, my sister. Gail casually placed the tablet aside. I cannot give you a grand wedding. In fact, if not for your acting on your own, I wouldn't have agreed to your rash announcement that I am your husband from the beginning. Note, the phrase was left in Chinese as it did not have a direct smooth English equivalent without additional context. If this needs to be in pure English, it could be replaced with your own initiative or similar. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's an improved version. Amaryllis, I believe I've been quite clear. To me, you are my family, my sister. Gail set the tablet aside. I can't give you a grand wedding. In fact, initially, if not for your actions on your own initiative, I wouldn't have agreed to your impulsive announcement that I am your husband. This ensures the translation is accurate, fluent, and consistent with the original text's tone and style. But being the son-in-law of the Lee family is advantageous for your return to Martin. Amaryllis retorted, throwing her phone onto the sofa and stepping in front of Gale. Besides, why do you say I don't like you? I've loved you since childhood. My dream has always been to become your wife. Everyone knows I'm destined to be your wife. Tears welled in Amaryllis's eyes. Do you love Matthew Rose so much? Even when you were still Gale, you barely interacted with her. Why now, without the Gale identity, do you suddenly fall in love so deeply? Were you afraid of implicating her before? Afraid that if you failed and didn't survive, it would sadden her? What about me? Gale sighed inwardly, trying to find the right words to calm her. But deep down, he knew the real reason for his unease. Despite everything, he cared for Sherry deeply, and the idea of hurting her gnawed at him. His thoughts returned to the future he truly wanted, one where he could live honestly by her side, not as someone else's husband. Chapter 329, Just Gone Like That. Amaryllis felt extremely aggrieved. They had grown up together since childhood, and for all these years, she had only ever loved Caleb. But how could he treat her as a sister just because he fell in love with someone else? This has nothing to do with that, Madeline. Gale's voice softened, even when our elders joked about it when we were young, I also said, you are my sister in my eyes. Back then, because Gale's mother liked Amaryllis and his father and Amaryllis's father had life and death friendship, everyone hoped they would have an arranged marriage. But at that time, Gale had already told his mother that he had no sister. He treated Amaryllis as his own dear sister and promised to take care of her like a brother. In Gale's mind, Amaryllis was never an option as a wife, but always as family. Sister? Amaryllis laughed bitterly, clenching her fists and gathering all her courage to straddle Gale. Amaryllis. Before Amaryllis could wrap her arms around Gale's neck, he grabbed her wrists and pulled her off him. Sitting on the sofa, Amaryllis looked up at Gale, who stood up displeased, and tears immediately streamed down her face. How am I inferior to Adelaide? We've known each other since childhood. In terms of dedication, can anyone who doesn't even know your true identity compare to me? Seeing Gale frown, Amaryllis bit her lip hard and finally burst into tears. If Mr. and Mrs. Martin hadn't had their accident, if you hadn't been away for so many years, we would have been married long ago, and maybe we'd even have a child by now. I love you, why don't you believe me? Had she not loved him all these years, how could she agree to marry a replacement, to pave the way for Caleb's return? Amaryllis was heartbroken beyond words. She hugged her knees and curled up on the sofa, crying. I have someone I love. Gale steadied his emotions, pulled up his pants, and sat next to Amaryllis, placing a hand on her head. I have never been this sure about loving someone. Madeline, someday you will meet your love, and then you will understand, what you feel for me isn't what you think it is. Amaryllis slapped his hand away. You're not me. How would you know what I feel for you? You just want to get rid of me, find excuses to distance yourself from me. I don't care. You owe me a wedding, and you must give it to me. Gale stared at Amaryllis for a while, then went into the study. Amaryllis cried even harder. Soon, Gale returned with a document and handed it to Amaryllis. Amaryllis sniffed and wiped her tears, taking it. What is this? After reading it, Amaryllis's expression changed. She looked up, surprised. You're going to give half of Martin Corporation's shares to my family after you inherit it? Yes. The other half I'll leave to Graham Cheen. Gale sat down opposite her on the coffee table. This time, my goal for coming back was only for revenge. Without your and Bud's help, I might not have been able to come back. This is what I owe you and Bud. But I don't want these. Amaryllis, teary-eyed, tore the document into pieces, looking at Gale. I just want you. Madeline, I will always be your brother. Hearing this, Amaryllis got up and walked away, phone in hand. Madeline. Gale called out to her. But Amaryllis didn't listen. Without changing out of her pajamas or slippers, she slammed the door and left. The guards waiting outside startled at her appearance and quickly followed. Gale made a call, instructing the guards to keep close watch on Amaryllis and ensure her safety. Then he went into the study and took out a phone that could contact Sherry from the drawer. Seeing it was almost 11 at night, he suppressed his urge to hear Sherry's voice. He closed his eyes, throat moving. Though they had only been apart for a few days, Gale couldn't hold back his longing for Sherry. The phone vibrated on the desk. Gale opened his eyes, picked up the phone, and saw it was Clifford calling. He answered and put it to his ear. What's wrong? Clifford had been arranged to return to China and stay at Huading Xinyuan to protect Sherry. Lyle, Cooper's people were sloppy and wired money to the driver's wife's account. Now there's this stubborn cop who won't let go and suspects Sherry. Clifford sounded irritated. Or should I try to have this cop fired? With the death benefit from Gale's supposed car accident, suspicion naturally fell on Sherry. Does Cooper know about this? Gale asked. The person handling it for Cooper probably knows, but not Cooper himself, Clifford replied. After his parents' incident, Gale had been adopted by the Rusty family under police protection. He didn't want to ruin a good cop's career over something trivial. That cop seems competent. You can give him some hints to lead him towards Cooper. Without solid evidence, the police couldn't unjustly accuse anyone. How is Aiko doing? Gale couldn't help but ask. She's doing fine. Clifford intentionally exaggerated. Though I don't like Sherry, I have to admit she's beautiful and smart. It's normal for her to be pursued, especially now as the sole heir of Rusty Corporation. Countless people are trying to get close. Gail. He shouldn't have asked. Bye. Gail hung up directly. Matthew family's eldest daughter, Matthew Yaching, was already married. Her husband was teaching their son on the field, while she sat inside sipping coffee and chatting with another family's heirs. The Rusty family is truly interesting, choosing heirs among adopted children rather than their own kin. Matthew family's second daughter, Miley, considered herself in cooperation with Sherry and usually didn't get along with her elder sister, so she retorted, why else? Because their bloodline isn't reliable. Whether it's Gail, or later Sherry, either one is better than that Rusty family niece. The funniest part is when Rusty Jinru claimed she alone could secure the exclusive contract for Hengji Biotech. Hilarious. This became a joke in their circles. At this point, Matthew Yaching suddenly looked at Adelaide, who had remained silent. It's such a pity about Gail. He was, after all, our third sister's fiancé, and now he's just gone like that. Chapter 330, The Web of Social Relationships. Adelaide turned her head, still with that nonchalant look, towards Curtis, the eldest young master of the Graham family who was preparing to wear his gloves and step onto the field. Jeffrey, I heard old Jeffrey is trying to matchmake you with Miss Rusty. Any progress? Miss Matthew, are you worried that the Graham family will have closer cooperation with the Rusty family in the future? Or do you care about me personally? Curtis looked at Adelaide with a smile, teasing her, or maybe, Miss Matthew is just concerned about my personal life and wants to develop something with me? Don't be silly. We grew up together, so we're very familiar. Adelaide glanced at Matthew Yaching and laughed, I'm just giving you a heads up. My elder sister brought her brother-in-law along. She's trying to matchmake him with Miss Rusty. If you have any intentions toward Miss Rusty, you better act fast. After all, my brother-in-law's family is really good at flattering women. Matthew Yaching's expression darkened when she heard this. What do you mean by that, Adelaide? That's still your brother-in-law. Am I wrong? Adelaide innocently shrugged. Aren't you trying to get your brother-in-law to connect with Rusty Corporation's heir so that it can also become a support for you? You should think about it. When Miss Rusty wasn't Rusty Corporation's heir, her potential matches were always Jeffrey. Now that Gail is gone and Miss Rusty has become the sole heiress, you want your brother-in-law to win her over. Is he even worthy? Adelaide sneered. Before Adelaide had fallen out with her elder sister didn't want to give up on her love and marry her civilian lover from university but was afraid she might find a fiancé with a more powerful background. So, she tried to tarnish Adelaide's reputation behind her back and tried to matchmake Adelaide with her brother-in-law. Grahamically, Adelaide wasn't foolish. She never thought that now she wanted to use the same trick on Sherry. That Sherry is merely an adopted daughter of the Rusty family. What does my husband's brother lack to match with her? Matthew Yaching sneered, my husband's brother doesn't even mind that she comes from the Coral family village and that her mother was kidnapped. She herself admitted on the show, they are proof of sin. Proof of her mother being raped and mistreated. Seeing Sherry walking towards them in sportswear, Adelaide noticed, while Matthew Yaching, who had her back turned, did not. Others were too engrossed in their coffee or tea to notice and alert Matthew Yaching. Matthew Yaching continued arrogantly, for someone like Sherry, my husband's brother is more than enough for her. It's quite considerate of him. Sherry stopped behind Matthew Yaching, adjusting her gloves, and smiled, thank you for your kindness, Miss Matthew. But such kindness is best kept for yourself, I'm unworthy of it. Matthew Yaching suddenly turned around, only to see Sherry looking at her mockingly before saying to Curtis, Jeffrey, let's go. Curtis glanced at Matthew Yaching, then got up, indicating his assistant to take the golf bag. He smiled, Matthew. Both Adelaide and Miley couldn't help laughing at their elder sister internally. Honestly, both Miley and Adelaide didn't hold their elder sister in high regard anymore. Perhaps because she was the first child of the Matthew family, everyone doted on her. Even until Miley grew up, they thought she would be the only successor to the Matthew family. As a result, this elder sister of theirs became self-centered and overly focused on romance. While their elder sister wasn't mediocre in business capabilities, especially with her advisors, her temper and thoughts often led to problems without their guidance. Matthew Yaching watched as Sherry and Curtis walked away, clenching her coffee cup. She had originally planned to have her brother-in-law charm Sherry so that with Rusty Corporation's support, no one could challenge her position. After all, when Adelaide was engaged to Gail, the Matthew family benefited greatly from Rusty Corporation. Matthew Yaching found it hard not to feel envious. Little did she know, her words had caused trouble again. If Mother finds out, who knows how she'll scold her. Tisk. Miley shook her head and put on her gloves. Elder sister, why can't you control your mouth? Look. You've made a mess, and now I have to clean up after you. With that, Miley signaled her assistant to follow her to the playing field where Sherry was. Once Jeffrey and Miley left, others followed suit one by one. Matthew Yaching glared at Adelaide through gritted teeth. You did this on purpose. You saw Sherry coming but deliberately didn't tell me. Would it have mattered if I reminded you? They heard everything anyway. Adelaide picked up her gloves and stood up. Instead of blaming me for not reminding you, you should reflect on why you can't control your tongue. Adelaide put on her gloves and added, "If I were you, I'd immediately tell your brother-in-law not to stand out in front of Miss Rusty and go back where he came from." With that, Adelaide took her club and headed to the field. Matthew Yachting closed her eyes, realizing she wasn't targeting Sherry personally. It was just that knowing Sherry worked with Miley irked her. Deliberately speaking those words, now that Sherry was the sole heir of Rusty Corporation, Matthew Yachting wasn't foolish enough to belittle her openly. When she got home this afternoon, Miley would definitely mention this incident to father and grandfather, and she'd surely face criticism. But asking for forgiveness publicly in front of so many people was beyond what Matthew Yachting could do. Yet, perhaps she could apologize privately. However, having said those things in front of so many people, if Sherry held grudges, she might not agree to meet privately. Looking at Sherry chatting amicably with rich sons and daughters in light gray sportswear, receiving warm welcomes as she passed by, calling her Miss Rusty one after another, she became the center of attention. Matthew Yachting looked at her husband who couldn't fit into this circle and pursed her lips tightly. In essence, the social circles of the aristocracy in Kyoto were all interconnected. The heirs started networking from a young age, building their own web of relationships within this group. Why could Sherry, who came from a similarly poor background, integrate so easily, while her husband struggled? Note, names such as Gail and Sherry are kept in pinyin format as per request. Hashtag Chapter 331, Rebellion. It seemed that only if her brother-in-law could secure the Rusty family's heir, would the two brothers be able to establish themselves in this circle. Thinking of this, Matthew Yachting called her husband's younger brother, her tone impatient. "Where are you? Why aren't you here yet? Do you know what kind of occasion today is? Only you can put on airs. Let me tell you, if you can't catch little President Rusty's attention today, your sister's treatment fees will be gone. Do you understand?" She didn't hear much from the other end before her mood slightly calmed down. Closing her eyes briefly, she continued, "To be with your brother, do you know what I've sacrificed? Now, I've become a laughingstock in the entire high society, and your brother has been ostracized from this circle. Only if you enter this circle and become the boyfriend or even husband of the Rusty Group's successor will my father acknowledge your brother. Even for the sake of your brother and your sister, you need to think of some way." Miley stood holding a golf club, talking to Sherry beside her. "I heard that your grandfather invited my grandfather and father to your place today. Is it because of the previous networking event?" Miley had been staying close to Sherry to show others her tight relationship with the Rusty Group's successor. "Yes." Sherry responded with a smile. "After the networking event, grandfather criticized me, saying young people shouldn't be so temperamental." As they spoke, Miley suddenly grinned and nodded towards something in the distance. "See that?" Sherry followed Miley's gaze and saw that next to Matthew Yachting's husband and child was an additional man dressed in white athletic wear, who was patting the child's head. "That's my elder sister's brother-in-law. You heard her just now, she wants him to court you. Be careful. That guy has plenty of sinister schemes. Don't get stuck with someone like a sticking plaster, it's hard to shake them off." As Miley spoke, she glanced at Adelaide who was swinging the golf club. "Earlier, my elder sister also tried to matchmake Adelaide with him, dreaming of using us sisters to fill in the gaps caused by her romantic misadventures. Humph. Too bad. Who is Adelaide? Her ambitions are higher than the sky, she wouldn't look at him. To avoid being pushed out, she worked hard to get engaged to Gail." Seemingly noticing the gazes of Miley and Sherry, the man talking to Matthew Yachting's husband looked over and walked towards them after speaking briefly with his brother-in-law. Miley smirked. "He's coming, be careful." Sherry caressed the golf club in her hands, considering whether she should wear a wedding ring and declare herself married to deter unwanted attention. Thinking that old Mr. Rusty might not agree, she dismissed the idea. "Hello, President Rusty." The newcomer appeared quite young, fair-skinned, tall and slender, with bright, sparkling eyes, the epitome of a sunny boy. Removing his gloves, the boy extended his hand towards Sherry, smiling warmly. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Ian, from Peking University's Biology Department." Hearing this name, Sherry was surprised. Ian from Peking University's Biology Department, recommended by Professor Mao for a direct PhD at Hengji Biotech? "Are you Professor Mao's student?" Sherry asked. Ian smiled widely, his clear, beautiful eyes twinkling as if they contained stars. He nodded. "Yes, I have always asked Professor Mao to recommend me for an internship at Hengji Biotech, but he said President Lisbeth hasn't replied. When I heard you were here today, I decided to boldly introduce myself." Despite his clean and polished appearance and confident manner, Ian didn't seem devious. Sherry removed her gloves and shook hands with Ian. "Haim mentioned you." "Really?" Ian's smile widened. "Can I intern at Hengji Biotech? Last time I heard President Lisbeth give a lecture at our university, he mentioned that Hengji Biotech is researching ALS drugs. I'm very interested because my sister has ALS." Mentioning his sister, Ian's voice carried a hint of heaviness. Miley scoffed. "Using your sister's plight again? No one enjoys exposing their own wounds, Miss Matthew." Ian was undaunted by Miley's attitude, his eyes firm. "I chose to study biology for my sister. I hope to contribute to ALS drug research. In that case, I'll let Haim know. The domestic lab is nearly complete, and once finished, we can assign you to the ALS research project. You were already on Hengji Biotech's candidate list for this year. Sherry believed Ian was motivated by his sister, given her knowledge of his research direction at university. Just go home and wait. Thank you, President Rusty. Ian's happiness was evident, he seemed to glow. Then, may I help carry your golf bag? TSK. Told you he'd latch on if given the chance. Miley raised an eyebrow at Sherry. No need, my bodyguards and assistant are nearby. Sherry declined politely, then turned to the man holding his child and looking anxiously at them. Your brother seems to be waiting for you. Ian looked back, then returned to Sherry. President Rusty, may I speak with you privately? Don't stray out of sight, and have your bodyguards follow. Miley whispered, acknowledging the situation. I apologize, President Rusty, Ian admitted sheepishly. Actually, my sister-in-law asked me to come here today. If I don't help carry your golf bag, she'll stop my sister's treatment fees. So, could you please help me? If I let you carry my bag today, and word gets back to my grandfather, what would he think? I'm merely an adopted daughter of the Rusty family, acknowledged only after adulthood. Sherry put her gloves back on. Grandfather hopes I interact more with the eldest son of the Graham family. Having you carry my bag would be considered rebellion against him. Do you understand? Ian's face fell, but he nodded reluctantly. I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. Sorry for overstepping. Sherry raised an eyebrow. Sister? She chuckled softly, taking up the golf club, leaving as others called her to play. Regardless of whether Ian had ulterior motives or habitually sought sympathy, Sherry had no obligation to let him use her to achieve his goals. If she allowed Ian to carry her bag today, Matthew Yachting would dare to send him to her bed tomorrow. Chapter 332 Speculation. This kind of scenario in malls is nothing new. The beauty scheme works for both men and women alike. Ian indeed had some experience. He knew how to exploit his weaknesses to gain sympathy, displaying a level of honesty. However, from Sherry's perspective, it just wasn't impressive enough. Unfortunately for him, given the precedent, no matter how outstanding Ian was, Sherry's heart wouldn't stir. As she walked away, Ian squinted his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that such an open and sincere persona wouldn't work on someone like Sherry. But, could the fact that Sherry took the trouble to explain that she didn't want old Rusty to misunderstand him suggest that she at least approved of his looks? Tobias, who followed Sherry with a water cup, glanced back at Ian, carefully snapped a photo, and silently sent it to assistant Matthew, who was working hard even on a weekend trip. Tobias, Matthew assistant, this young puppy listened to his sister-in-law Matthew Yachting and is pursuing our little President Rusty. He's Ian from the biology department at Jingdu University. Do we need to check him out? In the morning, during the gathering with children from other prestigious families in Jingdu, Adelaide always kept her distance from Sherry, making Miley mistakenly believe she was the true collaborator with Sherry. When Sherry came out of the club and was about to get into her car after changing clothes, Matthew Yachting's car stopped right in front of Sherry's sedan. The rear window rolled down, revealing Matthew Yachting's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Adelaide. President Rusty, what I said at the club today was not directed at you. It was because they looked down upon my husband that I lost control of my words. Everyone in the circle knows my temperament. When I get angry, I can be unreasonable. Matthew Yachting put on a humble expression and apologized. I'm sorry for involving you. Sherry looked at Matthew Yachting, then shifted her gaze to the man inside the car sitting next to Matthew Yachting, who resembled Ian very much. This man quickly smiled and nodded at Sherry. I understand your feelings, Miss Matthew. However, I cannot tolerate anyone insulting my mother. Anyone who disrespects my mother, I will not cooperate with them. I believe Miss Matthew can understand my feelings, Sherry replied nonchalantly. Miss Matthew, please move your car so we can leave. Matthew Yachting's expression turned stern, and she rolled up the window, instructing the driver to move the car aside. If it weren't for her husband's suggestion to apologize humbly to Sherry, she wouldn't have come here. She couldn't believe this adoptive daughter of the Rusty family dared to be so ungrateful. He can tell from this Miss Coral's speech that she loves her mother deeply. You indeed shouldn't use others' mothers' misfortunes as topics. Zen gently held his wife's hand, consoling her softly. But don't worry, time will reveal true intentions. In the future, Miss Coral will realize among the three sisters, only you are tough outside but soft-hearted inside, and will definitely cooperate with you. Her husband's comfort made Matthew Yachting feel better, and she nodded. Yes, I know. Don't worry. At worst, we still have Xiao Mo. He said he has confidence with this Sherry. Saying this, Matthew Yachting pinched her son's chubby cheek, smoothing out all the anger on her face. Zen also lowered his head and affectionately stroked his son's little head. In the car, Tobias looked back at Sherry and asked, President Rusty, do we need to investigate this Ian? No need to check on Ian, but Zen is quite intriguing. Sherry remembered the brief eye contact she had with Zen earlier. For some reason, she felt certain that Matthew Yachting was willing to humble herself and speak those words in front of her husband only after getting a nod from Zen. What? Tobias drew in a sharp breath. Zen was the husband of Matthew Group's CEO. Was their President Rusty interested in someone else's husband? Why that look? I just think, this Zen is probably Matthew Yaching's strategist, Sherry explained, looking at Tobias. Check this Zen out. Yes. Tobias responded and asked, are you going back to the old Rusty residence or Huading? Without lifting her head from the reports on her tablet sent by assistant Matthew, Sherry replied, old Rusty residence. When Sherry arrived, old Rusty was drinking tea with old Matthew, old Graham, President Matthew, and President Graham in the garden. Their laughter could be heard from afar. I can hear Grandpa's laughter from far away, Sherry smiled, walking towards Rusty Jigua and greeted everyone gracefully. Following their rehearsed script, old Rusty criticized Sherry's abrupt departure during the conference, to which Sherry sincerely admitted her mistake. Then they discussed the Rusty Group's plans for the next year. Presidents Matthew and Graham also talked about their own development. Seeing the cooperation between the Rusty and Matthew groups, the Graham group showed interest in collaborating with the Rusty group as well. That day, the elders and board members of the Rusty, Matthew, and Graham families conversed amicably. After dinner, Sherry and old Rusty saw them off, spreading the news. The Winston family received the message and realized the Rusty family intended to kick them out, infuriating President Winston to the point of smashing an ashtray. Rusty Jigua brought Sherry to the study, poured her a cup of tea, and casually remarked, you must have heard what old Graham and President Graham were hinting at. They hope you can socialize with young Master Graham. Even if you don't fancy young Master Graham, choosing any unmarried person among the kids playing ball this morning would be fine. With your current status, it would be their honor to be chosen. Sherry gazed at the clear tea in front of her and bravely lifted her head to look at the gray-haired elder opposite her. Grandpa, you know I'll wait for him. Not necessarily for marriage, just talking isn't bad either. Rusty Jigua took a sip of tea and put the cup down, then asked, haven't you seen the news from Korea? I see he is deeply in love with the only daughter of Sinway Group now. Are you sure you can wait for him to come back? I've thought this through, Grandpa, Sherry slowly spoke, her voice tinged with a smile. If he doesn't come back, I have no plans to marry again. Living with you, Mom, and the 2 children, our family life is perfect. Rusty Jigua didn't seem bothered by Sherry's answer, pouring tea with fluid grace, elegant and experienced. I've told you, I disagree with you being together. Rusty Jigua could now calmly discuss this matter. Regardless, he is my son, and you are my granddaughter. Even without blood ties, it's unacceptable. The Rusty family can't afford such scandal. Even if you two claim that his leaving severed all ties with the Rusty family, Aiko, as the future leader of Rusty Corporation, having a husband identical to my adopted son invites speculation. People might wonder if my adopted granddaughter once harbored inappropriate feelings for Gail. Translation notes. 1. Pinyin names are preserved accurately, e.g., Ian, Matthew Yaching, Sherry. 2. Kept the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English. 3. Maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks. 4. Ensured continuity and coherence with previous content. Chapter 333, leaving no effort unspared. Rusty Jigua wiped the water stains off the tea table with a cloth. Can you shoulder the responsibility of damaging the reputation of the Rusty family in Kyoto? Grandpa, it seems we're discussing this issue too early. Sherry lowered her eyes. When he finishes his revenge and when he returns are both unknown. Sherry pessimistically thought that she had already planned to spend the rest of her life with Grandpa, Mom, and the 2 kids. I heard from Special Grahamshan that you're going to Russia the day after tomorrow. Rusty Jigua changed the subject. Yes, before Jeremiah was around, he had contacted an auto company in Russia. Their engine designer is Ukrainian, and apparently, his grandfather once reviewed some Tu-160 bomber technology. Our dispatched personnel confirmed this news with him. The designer's contract with his current company is about to expire. Jeremiah sent people to contact him long ago, and they have preliminarily agreed to invite him to collaborate with us on developing a new energy vehicle engine in China. I'll negotiate a deal with their company and finalize this matter. Once the trip is over, I'll visit the lab. Sherry calculated the time. I should be back in about 6 or 7 days. As for the internal group, I promoted the biological son of Director Priscilla. As for Priscilla Wei, her capabilities don't match her current position, so I demoted her after consulting with Director Priscilla. She will stay in the company as an idle person. Good job. Rusty Jigua nodded. Seeing that it was already late, Sherry bid farewell and left the old residence of the Rusty family. On her way back, Sherry flipped through news about Sinway Group and Martin Corporation from South Korea, hoping to find any trace of Gail in the news. Despite all the disheartening news, at least it confirmed that Gail was safe. Cooper's birthday party was exceptionally lively. Although the Lee family didn't officially announce it, the media had already learned through rumors that the true heir of the Martin family would return at today's birthday party, so they were waiting outside the hotel in advance. Gail wore a custom-made suit, sitting in a luxury limousine with Amaryllis, who was wearing a light purple backless dress. Amaryllis's father, Elmwood, had already more than once remarked how much Gail resembled his parents. We have obtained the genetic sequence that your parents left behind from Martin family's private hospital. It can prove that you are Caleb. This time, we must make Cooper return what belongs to you. Elmwood said angrily. Elmwood despised Cooper for orchestrating international crime to kill his brother and sister-in-law and didn't want to associate with such a person. If not for helping Gail reclaim what belonged to him, someone like Elmwood wouldn't bother attending Cooper's birthday party. Cooper was toasting with business partners when his assistant whispered something into his ear. Cooper's face darkened. Don't let them in. Just as Cooper spoke, the metal doors were forcibly opened by Martin family's arranged security guards, catching everyone's attention. A tall figure in a black suit walked in under the guard escort, drawing everyone's attention. The moment Cooper saw Gale's face, he stood up, knocking over the wine glass next to him. Whispers spread among the guests, questioning who this grand entrance belonged to. Yanni Winstonen, who had been sitting at the table next to Cooper, stood up and greeted Gale. Gaynor, you've finally come back. Yanni Winstonen's words lit up the entire scene. Though there had been rumors about Caleb's return, no one had confirmed them until now. Unexpectedly, at Cooper's birthday party, Caleb returned in such a dramatic manner, openly confronting Cooper. Cooper stared directly at Gale, who approached him. Yanni Winstonen, you're hallucinating if you think every person you see is Gaynor. Are you desperate for Gaynor's return? Uncle Yanni, I'm back. Gale stood in front of Yanni Winstonen, speaking calmly. Good. You're back, that's great. Tears welled up in Yanni Winstonen's eyes. Though he knew Caleb was alive and had sent his son to meet him in China, he hadn't seen Caleb in person because Cooper kept him under surveillance. Today was the first time he had seen him alive since the incident. Yanni Winstonen grasped Gale's shoulders, scrutinizing him carefully. Good. Your parents would be so happy to see you back. Gale nodded and then turned to look at Cooper. Cooper clenched his teeth and glared at Gale. You claim to be Gaynor, but how do I know, if you haven't deliberately undergone plastic surgery just to seize my brother's estate on behalf of the Lee family? I don't like hearing that. Amaryllis entered, holding Elmwood's hand. I am the only daughter of Sinway Group, which will be given to my husband in the future. How can it be considered seizing the Martin family's assets when my husband takes back what belongs to him? Elmwood initially wanted to keep Amaryllis outside to listen, but upon hearing Cooper target Gale, she couldn't hold back and dragged him inside. Elmwood felt speechless. As Gale had warned them not to come, this was ultimately a matter of the Martin family. It was better not to meddle to avoid trouble. But his daughter was too young and impulsive. Since Amaryllis had stepped in, Elmwood could no longer hide behind the scenes. He smiled, gently held his daughter's hand, and led her inside slowly. Yet, from the bottom of his heart, he despised Cooper, and it showed on his face. My life was saved by Lyle Chushing many years ago. I always said I'd give my family's shares to him, but he refused. So, I included in my will that I would leave everything to Gaynor and Madeline through our children's marriage. Even if Gaynor doesn't marry Madeline, half of the Lee family's property would still go to Gaynor. I wrote this into my will years ago. Elmwood wasn't coveting the Martin family's wealth. Back then, Elmwood was a frivolous rich second generation with no real skills. When his parents and he were kidnapped, only he survived thanks to Martin Chushing, who came back from Mexico. At that time, Elmwood intended to give Martin Chushing all the Lee family's assets as promised. However, Martin Chushing explained that when Elmwood offered everything in exchange for his rescue, he accepted only to reassure Elmwood that he would spare no effort to save him, not because he trusted Elmwood. Chapter 334, Playing the Family Card. Elmwood was deeply moved and immediately formed a sworn brotherhood with Martin Chushing. Is it really Gaynor? Look at his appearance, it's almost identical to Chairman Martin from back then. Oh, didn't Cooper send people to search for his nephew Caleb all these years? How did Chairman Lee find him instead, and even got him married to his daughter for a few years? Just listen to Cooper looking for Caleb. If Caleb were to return, the entire Martin family would belong to him. It would be generous if he didn't kill Caleb. How could he bring him back? Everyone murmured in debate. Cooper couldn't bear the remarks on his face, steadied his emotions, and put on a mild expression as he looked at Rusty Jerry. You do look very much like my elder brother, but what proof do you have that you are my nephew? Just relying on your appearance isn't enough. Although Elder Lyle and Elder Sister-in-law are no longer here, you can undergo a kinship test with me. As long as we have a blood relation, I will believe you are Gaynor. Cooper said this to actually try and trip up Rusty Jerry, to see if he truly was Caleb. Rusty Jerry glanced back at the bodyguard behind him, who promptly brought out the document bag. As he walked towards Cooper, he opened the file, retrieved the genetic records left by his parents when admitted to the hospital, and compared them. The result proved he was indeed Caleb. To prevent my return to the Martin family, you arranged an assassination when Madeline and I went to China, but your people mistook someone else. Rusty Jerry, president of the Rusty Corporation, took the bullet for me. Rusty Jerry also pulled out the bank transfer records from Cooper's underling to the hit-and-run driver's wife. These are the transaction records from one of your subordinates to the hit-and-run driver's wife. Cooper's face darkened. I never did anything like that and cannot accept such false accusations. And over these years, I've always hoped to bring you back. Everyone has witnessed this. My birthday wish every year is for Gaynor to return home soon, and I even set up a foundation for you. If you are truly Gaynor, you should not wrong your uncle. Because I love Gaynor the most. Cooper didn't expect Rusty Jerry to come prepared, having already gathered all the evidence. However, admitting to hiring an assassin wasn't an option. These past years, were you planning to find me just to kill me after all, or did you genuinely want to bring me back? You know the truth well. Police inside China are investigating this matter. Whether you hired a killer will soon come to light. Rusty Jerry laughed, throwing the document bag on the table. Since I'm back now, Cooper, according to my parents' will, I will take over Martin Group. Fists clenched tightly at his side, Cooper replied, "Gaynor, you just returned. So, you spared no effort trying to eliminate me because you were unwilling to give up the big fat meat that is Martin Group?" Rusty Jerry sneered, sitting down, his hand tapping on the desk casually. "When I turned 9, grandfather left you only 1% of shares during my birthday that year. You were upset, and the lawyer played the video recorded by grandfather beforehand along with a parentage test. Have you forgotten what grandfather told you in the video?" Cooper's expression changed drastically as he stared at Rusty Jerry, who stood arrogantly before him. Back in grandfather's study, only Cooper, Martin Shosheng, Caleb, and grandfather knew about this. It turned out Cooper wasn't a child of the Martin family, but the son of grandfather's bodyguard. The bodyguard died protecting grandfather, leaving behind only a newborn son whose mother was murdered. Grandfather adopted this boy, treating him as his own child, which led Rusty Jerry's grandmother to believe Cooper was grandfather's illegitimate son. "Do you have the right to manage the Martin family?" Rusty Jerry's icy eyes stared at Cooper. "Shall I retrieve grandfather's paternity?" "Gaynor." Cooper's face turned pale, interrupting Rusty Jerry. He couldn't let others know he wasn't a Martin family member. "Martin Group is originally yours. These many years I've merely managed it on your behalf. Now that you're back, of course, Martin Group should return to your hands. I was just worried that people under me wouldn't follow orders if you came back suddenly, helping you adapt. No need for your concern." Rusty Jerry coldly laughed. "After all, you aren't even a member of our Martin family." The revelation sent ripples among the crowd. Especially seeing Cooper not rebutting caused more commotion. No one expected Cooper wasn't a Martin family member. Not even Elmwood knew this fact, needless to say others. Staggering slightly, Cooper gritted his teeth. "Even if I'm not Dad's biological son, I am his adoptive son. Martin Group's external relationships are complex, operated by me for years, something you might not handle." "Great. I didn't know you weren't a real Martin family member. Yet, you asked Gaynor for a kinship test just now. What did you intend, to seize everything belonging to Gaynor this way?" Elmwood, sitting at the round table, coldly remarked, "I've seen shameless ones, but not one as shameless as you." Ha! Elmwood had always been reckless when young, although somewhat matured in old age, he still maintained his blunt nature, cursing regardless of the occasion. "It's up to me whether I can manage it. Whether Martin Group returns to me is another story." Rusty Jerry smiled. "Fine. Since you're Martin family's heir, and you're back, Martin family belongs to you." "Good." Rusty Jerry nodded, turning to his bodyguard. Shortly, the bodyguard entered with the legal team, projecting the disordered financial department of Martin Group onto the main screen. "Starting today, you'll need to account for every asset you transferred from Martin Group, all to be returned," Rusty Jerry declared. Unexpectedly strong, Cooper tore his gaze away from the screen, looking very uneasy. "Today is my birthday celebration, Gaynor. Why must you cause such a scene? If you hadn't attempted to hire a killer so desperately, I wouldn't have done this. But since you've made your intentions clear, wouldn't remaining silent make me seem too forgiving?" Rusty Jerry tapped his fingers on the desk. "Sit down. Whatever grandfather gave you, I'll certainly give back. I won't hold a grudge for the losses you inflicted on Martin Group these years, provided you cooperate. I was a frivolous youth, utterly incompetent in business. Who'd have thought you, Cooper, were dumber than me, allowing Lee Family Sinway Group to surpass Martin Group? Leaving Martin Group in your hands would likely lead to bankruptcy." Elmwood, watching Cooper trying to appeal through familial ties, laughed coldly. Translation complete. Chapter 335, How Detestable. With the genuine Caleb's public return and show of force, he naturally held the advantage. However, what made things difficult was the person backing Cooper. Over the years, the Martin Corporation had served as Gannon's personal piggy bank. Now with Gale back and interfering, how could Gannon be happy losing this cash cow? Originally, Gale intended to make a steady and solid move upon his return, but Aladi was waiting for him. He needed to resolve matters here quickly. Seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, Cooper moved closer to Gale, lowering his voice. "Gaynor, running the corporation isn't as simple as you think. I'm afraid you can inherit the Martin Corporation, but you won't live long enough to manage it. I might be in trouble if something happens to me after you hired someone to kill me," Gale replied with a smile, also moving closer to Cooper and whispering in his ear. "Did you wonder why I chose to cause this commotion today, my dear uncle?" Cooper clenched his teeth. He had assumed Caleb would be easy to handle since he had been hiding at the Lee residence upon his return. He hadn't expected Caleb to have come fully prepared. Even before returning to the Martin family, he had already taken control of the finance department. Who was behind Caleb? Cooper looked at Yanni Winstonen. It must be this ungrateful wolf. At Chairman Cooper's birthday banquet, the true heir of Martin Corporation, Caleb, returned and disrupted the celebration. This led to an immediate financial audit by Martin Corporation's finance department and legal team. The news exploded like a bomb. Many television stations and websites set up live broadcasts outside the hotel, interviewing guests leaving the venue to learn more about what happened inside. Bloggers even went live, analyzing the reasons behind Martin Corporation's decline under Cooper's leadership. Was it due to problems in the company structure or because Cooper was lining his own pockets? This became extremely popular. The domestic community was buzzing with discussions about Martin Corporation. Especially when one blogger revealed that the waiter inside mentioned Cooper had hired someone to commit murder, mistaking Caleb for President Gale of China Rusty Corporation, leading to Gale's wrongful death. Public outrage reached unprecedented heights. At Chicken Run, really? Caleb from Martin Corporation and Rusty Corporation's president look so alike? The car accident wasn't accidental but a mistaken identity killing? That's outrageous. At Minister_QU, what? Our president Rusty was killed by mistake. Damned Cooper. Give us back our boss. At Beautiful Season, let's be rational. If this is true, why would a waiter reveal it? At Beggar's Pride, FYI, Martin Corporation was originally from Maximilian's city. In the 80s, it shifted its focus to Europe, but because of unfavorable international attitudes towards our country, Mr. Martin had no choice but to base the corporation in Japan and South Korea. At Extraordinary Master, does anyone know just how much Rusty President looks like Caleb to make the murderer confuse them? At Under the Big Banyan Tree, look through some photos. Though only a few pictures with sunglasses exist, at first glance, it really did look like President Rusty. They're eerily similar. Are they twins or related somehow? Sherry, sitting in the airport lounge, saw the updates from South Korea and felt a chill for Gale. From the fragmented information she gathered from Old Master Rusty and Clifford, she pieced together details about Gale's father. Years ago, Gale's aunt, Martin Choshu, who was engaged to Amaryllis's father Elmwood of Sinway Group, was kidnapped by Gannon, the mafia boss in Mexico, while on vacation with Elmwood's family. Martin Choshu cooperated with international police to rescue them but tragically, both Elmwood's parents died, and Gannon took Martin Choshu away, only saving Elmwood. Afterwards, Martin Choshu worked with the international police and helped with other cases to rescue his sister. After 6 years, he finally saved her. Then came the tragedy of Gale's family being murdered in China, followed by Cooper taking over Martin Corporation, even giving Martin Choshu back to Gannon. Gale's father's loyal friend Yanni Winstonen kept an eye on Cooper until one year, seeing Gannon return with Martin Choshu, who knew nothing, and observing Cooper and Gannon chatting warmly, he took a risk talking to Martin Choshu during her visit to pay respects to Martin Choshu. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Gannon wanted Martin Choshu, which led to kidnapping her and Elmwood's family. Elmwood's parents died because Martin Choshu refused to submit, causing Gannon to kill 2 people to intimidate her. Martin Choshu hated Gannon deeply but had no choice when Cooper gave her to him, claiming he would continue searching for Caleb only if she became Gannon's wife. She tried escaping many times but failed, even after having Gannon's child. From Martin Choshu being coveted by Gannon to Gale's parents being killed. Cooper and Gannon emerged as the main beneficiaries. One got Martin Corporation and protection from Gannon, the other obtained his desired wife and yearly profits through her name. Thus, Gale contacted the police his father once worked with and returned to Martin Corporation as Caleb, seeking revenge and rescuing his aunt Martin Choshu. Now, with such forceful return of Caleb, Cooper and Gannon would likely join forces. They might become desperate and attempt to eliminate Gale. Yet, Gale left Ephraim in her care. The boarding announcement was made, and Claudia, who was checking documents with assistant Matthew, hurriedly informed Sherry, "Little President Rusty, it's time to board." Sherry nodded and handed her tablet to Ephraim behind her. Just as she stood up, a policeman showed his badge and entered the VIP lounge, heading straight towards Sherry. Ephraim immediately stood from the sofa, blocking Sherry. Translation note ** maintaining the original paragraph structure, character names are rendered in pinyin, and the translation aims for natural fluency while preserving the tone and style of the original text. Chapter 336, Busy Frenzy. The young policeman fixed his gaze on Sherry, showed his police badge to Ephraim, and said, "Rusty Jinshu reported that she was being pursued with the intent to kill her. This matter is related to Miss Rusty Aiko. We need Miss Rusty Aiko's cooperation in returning to the police station for an investigation." Sherry raised an eyebrow, surprised that after so much time had passed, Rusty Jinshu was still causing trouble. Probably unable to contain herself after witnessing Gale's death from a car accident. She spoke gently, "Please wait a moment while I make arrangements." The young policeman nodded without stopping her. "Assistant Matthew, you go ahead first. I'll follow shortly. If I can't make it to Moscow, you should know the details clearly. You'll have to handle it on my behalf. Inform the lab that I will come next time. I'll have Tobias communicate this, and this time, you have full authority to make all decisions on my behalf." Sherry did not argue with the policeman, not wanting the scene at the airport involving the police to be posted online by malicious individuals, causing unnecessary trouble. Assistant Matthew withdrew his gaze from the policeman and nodded, "Matthew. Don't worry." After speaking, Sherry walked up to the policeman, "Let's go." With Rusty Jinshu and Gale both encountering incidents one after another, the benefactor could only be Sherry, making her a natural suspect. Moreover, Rusty Jinshu's report directly implicated Sherry. As she walked with the policeman, Tobias had already called the legal department of Rusty Corporation. Sherry instructed Tobias, who was closely following behind her, "I am going with the police to assist with the investigation. Someone will surely use this incident to create articles linking it to the inheritance of the Rusty family and even the death of Chairman Rusty, which could impact the corporation. Therefore, let the legal department file a lawsuit against Rusty Jinshu for malicious entrapment, and release news on our official social media account beforehand." Handling the matter like this was currently the best approach for Sherry, but, even so, it would more or less affect Rusty Corporation. Other board members might also express dissatisfaction, causing grandfather extra trouble. Okay, don't worry. Tobias nodded. Call grandfather again and explain the situation. After I cooperate with the police inquiry in return, I'll head back to the company first. Please reassure grandfather that he shouldn't worry. Got it. Tobias quickly followed beside Sherry. Soon, Sherry arrived at the police station with the policeman. To her surprise, Carlo, whom she knew well, was waiting for her at the police station. Carlo had helped with the case involving May years ago when he worked in the legal department of Rusty Corporation's Haicheng branch. Sherry had once asked Carlo why such a capable person didn't work directly for Rusty Corporation but stayed at a branch. Carlo smiled and said, "My child is still small, my wife has to take care of the child alone and also look after both sets of parents. I can't leave everything to her and go to the capital city myself." Unexpectedly, Carlo had come to the capital city. Carlo. Sherry greeted him with a smile and a nod. President Rusty. Carlo nodded warmly and accompanied Sherry throughout the process. Sherry cooperated fully with the police, answering questions and providing information as required. Afterward, Carlo immediately filed a report at the police station and issued a document. The malicious report by Rusty Jinshu had significantly impacted Rusty Corporation, especially since her fiancé's family business was competing with Rusty Corporation for a major Russian partnership. A shocking twist soon emerged. The police station received a call from high-ranking government officials, and the police chief was scolded harshly. Sherry's main goal for traveling to Russia was to negotiate a deal with the Ukrainian engine designer and bring him to the country safely. Regardless of whether his grandfather had truly seen Tu-160 bomber technology, ensuring his safe arrival was priority. If he had relevant information, they would collaborate with the military industry, otherwise, staying at Rusty Corporation wouldn't hurt, as he could research new energy engines. However, due to unfounded reasons, the police brought Sherry back from the airport. After announcing their intention to sue Rusty Jinshu, Carlo proposed that Rusty Corporation would sue the hit-and-run driver for intentional homicide and submitted a copy of the sales contract showing that the driver's wife had bought a house with money. While some in the police force insisted on investigating Gail's death, young policeman Renharan found that there were funds transferred into the driver's wife's account. However, the police had yet to announce any findings. The internet is buzzing with rumors that President Rusty's accidental death was due to the struggle over the Martin Corporation inheritance, mistaking President Rusty for the heir Caleb. This needs investigation too, Carlo said smilingly to the police. We hope the police can give President Rusty justice. As expected by Sherry, news of her arrest spread quickly while she was still at the police station. But Rusty Corporation acted swiftly, releasing 2 tweets before most netizens saw videos of her being arrested. One tweet stated that Rusty Corporation had filed a lawsuit against Rusty Jinshu for maliciously entrapping its CEO, Rusty Aiko, and would firmly pursue legal responsibility. The second tweet revealed that Rusty Corporation had discovered that the driver responsible for Gail's death had used borrowed money to buy a house. They had already filed a report and would hold the driver and those orchestrating behind the scenes legally accountable. The tweet also directly tagged Sinway Group, hoping for their assistance in providing evidence. The tweets instantly went viral. The first tweet was understandable, but the second practically declared to everyone that Gail's death was linked to the dispute over Martin Corporation's inheritance, even implicating current chairman Cooper. In other words, it directly accused Martin Corporation's current chairman of mistakenly killing Rusty Corporation's president Gail due to resemblance to Martin Corporation's heir, Caleb. Instantly, bloggers and influencers who had previously posted videos linking Gail's death, Rusty Jinshu's injury, and Sherry's claim to Rusty family inheritance rushed to delete their posts within minutes. These bloggers were all being monitored by Rusty Corporation, which saved their videos, screenshots from social media, and video accounts, then publicly announced the filing of lawsuits. Netizens joked below, saying that Rusty Corporation had filed too many reports today, keeping the police busy. Translation completed based on the provided guidelines. Chapter 337, A Step Above. Rusty Corporation's official Weibo account posted a reply. Our young president Rusty said, "We are good citizens who abide by laws and regulations. When something happens, we seek help from the police." It was followed by a face emoji showing pride. This reply was pinned at the top, and many people went to check out Rusty Corporation's sudden change in style, which boosted its image significantly. The fact that they dared to report directly showed they were not intimidated at all. At a rare puppy, Rusty Jinshu reported it, and so did Rusty Corporation about malicious defamation and demanded legal liability. They're tough. Those bloggers and influencers must have colluded. As soon as they posted videos saying the new young president Rusty hired someone to commit murder to fight for inheritance rights, Rusty Corporation retaliated against Martin Corporation fiercely. I'm laughing so hard, those bloggers even deleted their posts after realizing Rusty Corporation had secretly taken screenshots of everything. At Nyahulu Orange, this cute reply from Rusty Corporation really hits home for me. How has Rusty Corporation changed? You were never like this before. At Frozen Pear is delicious, laughed so hard. Some bloggers have issued statements admitting someone paid them to release guiding videos as soon as news came out that young President Rusty was being questioned by the police. They directly at Rusty Corporation and begged on their knees while showing bank transfers. At My Kid is 4 years old, seeing those bloggers' declarations under Rusty Corporation's actions, I recall an old saying, a vicious business battle. But because of chips and lithography machines, I always see Rusty Corporation through rose-tinted glasses and support them blindly. And don't forget Hangji Bio too. At Cheese has no worries. Family, listen up, young President Rusty is definitely not like that. I've seen his speeches in various competitions, seriously eye-opening. He represents beauty, strength, tragedy, and justice. And I heard he and Chairman Rusty are close relatives. Their leadership in Rusty Corporation and Hangji Bio, despite sanctions from country, made Chinese people proud. At gently raising an example, I agree with what young President Rusty said, encountering issues should involve going to the police first. I've been following Sister Star since the early days. The news about her biological family dispute drew me to her. Watching her competition speeches always advocating for stricter punishment for human trafficking really touches me. At Dingjin cheers on, everyone should be clear, if it truly was an inheritance dispute and young President Rusty hired someone to kill Rusty Jinshu and Chairman Rusty, would President Rusty tolerate him? Think about what kind of person President Rusty is, he's decisive. Online discussions were heated because of Rusty Corporation's action of reporting the matter and counter-tagging Sinway Group, leading to a very positive trend online. Comments criticizing Brielle were overshadowed by supportive discussions. When Brielle exited the police station, she saw Special Grahamshan standing by the car. Inside, it could only be Mr. Rusty. Upon seeing Brielle walking down the steps, Special Grahamshan opened the door, and Mr. Rusty stepped out with his cane. Brielle, who was speaking to Carlo, quickened her pace. "Grandfather, why did you come? Are you alright?" Mr. Rusty asked. "I'm fine." Since Rusty Jinshu reported it, the police conducted a normal questioning process. The government also contacted the police, confirming I can travel abroad without issue. Brielle smiled. After all, her trip to Russia to meet the Ukrainian designer wasn't just for Rusty Corporation. Mr. Rusty patted Brielle's head, noticing her surprise. "Stay still, paparazzi are taking photos." Brielle nodded in understanding. "Go ahead." Special Grahamshan has arranged for the private jet at the airport. In the future, use private jets to avoid unnecessary trouble. And don't delay the CCTV interview any longer. "All right." Brielle nodded. "Once I return from Moscow, I'll arrange for teacher Janig to interview at the company." Watching Brielle leave in the car, Mr. Rusty finally got back into his own vehicle. Today, he came to show support for Brielle at the police station. In the car, Brielle lowered the window and waved goodbye to Mr. Rusty before asking Tobias, how did people react after the official Weibo post? Tobias hurriedly handed over a tablet. These tweets tagging Sinway Group and accusing the bloggers were all done on Special Grahamshan's orders, Tobias said. Brielle understood, it was Mr. Rusty's decision through Ferguson, which reversed public opinion and garnered support for her. Arriving in Moscow via private jet earlier than Matthew assistant, Brielle first settled into the hotel. Rusty Corporation had booked a presidential suite for her, but she preferred privacy and didn't invite the housekeeper. Ephraim stood guard at the entrance and opted to stay in the housekeeper's room. Just as Brielle tossed her coat onto the sofa, she turned, and was embraced. "Rusty, Before she could call out his name, Gail kissed her. Initially resisting, her yearning took over. She felt his solid heartbeat under her palms as he deepened the kiss and lifted her onto the long table behind the sofa. Matthew-porting herself, she gripped his shirt tightly, forced to endure his urgent, rough kisses, tears streaming from her eyes. Chapter 338, Calming Down. Having not seen her for so long, Gail seemed as if he wanted to devour her whole. His fiery lips carried an overwhelmingly aggressive passion, almost setting her ablaze and melting her. If not for her arms supporting herself on the long table, she would have weakened completely. Sherry felt dizzy from the kiss. Catching a breath, she asked, "Why are you here?" "I missed you." Gail grabbed her knees and pulled her closer, guiding her slender legs around his narrow but firm waist. With large hands on her slim waist, he pressed her against him and continued kissing her. "Missed you terribly." Gail's voice was incredibly charming, sending shivers down Sherry's spine. She sensed that Gail's right hand tightly circled her slender waist while his left supported the back of the sofa. The deep and fierce kiss pressed their bodies tightly together. Unbeknownst to Wen, Sherry's arms had climbed up Gail's shoulders, even encircling his neck, bearing back. How could Sherry not yearn for Gail? Especially after seeing pictures of Gail holding hands with Amaryllis, and hearing Amaryllis say happily that she was going to have a grand wedding with her husband. Jealousy cleared Sherry's mind for a moment, causing her to retaliate by biting Gail's tongue which was invading her mouth. Without glasses, Gail's sharp, deep eyes gazed at Sherry fiercely and passionately, filled with crazed possessiveness, making it seem like he could consume her instantly. Sherry's action did not make Gail release her in the slightest, instead, it roused his desire for conquest. He cupped Sherry's nape, capturing her tongue in a heavy kiss, intertwining and deepening the wild kiss until Sherry's tongue ached. He then released her lips, lifting her legs and carrying her toward the bedroom. Sherry's limp hands helplessly clung to Gail's neck, barely breathing under his intense gaze. "Wait, I need to ask you something." Gail's Adam's apple rolled slightly, suppressing his emotions. He sat on the sofa with Sherry on his lap, kissing her crimson lips. "Speak." Although he said this, Gail gave Sherry no chance to speak. The quiet living room echoed with sounds of the kisses. Sherry tried pushing Gail's shoulders but was pinned down onto the sofa by his grip on her wrists. Taking advantage of a break between kisses, she panted, "You made such a scene at Cooper's birthday party. Weren't you afraid of danger?" "Because I made a scene, there is no danger." Gail's heavy breathing caressed Sherry's neck. He lightly kissed her jawline, making her toes curl. "Get up." Sherry couldn't push him away, turning to look at him with wet eyes. "Did no one follow you when you came to Russia?" "Gail. I said I can't bring danger to the Rusty family. I will wait for you. You coming here might cause trouble for the Rusty family. I saw the official Weibo account of Rusty Corporation." As Gail spoke, he began unbuttoning Sherry's shirt. "So I decided to come to Moscow, and book the same hotel as you, creating an illusion of a partnership between me and Rusty Corporation. I estimate Cooper will soon send people with cooperation proposals to the Rusty Corporation. This benefits Rusty Corporation greatly." Gail, raised by the old master, understood the old master's intentions just by seeing the Weibo post. Instead of hiding, it was better for Rusty Corporation to openly confront Martin Corporation, investigating Gail's death, preventing people from linking Caleb and Gail. After all, there were photos of Caleb and Gail being at different places simultaneously before. For the anxious Caleb returning to take over Martin Corporation, if it were Cooper who accidentally killed Rusty Corporation's heir, then seeking cooperation with Rusty Corporation was understandable. The shirt off, Sherry's rounded shoulders exposed to the air, she shivered and pressed closer to Gail. Gail bit into Sherry's shoulder, the scorching heat in his mouth making her heartbeat uncontrollable, silencing any words. Half-closed eyes, covered in goosebumps, her whimpers swallowed by Gail. His repressed desires unleashed uncontrollably. Gail's usual dominant demeanor extended to the bed, leaving Sherry defenseless. Mathilter assistant arrived, instructing the driver to return the suitcase to the hotel and met the Ukrainian engine designer per Sherry's arrangements, hoping to finalize the 6-year contract before his current company's contract expired. By the time Mathilter returned, it was late. He went straight to rest, planning to report to Sherry the next day. Early the next morning, Sherry's phone vibrated incessantly. Holding Sherry, Gail propped himself up, kissed her cheek, adjusted the blanket over her, and reached for the bedside phone. It was an unknown number. Not intending to answer for her, he silenced the phone. Just as he was about to place it back, a message popped up. "Enan, please talk to me. I'm about to go crazy." Gail paused, deleted the message, blocked the number, and placed the phone back. Intuition told him it was Sam, possibly drunk. Only Sam would send such a clingy message. He turned and kissed Sherry, whose sleepy eyes struggled to open. Sherry woke up from the kiss. Groggily waking due to lack of oxygen, she pushed against Gail's shoulders. "I want to sleep some more. I need to meet the engine designer you talked to later." The designer had always been negotiated by Gail, but the sudden announcement of Gail's death unnerved him. Sherry's visit was to express Rusty Corporation's sincerity. This was why Mathilter met the designer upon arrival. When Gail met the designer, Mathilter accompanied him, assuring that there was no internal conflict in Rusty Corporation, confirming Gail's accident was genuine, thus soothing the designer. Chapter 339, The Person Behind. Gail tightened her hold on Sherry's arm, pulling her closer into her embrace. "Shouldn't you be heading back to your room?" Sherry glanced out from the corner of the curtain that hadn't fully closed. Dawn was fast approaching. "Just a little longer wouldn't hurt." Gail kissed Sherry's forehead gently and whispered, "I heard that Miss Matthews' brother-in-law seems quite adept at pleasing women." Sherry opened her eyes, which had just closed in weariness, and turned to look at Gail who stared intently at her. She asked slowly, "I heard you're planning a grand wedding for Mrs. Martin, Amaryllis? Not happy about it? As for Miss Matthews' brother-in-law, if it displeases you, I can keep my distance. I said I would wait for you. If you don't return, I never intended to move on. Living with grandfather, mother, and the child for the rest of my life is fine." Sherry turned around, nestling deeper into Gail's arms. "But regarding Amaryllis, even though I'm unhappy, for your safety, the wedding should still go ahead." Sherry wasn't exaggerating her influence. She didn't think that by expressing her unhappiness, Gail would cancel the wedding. In reality, she knew this wedding couldn't be cancelled. She simply didn't want to make things difficult for Gail. "After everything is over, I'll give you an even grander wedding," Gail promised. "I don't care about that," Sherry replied softly. "And grandfather probably won't allow it either. I don't want a wedding, I only wish for you to come back safely." "I know." Gail held Sherry's hand to her lips, kissing it tenderly. "When have you set up the meeting with the Ukrainian engine designer?" "Kayla met with the designer after arriving yesterday, but I don't know when they agreed to meet." Sherry explained. "My purpose for coming here is for this designer, so we'll follow his schedule. Once you've set a time, we'll have dinner together as Caleb and Rusty Iko," Gail said with a faint smile. "You can directly ask Cooper for what you need." After learning that he and the Rusty Group people had met, Cooper wouldn't want another enemy like the Rusty Group. So he tried to deliver what the Rusty Group wanted. "You mean the lithography machine technology?" Sherry looked up, her clear eyes fixed on Gail. "Earlier, I thought you'd return to the Martin family and take control of the Martin Corporation. If our technology hadn't broken through yet, you'd collaborate with the Rusty Group." Gail nodded. "That was the plan initially, but since there's a faster way, why not use it? And it gives me a lever to hold over Cooper." "All right, noted." Sherry agreed and urged Gail, "Go back now. Don't get caught. After Gail left, Sherry got up, washed up, and called over Matthew's assistant and little Claudia. The suite manager delivered breakfast to the suite dining area and left. As they ate, Sherry questioned Matthew's assistant and Ephraim about the results of yesterday's meeting with the engine designer. Yesterday, after Harold saw me, he was relieved. He read about President Rusty's passing and seemed to think it was related to the Korean side of the Martin Corporation. Seeing me in the Rusty group reassured him further, Matthew's assistant explained slowly. I clarified your relationship with President Rusty, but, initially, President Rusty negotiated with Harold. This time, Harold wants a higher salary before agreeing to meet you. Sherry sipped her milk and nodded. After reviewing the contract last night, Harold only asked for a salary adjustment? Nothing else? Nothing else. It didn't seem problematic, so I agreed to his request on your behalf. Matthew's assistant opened a tablet and handed it to Sherry. We're set to meet today at 3 p.m. here. Driving there takes 2.5 hours? Sherry was surprised. Matthew's assistant nodded. Harold enjoys fishing and plans to use that as an excuse to avoid attention. We all want to avoid any hitches before finalizing this deal. Fine, Sherry agreed. Money isn't an issue. Raise his offer slightly more and tell him it's our sincerity. Money has never been an issue for the Rusty Group. What they lacked was technology. Got it. Matthew's assistant nodded. I'll inform Harold shortly. Little Claudia glanced at his watch. Miss Rusty, there's a video conference in 40 minutes. Understood, Sherry nodded. After the conference, we still have time before meeting Harold. Little Claudia, book us a table at a nice restaurant for lunch, so we can leave right afterward. Matt here. After the video conference, Sherry prepared to leave for lunch. Exiting the hotel's main door, little Claudia just opened the car door when someone called out to Sherry. Miss Rusty. All four turned to look at the voice source. Kayla and little Claudia widened their eyes in shock, and even Ephraim's pupils dilated in surprise. Though Ephraim worked under Clifford, he was only trained to protect Gail and was unaware of her true identity. Wearing sunglasses, Gail walked toward them with hands in pockets, bearing a face identical to the original Gail but exuding a different aura altogether. If the real Gail exuded a reserved, dignified, and captivating calmness, akin to snow-capped mountains and white peaks, then this person radiated warmth like a golden mountain emerging from melting snow. President Rusty? Little Claudia murmured, glancing at Kayla, who wore an incredulous expression. Kayla had always puzzled over why, after the accident, Gail appeared not too badly injured initially but passed away overnight. Removing her sunglasses, Gail extended a hand towards Sherry with a smile. Miss Rusty, hello. I'm Caleb. Kayla suddenly understood. No wonder the driver hit the wrong person. Sherry also extended her hand. Hello. The Rusty Group's President Rusty took the brunt of a disaster meant for me, Gail said seriously. Given that you and President Rusty are close, I imagine you must also want to know the person behind it all. Would you spare me some time to show you something? Chapter 340, Unfazed. All right. Sherry nodded. Tobias, you and Matthew assistant go to the restaurant for lunch. Let Ephraim stay with me. You can come to the hotel to pick me up later, Sherry turned and said to Kayla and Tobias. Okay. Kayla nodded, her gaze lingering on Gail's face involuntarily. Gail looked composed under Kayla's scrutiny and even glanced back at her. Sherry and Gail arrived at the hotel's open-air cafe. Ephraim sat nearby, his eyes constantly observing Gail. Sherry picked up her coffee cup. Are Cooper's people following? The photo should have already been delivered to Cooper. Gail pushed a file towards Sherry. If all goes well, Cooper's people should contact the Rusty Group soon. If Cooper asks, tell him it's the cooperation plan I gave you. All right. Sherry nodded. Having lunch here at the hotel? How about going to that restaurant we first visited in Moscow? I've booked a table. Now is the perfect time. Gail glanced at his watch. I'll drive, let Ephraim follow. All right. Sherry nodded, called Tobias to inform her of the restaurant address, and hung up after instructing her to pick her up there later. After gauging that they had played their parts long enough, they got up and headed to the restaurant. On the other end of the phone, Tobias, looking worriedly at Kayla, spoke up, that Mr. Martin just now really gave me a fright. I thought he was CEO Rusty. You've been with CEO Rusty for so many years, don't you think this Mr. Martin looks exactly like him? Could they be twins? And our CEO Rusty seems to have been adopted as well, so, could he be a long-lost brother of Mr. Martin? We don't know much about Mr. Martin's past. However, in all my years working for Mr. Rusty, I never heard CEO Rusty mention having a twin brother. Kayla felt indignant. Clearly, this is some internal feud within the Martin family. Just because Mr. Martin looks like our CEO Rusty, it shouldn't drag CEO Rusty into this unwarranted disaster. This is unjustifiable. So, what does this appearance mean for little Miss Rusty? Tobias was concerned about Sherry. Is little Miss Rusty in any danger? With Ephraim around, nothing should happen. Kayla quickly regained composure. From what that Mr. Martin implied earlier, it seems he wants to use CEO Rusty's accident to discuss cooperation with little Miss Rusty. The one who killed CEO Rusty by mistake previously would dare not attempt anything against Little Miss Rusty again. With a giant like Rusty Group here, killing 2 heirs would make them too stupid, drawing Rusty Group as an enemy. Yesterday, right after landing, Kayla checked the latest events on domestic social media and found information about the Martin Group and its key figures, Cooper and Caleb, and also Sinway Group and its sole daughter, Amaryllis. A smart person could piece together some information from these facts. For instance, it was likely Cooper who hired the assassin to secure Martin family assets, and CEO Rusty became an innocent victim. Tobias trusted Kayla and was slightly reassured but still suggested, we should pick up Little Miss Rusty sooner. Alright, Kayla agreed. During the meal, Kayla kept checking her phone for updates on the current situation within the Martin Group. South Korean media reported that most shares of Sinway Group, part of Amaryllis's dowry, were now in Caleb's possession. On the night of Cooper's birthday banquet, lawyers and financial auditors confirmed that Caleb had successfully taken over as chairman and CEO of Martin Group. However, Cooper, after years of running Martin Group, remained as a board member instead of leaving immediately, which wasn't surprising given his deep-rooted influence. It made sense why Caleb wanted to cooperate with Little Miss Rusty. Now that Rusty Group was embroiled in conflict with Cooper due to Gale's death, an alliance could be beneficial. Enemies of one's enemies are friends, especially when dealing with such a powerful entity as Rusty Group. Semiconductors. Kayla thought. Caleb is likely offering semiconductors in exchange for cooperation. Otherwise, Little Miss Rusty wouldn't agree to meet him. She then told Tobias, make sure you don't miss any calls. Caleb will approach Little Miss Rusty soon for cooperation. Meanwhile, Cooper, unwilling to have Rusty Group as an enemy, might seek out Little Miss Rusty as well. If Caleb offers semiconductors, Cooper could offer the latest lithography machine technology. Understood. Tobias replied. After lunch, Kayla and Tobias waited outside the restaurant for Sherry. Gale walked Sherry to her car, opened the door for her, and leaned down slightly to speak once she was inside. Little Miss Rusty, consider my proposal seriously. Investigating together can clear the suspicions surrounding your involvement in the heir dispute. I see Mr. Martin's sincerity. I will consider it upon my return, she replied softly, meeting his eyes. Beware of that driver, be careful you aren't silenced, Gale added with a smile, closing the door before stepping back. Noticing Kayla's prolonged stare, Gale raised an eyebrow and asked, anything else? Just that you and our CEO Rusty look incredibly alike, almost like twins, Kayla commented. I'm sorry, no twins. My apologies. Kayla apologized and entered the passenger seat. Watching the car drive away with Sherry, Gale's driver pulled up beside him. Gale opened the door, got in, and while checking emails on his phone, asked, are Cooper's people still following us? Yes, they're still following. Should we lose them? No need, let them continue. Sir, there's one more thing. Your wife has also arrived in Moscow, the driver glanced at Gale through the rearview mirror. She just arrived at the hotel when you reached the restaurant. Gale paused mid-swipe on his phone, remaining expressionless. Understood. He thought Amaryllis wouldn't speak to him for a while after that night. His phone buzzed with a call from Amaryllis. Gale put it to his ear, hearing her slightly worried voice. I heard you met with Little Miss Rusty of Rusty Group. Don't you care about the consequences? What if it gets exposed? Hashtag chapter 341, too similar. Don't worry, it's fine. Hearing Gale say this, Amaryllis on the other end of the phone paused and asked, does the adopted daughter that the Rusty family took in also know your true identity? Madeline, since you've come to Moscow, enjoy yourself. Don't worry too much about other matters, I have everything under control. Every additional person who knows your identity increases the danger to you. Don't you understand? Lyle Gaynor. I'm really worried about you. Gale pinched her temples and gestured for the driver to pull over. After the driver got out of the car, Gale explained, when the Rusty Corporation tagged the Martin Corporation on their official Weibo, I had to come here and meet with the Rusty Corporation representatives to discuss cooperation. This makes it more convincing. But I can't meet with Mr. Rusty. Firstly, he has already handed over the Rusty Corporation to Sherry. Secondly, Mr. Rusty raised me, so he would recognize my true identity. Only Sherry, as the executive president of the Rusty Corporation and a member of the Rusty family, hasn't interacted much with me before. She will only think I look like Gale. Gale couldn't tell Amaryllis that Sherry knew everything about her yet. She couldn't let Amaryllis suspect anything about her feelings toward Sherry. Amaryllis was somewhat obsessive, and there was a dangerous element near her that couldn't be dealt with right now. She couldn't risk Aiko's safety. Madeline, do you expect me to explain everything to you every time I do something? Gale's voice carried an edge of sharpness. Lyle Gaynor, I didn't mean that. I just worry about you, Amaryllis admitted softly. Few people knew Gale's true identity, and Amaryllis was one of them. This was one of the reasons Amaryllis felt special to Gale. She didn't want any other woman to know what was supposed to be her secret with Lyle Gaynor. Madeline, you are an independent woman. Before I returned, you managed Claudianway Group well. Don't put all your focus on others, Gale sincerely hoped Amaryllis would do better. I know, Amaryllis replied dejectedly but couldn't control herself. Since childhood, everyone around her told her she would marry Lyle Gaynor in the future, and Lyle Gaynor would take care of her. Before Lyle Gaynor returned, she could manage Claudianway Group perfectly. Now that Lyle Gaynor was back, she only wanted to be his wife, like Auntie Martin in the past, staying at home to support him and raise children. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Before Gail finished speaking, Amaryllis hurriedly interrupted. Can I come along? The media already knows I came to Moscow to find you. If we're not together, it might arouse suspicion. I'll return in the afternoon to have dinner with you. The place I need to go isn't suitable for you to join. Rest in the hotel for now, or go out if you get bored. After hanging up, Gail instructed the driver to buy a bouquet of flowers and send it to the suite at the hotel. Cooper's people were still following them. In public. Caleb and Amaryllis needed to maintain the appearance of a loving couple. After hanging up, Amaryllis turned to the person behind her. Did you get all the information on that Sherry and her past? Here it is. Amaryllis's bodyguard handed her the file, just received. Amaryllis took the file, hesitated briefly, then tore it open, taking out the thick stack of documents. She sat down on a recliner in the bedroom and began flipping through them. You can leave now, Amaryllis said to the bodyguard. The file revealed that Sherry was related to the original, Gail, whom her brother replaced. After her brother was adopted by the chairman of the Rusty Corporation, he always treated Sherry kindly. Sherry once dated the only son of the Yusef Group in Haicheng, and Gail, as Gail, supported the Yusef Group. Later, after marrying the Yusef Group's son, Sherry became a vegetative state patient after a car accident. Her brother often visited her almost weekly as Gail. Amaryllis frowned, feeling a strange unease. Even if Sherry was a relative of the person her brother replaced, wasn't this level of care a bit too much? Amaryllis clutched the file tightly, pulling out Sherry's photo from the folder. As a woman, she couldn't help but admit that Sherry was exceptionally beautiful, with eyes resembling those of her brother. Sherry wasn't the kind of beauty characterized by delicacy but rather a vibrant, striking beauty with a strong presence. Her features were very defined, and when lightly made up, she looked serene and composed. When fully adorned, she shone like a star. Moreover, Sherry's resume was impressive. A renowned prodigy in Haicheng in her youth, winning gold medals in international competitions, and turning down offers from prestigious foreign universities. After the car accident, despite the bullying she faced upon regaining consciousness, she founded Hengji Biotech, which grew into a significant company within a few years. Amaryllis suddenly remembered Gail telling her earlier that she was an independent woman who had managed Claudianway Group well before her return. Amaryllis thought of Adelaide, the third miss of Matthew Corporation, who once had a betrothal arrangement with Gail. Frowning, did Lyle Gaynor prefer independent career women like Sherry, women who focused on their careers and excelled in their fields? She re-examined the documents about Gail visiting Sherry during her vegetative state repeatedly, sensing some hidden truths. It wasn't paranoia, but she suspected that the person Lyle Gaynor liked before might be Sherry. Though Amaryllis couldn't confirm if the person in Gail's heart was Adelaide, Sherry's presence in Moscow gave her a chance to probe further. Sherry opened the envelope given by Gail and found the chip cooperation proposal inside. Matthew suspected correctly by Assistant Matthew, Tobias remarked. So, let's wait a bit longer. Someone will contact us soon. Let's see if we can obtain the photolithography technology to break the US's technical blockade. Sherry smiled and handed the envelope to Tobias. Mr. Martin does indeed resemble President Rusty a lot. Kayla couldn't help but marvel. If it weren't for the difference in their demeanors, I'd mistake this Mr. Martin for President Rusty in the same clothes. Yes, Sherry agreed. During dinner today, I also felt a bit disoriented, thinking that President Rusty might still be here. The atmosphere in the car suddenly turned cold. Hashtag chapter 342, the last time. Kayla felt very troubled as well. Tobias, seeing this, clutched the file tightly and smiled. In my opinion, how can Mr. Martin compare with our CEO Rusty? When our CEO Rusty stands there, he exudes the presence of a mountain, calm and stable, looking powerful and omnipotent. Mr. Martin seems a bit restless, not as steady as our CEO Rusty. Indeed. Kayla replied, there's almost no information available on this Mr. Martin, so we don't know what kind of personality he has. However, I found some information on Chairman Cooper. Once the detailed materials from the Secretary's office are ready, young CEO Rusty can study them further. Kayla always worked meticulously. You've been very hard-working. Just as Sherry finished speaking, Tobias's phone rang. Kayla reminded her not to miss an unknown call, so Tobias quickly answered it, holding it to her ear. Hello, who is this? Tobias paused and glanced at Sherry. Sinway Group? Yes, rest assured, I will relay this to young CEO Rusty. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up, under Kayla's gaze, Tobias told Sherry, it was Sinway Group's Miss Amaryllis. She said she is in Moscow and wants to ask if you're available. She wants to invite you and her husband for dinner. She mentioned, regarding the news about CEO Rusty being harmed, she has some evidence, if you're interested. Amaryllis is also in Moscow? Tobias glanced at Kayla again and continued, Miss Lee called personally and is looking forward to your reply. For now, no need to respond. Sherry showed no interest in knowing Amaryllis. Focus on Harold's matters first. Hashtag underground casino in Moscow. Gail entered the underground casino using Caleb's identity. From the entrance, they took the elevator down to the sublevels, greeted by strong perfume and tobacco smoke mingled with other pungent odors. The dimly lit third basement floor was filled with couples intertwined. Some lay unconscious on the floor from excessive alcohol, while others couldn't control themselves, tearing clothes off whoever was next to them, engaging in clandestine activities regardless of gender. Furrowing her brow, Gail followed a tattooed man towards the interior, escorted by her driver-cum-bodyguard and 6 burly guards, all of whom looked like hired mercenaries, their faces etched with the scars of countless battles. The tattooed man apologized softly. "I apologize, Mr. Martin. The elevator above cannot go directly down. It's to give us enough time to evacuate if necessary, so I have to take you this way." Gail responded indifferently. Only after several more elevator rides, reaching the deepest part of the bunker, did Gail loosen the buttons of her shirt, barely hiding her disgust. As soon as the elevator reached the lowest level, a refreshing breeze dispelled the muddled air around them. Why did Pa Song choose such a place? Gail threw her jacket to a guard, clearly displeased with the smell. "Russia enforces strict anti-drug laws just like China, so our boss tends to be more cautious," one of Pa Song's men explained. If not for Gail posing as Caleb, and conveniently, Caleb was also the archenemy of both Cooper and Zaya Jingen, Pa Song would never let anyone bring Gail here. After all, this was one of his key hideouts in Russia. Corridors lined with paintings from various countries led to a bulletproof door guarded by bodyguards, which opened only after a thorough pat-down. Gail then entered alone. Pa Song, though only 34, had already established himself as a formidable leader in Southeast Asia. He harbored deep-seated animosity towards Zaya Jingen, whose actions had destroyed Pa Song's family, forcing him to flee under the protection of his father's trusted subordinates. Years later, Pa Song returned to reclaim his territory and now rivaled Zaya Jingen. But this was a brutal line of work where neither side could be underestimated. Killing each other wasn't easy for either of them. Given their shared history, Caleb contacted Pa Song, and the latter was keen to cooperate. Of course, this was based on Pa Song's thorough investigation of Caleb. Dressed in a flowered shirt with an open collar revealing his necklace, tight muscles, and full-body tattoos, Pa Song was aiming a cue stick at a billiard ball when he sensed someone enter. Smiling crookedly, he pocketed the shot in broken English. "Welcome, Mr. Martin." Pa Song stood alone in the spacious room. Gail chuckled, walking over and sitting on the sofa, crossing her legs gracefully. "So you wanted to meet me? What's next? Take it easy. If anyone hates Zaya Jingen, it's not less than you." Pa Song pocketed another shot before leaning back on the pool table, lifting his glass and smiling at Gail. "Or shall I kill Cooper to get our partnership started right? Cooper is the only link between the Martin Corporation and Zaya Jingen. If you're that stupid, then I see no point in working together." Gail's voice was cold and distant. "Ha ha ha." Pa Song discarded his cue stick and poured Gail a drink. "I prefer working with smart people. If you really want me to kill Cooper, I might think twice." Gail didn't touch the glass, her cold eyes staring at the laid-back Pa Song. "If I return to the Martin family, Cooper will undoubtedly seek help from Zaya Jingen, who will surely try to eliminate me. After all, like you, I am a threat. As a law-abiding citizen, I can't obtain evidence of Cooper's collaboration with Zaya Jingen through normal channels. But if you can, I can send Cooper to jail." Pa Song instantly understood Gail's meaning. Sending Cooper to jail would make Zaya Jingen seem eager to silence him, since only Zaya Jingen wouldn't want Cooper to reveal any secrets. "In that case, if I promise Cooper his safety, he might give me information on Zaya Jingen, even details of Zaya Jingen's hideouts." Pa Song laughed, shifting his tongue against his cheek. "All right, my people will handle it. Expect a satisfactory response within 2 weeks." Hearing this, Gail finally raised her glass, clinking it against Pa Song's. "Then I'll wait for your good news." Draining the glass, Gail rose and headed for the door, turning back to look at Pa Song. "This is our first meeting, and I hope it will be our last." Chapter 343, Taking Matters into One's Own Hands. Thomas made an okay gesture with his hand. "I have a quirk. I only trust my intuition, so I meet all potential partners in person. If my gut says we can work together, then we will. If it tells me otherwise." Thomas smiled and licked his lips. "Then, I can only send them on their way." Gail raised an eyebrow. "My intuition tells me that regarding Gannon's matter." Thomas sat on the coffee table, legs crossed, one hand supporting him while the other held a wine glass towards Gail. "We will collaborate smoothly." With that, Thomas downed the wine in one gulp. Just as Gail stepped out through the open security door, Thomas's voice came from inside, "Just like how Clifford and I collaborated smoothly." Laughing, Thomas uncorked another bottle and poured himself a drink. "There's one thing I hope you remember." Gail looked at Thomas warningly. "Clifford doesn't touch drugs." Thomas laughed and raised both hands. "Of course, I was talking about past collaborations, not this." Gail gave Thomas a long, intense look before stepping out. Through the slowly closing bulletproof door, Thomas watched Gail's tall silhouette, draining another cup. Didn't expect this Caleb to be someone with feelings. Back in the lounge, Thomas continued drinking until his tattooed subordinate Donald returned and informed him that Caleb had been sent off. Thomas then asked Donald, "What do you think of Caleb?" Donald hesitated, recalling the tangled scene he saw earlier when escorting Gale back inside, and said, "He's a decent man." "What kind of evaluation is that?" Thomas sneered, bending down to retrieve a gun from under the coffee table and tucking it behind his waist before leaving the room with Donald via a hidden elevator behind the bookshelf. Sherry's side was proceeding smoothly. Before meeting Harold, Kayla had already contacted him by phone, telling him that their young President Rusty would add to the salary Harold had proposed as a sign of sincerity. Harold was already very pleased. Upon meeting Sherry, she further offered to help Harold settle in the country, providing housing for his family, ensuring they wouldn't be separated, allowing him to work more comfortably. Feeling Sherry's value in him, Harold's willingness to join Rusty Corporation intensified. Returning from the suburbs, Sherry massaged her neck, instructing Kayla and Tobias, "Contact the embassy to assist us. The domestic side should already have communicated with them. Matthew assistant, since you were the first to handle Harold with President Rusty, follow up closely and finalize this quickly." "Understood," Kayla replied. The drive back to the city was difficult. Ephraim suddenly slammed on the brakes around a corner. Mad surprised by a car parked at such a blind spot without hazard lights or warning signs, Ephraim almost collided with it. The headlights revealed a man leaning against a car door, smoking and talking on the phone, squinting uncomfortably from the light. A tattooed man near the front hood hurried over. Matthew assistant frowned and was about to step out to talk. "Don't move." Ephraim grabbed Matthew assistant, noticing the gun on the man's hip. The tattooed man tapped on the window, and Ephraim lowered it slightly. "Our car broke down and we're waiting for a tow. This road is narrow. Can you back up and find another route?" "It won't block traffic much here," Donald said. Ephraim nodded. "Matt here." Sherry also noticed the gun. Despite not knowing if it was real, caution was necessary in a foreign land. "Hold on." Thomas crushed his cigarette and walked towards them. Through the windshield, Thomas saw a pair of striking eyes staring back, even in the dim interior, recognizing a memorable and beautiful face. Ephraim's expression tightened. He immediately shifted into reverse, driving back quickly. Thomas and Donald were left speechless. Thomas turned to Donald. "What did you tell them?" He wanted a ride back, but the car sped away faster than a rabbit. Donald innocently replied, "I just told them to back up. It wasn't passable." Thomas irritably stared at the retreating vehicle, nudging his cheek with his tongue. "Remember that license plate?" "Yes, sir." Living in a secure environment back home, both Kayla and Tobias couldn't help but feel shaken by encountering someone with a gun in a foreign suburb, hearts pounding uncontrollably. That tense excitement lingered even back at the hotel. "The security in Russia is this bad?" Tobias whispered. "Not necessarily," Sherry explained. "Having lived there, they weren't Russians and every place has its own dark side." Impressed by Ephraim's observation and quick response, Kayla admired his skills when the armed man approached. When the man neared, Ephraim backed up faster than moving forward. Ephraim told Sherry, "Miss Aiko, we should have Matthew assistant handle the car situation to prevent them from tracking us." "Matt here, no problem." "Leave it to me, you take young President Rusty to rest." Kayla agreed. Just as Sherry and Ephraim reached their suite and took off their coats, the doorbell rang. Ephraim opened the door, closed it behind him, and faced the woman outside, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm from Sinway Group. I called your young President Rusty's assistant today but didn't get a reply. My husband's hotel reservation coincided with yours, so I thought I'd drop by with a gift." Amarilla smiled, handing over a bottle of wine from her bodyguard. "Please pass this along. If young President Rusty has time, my husband and I would like to invite you to dinner. We will be collaborating." "Of course." Ephraim accepted the wine, observing the bottle carefully before entering and informing Sherry about Amaryllis's visit. Inviting her and her husband to dinner? Sherry examined the wine bottle. Was it Gale and Amaryllis trying to provoke Cooper intentionally after discussing collaboration, or was Amaryllis acting on her own accord upon learning they dined together? Note asterisk for better readability and continuity. I've slightly adjusted some details and sentences, keeping faithful to the original context and tone. Chapter 344 Fear of something happening to Augustus. Putting down the wine bottle, Sherry changed her clothes and said to Ephraim, "I heard their hotel restaurant is pretty good. Let's go, have dinner." With Harold's matter settled, Sherry had already achieved the purpose of her trip to Moscow this time. She could let assistant Matthew and Tobias return home first tomorrow while she would head to the St. Petersburg laboratory. The rooftop hotel restaurant had a beautiful night view through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, where lights twinkled everywhere. Ephraim was asked to sit opposite Sherry, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, he saw Amaryllis in a red dress, linked arms with Gale approaching. Sherry was browsing through the menu when Ephraim's gaze fell on her face. "Miss Coral, Mr. Martin and the lady who brought you wine earlier are also here in the restaurant, and they seem to be heading this way." "No problem, let's just continue eating," Sherry replied calmly. Gale and Amaryllis were led by a waiter past Sherry's table, where Amaryllis stopped, smiling and greeted, "What a coincidence, little President Rusty." Sherry looked up, meeting Amaryllis's beautiful eyes and then focusing on Gale. "This is my wife," Gale introduced. Only then did Sherry turn to Amaryllis and shook her hand as she stood up. "Mrs. Martin. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we dine together?" I see that little President Rusty hasn't made any other arrangements, Amaryllis suggested, though it sounded more like a command as she signaled the waiter to arrange seating. Seeing the waiter looking at Sherry, Amaryllis turned back and asked, Little President Rusty, would this disturb you? Are Mr. Martin and Mrs. Martin trying to put on a show for others, making them believe we've already cooperated? Sherry asked with a smile. Little President Rusty must want to take revenge for President Rusty too. After all, President Rusty treated little President Rusty very well in the past, Gale remarked, his tone revealing no emotion. Yes. Amaryllis's smile deepened, I still have some evidence. If little President Rusty is interested, I can have someone bring it to you later. Did Mr. Martin really not understand what I said today? Sherry smiled at Gale. Revenge for President Rusty is important to me, but what's more crucial is securing Rusty Corporation. So, I need the photolithography technology. Only with that will I consider cooperation. This message was intended both for the people watching them and for Amaryllis. Sherry could guess this was Amaryllis's personal test. Upon hearing this, Amaryllis's face changed but maintained a polite smile. Little President Rusty seems a bit greedy. Since vengeance is also your goal, why don't we both compromise and find a win-win solution? Seeing Sherry only smiling without speaking, Amaryllis continued, we don't necessarily have to cooperate with little President Rusty. We share a common goal, and proposing a contract for supplying high-end chips at a low price is already very sincere. Sherry smiled and gestured Amaryllis to look far away. I believe, the moment Mr. Martin and Mrs. Martin come to me, this information will reach someone else immediately. Soon, they'll contact me. Tell me, if I insist on photolithography technology, would he give it? Amaryllis's expression darkened. Little President Rusty is too greedy. Be careful not to end up with nothing. Then let's see if my greed results in getting more or ending up with nothing. Sherry sat down. After all, our domestic team is already developing it. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Amaryllis linked arms with Gale. Honey, let's go. Dragging Gale away from their performance, Amaryllis quickly apologized. Lyle Gaynor, did I do more harm than good? What did you want to test? Gale stared at the menu, his voice calm yet distant. Are you satisfied with the result now? Amaryllis tightened her grip on the menu. No, Lyle Gaynor, I just wanted to help persuade little President Rusty for you. Having said that, Amaryllis felt less confident, biting her lip in silence. You are my family. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to do so. Gale raised his eyes, smiling at Amaryllis across from him. I will not hide anything from you that I should tell. Note, to maintain consistency in character names, is translated as Gale and as Amaryllis. Amaryllis almost blurted out her question about the relationship between Gale and Sherry but then shook her head, realizing that Sherry's attitude earlier and her rash probing might have already caused trouble for Gale. Gaynor, I won't do it again. Amaryllis glanced over at where Sherry was talking with Ephraim. But there's one small question. If you don't want to answer, forget it. Why were you so attentive to little President Rusty before? This sentence has been edited for natural flow and consistency in English while maintaining the meaning from the original text. However, to provide a more fluent translation, here's an improved version of this passage. Lyle Gaynor, I won't do it again. Amaryllis glanced over at Sherry who was chatting with Ephraim. But I have one small question. If you don't want to answer, just forget it. Why did you take such good care of little President Rusty in the past? It's natural to care for the relatives of the person whose identity I assumed, Gale answered calmly. Hearing this, Amaryllis's heart eased, and she smiled, nodding. You're right. Amaryllis tapped her glass, signaling the waiter to pour wine. Gale, however, stopped the waiter. Give her fruit juice instead. Lyle Gaynor. Amaryllis pouted. You know your heart isn't good. Don't drink alcohol. Gale hadn't forgotten that Amaryllis had always had heart issues since young, which was why everyone around her treated her with extra care. Even though she had a heart transplant later, precautions were still necessary. Fine, I'll follow your advice, Amaryllis smiled sweetly, glancing over to Sherry's table. Sherry's phone vibrated at the edge of the table. She returned the menu to the waiter and answered Thompson's call. Why are you calling me at this hour? Boss, it's confirmed. Dr. Seth, retired in the UK, verified that the recipient of Augustus's sister's heart was Amaryllis, the daughter of Sinway Group. Thompson was rather heavy-hearted after learning this news. Should we tell Augustus this? Avenging his sister had been Augustus's motivation to live. Facing Sinway Group might even endanger his own life. Sherry's grip on the phone tightened as she glanced toward the table where Gale and Amaryllis were sitting. Amaryllis was holding a glass of juice, smiling as she talked to Gale. I know. For now, don't tell Augustus. We'll investigate further along this lead. Are you afraid something will happen to Augustus? Thompson asked. There are other reasons. Right now, we only know that Augustus's sister's heart was transplanted into Sinway Group's daughter. We don't have the full picture yet. Once everything is clear, then we can inform Augustus. Chapter 345, Restless. Matt here. Thompson replied. I'll suppress this news on my end for now, but Dr. Seth's health is not in good shape. If we need to seek justice for Augustus's sister through legal means, it needs to happen quickly. I understand. Sherry responded. After hanging up the phone, she felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart. Sherry had temporarily suppressed the news, but not indefinitely. Augustus had saved Sherry's life. She owed him. But, Sherry also knew that if Augustus wanted revenge, Gale would definitely protect Amaryllis. Ignoring their childhood friendship, at least Gale was now able to return to the Martin family smoothly, thanks to the significant contributions of Amaryllis and the chairman of Sinway Group. Sherry lost her appetite during the meal, feeling incredibly heavy-hearted. Back in the suite, she threw herself onto the soft bed, closing her eyes as myriad thoughts raced through her mind, eventually falling asleep just before dawn. After settling Andrea's matters, Sherry planned to visit the lab next. Due to lack of sleep, it was already lunchtime when she woke up. Tobias and Kayla had already returned to China. Let's have lunch at the hotel. After lunch, we can head to St. Petersburg, Sherry told Ephraim. Just as they sat down in the restaurant, coincidentally, Sherry encountered Amaryllis again. This time, Amaryllis was alone. Amaryllis smiled as she approached Sherry. Little President Rusty, what a coincidence. Thinking about what Thompson had mentioned over the phone, Sherry looked at Amaryllis with a smile. What a coincidence. Would Mrs. Martin like to join me for lunch? Mad surprised by Sherry's invitation, Amaryllis nodded in agreement and sat opposite Sherry. All right then. I wouldn't refuse such an honor. Little President Rusty isn't trying to show off to Mr. Martin of Martin Corporation to gain more leverage in negotiations, right? Mrs. Martin is very perceptive, Sherry said with a smile, lifting her water glass to take a sip before browsing the menu. After ordering her meal, Amaryllis also asked for an alcoholic beverage. Mrs. Martin has heart problems. It's best not to drink alcohol, Sherry reminded her, handing the menu back to the waiter. Amaryllis raised an eyebrow. You know about that? Several years ago, when Mrs. Martin underwent a heart transplant at King's College London Medical School, I found out. Back then, I was just starting Hengji Biotech and went there to discuss a partnership. Dr. Seth mentioned your case because you have Rh-negative blood. Finding a matching heart was a miracle. You know Dr. Seth? Amaryllis smiled. He indeed saved my life. Do you know who the donor was? At Hengji Biotech, we currently have a research project that requires Rh-negative volunteers, Sherry said nonchalantly. The project is still confidential, so I can't reveal more, but if successful, it could greatly benefit people with Rh-negative blood. I believe Mrs. Martin would be interested. Amaryllis showed little interest. I don't know who the donor was, and frankly, I'm not interested in the project Little President Rusty mentioned. How do you say? Our Sinway Group is quite influential, anything I need will be within reach, even with Rh-negative blood. For Amaryllis, if she needed a blood transfusion or organ donation, one phone call would have people lining up to offer assistance. There was nothing to worry about. Seeing Amaryllis's attitude, Sherry continued probing. A blood transfusion might be simple, but what if you need an organ donation? Researchers have been exploring alternatives to human organ transplants these days. Aren't you curious? Who knows who might need it in the future? Others might need it, but not me. Amaryllis smiled, handing the menu back to the waiter. No matter what, I believe Mrs. Martin should take extra care of her heart. Finding a compatible heart with Rh-negative blood is incredibly rare. Even if found, it's unlikely someone would willingly donate theirs, Sherry said with a light laugh. Though it might sound harsh, I hope Mrs. Martin pays attention to her health. Little President Rusty seems very concerned about us rare blood types. Amaryllis leaned back, smiling. More than I am. Of course, Hengji Biotech cares about all things related to biology that can benefit humanity, Sherry replied with a smile, dropping the topic. From Amaryllis's words, Sherry understood that despite being Rh-negative, Amaryllis did not live cautiously like others with the same blood type. She lived like any fearless normal person, a privilege granted by her social class. Even with an Rh-negative heart, she believed she could obtain one if needed. But, whether Augustus's sister's incident was orchestrated by the Lee family or someone courting favor with them. After having a simple lunch with Amaryllis, Sherry headed to the laboratory in St. Petersburg. Returning from shopping, Amaryllis changed clothes and recounted the lunch to Gale. As Gale looked up at her, Amaryllis, while trying on the earrings she bought today, said, Little President Rusty invited me for lunch. She mentioned a project Hengji Biotech is working on that needs Rh-negative volunteers. She wanted to know about the family of the person who donated the heart to me. Gale frowned slightly, hearing this for the first time. Little President Rusty seems to know quite a bit about me. Probably because you've investigated me, Amaryllis casually remarked, noting she too had checked on Sherry. But she seems decent, reminding me to take care of my heart, saying hearts with Rh-negative blood are hard to come by. Sherry wasn't the type to meddle unnecessarily. Her sudden mention must have had a reason. You should indeed take care of your heart, Gale calmly said. You know how difficult it was to find a heart matching your Rh-negative blood type. If Amaryllis weren't born into the Lee family of Sinway Group, her condition would likely have been a death sentence. Reflecting on the urgency back then, Amaryllis nodded. I know. Sherry left Moscow without informing Gale. As soon as she left the hotel, Amaryllis and Gale set off for France. According to reports, after meeting with little President Rusty of the Rusty Corporation in Russia, the couple did not engage in any serious business in France, only sightseeing. Upon hearing this, Cooper couldn't sit still anymore. Chapter 346, Can't Stand Scrutiny. Caleb and Amaryllis went to Moscow specifically to discuss cooperation with Rusty Corporation's young President Rusty. Cooper stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fierce expression reflected on the glass. We need a plan. According to our investigation, the original President Rusty Jinshan of Rusty Corporation who we mistakenly killed was indeed a relative of this young President Rusty, offering her much assistance during her growth, even supporting her when she became a vegetative state, said the bald man, holding the file on Sherry. Therefore, this young president might seek revenge for Rusty Jinshan and genuinely collaborate with Caleb. No, now that Caleb has maneuvered me out of Martin Corporation's management, but there are still many people supporting me beneath him. If he collaborates with Rusty Corporation, he will surely solidify his position in Martin Corporation. Cooper turned around, frowning as he lit a cigarette from his desk. Even if the young President Rusty doesn't have personal feelings for Rusty Jinshan, as the current beneficiary in this situation, to clear her name, she will certainly collaborate with Caleb against me. Seeing Cooper look at him, the bald man felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly pledged loyalty. I am definitely loyal to you, boss. I know. Cooper lit his cigarette. If not for your unwavering loyalty all these years, I wouldn't be so comfortable. Not only had the failed assassination attempt on Caleb accidentally killed Rusty Corporation's president, but also the initial killing of Caleb's parents were actions carried out by the bald man. Or, should we go all out and directly send Caleb and Amaryllis both to the afterlife? The bald man cautiously asked Cooper. We can't touch them now. After the commotion Caleb caused at my birthday party, if anything happens to him, the police would immediately suspect me, Cooper frowned. My background can't withstand scrutiny. Over the years, Cooper and Gannon have been intertwined too much. If the police trace even a hint of their connection, some reckless individuals might dig deeper into it. The police actually don't worry Cooper too much since they need evidence and adhere to moral principles. But Gannon is different. That person is a madman without any sense of morality. If he knows the police are investigating him, fearing exposure of his business chain, he would likely not let him live, just like how he insisted on eliminating the entire Martin Sheen family. So, let's keep an eye on this young President Rusty. As soon as she returns to China, we'll head over and discuss a collaboration with her too. Cooper's voice was heavy. If Caleb can talk cooperation with her, so can we. The bald man nodded. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Sherry stayed diligently in the St. Petersburg laboratory for 3 days, solving problems alongside Brinley. Ephraim stood beside the automatic coffee machine on the 3rd floor of the lab, watching the two as they discussed experimental progress and details while holding their coffees. He obediently stood aside. In fact, it's best if you stay in the lab, given your expertise in genetics. Brinley remarked with one hand in his lab coat. With you here, our experiments could proceed faster. But with Rusty Jinshan gone, Sherry's focus now lies with Rusty Corporation. She suddenly thought of someone. Have you heard of Xerxes? Sherry asked Brinley. Heard of him. A genius in genomics, currently researching a subfield at Korelncheng University. Brinley took a sip of coffee. But it seems he hasn't produced any results in recent years. However, Korelncheng University values him highly and continues to provide increased research funding. If I recall correctly, you also graduated from Korelncheng University? Sherry nodded. Actually, Korelncheng University always wanted to cut off our lab's research funding. The funding has always come from our company, Hengji Biotechnology. That makes sense. Brinley understood. The domestic experiment facility is in its final stages, and the laboratory building has begun renovations. When I return, I'll urge Lisbeth Winstonishu to expedite progress. Then, we can move Korelncheng University's lab to our facility. At that point, for genetic issues, we can have Xerxes assist us, Sherry explained. Great idea. Of course. Brinley agreed. Then you'll be closer too, and you can see the adorable Coraline and she more often. Seriously, have you considered having she pursue biology? That kid's new brain works much better than ours old brains. Mentioning her children brought a smile to Sherry's face. It depends on she himself. I don't want to mold she into what I hope he'll be. I just hope both kids can be themselves. Brinley nodded, throwing the empty coffee cup into the trash bin and stuffing his hands into his pockets as he looked at Sherry. You're leaving this afternoon, no need for me to see you off. Let's work hard and achieve success quickly. Okay. Sherry smiled, nodding and watched Brinley press the elevator button before heading upstairs to the lab. As they exited the laboratory building, Ephraim saw the same man with a gun tucked behind his waist whom they encountered on the road back to Moscow from the countryside. Ephraim immediately blocked Sherry. Miss Aiko, please go inside. Baosong's subordinate, Donald, spotted Ephraim and Sherry emerging from the lab and immediately called Baosong. Baosong turned around and saw Sherry already retreating into the secure lab area requiring password access. He spoke into his phone, seemingly talking to someone else. The stern-faced Ephraim walked toward the parking area. Baosong laughed, turning to Donald. Does your boss look scary or something? Donald shook his head, giving Baosong a thumbs up. Boss is the coolest. And his clothes are awesome too. Ephraim glanced at Donald, confirming he wasn't carrying a gun, then asked Bao Song, "Sir, may I ask why you're standing in front of our car?" "Nothing really. Last time in the Moscow suburbs at night, I tried asking for a ride but ended up frightening you both away like rabbits. So today, I'm personally apologizing and inviting you for a meal." Bao Song smiled at Sherry in the lab entrance, waving lazily at her. Soon, security guards swarmed towards them. Even the researchers upstairs received word and joined Sherry, heading towards the parking lot. Bao Song and Donald, seeing the scene, might have thought it was about to turn violent. Donald quietly moved closer to his boss. Translation completed with adherence to requested guidelines. Chapter 347, provided by the Lee family. Isn't this a bit too much? Ibrahim raised his eyebrows and looked at Ephraim. Seeing that Donald had an East Asian face, the security captain directly asked Donald, "How did the two of you get in here?" The experimental park was not open to outsiders. "Over the wall." Donald answered honestly. "Get out right now or we'll send you to the police station." The security captain angrily stepped forward and pushed Donald. Donald's explosive temper was about to retaliate but was held back by Ibrahim. Ibrahim smiled at Sherry and said to Donald, "Let's go, we'll wait outside." Brinley saw Sherry into her car and whispered, "Return home as soon as possible, don't linger in Moscow any longer, it is after all a foreign country. That East Asian man looks like no good. Don't go anywhere else, head straight to the airport." "Understood." Sherry nodded, "Don't spend all day in the lab, health is most important." "All right." After saying that, Brinley backed away, watching the car carrying Sherry drive off. She then dialed Haim's number. Haim picked up almost immediately. "Hello, Sister Lexia. Try to call Lao Winston back and have him follow Aiko." She was just being followed. Brinley's voice was full of concern. It seemed like whoever was following her had bad intentions. With only a rookie guarding her, it clearly wasn't enough. "What were you thinking all day?" "In fact, when that Star Enid's manager attacked the boss, I thought about calling Lao Winston back, but I was afraid the boss wouldn't agree so I didn't say anything. Later, when Rusty Jerome had her incident, I mentioned it once to the boss but was refused." Haim's voice sounded aggrieved. "You can't really blame me for this. Aiko is the boss. I can only listen and follow. Regarding Aiko's safety, couldn't you be more flexible with your thinking? You're just wasting that brain of yours." Brinley hung up after saying that. Haim felt extremely wronged on the other end. When he tried to call back, he found that Brinley had added him to her blacklist again. As expected, after driving quite a distance from the lab, Ibrahim's car caught up with Sherry's vehicle. Ephraim drove excellently. Seeing Ibrahim's car chasing them in the rearview mirror and seemingly intending to block their path ahead, he reminded Sherry to fasten her seatbelt and prepare for sudden braking, planning to bypass obstacles from both sides of the road and return to the lab. Sherry was cautious. Since Ephraim first mentioned seeing a gun on that person, she had felt unease. Now with two children behind her, a mother, and old Mr. Rusty, she could not gamble with her life. "Drive directly to the embassy. If that doesn't work, go to the police station." Sherry took out her phone and contacted the embassy, informing them she was the CEO of Rusty Corporation and that someone armed was blocking her vehicle. This time, Sherry came to Moscow mainly to repatriate Harold under government arrangements, during which the embassy provided substantial assistance. Upon suddenly receiving her call, they naturally associated it with potential interference from foreign agents. Seeing Sherry fasten her seatbelt, Ephraim stepped on the gas and drove towards the police station according to instructions from the embassy staff. Ibrahim, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed the rapid speed of the car ahead and smiled wickedly. Interesting. Initially, Ibrahim had just glimpsed the beauty in the car fleetingly, merely wanting to meet her. But he hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Could she know his identity? Ibrahim wasn't short of famous faces from various countries around him. He was always generous to women and never interfered with their glamorous lives, asking only for their companionship while he still found them interesting. He could provide anything, any resources, any amount of money, just for their company. After all, besides revenge, Ibrahim had no other significant goals in life. As a man, why earn money if not to gain beautiful women and power? But unexpectedly, Donald couldn't catch up with Ephraim's car until they reached the western district of Moscow. Just as he was about to catch up, Ephraim made a sharp turn into the embassy. Donald braked hard, looking at the embassy gates, grinning. "That little bastard drives so well, I'm actually excited." Ibrahim chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat excited himself. "Hua people. Let's look into this. A woman I've taken a fancy to, I've never failed to get before." Ibrahim laughed lightly. Initially, he just wanted her for one night, but now it was getting interesting. "Find out who that woman is and her background," Ibrahim said, smiling. "Matt here." Donald responded. Sherry was escorted to the airport under embassy protection and flew back to China on a private jet. On the plane, Sherry received a satellite call from old Mr. Rusty. "Now your status has changed. One bodyguard isn't enough for traveling." Old Mr. Rusty sighed. "I was careless. Wait until you come back, and I will have Ferguson arrange more for you. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I'm just being cautious, hence troubling the embassy." Sherry's voice carried laughter. "No need to worry too much. Thank goodness I'm on the plane now." Returning from the airport, Sherry had just finished her shower when the phone Rusty Jerome had given Clifford rang. This was the first time since receiving this phone that Sherry got a call from Rusty Jerome. Are you safe? Rusty Jerome's deep voice came through. Sherry dried her hair while responding, yeah, I just finished showering. How did you know I came back? I just talked to Clifford, who saw the lights on when she returned home, Rusty Jerome explained. Not wanting to worry Rusty Jerome with what happened in Moscow, Sherry didn't mention it. Instead, Rusty Jerome asked, Madeline told me you knew about her heart transplant and asked about her donor. Were you trying to find out something specific? Is there anything I can help with? Sherry paused while drying her hair. She hadn't decided whether to ask Rusty Jerome about Lao Winston yet, given that Amaryllis used Lao Winston's sister's heart. Rusty Jerome was perceptive, detecting anomalies from just a brief interaction with Sherry and Amaryllis. Sherry paused for a moment, then spoke. I told her it was because Hengji Biotech in the UK has an experiment comparing panda blood and ordinary blood cells. We needed many panda blood volunteers and had obtained data on many patients from our cooperation with King's College London. Among them were Amaryllis and her donor. The hospital mentioned the heart was provided by the Lee family, so I just wanted to inquire about it. Note, Hua is often used informally in certain contexts to refer to people of Chinese descent. In this context, it seems to imply someone of Chinese origin. Chapter 348, Lack of Caution. After saying this, Sherry joked, what, you can't possibly think I would deliberately investigate Miss Lee out of jealousy, right? Do you feel jealous? Gail's voice carried a light laugh. If you were jealous of me, I'd be very happy. If Sherry could feel jealous rather than calmly dining with him and Amaryllis that day, he would be very happy. For Sherry, he had a strong, almost uncontrollable possessiveness. Similarly, he hoped she felt the same way towards him. Although he knew that such possessiveness was not appropriate now. If Sherry felt the same way about him, it would mean daily torment for her as well. A little bit, Sherry replied. I know Miss Lee is family to you, just like, Grandpa means everything to me. Gail responded, yes, Madeline is like my own sister. It's getting late, so rest early. If Cooper comes to discuss the collaboration, how should I contact you? I see, no phone number available, Sherry said. I'll call you, Gail's voice was low. Aiko, I miss you and the two kids very much. I miss you too, so, handle Martin family matters quickly and come back to me and the kids. After hanging up, Sherry looked at her darkened phone screen in deep thought. After a while, she put the phone in the bedside table and went to the bathroom to blow dry her hair. The next day after the morning meeting, Sherry saw someone propose setting up a live streaming platform. She carefully reviewed the documents and found it quite interesting. The Winston family group started in online retail and is now the undisputed leader in the field. They've been hosting live streams on their platform through endorsements, achieving great success. Little President Rusty, this plan was rejected by President Nolan. He said Winston family group has already taken the market lead, entering now might not give us an advantage. However, Lloyd thinks highly of it and sent it over for your review, explained Tobias. I find it intriguing. Have Lloyd come over, I want to ask more details, said Sherry. Soon, Lloyd came up. He was very interested in the live streaming platform project and brought materials immediately upon hearing Sherry calling him. After explaining briefly, Lloyd handed Sherry a profile of a rising software company. Simply put, it utilizes fragmented user time. Take a look at this company. Huanwei Technology. Their current app has over 50 million daily active users and is growing. We could buy this company, get our entertainment subsidiary celebrities to promote it, upload videos, until we reach 100 million daily actives, then allow top creators to monetize quickly, followed by enabling zero-threshold monetization for everyone. This will turn our software into a nationwide phenomenon. Lloyd was speaking enthusiastically. Your idea is that live streaming shouldn't be limited to celebrities. You have big ambitions, to involve everyone. Sherry smiled at Lloyd. Lloyd nodded and adjusted his glasses. I don't know if Little President Rusty reads web novels, but taking web novels as an example. Before web novels, traditional novels had a high barrier to entry. The emergence of web novels lowered the bar for authors, making it possible for everyone to read and write. This allowed quality works to quickly monetize and fueled the prosperity of web literature. I believe we can use this approach to create universal live streaming. With years of experience, Lloyd felt that the future lay in live streaming. With network speeds moving from 3G to 4G, soon 5G and maybe 6G, live streaming would become unstoppable. Most importantly, customer fragmented time. And Little President Rusty. Lloyd cautiously added, the Winston family group has done extremely well in online retail and grabbed the first mover advantage in the web novel industry, acquiring several famous websites, overtaking the Graham family group in the cultural and entertainment sector. Now, they're testing live streaming on their retail platform. We cannot fall behind. Sherry nodded, she agreed with what Lloyd said. Okay, you take care of this. Approved, Sherry pointed at the proposal. What about President Nolan? Lloyd seemed a bit fearful of Nolan. I have some connections with Huanwei Tech's founder. Last time we discussed, it would likely cost around 1 billion RMB and significant additional promotional expenses. President Nolan isn't optimistic. Before Sherry could respond, Lloyd hurriedly continued, but I guarantee once it gets on track, this live streaming will be a key pillar of our company. We can even see some of Winston family's market share. Everyone knew about Sherry's rivalry with the Winston family group. Even Mr. Rusty held exclusive tea parties excluding Winston family. The assistant specifically instructed Lloyd to emphasize this advantage. Sherry chuckled at his expression. I understand, the entertainment industry will be a huge market. Your plan is detailed and thorough, I'm optimistic. Let me coordinate with President Nolan, you handle the specifics. Lloyd, surprised by her agreement, stammered, don't, need a meeting? You do the work, I'll handle the meeting, Sherry smiled. Start negotiating prices with Huanwei's founder. Since we see the potential of live streaming, others will too. Time waits for no one. Lloyd hadn't expected such prompt approval and immediately got up with the documents. All right. I'll get on it. A major drawback of large corporations is the lengthy reporting process, causing delays. Although Rusty Family Group wasn't entertainment-focused like Graham family, profit-driven businesses wouldn't ignore potential profits. Sherry's secretary made calls, and by lunchtime, several key executives were gathered in the conference room. Tobias distributed Lloyd's proposal to the entertainment department heads. Reese frowned without reading. In entertainment, Graham Family Group leads. They haven't entered this market yet. Shouldn't we be cautious? Chapter 349, Not my intention. If we wait for everyone else to make their moves before we do, we'll only be left with the scraps. Someone proposed a different opinion. But let's face it, live streaming platforms have been tried overseas by several companies and all of them failed miserably. Another chimed in on Reese's side. Winston Corporation is testing this on their own retail platform, but we are buying an entire company. Our cost of failure is pretty high. Assistant Matthew knocked on the door and walked into the conference room, gesturing politely to those outside. Sorry I'm late, Finley Harrytang, the manager overseeing entertainment under Rusty Enterprise, entered. No worries, my notice today was too sudden, please sit. Sherry smiled. Matthew approached Sherry and whispered, Director Priscilla from the investment department said he needs more time. The new director Priscilla from the investment department was Priscilla Hongqing, who had replaced his father's illegitimate son and returned to the Priscilla family. Sherry nodded. Speaking of entertainment, who knows better than Director Priscilla? Let's hear from him. In fact, Finley Harrytang was the one who first proposed starting live streaming. Seeing how seriously Sherry took it, he felt encouraged. Though unprepared, he spoke passionately, just like President Gregg, painting a vivid picture of the future where everyone would be streaming live. You've made your points, but ultimately it's about spending money, right? General Manager Nolan laughed. Will a rough estimate of 100 million suffice? Finley Harrytang shook his head. I can't estimate yet. Ms. Rusty, I still say. Reese turned to Sherry. Graham Corporation isn't participating, indicating they don't see potential. If Graham Corporation isn't optimistic, we should proceed cautiously. Besides, as someone mentioned, Winston Corporation is testing this on their existing platform with lower risk. For us, instead of investing in live streaming, we could increase investment in our AI development. AI is booming and might trigger a new industrial revolution. Ding ding ding. Before Reese finished speaking, there was another knock on the door. Priscilla Hongqing, Priscilla Ridge's biological son, entered with a file folder, nodding to Sherry before sitting down and reviewing materials prepared by Tobias. General Manager Finley, continue your presentation. Sherry tapped the table. Finley Harrytang nodded. Our film company has 3 S+ grade major productions coming up. These are expected blockbusters, definitely no problem. Currently, apart from a few TV stations, Red Network has exclusive rights, so we can promote teasers on video apps to draw traffic, or allow main actors to connect during broadcasts. All our male leads are signed under our label, so no issues here. This also promotes the TV series, with Red Network linking to sales windows when it airs. For the upcoming Born Mathuperstar variety show, we can broadcast behind-the-scenes clips of our trainees. And 4, Matt Herviving the Deserted Island, which will feature top-tier stars. Why not present it via live streaming? This allows for audience interaction or even assistance from experienced viewers during survival scenarios. Interactive formats like this haven't been done domestically or internationally. Why shouldn't we lead the way? I think the stars will be interested in a show that lets them interact with fans in real time. Finley Harrytang spoke confidently and quickly, and even those who originally opposed started to hesitate. Most importantly, the uninterrupted network service provided by Rusty Enterprise on the deserted island shows the strength and reliability of our signals. This kind of exposure wouldn't benefit us? His voice carried excitement. How does everyone feel? Sherry asked, smiling at Reese. General Manager Nolan, you first. Although General Manager Finley paints a grand picture, Graham Corporation doesn't endorse it, so we should be cautious, Reese responded. Finley Harrytang clearly tensed up. Others? No one spoke. Alright, I understand why no one wants to speak up lightly. We're not strong in entertainment, and as General Manager Nolan said, initial costs are high. However, everyone seems intrigued by the potential return. Sherry tapped the table. Let's do it. Pioneers always reap rewards. I'm making the call on this and taking responsibility. General Manager Finley, don't let me down. Finley Harry Tang smiled. Rest assured, Ms. Rusty. Sherry stood, signaling Tobias to escort Priscilla Hongqing to her office, then left ahead. Priscilla Hongqing arrived at Sherry's office, sat on the sofa, and she asked, "How are things adapting here?" "I've adjusted well." Priscilla Hongqing accepted the coffee from Tobias. "Ms. Rusty called me because you want my input on live streaming?" "Yes," Sherry nodded. "Before the meeting, I reviewed short video investment material submitted by the investment department and selected some suitable companies." Priscilla Hongqing handed over the file folder. "Take a look." Matt surprised at his speed, Sherry flipped through the documents. "Tobias, bring Huawei's data for Director Priscilla." Sherry scanned other short video company profiles. "Review this document and tell me whether we should acquire or invest in these companies. Can you provide results this afternoon?" "Matt here." Priscilla Hongqing agreed, then added as he stood up, "Ms. Rusty." Sherry looked up from her files. "It's about my father, my biological father. He wants me to get closer to you, and seems to have mentioned this to Chairman Rusty. They seem to have reached some tacit agreement. Hypothetically, if Chairman Rusty arranges any dinner meetings, it's not my idea." Priscilla Hongqing felt he couldn't match someone like Ms. Rusty, founder of Hengji Biotech and future heir to Rusty Enterprise, aside from his status as the legitimate son of Priscilla Ridge, especially considering he was divorced. Chapter 350, Talking Back to Elders. The reason Chairman Rusty favored Priscilla Hongqing was that he found him quite capable and believed he could be a virtuous assistant to Sherry. However, Priscilla Hongqing was truly afraid. Just as Priscilla Hongqing finished speaking, Sherry's phone rang. It was Ferguson Tazu. Seeing Priscilla Hongqing about to leave, Sherry, sensing something, signaled him to stay and put the call on speaker. "Hello, Grahamshan. Miss Aiko, it's like this. The chairman and director Priscilla have arranged dinner together tonight. I'm calling to invite you along." Ferguson Tazu's smiling voice came through from the other end. Sherry glanced at Priscilla Hongqing, who was grimacing, and replied, "Okay, I know. Please send me the address and time." After hanging up, Sherry smiled lightly at Priscilla Hongqing and said, "To be honest, I'm adopted, while you're his biological grandson. Who do you think is more suitable to stand up to the elders?" Priscilla Hongqing's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the usually serious President Rusty to say something so humorous. "What do you mean by that?" "Director Priscilla feels guilty towards you, especially since the person who replaced you is still in the company. If you refuse, Director Priscilla can't force you, but it's different for me. I'm adopted, so it's not appropriate for me to defy my grandfather, especially given his poor health," Sherry explained confidently. Priscilla Hongqing was speechless. Was he then the one suitable to talk back to the elders? Growing up in an environment where he always endured adversity passively, Priscilla Hongqing had never thought of going against the elders' wishes. Seeing Priscilla Hongqing's conflicted look, Sherry suggested, "If you really can't, just say you're working overtime at the company. That's what I require." Okay. Priscilla Hongqing felt uneasy. Watching Priscilla Hongqing leave her office, Sherry knew this was only the beginning. Old Mr. Rusty had yet to acknowledge her relationship with Gail and would surely spare no effort to introduce her to suitable candidates before Gail returned, just as she had anticipated. Not long after Priscilla Hongqing left, Tobias entered and said, "President Rusty, someone claiming to be from Martin Corporation called and wants to discuss photolithography cooperation." It had arrived. Brielle knew Cooper was eager, but she didn't expect him to contact her immediately upon her return. "Schedule a meeting," Sherry said. "Shall we set it for tomorrow?" "You're free at 3 in the afternoon." Tobias checked her tablet. Sherry nodded. "Matt here, arrange it." Tobias made arrangements at a tea house, booking a private room beforehand. When Sherry arrived, Cooper was already there waiting. Seeing the server enter, Cooper smiled and stood up, extending his hand to Sherry. "Hello, President Rusty." Based on the information Sherry had, the middle-aged man in front of her had no blood relation to Gail, but his eyes were very similar. Noticing Sherry's momentary hesitation before shaking hands, Cooper put on an amiable smile. "Doesn't President Rusty find a resemblance between me and the late President Rusty?" Sherry smiled. "The eyes are very similar, but not as much as President Caleb." Sitting opposite Sherry, Cooper chuckled. "Come to think of it, my eyes are also quite similar to yours. If we claimed kinship, people might believe us." Sherry admitted that Cooper's eyes indeed resembled those of Gail and herself, yet coincidentally, none of them shared any blood ties. "My background should already be well known to you, President Martin." "How dare I presume?" Sherry wiped her hands with a hot towel and poured tea for Cooper. "Have you met my nephew? He looks a lot like the late President Rusty, doesn't he?" "He does, but a closer look reveals they're not that alike. The personality and demeanor are quite different," Sherry said, slightly pursing her lips. Seeing this, Cooper felt more confident. He laughed without responding, took out a file bag from his side, and handed it to Sherry. "Knowing how busy President Rusty is, I'll get straight to the point. I want to discuss cooperation with you." Without opening the file, Sherry tapped its surface. "What kind of cooperation are you proposing, President Martin?" "Last time in Moscow, your couple wanted to collaborate with chips, while I sought photolithography technology. What can President Martin offer now?" "Definitely something President Rusty desires," Cooper replied confidently. Sherry raised an eyebrow. So, how does President Martin envision our cooperation? First, President Rusty's incident was a mishap. I hope you don't believe Caleb's provocations that suggest our family tried to assassinate the wrong person. This is a rule of law society, after all. Cooper spoke slowly. Secondly, I know Rusty Corporation has been acquiring shares of Martin Corporation. Regardless of your previous reasons, I hope you'll transfer those shares to me. Cooper needed to ensure he held more shares than Caleb to oust him from Martin Corporation. He wasn't sure exactly how many shares Rusty Corporation owned, but it definitely exceeded 10%. Adding his own holdings and gathering more from close friends over the years, he could become the largest shareholder. I want to know, did you have anything to do with the death of President Rusty? Gail? Sherry asked. Why does President Rusty persist on this? Cooper smiled insincerely. Even if I were involved, Gail's death means Rusty Corporation is yours. The outcome benefits you. Cooper valued interest over familial ties, otherwise, he wouldn't have plotted against his brother, sister-in-law, and nephew. Applying this logic to others, Cooper naturally saw self-interest as paramount. The death of President Rusty may upset you, but what you should focus on now is advancing Rusty Corporation. The U.S. has choked you on photolithography technology for too long. Since our technology comes from the U.S., we can't openly sign contracts with Rusty Corporation. But we can make transactions. Cooper smiled slyly. You give me Martin Corporation's shares, and I'll give you photolithography technology. This is my commitment to cooperating with President Rusty. After all, the value of the photolithography technology one provide is far greater than the worth of the shares you hold. Sherry looked at the determined Cooper and smiled. Deal. Hashtag Chapter 351, Ambition. Sherry had originally come for the lithography machine technology. However, this information needs to be worth the price, Sherry said. I'm staying in the country for 3 days. President Rusty can have your technical staff verify it. Cooper smiled confidently. Since I want to cooperate with President Rusty, I must trust his character. That afternoon, Sherry, who had a very tight schedule, flew back to Coron City's Rusty Group branch and also visited the laboratory at Coron City University. Alana and a few others were ecstatic to see Sherry. What's going on with you? You're back but didn't even give us a heads up. Hurry, let Master Lau book a private room. How about our favorite hot pot place? That place almost shut down, but Xerxes took it over. Alicia laughed. So, did you bring that Mathawit gangster from your place this time? Alana poked Sherry's arm. When are you going to treat us to your wedding? TSK. Fateh gave Alana a look. The Rusty family just lost someone, and Sherry was still dealing with family property disputes. Now wasn't the time to mention weddings. When are you bringing him so we can meet him? Last time he helped us at Night Palace, we haven't thanked him yet. Alicia nudged Xerxes, isn't that right? Back at the university lab, Sherry felt unprecedentedly relaxed, sipping her coffee and smiling, maybe someday. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Get your place to save a spot for us. Alana noticed Xerxes looking somewhat distracted. Why are you staring at Aiko? I already sent a message on WeChat. Xerxes replied as he came back to his senses. Because Sherry was back, the lab lights went off unusually early. The group had a few drinks at the hot pot restaurant. Alana, who couldn't hold her liquor, got drunk early. Fateh could only carry her bag and take her home first. Soon, Alicia's fiancé arrived and took her away as well. The private room was left with only Sherry and Xerxes. Xerxes listened as Sherry mentioned hoping he could help once Hengji Biotechnology's main lab moved back to the country, then hesitated for a while before speaking. Earlier, Senior Lyle and the others didn't want me to tell you because they were afraid of causing trouble, but the Coral family came to the school looking for you. Xerxes bit his lip. I heard that Donnie from the Coral family has some illness and needs money and care. Now that you're the CEO of Rusty Group, you're more exposed. Don't let the Coral family target you. The Coral family came looking for Sherry, and Alana and the others were worried that students might reveal Sherry's current situation. They took them to the experimental building and told them that Sherry had graduated and gone abroad years ago. The Coral family left grudgingly. Yes, rest assured, I'll have people keep an eye on them so they won't cause trouble, Sherry told Xerxes. Sorry for troubling you all. Xerxes fiddled with Fateh's lighter, then after a while, mustered the courage to look into Sherry's eyes. Gail, is blood related to you, right? Sherry nodded. After Gail's death, many people asked about their relationship and offered condolences. Before he died, did you two become intimate? Xerxes' throat tightened. I heard about my cousin's despicable act. At that time, you were drugged. Did you cross the line during that incident? That night at Night Palace, Xerxes was there too. Even though the lighting in the private room was dim, even Alana and Alicia couldn't recognize who it was. Xerxes did. Xerxes hadn't initially thought Sherry and Gail were together, as Alana and Alicia never discussed such matters in front of him. But today, when Alana and Alicia mentioned the person from Night Palace who helped them and asked when Sherry would treat them to her wedding, Xerxes sensed something was off. How could you think it was Gail? Sherry chuckled lightly, just a resemblance. You recognized the wrong person. Then, could it be that famous figure from Martin Corporation? Xerxes widened his eyes. If his memory served, that person was already married. I wouldn't do anything against my morals or conscience, Sherry smiled, glancing at her watch. It's getting late. Should I send you back? Though Sherry denied it, this conversation planted a seed of doubt in Xerxes' heart. At Rusty Group, CEO Finley got approval from the big boss to focus on short video platforms. Upon returning, he quietly started preparations. Once Edwin confirmed the deal with Huanwei, their entertainment sector acquired a live streaming company with daily active users exceeding 60 million. CEO Finley immediately convened a meeting to prepare for significant changes. Winston Corporation's chairman scoffed upon hearing Rusty Group's entertainment department bought a live streaming company. That adopted thing wants to imitate us by starting a live stream platform. They are buying one instead of creating it themselves, which costs much more. They can only copy the surface, not the essence of our success. Following trends without understanding will harm them. It's good to let them know imitation has no benefits. Chairman Winston dismissed Rusty Group's imitation of their live streaming venture, while CEO Finley contacted top celebrities who had shown interest in participating in Matt Herviving the Wilderness. Live streaming variety shows allowed fans to give instant feedback, adding novelty. Moreover, the show would be edited for secondary broadcasts, ensuring dual coverage. Securing top-flow artists and A-list actors, CEO Finley quickly signed contracts and made swift preparations. Upon announcing the official Weibo post for Matt Herviving the Wilderness, it caused significant buzz. Perhaps motivated by the earlier endorsement, CEO Finley wanted to report everything to Sherry directly. Sherry was just about to eat lunch when CEO Finley called, so I thought about inviting Enid as a mystery guest. Her fee is reasonable since she's now EF spokesperson and expressed interest in joining. Did Enid suddenly develop career ambition? Still, we need to conduct due diligence on any celebrity. Sherry's tone remained gentle. Are we preparing for the first episode? If Enid checks out, we'll feature her next. Chapter 352. Where am I? Great. CEO Finley replied joyfully. Also, you don't need to call me specifically about similar matters in the future. You can make your own decisions and only call me if you encounter any difficulties, Sherry said. CEO Finley was even happier. Matt here, sure. After hanging up the phone, Sherry washed her hands and sat down in front of the coffee table, looking at the lunch neatly laid out by Assistant Matthew. Today's lunch looks quite abundant. Assistant Claudia unscrewed the thermos cap, revealing red date bird's nest inside. Is CEO Finley planning to invite Enid? I heard that she has been accepting various jobs lately. Ever since becoming EF spokesperson and filming a blockbuster movie, Enid hadn't taken on TV series for many years. This time, she accepted 2 TV series at once. Yesterday afternoon, when I casually glanced through entertainment news, I saw a blogger say that Enid's multitasking has already upset some directors. Claudia's words indicated he didn't quite agree with CEO Finley's decision to invite Enid. Besides, the relationship between Enid and Sherry, as well as Sam, was not entirely unknown to Claudia. Since knowing this matter, Claudia hasn't had a good impression of Enid. No matter what, Sam had genuinely lost his memory and ended up marrying Rusty Jerome's daughter. Enid inserting herself into the situation made it hard for Claudia to evaluate. Kayla saw Sherry drinking the appropriately warm red date bird's nest from the thermos, with no significant change in expression, and handed her the chopsticks. I heard Laura claim she's taking on these roles because her fiancé went bankrupt, and she needs to become his backup plan. This was something Sherry once said to Enid. Not dumb, but not smart either, Sherry remarked as she took the chopsticks. You guys sit together and eat. After Rusty Jerome left, during busy times, Sherry would have the housekeeper prepare 4 portions of lunch, which she and Ephraim, Claudia, and Assistant Matthew would share. Enid's fans used to brag about Sam's deep love for her. Now, with the bankruptcy of Youssef Corporation and Enid's unwavering loyalty, she might gain some public sympathy. But taking on too many projects at once wasn't wise. Now that Rusty Corporation is collaborating with EF, they naturally hoped EF spokesperson wouldn't cause any problems. Ephraim returned after taking a call and hesitated before speaking to Sherry. Miss Aiko, are you going out this afternoon? How so? Sherry looked up at Ephraim. Well, my girlfriend's parents are arriving in Kyoto at 3:30 this afternoon. Her father is here for medical treatment, and I'm a bit worried. If you're not leaving the company this afternoon, I'd like to take the elderly to the hospital. Otherwise, I'll ask a friend to help if you're going out, Ephraim explained. Go ahead. I'm in China. This afternoon, I will visit the set of The Human Race. With assistants Matthew and Claudia accompanying me, there won't be any issues. Sherry replied. I'll come back as soon as possible. Ephraim promised. Sherry planned to visit the film production company under Rusty Corporation to see the filming of their key project for this year, The Human Race. Sherry hadn't informed them in advance. She wanted to drop by unannounced. The Human Race was a sci-fi film adapted from a currently popular web novel, depicting the war between humans and extraterrestrial beings. It wasn't just because of the $400 million investment that Sherry was paying close attention to this film, it was also because all the equipment used, including rendering computers, were produced by Rusty Corporation. All chips were the latest high-end models developed using proprietary technology. Among them, digital intermediation allowed for precise image processing right on set, which demanded high performance from the chips. Hearing about the equipment usage from others wasn't enough, she needed to see it for herself. After lunch, Sherry headed to the filming site of The Human Race. Director Greg introduced the shooting process to Sherry while standing behind the computer. Actors performed in a capture point-equipped studio without physical props, yet everything appeared on the screen in front of Sherry. Even without post-production enhancements, the effect was impressive. I remember you participated in foreign productions before, Director Greg. Do you think our current chip technology can match foreign standards? Sherry asked. I'm not an expert in chips, but I worked with domestic equipment last year, and it's better than before. However, while we improve, so do foreigners. Greg understood that Sherry wasn't just concerned about the film but also about the chips in his equipment. He thought for a moment and continued, if everything goes well, The Human Race can be completed within 9 months of filming and 4 months of post-production, coinciding with the release of Titan, which uses the same technology. Then we can compare the quality of our equipment. 9 months for filming and 4 for post-production required top-notch chips. Sherry nodded, good job. Contact Assistant Matthew immediately if you encounter any issues with the equipment, and he'll assist you promptly. Of course, of course. Director Greg responded enthusiastically. As Sherry walked out of the studio with assistants Matthew and Claudia, they entered the underground garage after exiting the elevator. Before they could fully step out, she heard Matthew shout, Who are you? What do you want? Just as Sherry turned around, she saw Claudia rushing towards her in fear. Mr. Rusty is behind you. Before Sherry could react, a cloth covered her nose. She struggled against the arm wrapping around her neck and managed to throw the assailant over her shoulder, causing her to spin dizzily before steadying herself against the elevator wall. Aiko. She couldn't identify the alarmed voice before everything went black. After an unknown duration, Sherry felt wetness on her lips and an unbearable headache. Her body was weak, unable to lift a hand to soothe her throbbing temples. It seemed as though her body wasn't hers anymore, only able to move her fingers slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, her vision gradually focusing. Above her was the luxurious ceiling of a suite. Where am I? Sherry remembered walking out of the elevator, then losing consciousness. You're awake. Hearing broken Chinese, Sherry turned her gaze to see Barrett sitting beside her bed, using a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten her lips. Her pupils constricted as she stared at Barrett. Where is this? This is the villa I bought in the suburbs of Kyoto. I like this flashy decoration style, Barrett chuckled and asked casually, do you like it? Chapter 353, Indisputable Persuasion. So, what's the point of kidnapping me? Sherry asked straightforwardly. Brigham laughed even harder seeing Sherry unafraid. You're not scared? Since you can kidnap me in the underground parking lot, it's clear you know my identity. Not blindfolding me and showing yourself, either you plan to kill me. Or, you never intended to harm me. Why should I be afraid, said Sherry. Moreover, Sherry could rule out the possibility that this man wanted to kill her. If he wanted her dead, she wouldn't have been treated so well or left in a terrifying environment before being threatened into submission and then killed. The more you say, the more interested I get in you. Brigham couldn't help but reach up to touch Sherry's face. Sherry turned her head to avoid Brigham's hand. Tell me, what's the purpose? At first, I just wanted to sleep with you, but now. Brigham looked at Sherry like a child with a new toy, filled with curiosity and joy. I want to sleep with you and am becoming increasingly interested in you. Sherry shivered under Brigham's gaze, her fingers curling together. Thinking about Ephraim being called away today and her being kidnapped, all seemed too coincidental. Was this related to Clifford? Another scheme by him to separate her from Gail? What happened to my 2 assistants? Sherry was worried about Assistant Matthew and little Claudia's safety. They're safe and sound downstairs. Brigham laughed as he tried to lift Sherry up, but seeing her guarded eyes, he shook his water glass. You need to drink some water. Seeing Sherry only watching him silently, Brigham placed the cup aside and began unbuttoning his shirt. Alright, since you don't want water, let's hurry up. Don't worry. I really like you, I'll be gentle. Sherry felt her heart leap into her throat, hearing only buzzing in her ears. The blanket covering her body was pulled away. Due to the drug's effect rendering her unable to resist, Sherry controlled her urge to scream, calmly speaking when the man reached for her blouse. Is this your version of liking? Brigham raised an eyebrow, but did not stop his hands. Matthew, love needs to be acted on. Even if it's not mutual. I'm satisfied. Before Sherry could devise a way to escape, Brigham quickly undid her blouse buttons. Feeling the blouse slip off her shoulders, Sherry trembled. Is forcing a woman entertaining? Did you wait until I woke up to make me watch while you violate me powerless? Have you ever had consensual sex? Knowing how tense you are, why lie? Brigham already had undone her trouser button. Speak nicely, and I might be gentler later. Otherwise, you'll suffer. What does a mother have to be nervous about? Sherry remained obstinate, but her trembling body betrayed her. Brigham leaned down near her ear, resting a hand beside her pillow. Whether you're a mother or not, one try will tell. Before he finished, Sherry gathered all her strength, despite her dizziness, and fiercely kneed Brigham where it hurt most. Although weakened by the drug, the unexpected attack caused Brigham immense pain. He grabbed his crotch and cursed, Yusuf. Sherry shoved him off with all her might, fell off the bed, shakily standing up, running toward the door, fastening her trousers and blouse as she went. Stop. Brigham shouted. Just as Sherry touched the doorknob, she heard a gun click. Seeing Brigham, who was lying on the bed with a gun pointed at her, Sherry froze. Brigham, grimacing in pain, pointed the gun at her. You run. If you run, the 3 in the basement die. 3. Sherry wasn't a martyr, she wasn't ready to die for her virtue. Her chest heaved violently as she turned to look at the dark-faced Brigham. Come here. Brigham growled. If you kill me, you won't leave China alive. Sherry stood firm, voice steady. I don't want to kill, but don't push me. Brigham gritted his teeth. Now, come here and lie down. After I'm done, you can go free. But if you disobey, I don't mind killing one in the basement to teach you a lesson. It was evident that the man before her had real blood on his hands and didn't care about human life. Sherry's mind raced. If you want sex, I believe there would be someone willing to join you voluntarily. But I don't understand. Is kidnapping me to get my resistance and derive pleasure from it, or seek thrill? She tapped her wristwatch. I'm the heir of Rusty Group. Not long ago, the previous heir was mistakenly killed. You think I neglect security? Brigham sneered. Did you think my men wouldn't check? If your watch had a tracker, after 4 hours of sleep, wouldn't someone have come looking for you? He pointed the gun towards the bed. Come over and lie down. Seeing Sherry stand still, Brigham walked up, pushing her against the wall with the gun to her chest, grabbing her face and lowering his head. You were going to walk out once it was done. Now, you hurt me, we'll play another game. Just as Sherry thought about ways to safely rescue Assistant Matthew and Claudia Shao, a knock sounded on the door. What? Brigham, clearly furious, struggled to control his voice. It's Clifford, Donald's voice came from outside. He's here to fetch you, otherwise, the police will be here within 20 minutes. Brigham's expression darkened further, biting his teeth as he rose from the bed, still pointing the gun at Sherry, composing himself to hide any weakness, and gestured Sherry to the sofa. Hearing Clifford was here, Sherry breathed a sigh of relief, walking to the sofa as instructed. The door opened. Brigham told Donald, watch this woman. Shoot her legs if she tries to run, but don't kill her. Donald was surprised. This was China, and this woman was the heir of Rusty Group. But Brigham was mad, impossible to persuade. Chapter 354, No Gains. In reality, Donald knew that Ibrahim's current goal was vengeance. After exacting his revenge, there wouldn't be much left in this world for Ibrahim to care about, perhaps he would choose to die at that point. That's why he acted so recklessly now. The door closed behind him as Donald looked at Sherry, whose shirt buttons were mismatched. He said, actually, you don't need to be so afraid. Our boss only wants to sleep with you. Even Hollywood stars have been with our boss. Boss isn't stingy, every woman who has been with him. Donald abruptly stopped mid-sentence. While their boss was never stingy with the women he had relations with. The person in front of him wasn't just any woman, she was the heiress of Rusty Corporation. Even Donald felt that Ibrahim had gone too far this time, especially on foreign soil. Downstairs, Clifford stood with his hands in his pockets. Seeing Ibrahim come down, Clifford's face turned cold and stern. Where is the president of Rusty Corporation? Ibrahim was taken aback, thinking Clifford might be asking about one of the 3 people in the basement. Instead, he asked about Sherry. What? What's your relationship with that woman? Ibrahim raised an eyebrow. Are you fucking insane, Ibrahim? Clifford suppressed his urge to kill. She's the heir of Rusty Corporation. Did having sex cloud your mind entirely? Clifford couldn't even imagine what would happen if Gail found out. Forget cooperation, Gail would probably be the first one to demand Ibrahim's life. I'm not killing anyone, I just want to sleep with her once. Ibrahim didn't seem to care and sat down on the sofa casually. Your Chinese women aren't the type who'd go crazy over a one-night stand, are they? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't mind, but not her. Release her immediately. Clifford's face was taut with menace. If you upset Rusty Corporation, it will cause significant trouble for my brother and me. How can I release a woman I fancy without sleeping with her? Ibrahim chuckled. Without another word, Clifford pulled out his gun and pointed it at Ibrahim. His men also drew their guns. The gun isn't for negotiating. Clifford growled, pointing the barrel at Ibrahim's head. Seeing Clifford's move, Ibrahim's smile vanished. Did you forget that Caleb needs my power for revenge? By getting involved with Rusty Corporation, you're bringing us huge trouble. Now, Cooper is trying to cooperate with them. If we let Rusty Corporation side with Cooper and Gannon, wouldn't it be better to eliminate you right now? Clifford said grimly. We can still get what we want from you later. Ibrahim frowned, confused. It's not like she's royalty or something untouchable. It's on my territory now. Either you bring her down safely and leave China unharmed, or... Clifford's eyes glinted ominously. I'll castrate you if you touch her. Ibrahim's gaze darkened as he looked at Clifford. Just a woman, Clifford, are you crazy? Firstly, this woman is the heir of Rusty Corporation and its current CEO. You, an idiot obsessed with lust. Clifford couldn't find the words to rebuke Ibrahim. This is China, not Thailand. Think with that brain of yours. Do you know how strict China is? Do you know how severe the crackdown on organized crime is? Why do you think many gangs fled to Thailand and Myanmar? Are you even using your brain? A lust-crazed idiot dared to kidnap someone in China without knowing the situation. If this blew up, Ibrahim might not even leave China alive. Revenge? Who cares? 6 months ago, because of rampant fraud in Myanmar, China cracked down on it, causing Gannon to lose half of his empire. Yet, Ibrahim, the mad dog, dared to challenge China. Wasn't that suicide? As Clifford's face tensed, Ibrahim relaxed slightly and pondered seriously. You mean, if I leave China, it's fine? Clifford was speechless. Release her now. Quit wasting time. Clifford, exasperated, didn't want to speak with this lunatic. Ibrahim nodded to one of his subordinates holding a gun. Soon, Sherry came downstairs. Seeing Clifford pointing a gun at Ibrahim, Sherry quickened her pace downstairs. Noticing Sherry's mismatched shirt buttons, Clifford's hand trembled as he rushed forward, stepping over the coffee table, grabbing Ibrahim by the collar, and pressing the gun against Ibrahim's forehead. Motherfucker. Drop the gun. Donald rushed down the stairs and dragged Sherry away, pressing a gun to her head. Cold metal pressed against Sherry's temple, making her breathing rapid and her pulse race. Sherry bit her lip, glancing sideways at Donald. Kill me, and you won't even have time to escape China. It's almost 5 hours since I disappeared. Can't contact me, can't contact my assistant, and you really think no one will care? Originally, Ibrahim planned to leave after sleeping with her. Now, they may already be searching for me. Sherry remained calm. How long do you think it will take for them to find us? Donald grew uneasy. Boss? He only wanted a casual fling. Who knew it would turn into such a mess? Look closely. Clifford has a gun pointed at my head. Ibrahim stared coldly at Clifford. So eager, are you interested in her too, Clifford? Sherry and Clifford exchanged looks. If you release me and my assistant now, I'll act as if nothing happened. Sherry looked at Clifford, signaling him to put down his gun. Clifford was impulsive. Any gunshot here would benefit no one. Tomorrow's headlines could very well report that everyone here had died in a shootout. Was Sherry not angry about being kidnapped and treated so poorly due to someone's lust-driven madness? Absolutely furious. She could have killed. Translation maintained the original paragraph structure and tone, ensuring natural English flow while preserving the intensity and emotions conveyed in the original text. Chapter 355, Protected. But even if she wanted to seek revenge for feeling wronged, she needed to first escape the immediate danger. Ibrahim said to Kenneth, put down the gun, don't point it at the woman I'm interested in. Bring those 3 people upstairs. Hearing this, Kenneth put down his gun and gestured for his subordinates to bring the 3 people from the basement upstairs. Can we put away the guns now? Ibrahim asked Clifford. Clifford pressed the gun against Ibrahim forcefully. Did you touch her? Kenneth pointed the gun at Clifford again. Clifford, put down the gun. Ibrahim raised an eyebrow, then laughed with deep meaning. You rushed here, intimidated me, and said so much. Could it be because you're also interested in this woman? I damn well ask if you touched her. Clifford forced Ibrahim's head against the sofa backrest with his gun, his eyes red as if he would shoot Ibrahim immediately if he had touched her. Clifford. Sherry held Clifford's hand. You came just in time, he didn't touch me. And I think he won't be able to touch any woman for a while. Hearing this, Clifford looked into Ibrahim's smiling eyes, nudged his cheek, and moved the gun from Ibrahim's forehead. Soon, Assistant Matthew, Little Claudia, and Sam were brought up from the basement. Seeing everyone with guns, Assistant Matthew and Little Claudia held their breaths. The moment Sam saw Sherry, with blood on his head and only simply bandaged, he rushed over. One of his arms was still bandaged as he gripped Sherry's shoulder and checked her over. Aiko, are you alright? Did they do anything to you? Sherry was surprised by Sam's presence. Before Sherry could answer, Sam directly shielded Sherry behind him. In China, I advise you to behave yourself, don't enjoy a one-stop service from work to prison meals. Clifford finished and gestured for his men to take Assistant Matthew and Little Claudia away, her bag. Kenneth handed Sherry's bag to Clifford. Clifford, gripping the gun in one hand, pushed the bag into Sherry's arms and escorted her out. Sam, not worrying about jealousy, guarded the other side of Sherry, warily leading the way out past the armed people. Before leaving, he glanced at Ibrahim who was sitting on the sofa, rubbing the bruise left by Clifford's pistol. His gaze was ominously dark. Putting Sherry in the passenger seat, Clifford just opened the driver's door when Sam pulled Sherry out and made her sit in the back. The back is safer. Sam explained guardedly to Clifford, I'll sit in front. Clifford nudged his cheek. What an ungrateful bastard, Sam. If not for considering Sherry, Clifford would have told Sam that both entertainment companies he stood on now belonged to him. He had given him the opportunity to rebuild his strength to win back Sherry, and yet he was gloating in front of him. Neither Sam nor Clifford did Sherry want to contact, but this was outside Ibrahim's villa. Sherry did not want to waste time and got into the back seat directly. Sam also sat in the front passenger seat. Upon getting in the car, Sherry asked Clifford, how did you know where I was? Clifford pursed his lips and remained silent. Speak. Sherry raised her voice. Previously, I had Ephraim install a tracker on your phone. Fortunately, Ibrahim's idiots didn't throw away your phone, Clifford said. This is for your safety. I have no interest in monitoring your movements. Sherry turned to Sam in the passenger seat. What about you? How did you end up here? Our company's 2 artists participated in Human Race. They asked me to check on the progress, and then I saw someone trying to kidnap you in the parking lot. Sam indeed was skilled, but outnumbered. He was beaten, and seeing the situation, Kenneth took him along too. Sherry was silent for a moment, then said, thank you. I didn't really help. Sam lowered his head. Sherry searched through her bag and dialed the police reporting what happened in the parking lot. Clifford braked abruptly, unbuckled his seatbelt, grabbed the phone from Sherry, and hung up. What are you doing? Sam grabbed Clifford's collar first. But who was Clifford? Ephraim was trained by him. With one hand, he twisted Sam's arm and pinned him firmly in the passenger seat. You're calling the police? Clifford asked incredulously. I am a law-abiding citizen. When something happens, find the police. A child knows this, Sherry said. Clifford stared wide-eyed. Are you crazy? How will you explain how you got out to the police later? Should he say that he stormed in with a gun and rescued her? We all saw you brought props guns. Considering Sam was in the car, Sherry continued, although breaking into a house with prop guns is illegal, you did it to save people. I believe the police will give you a talking to at most. Clifford understood Sherry was protecting Sam, telling Sam what to say to the police. He hadn't expected Sherry to be determined to report it. He pursed his lips. Don't call the police. I'll protect you. Clifford insisted, rest assured, I'll make sure they leave the country as soon as possible. Sherry pulled back her phone from Clifford's hand. I've never placed myself in a position needing protection, especially after suffering losses and beatings. I must become smarter. My life, I won't rely on others. I'll decide how to walk my own path. My life. I control it myself. Saying that, Sherry called the police again. Looking at Sherry's calm and resolute eyes, Clifford opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. In Clifford's view, women were gentle and needed protection. Sam, held down by Clifford, seemed nailed to his seat, trembling pupils as if frozen in place. After suffering and being beaten, Sam seemed to relive his amnesia days, recalling how he treated Sherry. He had once forcibly required Sherry to depend on him, yet afterward, all the pain and storms in Sherry's life were caused by him. So now, Aiko wouldn't rely on anyone else, only herself? Yes, I'm already out. Sherry waved at Clifford, staring intently at her, indicating him to drive, continuing to talk to the police. All right, I'll come over right now. After hanging up, Sherry sent a message to the film crew to deliver the prop gun to the intersection. Please note that some Chinese cultural references may not be perfectly clear in English, as they often carry unique cultural significance. Chapter 356, Predicament. Without consulting Clifford, Sherry had already swiftly dealt with the matter on her own. As long as the guns weren't real, I think you and your men are more familiar with how to handle the police, Sherry said calmly, sending messages as she spoke. If Sam hadn't been in the car too, Clifford would definitely have asked Sherry if she knew that Gail was planning to cooperate with Ibrahim. Aren't you afraid Ibrahim will seek revenge? That Ibrahim is a reckless fellow, Clifford frowned deeply. I can't always come in time to save people. After getting burned once, one learns to be smart. Do you think I'd still be foolish enough to give him another chance? Sherry glanced up from her messaging, her tone laced with contempt. However, Clifford, considering their cooperation, still called Ibrahim before entering the police station, urging him to leave quickly. What? Reporting to the police? Ibrahim laughed, becoming increasingly intrigued by Sherry. If I were you, I'd beat a hasty retreat out of Huaguang. Clifford hung up and turned to enter the police station. Inside the police station, Sherry, along with assistant Matthew, Tobias, and Sam finished giving their statements and came out first. Learning that Ibrahim and his people had left after the police arrived, Sherry wasn't surprised. The police assured them they would keep the matter confidential, given Sherry's special status. If this news broke out, it could lead to unnecessary speculation affecting the Rusty Corporation. Have Assistant Claudia take you to the hospital for a checkup, Sherry said, looking at Sam who was clutching his suit jacket. I'm fine, I can go myself. Sam pressed his lips together, his throat moving slightly as he finally asked, that man. Is he the father of the 2 kids? It was already dark outside, and under the police station's lights, Sam's eyes appeared red-rimmed. He had been wanting to ask all along. Clifford seemed so casual with Sherry and risked coming to her rescue. But equally, Sam understood that Clifford seemed to know the person who had kidnapped Sherry. Sam. I know it's none of my business, Sam choked back tears, interrupting Sherry, but Aiko, that man isn't good. This kidnapping, it must have a reason. Can't you see he knows the person who abducted you? And he didn't even let you call the police. I was just saying you should get a medical checkup. Head injuries can be serious, Sherry remained calm, like how Gail died from internal bleeding after the car accident. Sam clutched Sherry's shoulders tightly, tears streaming down his reddened eyes. He turned away so Sherry wouldn't see, wiping his tears on his shoulder, then forced a pained smile. You still care about me. I'm so happy, Aiko. Assistant Matthew and Tobias exchanged looks, neither daring to speak. Especially Assistant Matthew. No one knew better than Assistant Matthew about Sherry and Gail. He never expected Sherry to mention Gail so calmly. Sam, after all these years, you still haven't grown up. Sherry moved his hands from her shoulders, her tone and expression indifferent. In any case, since you got injured because of me, Tobias, take Sam to the hospital. All expenses will be charged to my account. Yes, sir. Tobias responded, Mr. Youssef, let me accompany you to the hospital. As they spoke, Clifford also emerged from the police station. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, glanced at Sam, then looked at Sherry, saying, let's go, back home. Since they lived in the same building, it was on the way. With the sky now dark, he decided to take Sherry back. On the way, Clifford still had something to say to Sherry. You both went through a scare today. Take tomorrow off and rest well, no need to rush back to work, Sherry told Tobias and Assistant Matthew before descending the steps of the police station with Clifford. I'll drive you. Sam grabbed Sherry's arm, meeting her gaze but then released it hurriedly, as if fearful. Let me drive you home, and I'll, obediently go to the hospital. Aiko, I'm worried about you. Compared to me, Mr. Youssef should worry more about your head injury. Sherry glanced at Sam's head wound and the dried blood on his face. Your arm isn't fully healed yet either. Be careful. Walking down the steps with Clifford, he remarked, didn't expect you to care so much about your ex-husband. He got hurt twice, once for my child, another time for me. It wouldn't be right not to care, Sherry replied. Sam's eyes welled up again until Assistant Matthew approached, saying, Mr. Youssef, Tobias and I will take you to the hospital. Head injuries shouldn't be taken lightly. That man. Is he Aiko's husband? Sam's voice wavered as he turned his reddened eyes to Kayla. You worked for Uncle Rusty. Did something happen between Aiko and him when she was drugged? Kayla smiled, I'm not clear about young Master Rusty's affairs. Sam didn't believe him, watching Sherry and Clifford's retreating backs. A suspicion formed in his mind. Could it be because Clifford had real guns, forcing Sherry to be with him? Even when Gail was alive, perhaps they needed to be wary of Clifford, forcing Aiko into this arrangement for her safety? Pale-faced, Sam pressed his forehead. It must be true. If so, he had pushed Sherry into hell. No wonder Aiko kept saying she was married, forced by Clifford. Aiko. Sam hurried down the steps after her. But Sherry didn't even look back, boarding the car with Clifford and leaving. Sam stopped, panting, watching the car drive away. No. Can't act impulsively. Though Aiko said Clifford used prop guns, Sam knew he used real guns when rescuing someone from the villa. He needed to find the safest way to rescue Sherry. Should he report it? Thinking of how Sherry protected Clifford even while calling the police in the car, Sam couldn't tell if Aiko was being coerced by Clifford or if it was because of the children. He must proceed cautiously, ensuring no harm comes to Aiko. He needed to find a way to meet Aiko again, understand the predicament she faced, and then figure out a solution. Chapter 357, Considerable Influence. Mr. Youssef, given your current condition, you should go to the hospital first. Kayla and little Claudia caught up. On the way back, Clifford drove with one hand while pulling out a cigarette from the dashboard and holding it at his lips. Just then, Sherry said, I don't want to inhale secondhand smoke in this confined space. What a hassle. Clifford frowned but still took the cigarette from his mouth, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the ashtray. Thank you for today, Sherry sincerely expressed her gratitude. In fact, if Clifford hadn't arrived today, Sherry would have had only two choices, fight to the death or yield to Ibrahim. If you really want to thank me, then promise me one thing. Clifford was uncertain whether Sherry would agree. I hope you won't tell my brother about today's incident. My brother's future enemy is powerful, and we need Ibrahim's help. Ibrahim's enemy is also our enemy, and he is a ruthless man. Only when he is under control can my brother avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Clifford made his intention clear. Seemingly worried that Sherry might refuse due to safety concerns, he hastily added, I will send more people to protect you. Clifford felt somewhat lacking in confidence saying this. Come to think of it, today's incident was partly Clifford's fault. He had intentionally sent Ephraim away by having his girlfriend distract him to create an opportunity for Sherry and Sam. Who knew it would give Ibrahim a chance to exploit the situation? Those people Ibrahim brought into the country didn't stand a chance without weapons. Ephraim could take on 10 men barehanded. If Ephraim had been there today, Sherry wouldn't have been kidnapped. Clifford couldn't bear to think what would happen if Gail found out. He'd be torn apart. Letting Sherry's ex-husband try to seduce her to distract Ephraim nearly got Sherry hurt. Clifford rubbed his forehead. Gail would probably tear him apart. Why did Sherry attract so much trouble? Mathieu, she was beautiful, but why did Ibrahim chase all the way to China just to snatch her? I wasn't planning on telling him either, Sherry spoke steadily, not like someone trying to placate Clifford. Clifford was surprised and turned to look at Sherry's composed profile during the traffic light. He has his own things to do and shouldn't be distracted because of me. I can take care of myself. This time was unexpected. It won't happen again. Sherry turned to face Clifford. As for the tracker in my phone, regardless of whose idea it was, whether Gail's or yours, I'll leave it intact for now, just in case. If anything does happen. I'll rely on you. If she encountered such a situation again, perhaps only Clifford could save her. Sherry cherished her life now. She was no longer alone, she had family and love. Feeling guilty, Clifford averted his gaze. All right, I understand. He had installed a tracker on Sherry's phone, ostensibly for her protection, but in reality, to track her movements and arrange chance encounters for Sam, hoping they would reconcile through frequent meetings. Now, as Sherry looked at him with those clear eyes, seemingly filled with trust, Clifford couldn't help but feel even more guilty. All the way, Clifford wanted to ask Sherry if Ibrahim had harmed her, but he didn't dare. Not until they reached his floor and stepped out of the elevator did he finally ask, "Did Ibrahim hurt you?" As if afraid of hearing her answer, he added, "If he didn't, that's fine. But if he did, I will settle the score for you once our cooperation ends." "No, you came just in time," Sherry honestly replied. "When you arrived, I had just kicked his most vulnerable spot and was about to run." Clifford nodded, let go of the elevator door, and waited until the display showed the top floor before returning home. Sherry called Ferguson's assistant as soon as she got home, speaking lightly about being kidnapped today, asking him to send over the team materials prepared for tomorrow. Soon after, Sherry received a call from Elder Rusty. "The incident is over, grandfather. I told Ferguson's assistant so you know I would always inform the family no matter what happens. Please don't worry too much about me." Sherry spoke gently, comforting the Hudson. "However, regarding the CCTV interview you asked me to prepare for, I think it would be better if you conducted it. The recent negative publicity isn't good for the company." Elder Rusty agreed. "I will personally handle the interview. Focus on your work. It was rushed to expose you to the public too early, which is unsafe. After all, this was positive publicity for the Rusty Corporation. But as the sole heir of the Rusty Corporation, exposing Sherry too much indeed posed risks. If anyone had ulterior motives and targeted her safety, it would be a significant loss." Unlike Rusty Jigua, who was a well-known patriotic entrepreneur frequently featured in the media, many recognized him. The most widespread online images and videos of Sherry were from the period when her family made a scene on television, spreading videos and photos from her student days. But so many years had passed, Sherry had grown up and matured. As long as she wasn't overly exposed, not too many would recognize her. "Tomorrow, don't go to the company. Let me arrange through Ferguson's assistant for a medical checkup to ensure the drug hasn't left any residues or side effects," Elder Rusty said. "At the police station, they said some residue is normal and should metabolize quickly. But if you're concerned, I can go to the hospital in the afternoon. In the morning, I have a meeting at the company." Sherry checked her watch and asked, "Are mother and the 2 kids arriving tomorrow night?" "Yes, they're coming back tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll pick them up from the airport." "I'll join you," Sherry said. "It's been a while, and I miss them too. Then tomorrow, I'll have Ferguson's assistant come pick you up." After hanging up, Sherry took a shower, reviewed some documents, and then called Haim. "What's up, boss?" Haim had just finished exercising and was heading to the shower. "Have someone investigate a Thai man named Ibrahim. He seems to have considerable influence in Southeast Asia," Sherry said. Chapter 358 Team Building. Brigham. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu was slightly taken aback. "I know of Brigham, who is notoriously known as a local snakehead in Southeast Asia, fully capable of manufacturing and distributing drugs, possibly the most notorious drug lord there. But it's unclear if he's the person you're referring to. The public doesn't have any photos of Brigham." Sherry shuddered at the thought of being held captive by such a notorious drug lord. Had Clifford not been there today, it was uncertain if she would have avoided being drugged during her resistance. "Aren't you thinking about entering the drug trade?" Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Chu's tone turned stern. "Boss, we can't touch that." "No, I just heard about this person suddenly and asked." "It's late, go rest early. Bye." After hanging up, Sherry frowned. From the conversation between Clifford and Brigham today, she sensed their familiarity. Moreover, considering Night Palace run by Clifford, Sherry felt an uneasy sensation. Was Clifford involved in the drug business too? Worried, Sherry wanted to call Clifford but realized she didn't have his number. She called Ephraim instead. It took a long while before the call connected. "Hello, Miss Coral." Recognizing the suppressed tone in Ephraim's voice, Sherry thought she might be calling at a bad time. Hastily, she said, "Send me Clifford's phone number," then hang up. Shortly after, Ephraim called again. Sherry answered, "Hello. Little sister-in-law, what do you need from me?" Clifford's voice came through. Sherry soon stepped off the elevator with Ephraim waiting at the door. Seeing Ephraim breathing heavily, Sherry raised an eyebrow. "You and Clifford?" Ephraim kept his head down. "I left my post today for personal matters, putting Miss Coral at risk. Master Yanni is punishing me now." When Ephraim received the call, Clifford told him to come for boxing practice. Who knew that once he put on the gloves and entered the boxing room, he ended up getting beaten unilaterally? Remembering Ephraim needed to protect Sherry tomorrow, Clifford restrained himself. Wrapping her coat tightly, Sherry entered Clifford's home. On the coffee table lay 2 pairs of boxing gloves. Clifford, drenched in sweat, wore loose shorts and a t-shirt over them, holding a towel around his neck as he stood in front of the fridge drinking water. Seeing Sherry clutching her phone in one hand and hugging her coat with the other, Clifford set down the bottle and wiped the sweat off with a towel. What's wrong? Is Brigham really the drug lord in Southeast Asia? Sherry asked. Clifford paused momentarily. So, has his information been made public now? Indeed. Do you deal in drugs? Sherry worried less about Clifford than Gail. Clifford furrowed his brows and took a sip of water. Even though I call you sister-in-law, you're not my real sister-in-law. Isn't it a bit much? I don't care about you or want to. But I won't let you implicate him. Sherry frowned. Do you know that dealing drugs in our country leads to imprisonment? I don't touch it anymore. And I've never smuggled drugs into the country. Whoever dares to bring drugs into China, I'll be the first to shut them down. My men aren't allowed to either. Even if they do, it mustn't happen in China. They operate in M country where Oregon has legalized drug use. Didn't you know? Sherry. How did such a despicable act like drug trafficking show her a different perspective? As long as it wasn't within China, Sherry wouldn't intervene. And as Clifford mentioned, drug use had been legalized in Oregon, with other states in M country following suit. Not being from M country, as a Chinese citizen, she could only respect and wish them well. Their nation had suffered greatly from drugs in the past. The opium crisis back then turned China into a sickly East Asian power, under foreign powers' dominance. Thus, China enforced some of the strictest anti-drug laws globally. Sherry tightened her coat. I hope you stay away from it too. With that, Sherry was about to leave. You came down just to ask me this? If I were dealing drugs here. Clifford recalled her reporting him. Would you report me? Of course. Sherry didn't hesitate. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Reporting drug dealers and users is everyone's duty. Clifford. Watching Sherry leave, Clifford chuckled in frustration. Matthew, a law-abiding citizen. Ephraim picked up his coat. Master Yanni, let me take Miss Coral upstairs. Stay put. Clifford set down the water bottle. From now on, stick close to Sherry. If you need to leave, arrange for someone else to take over in advance. Yes, Master Yanni. Ephraim bowed, feeling quite guilty. This was the second time due to his neglect, Sherry was endangered. This time, Brigham had kidnapped her. Seeing Ephraim hanging his head, Clifford sighed, blaming himself too. He shouldn't have reassigned Ephraim without planning ahead. But who was he? He was Clifford. Could he admit fault? Obviously not. It was Ephraim's mistake for leaving his post without permission. And also Sherry's fault for provoking Brigham. How could he foresee Brigham coming to China and kidnapping her? Go back. Clifford told Ephraim. Ephraim nodded and left. Restless in bed, Sherry couldn't sleep thinking about Gail continuing to work with Brigham. Collaborating with the ruthless criminal Brigham, even he could be at risk if not careful. Her phone buzzed on the bedside table. Sherry checked the message. Tobias, Boss Rusty, Mr. Youssef has been diagnosed with concussion and his arm injuries haven't healed yet. The doctor requires hospitalization, everything is arranged. Don't worry. Sherry got up and replied. Sherry, good, thank you for your hard work. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, both you and Matthew Assistant will have a day off to rest properly. Feeling guilty for putting Matthew Assistant and Tobias through this ordeal, Sherry transferred each of them some money with the note for relief. Matthew Assistant expressed gratitude and loyalty, saying it was his duty. Tobias, however, was hesitant, even calling to refuse initially. Sherry rubbed her temples. Tobias, accept it. I'm sorry for involving you all today. I wouldn't feel right otherwise. Only then did Tobias accept, asking quietly, by the way, Boss Rusty has another matter. Will you attend the group building event next month? Given that Gail usually didn't participate in these events, Tobias believed it would benefit the unity of the company since Sherry was relatively new to the top position. Hashtag chapter 359, dominating the market. We'll see when the time comes. If there are no other arrangements, I'll go, Sherry said hesitantly, pausing before continuing. Also, investigate Ephraim's girlfriend and her parents. And Sam mentioned that some of their agency's artists were participating in a movie. Find out who Sam's boss is now. After hanging up the phone, Sherry found herself completely unable to sleep. She got out of bed and diligently turned on her computer to handle the work she had delayed due to Brigham's earlier disturbance. The next morning, as Sherry opened the door to head to the company, she froze. In addition to Ephraim, who was serving as her bodyguard, there were 4 more highly trained bodyguards standing at the door. Seeing Sherry come out, the leader of the group approached her and said, "Hello, President Rusty. We were arranged by Grahamsham to protect you from now on." "Thank you for your hard work," Sherry replied. Ephraim lowered his head even more, feeling increasingly guilty about yesterday's incident. He shouldn't have left Sherry alone during work hours just because of his girlfriend's parents. As Sherry descended the stairs surrounded by a crowd of bodyguards, she coincidentally encountered Clifford, who was lazily twirling his car keys. Clifford was momentarily stunned upon seeing the situation inside the elevator box. 5 tall and robust bodyguards had surrounded Sherry in the middle. She was frowning while looking at something on her phone, only lifting her gaze when the elevator stopped. "The elevator is full, Mr. Yanni, please take the one beside us," Sherry said. No problem, I'm slim, we can squeeze together. I'm in a hurry. Clifford naturally squeezed in, positioning himself at the front of all the bodyguards. Why so many bodyguards around little President Rusty all of a sudden? To prevent someone from using a decoy strategy, luring away my only bodyguard. Sherry laughed. Ephraim's head hung lower. What President Rusty says. Clifford chuckled, turning to look at Sherry. It sounds like Ephraim is useless. It's not that Ephraim is too useless, it's just that he's too obedient and listens too much to his previous boss. I feel uneasy about this, Sherry added, lowering her head to continue browsing her phone. But if Ephraim wants to return to his former boss, I'm willing to let him go. Miss Aiko, Sir sent me here to protect you. I made a mistake. Ephraim quickly admitted his fault. Ding. Upon the elevator's arrival, Ephraim heard Sherry say beside him, I was talking to Clifford, not you. Don't take it to heart. Starting today, you're on leave. Spend some time in Kyoto with your fiancé's parents. Sherry wasn't distrustful of Ephraim, it was just that his fiancé's parents arriving suddenly and conveniently raised suspicion. Ephraim wanted to follow but was stopped by Clifford, who stood at the elevator entrance with his hands in his pockets. Can't you understand? They don't need you anymore. Additionally, Clifford noticed that Sherry had changed her phone. Unbeknownst to Clifford, Sherry kept the old phone with a tracker in her bag just in case. But who knew whether it could only track her location or if it could also intercept other information? Sherry had other information on her new phone, so she had to be cautious. Ephraim's eyes welled up with tears. It's my fault. Seeing Ephraim's sad expression, similar to that of an abandoned puppy, Clifford felt a rare pang of guilt. Who would have thought that this fool would fall in love with such a woman and need a severe beating to grow? Fortunately, everything was still within Clifford's control. When Ephraim realized that his girlfriend was willing to do anything for money, he would finally appreciate Clifford's efforts. Don't worry about it. You'll still get paid. Go be with your girlfriend and her parents. Clifford remarked. But Sir asked me to protect Miss Aiko. Don't worry, those four, they don't look like anyone you can beat anyway. Go ahead and relax. Clifford patted Ephraim on the arm and walked away. Despite his words, Ephraim felt extremely guilty. Even though Sherry didn't allow him to accompany her into the Rusty Corporation building, he decided to wait outside, determined to protect her from afar. The announcement of the guest lineup and filming style of Matt Herving the Wilderness sparked another wave of excitement online. The guest list was impressive, and the fan base was huge. The day the official livestream platform, Little Voice, was announced, its daily active users surged past 300 million and continued to rise. Then, Little Voice started offering various interactive features, creating a user-generated video era where people could earn money based on views and tips. Although the earnings were small, it attracted users with its novelty. Especially with the stars from Matt Herving the Wilderness joining, a massive influx of fans flooded the platform. Enid, being highly sensitive, started a live broadcast on set for testing purposes. Her scene had just been shot, and she hadn't yet removed her makeup when her stunning beauty appeared on camera. Adjusting herself and asking her assistant how to operate it, she delivered a visual feast to viewers, causing fans to go crazy, showering her with gifts and money. Soon, news of Enid's $1 million gift haul during her live stream hit the headlines on Weibo. Other top actors and actresses from Matt Herving the Wilderness opened Little Voice and tried their hand at live streaming. The fans of each star began competing, none wanting their idol to lose. Wealthy fans demonstrated their support through generous donations. When Greg Yao Hang's donations surpassed 10 million yuan, many celebrities and their agencies couldn't resist joining Little Voice. This app launched successfully, and CEO Finley couldn't stop smiling. While Winston Corporation was caught off guard, Finley had already prepared an integrated e-commerce function for live streams, directly challenging Winston Corporation's live-selling business. Finley arranged for negotiations with major brands, offering them favorable policies and enticing them to join early. At this point, Chairman Winston, who had been monopolizing Winston Corporation and ignoring the anxiety of the senior management, finally sensed the impending threat. Thus, Chairman Winston played his trump card with the major brands. Choose one. Brands operating in Winston Corporation's malls and online platforms could not choose to cooperate with Little Voice. Brands cooperating with Little Voice would not have their contracts renewed after expiration. Winston Corporation controlled approximately 80% of the market, dominating the field. Translation ends here as requested. Chapter 360, dealt with by troubles. How was Mr. Finley supposed to make a choice? Mr. Finley, who encountered difficulties, called Assistant Matthew to find Sherry but was politely turned away by him with a smile. Mr. Finley, President Rusty is very busy every day. If you can't handle such minor issues, shall I ask President Rusty to dispatch someone to help you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Finley immediately stopped complaining. Nothing goes smoothly in life. If you need money, President Rusty gives you money. If you need people, President Rusty provides them. But you can't always rely on President Rusty for every problem. After all, what do we get paid for? Isn't it to solve problems? If we can't solve the problems, we'll definitely be dealt with by the problems, right? Cold sweat poured down Mr. Finley's back as he felt the lingering pressure from the previous President Rusty. Maybe because Sherry usually treated them nicely, Mr. Finley had the illusion that she was easygoing. President Rusty. Little Claudia placed the information Brielle had asked for on her desk. This is the company where Mr. Youssef currently works, along with the company group data. Little Claudia then put another file down. These are the details about Ephraim's girlfriend and her parents. Brielle flipped through the files on Sam's current company and saw, Clifford. TSK. Clifford really had too much time on his hands. Brielle didn't even bother to continue reading, casually tossing the document into the pile of papers marked for disposal. She carefully examined the information about Ephraim's girlfriend and her parents. However, after reading, Brielle remained silent, only putting the documents in a drawer. Assistant Matthew knocked on the door and entered, walking up to Brielle. President Rusty, Dr. Alina, your former attending physician in Hai Cheng, is on the phone. Should I connect the call? Brielle thought for a moment before responding, put it through. She held the phone to her ear, and a gentle voice came through the receiver, Star. Dr. Alina, is there something? Brielle's voice was warm. After all, Dr. Alina had taken care of her when she was in a vegetative state for 2 years. I heard that Jeremiah passed away unexpectedly. I originally wanted to attend Jeremiah's funeral, but never received an invitation, so I'm calling to ask. Grandpa decided not to hold a funeral, so everything will be kept simple. Only our family members will be present, no friends or relatives were notified, Brielle explained. Oh. Dr. Alina paused before speaking. Star, there's one thing I want to ask. Many companies that cooperate with the Lay family say they don't plan to renew their contracts with them. Do you know anything about this? Hearing this, Brielle knew exactly what was going on. She laughed lightly. Dr. Alina, is Lois next to you? On the other end, Lois frantically waved her hand. No, I just noticed the Lay family has been hit by consecutive setbacks recently. A long-term cooperating company mentioned they should consider whom they offended. Lois, who's here with me, said it might be due to sending the invitation last time that upset you. But I don't think you're that kind of person. Since I managed to get through, I wanted to ask, considering how good friends you and Lois used to be, clearing up misunderstandings would be best. Dr. Alina awkwardly changed the subject. So, can you come to Jackson and Madeline's wedding? I won't be able to attend the wedding. There's too much going on at the company. Please pass my congratulations to Jackson, Brielle smiled. Dr. Alina instantly understood the implications of Brielle's words and hung up smiling. Just because she was adopted by the Rusty family, why does she act so arrogantly? Lois was furious, her chest heaving. Not coming to our wedding is one thing, but at least she could have called to congratulate us. Passing it through your sister, what's that supposed to mean? Meaning she doesn't want any more contact with you, haven't you figured it out? Dr. Alina sighed, feeling exasperated by her sister-in-law, Madeline. Star manages such a large Rusty corporation, she has no time to target the Lay family. Don't jump to conclusions. If she wasn't targeting the Lay family, why isn't she cooperating with us? Lois retorted. Dr. Alina was genuinely surprised by Lois's words. Seeing Dr. Alina's expression, Lois quickly explained, Sister, that's not what I meant. My point is that Star, as the heir and CEO of Rusty Corporation, could save us from disaster if she simply announces cooperation. I'm also helping Lyle Nanshan reconcile with her. After all, who would choose to offend Rusty Corporation? But Lois never thought about the reasons why. Why should anyone believe her, given that she drugged Brielle without taking responsibility, and instead watched and participated in bullying her? Leave Ronnie and Star alone. Dr. Alina advised Lois quietly, Ronnie did many things in the past. I think he won't be able to win Star back. Besides, Star doesn't wish to reconnect with her old life. If you truly consider her a friend, don't disturb her anymore. With that, Dr. Alina picked up her stethoscope to see patients, not touching the coffee Lois brought. Watching Dr. Alina leave, Lois clenched her fists. Not wanting to reconnect with her past? Lois sneered, given her origin from Coral Village, of course, she wouldn't want to. Mathewtonly, Lois's eyes lit up. Why hadn't she thought of this before? If the people from Coral Village knew Brielle was now the heiress of Rusty Corporation, wouldn't they cause trouble for the Rusty Corporation, trying to cling to her like leeches? Then, if she could mediate and help resolve the situation, wouldn't they become good friends again? And wouldn't the Lay family's troubles be solved easily? Lois grabbed her bag and walked out. That afternoon, Brielle went to the airport to pick up the 2 kids and Rusty Veronica. As the business car emerged from the underground parking lot, the bodyguard informed her that they were being followed, seemingly by Ephraim. Brielle didn't even look up. It's fine. Let him follow. Rusty Veronica and the 2 kids returned via private jet, using the VIP channel. Brielle and the elderly Mr. Rusty waited at the exit. Mr. Rusty, leaning on his cane, asked, was Caleb involved in the kidnapping incident? Rusty Jigua had already accepted Caleb as Gail's identity. No, Brielle replied. Then why did someone surnamed Yanni rescue you? Rusty Jigua turned to look at Brielle. Chapter 361, The Final Bottom Rusty. Sherry clenched her fists at her sides, not expecting that Mr. Rusty knew everything. Do you know who tipped off the kidnappers to let you go? Rusty Jigua asked and then answered himself, it was that person surnamed Yanni. Sherry tightly pursed her lips. Today it's you, tomorrow, could it be your mother and the 2 children? Rusty Jigua turned his head to look toward the end of the passage, waiting for the most important people in his life to emerge. Why would the person surnamed Yanni inform Ibrahim? Because Caleb still wants to cooperate with Ibrahim. Mr. Rusty recalled the conversation he had with Officer Liang when arranging Rusty Gina's identity years ago, and closed his eyes briefly. Seeing Rusty Veronica appearing at the end of the passage, holding two children surrounded by bodyguards, Mr. Rusty greeted them warmly with a bright smile, speaking to Sherry. If those ruthless people found out about the relationship between the two children and him, do you think they would spare the two children, or even you? I am getting old. Mr. Rusty put down his waving hand and gripped his cane tighter. I can't control your actions, but since you say you are willing to wait, then, after obtaining the lithography machine technology this time and until his cooperation with the police ends, don't have any contact with him, no meetings in any form, this is my final bottom line. Indeed, when Mr. Rusty asked the group to post on Weibo, it was to clear Sherry's name and also to send a message to Rusty Gina. Mr. Rusty wanted Martin Corporation's lithography machine technology. So, for the sake of the lithography machine technology, Sherry's meeting with Rusty Gina in Moscow was personally facilitated by Mr. Rusty. But after obtaining the lithography machine technology, there was no longer a need for Sherry to meet Rusty Gina or anyone from Martin Corporation again. I know you weren't raised around me and Veronica, so you don't have much affection for us. Emotionally, we can't threaten you. Mr. Rusty's tone was serious, yet his expression remained gentle as he watched two smiling children and Rusty Gina approach him. But I can make Rusty Gina disappear from this world. You previously told Rusty Jinru, never underestimate a mother's determination to protect her child. Today, I tell you, never underestimate a father's determination to protect his daughter. Including accepting you, it was based on seeing your love for Veronica. Otherwise, would I have used capital to support you in founding Hengji? Apart from protecting his daughter, what Rusty Jigua didn't mention was also protecting the two children. Any factor that poses even the slightest threat to Veronica, I will ruthlessly eliminate. Even if it's you. Rusty Jigua said. This was the decision Rusty Jigua made after much deliberation upon learning Sherry had been kidnapped. Rusty Jigua wondered if he was getting old, as his handling of the matter had been too lenient before because he cared about the two children, the adopted son Rusty Gina, and Sherry. He should have severed all ties between Sherry and Rusty Gina immediately when he discovered this situation. If Rusty Gina insisted on leaving, he could find someone through a headhunter to take over Rusty Corporation while Rusty Jigua continued as chairman, just working a bit harder. People mustn't allow their emotions to influence their decisions. After spending more time with Rusty Gina and Sherry, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. But Rusty Jigua always remembered his determination to protect his daughter. Grandpa Rusty. Coraline let go of Rusty Veronica's hand far away and ran happily toward Rusty Jigua. Mr. Rusty quickly handed his cane to Ferguson assistant and squatted down, opening his arms to embrace the Annabelle who had gained some weight. Sherry smiled and looked at Mr. Rusty. She understood these things all along. Seeing Mr. Rusty lift Coraline up and comment joyfully, our Annabelle has gotten heavier. That's because our Rusty beauty takes good care of her. The Annabelle puffed out her chest proudly, her eyes bending into crescents. Mommy. Sherry laughed, taking Coraline from Mr. Rusty's arms and said, I'll remember what you said, grandfather. Mr. Rusty nodded. Good, just remember. Since that's the case, starting today, move back to the old Rusty residence. Yes. Sherry agreed with a nod. Aiko is here too. Rusty Veronica led Sherry out and was delighted to see Sherry. Let's go home. Yes. Sherry put down Coraline, gave Sherry a hug, patted his head, and heard Mr. Rusty say, the three of you haven't seen each other for a long time. You ride together, and your mother and I will take another car. Sherry nodded, yes. She held the two children in the car, buckled them into their safety seats, and heard Sherry whisper, Mommy. In the front passenger seat, she turned around and looked at Sherry. What is it? Sherry hesitated to speak. Sherry smiled, patted Sherry's head, and handed 2 boxes of fruit prepared by the housekeeper to the children. Eat some fruit. Mommy, Rusty Beauty, and I brought gifts for you and Grandfather Rusty. Coraline swung her legs excitedly. I also brought gifts for my kindergarten friends. Even though Lyle came with us, I still brought him a gift. Our Coraline is so considerate. Sherry reached out and touched the Annabelle's head. The Annabelle chattered all the way until they were nearly off the highway when both Coraline and Sherry fell asleep. Upon arriving at the old Rusty residence, Sherry and Aunt Claudia each carried a child upstairs, settling them down. Aunt Claudia thoughtfully prepared bird's nest for Sherry. You've worked hard supporting the company alone since Gina left. You look tired and thinner. Aunt Claudia watched Sherry drink the bird's nest with eyes full of concern. Though Sherry wasn't raised by Aunt Claudia, seeing her face, which resembled Rusty Veronica when he was young, caused Aunt Claudia to develop some affection for her. Grandfather has also worked hard recently. Aunt Claudia sighed. Yes, ever since Gina left, he's been working until midnight every day. This isn't sustainable. Sherry finished her bird's nest, wiped her mouth with a napkin. Not anymore. From now on, she wouldn't let Grandfather worry anymore. The next day, Sherry even accepted the invitation from Graham Dashow for dinner. When she called the old Rusty residence, Mr. Rusty was momentarily stunned by the news. I talked to Cooper. Once our technicians confirm that the data he provided is correct, I will give him the shares in Martin Corporation. Chapter 362, A Kick Away. Mr. Rusty seemed taken aback that Sherry didn't intend to sabotage Cooper. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for Caleb? Sherry continued, I followed up with the technical department. Theoretically, the data checks out. I plan to discuss with Cooper and give him 50% of our shares up front, and the remaining 50% will be divided into 2 phases during the manufacturing process. This way, it's fair. Even if spoken directly to Martin Chumin, he couldn't find fault with it. Moreover, this bought some time for Gale. Fine. You're in charge of the group's affairs, Mr. Rusty replied, changing the subject. As for that young man from the Graham family, now that he's no longer entangled with Zora, he actually is a decent choice. It would be good for you to try connecting with him again. I won't force you even if it doesn't work out. Even if you need to wait. Note, I adjusted that Graham family boy to that young man from the Graham family for a more natural and respectful tone in English. I also translated entangling to entangled with to maintain fluency and clarity. I know. Sherry harbored no resentment toward Mr. Rusty, don't worry. Hanging up, Sherry stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling streets and towering buildings of Kyoto outside the Rusty Corporation building. She needed to distance herself from Caleb. Curtis personally drove to pick up Sherry after work in the afternoon. Although Curtis was the eldest son of the Graham family, compared to his peers, he was not very composed, which made Chairman Graham hesitant to entrust the company to him. The tall and slender Curtis leaned against the car, playing with his phone with his long fingers adorned with a Bulgari ring, dressed in a formal suit without a tie, his shirt collar unbuttoned and wearing a silver cross necklace. His handsome face looked deceivingly charming. He appeared cool and unrestrained, drawing admiring glances from many young women leaving work. Seeing Sherry come out of the Rusty Corporation building, Curtis locked his phone screen and straightened up, opening the car door for her like a gentleman. I thought you'd reject me again just like before. Because of this, Curtis had been unable to cancel his afternoon engagements. Who could blame the old man for giving strict orders, warning Curtis to focus on Sherry and stay away from unsavory women? In the old man's eyes, besides the girls from the 4 major families, all others were unsavory. Within the 4 families, apart from the Rusty family having fewer descendants since Rusty Jigua's generation, the other families, Matthew and Winston, were girls who grew up with Curtis, making it hard for anyone to raise a hand against them. Take Curtis's late wife, Winston Manua, for instance. Truth be told, they hadn't consummated their marriage because Curtis always saw her as a sister. Who could do such a thing to their own sister? But Sherry was different. Not having grown up together and being less familiar, Curtis would rather choose Sherry with 2 children than Adelaide. Seeing Curtis sit behind the wheel, Sherry smiled and fastened her seatbelt. From what Graham Hay says, it sounds like you don't want me to agree. At first, I didn't think you would agree, and I even made plans this afternoon. Curtis didn't hide it from Sherry. Isn't it a coincidence? When I called you, my father and grandfather were right beside me. I was also pressured by my grandfather, Sherry explained with a smile. Grandfather mentioned you again, and I thought avoiding it wouldn't solve anything. We both have no interest in each other, so why not meet their expectations, try to adapt, and then tell them we're not suitable. That way, it shows we've made an effort. That makes sense, Curtis agreed. Curtis chose a restaurant near Kyoto University. Unexpectedly, they encountered Paris, who idolized Sherry, right after getting out of the car. Paris was going out with classmates when she spotted Sherry and almost went up to greet her but was stopped by her ear-pierced friend. Have some common sense. Look, they're on a date. Don't disturb them. We'll have a chance to see her when we intern at Hengji Biotech. Seeing Curtis get out of the driver's seat, Paris nodded repeatedly, watching Sherry and Curtis enter the restaurant before leaving with her friends. Just as Paris and her classmates sat down in the private room, the ear-pierced friend suddenly exclaimed while scrolling through his phone. Paris, who was sterilizing chopsticks with hot water, asked, "What's wrong?" "There's a live stream about your idol." The ear-pierced friend handed the phone to Paris. It mentions her biological father. On the phone screen, a white-haired man with weathered features sat on a hospital bench, holding his ID card. "I am publicly accusing Vice President Sherry of the Rusty Corporation of failing to support her father after achieving success, constituting abandonment." The man wiped away tears with his hand missing 2 fingers. "I am Sherry's biological father, Glenn. This unfilial daughter left Coral Village to attend Hai-Ching University but was expelled for misconduct and later attended Coral-Ching University. She ignored us ever since. Now as VP of Rusty Corporation, not only does she neglect us, she sent people to beat us when we visited due to my sick brother." Comments flooded in, mostly condemning Sherry. Zora had previously mentioned the live stream idea to Glenn, but he dismissed it back then. Now that Zora was arrested, the Coral family lacked guidance and financial support, leading them to resort to the live streaming app that had gained recent popularity, driven by desperation. Phoenix Mail, get out, what nonsense. How can the VP of Rusty Corporation abandon her father? Lonely Melon, why? I have such a good impression of Rusty Corporation. How can the VP be such a person? I don't believe it. At Rusty Corporation, explain or lawyers will be involved. Falling in love with Greg Coralilon, what an animal-like daughter. Her family supported her through university, and now that she's successful, she finds them low-class and annoying, kicking them aside. Does she have any conscience? With her father losing 2 fingers, how could she do such things? The man broke down in tears. I'm helpless. I'm too old to earn money. Translation notes asterisk. Chapter 362, Kicking Away. Mr. Rusty seemed surprised that Sherry did not trip up Cooper. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for Caleb? Sherry continued, I have inquired and urged the technical department, and theoretically, the data checks out. I plan to talk to Cooper again, proposing to give him 50% of our shares first. The remaining 50% will be given in 2 phases during the manufacturing process. This way, it's very fair. Even if we tell this to Martin Chumine, he can't find any issues with it. It also buys some time for Rusty Jerome. Good. You take charge of the group affairs, Mr. Rusty responded, shifting the topic. That young man from the Graham family, now free from Zora's harassment, is actually quite a good choice. You might try to make contact again, but I won't pressure you, even if you choose to wait. I understand, Sherry said without any trace of resentment towards Mr. Rusty. Rest assured. After hanging up, Sherry stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling streets and towering buildings outside the Rusty Group headquarters in Jingdu. She needed to cut herself off from Caleb. In the afternoon, after work, Curtis personally drove to pick up Sherry. Although Curtis is the eldest son of the Graham family, his personality is far less steady compared to others his age, which led to Jeffrey never daring to fully entrust the company to him. Tall and slender, Curtis leaned against his car, fiddling with his phone with long fingers adorned with a Bulgari ring. Dressed in a suit but without a tie, his shirt collar was unbuttoned, revealing a silver cross necklace. His handsome face was deceptive. He looked dashing and unruly, drawing admiring glances from many girls who were just leaving work. Seeing Sherry come out of the Rusty Group building, Curtis locked his phone screen and straightened up, opening the car door gentlemanly. I thought you would refuse me this time like before. Because of this, Curtis couldn't cancel his other afternoon engagements. Why would the old man issue such a strict command, warning Curtis to definitely make contact with Sherry and stay away from women of questionable reputation? In the eyes of the old man, except for the girls from the 4 major families, all others are of questionable reputation. Among the 4 major families, apart from the Rusty family being sparsely populated since Rusty Jigua's generation, the girls from the Matthew and Winston families had practically grown up together with him, who could bring themselves to do anything to them. Take Curtis's deceased wife, Winston Manua, for example. Honestly, they were never intimate because Curtis always treated her like a younger sister. Who could bring themselves to harm their own sister? But Sherry was different. Having not grown up together, she was unfamiliar. If marrying, Curtis would prefer Sherry, who has 2 children, over someone like Adelaide. Seeing Curtis sit in the driver's seat, Sherry smiled as she fastened her seatbelt. From what you say, Jeffrey doesn't hope I agree. At first, I didn't think you'd agree. This afternoon, I even made plans with someone else. Curtis didn't hide it from Sherry. What a coincidence, when I called you, my father and grandfather were beside me. I'm also under pressure from my grandfather, Sherry laughed and told Curtis. Grandpa mentioned you again, and I feel that avoiding each other forever isn't a solution. We both have no interest in each other, so let's follow the elders' wishes and meet. After trying, we can tell them it's not suitable, showing we've tried. If unsuccessful, they will give up. Sounds reasonable. Curtis agreed. Curtis booked a restaurant near Jingdu University. Unexpectedly, they encountered Paris, who idolized Sherry, right after getting out of the car. Paris was going out with classmates but, seeing Sherry, was about to greet her when the pierced ear guy next to her pulled her back. Use your judgment. Look at them on a date. Don't go up and greet. We're interning at Hengji Biotech soon, you'll see her then. Seeing Curtis get out of the driver's seat, Paris nodded repeatedly, watching as Sherry and Curtis entered the restaurant together before smiling and leaving with her classmates. As Paris and her classmates sat down in a private room, the pierced ear guy browsing his phone suddenly exclaimed. Paris, sanitizing chopsticks with hot water, asked him, what's wrong? There's a live stream online about your idol. The pierced ear guy handed the phone to Paris. It's about her biological father. On the phone screen, a white-haired man with weathered features sat on a hospital bench, holding his ID. I formally accuse Rusty Group's executive vice president Sherry of not supporting her father after achieving success, committing abandonment. The man wiped tears with his hand missing 2 fingers and continued, I am Sherry's biological father, Glenn. This unfilial daughter left Coral Village to attend Haiching University but was expelled due to misconduct. She then went to Coralching University and ignored us. Now, as Rusty Group's executive vice president, she still neglects us. When my sick brother sought help, she had us beaten by her people. The comments below continuously refreshed, all condemning Sherry. Previously, Zora had mentioned this live stream to Glenn, but he had disregarded it. Now, with Zora arrested and no one advising or funding them, they recalled Zora's suggestion of the live streaming app. Used furthermore, live streaming apps were gaining popularity. Desperate for money, the Coral family decided to cause trouble online. Comment, Phoenix man get out, what a strange person. How can an executive vice president of Rusty Group abandon her father? Comment, lone narrator, why? Rusty Group always leaves a positive impression on me. Can this be true? At Rusty Group please clarify. Legal warning if necessary. Comment, falling in love with Greg Coralilon, what a heartless daughter. They supported her through university, yet now she turns her back on them. Has she no conscience? Seeing her father lose 2 fingers, how could she be so cruel? The man broke into sobs. I have no choice. I'm too old to earn money. This edited translation accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally and fluently in English, maintains consistency in terminology and style, and only includes English. Descriptions have been maintained as closely as possible to ensure the original tone. Names are kept consistent using pinyin for authenticity. Structural integrity of paragraphs and line breaks has been preserved. Chapter 363, Losing Interest. Glenn saw his sister Coral Matthew-Chin opposite him, holding up her hand to signal him to use his own broken fingers for sympathy. He immediately lifted his hand. 2 of my fingers are broken. Now, even if I went to work on a construction site, no one would hire me. My younger brother is very ill and hospitalized. It costs money every day. I want her to help save my brother, but I can't even see her face. I have no other choice. I can only ask for help online. The camera panned to show Donnie lying in bed at the hospital. Donnie's face was deathly pale, groaning weakly on the hospital bed, unable to open his eyes. Another switch of scenes showed Coral Matthew-Chin, Joab's aunt, crying uncontrollably. Coral Germaindy. Realizing she had slipped, Coral Matthew-Chin quickly corrected herself. This heartless Sherry. She ignores her own father and brother and only cares about living comfortably. The little bit of care she gives out would be enough to save her brother. This dog deserves to die 1,000 deaths. And that Gale isn't any better, since Sherry is his relative. Does that mean our Joab isn't? They share the same mother, and Joab is a boy. Yet she only thinks of Sherry. And let the Rusty family adopt Sherry. If anyone should be adopted, it should be our Joab. They all lack conscience. Do they not fear that Joab's mother will come back and haunt them? Paris erupted in fury after watching this. What kind of nonsense is this? So because my idol is female, she shouldn't be helped? Only male treasures should be cared for? What logic? President Rusty helps whoever he wants. Just because your Joab has something extra, the whole world must help him? Ugh, how infuriating. I want to scold them to death. Without hesitation, Paris left a comment. Cute little one, are you speaking human language? President Rusty helps whoever he wants. Your child being male doesn't entitle you to force him into helping. Does President Rusty not have the right to choose? Is your brain malfunctioning? Coral Marigold, now Rusty Marigold, is no longer Coral Germaindy. Rusty Marigold is outstanding, so President Rusty chooses to help her. What's wrong with that? It's your family that lacks conscience. Right after Paris posted, someone else chimed in. Piggy Grunt, honestly, you're cursing your own relatives, and that's fine. Daughters who don't support their fathers and sisters who ignore sick brothers deserve criticism. But dragging President Rusty into this, I disagree. His willingness to help is genuine, and even well-intended actions can be misinterpreted. Your daughter is the problem. I support you cursing her, but this has nothing to do with President Rusty. And President Rusty is already gone, so respect the deceased by accumulating virtue. Old flavor Hawthorne wine, hold on. Did they say adopted? If adopted, then surely it's not related to your family anymore. Helping you is a favor, not an obligation. How did abandonment get involved here? Is the old man filing the report actually knowledgeable about the law? Fashionable little panda, regardless of legality, the elderly clearly have no options left, hence the online plea. Even if adopted, such a prominent CEO could afford to give some money, couldn't she? Model flip, wait. Matthew, I remember a show from a few years ago in Haicheng involving this family. Didn't their mother used to be a trafficked woman in Coral Family Village? And that girl was an incredibly talented genius who brought glory to the country, winning gold medals in competitions, advocating for stricter punishments for buyers in human trafficking. However, Model Flip's comment was quickly overshadowed. While some criticized Aunt Coral Matthew-Chin for favoring boys over girls, most still blamed Coral Marigold for her callousness towards her father and sick brother, especially since her father was disabled and her brother also needed medical attention. By the time Mr. Rusty received the news, everyone at Rusty Corporation knew about it. Glenn's video featuring him holding up his ID for real name reporting spread quickly due to its involvement with Rusty Corporation. Many people were browsing Glenn's video. In this world, weakness always has a rationale. From Glenn's words, everyone could tell Coral Marigold was adopted by others, which severed ties with her original family. Soon after, someone dug up the timeline of when Rusty Corporation's chairman Rusty officially adopted Coral Marigold as his granddaughter this year. The online backlash against Coral Marigold intensified. These internet trolls don't know anything and just like to curse. When the Coral family appeared on a show in Haicheng, they cursed Marigold, then apologized later. Now they're cursing again. How can these people be so forgetful? Mama Claudia was livid, her chest heaving. Mr. Rusty turned to Ferguson's special assistant. How did you handle things? I told you to suppress this family. If it's too troublesome, just make them disappear. Ferguson's special assistant was startled by the news. I didn't expect them to stream live, especially without smartphones. I'll investigate. Lately, Ferguson's special assistant had been distracted by arranging blind dates for Coral Marigold on behalf of Mr. Rusty, thinking that keeping them under control would prevent trouble at Rusty Corporation. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals started streaming live. And suppressing the news might not be beneficial now. My idea is, let it fly for a while, Ferguson's special assistant said confidently. When the time is right, we'll release evidence of Miss Marigold being adopted and videos of her competing and winning awards. Her reputation will quickly turn around. Fortunately, Ferguson's special assistant had kept all those videos intact over the years. Mr. Rusty nodded. After this incident, make that Coral family disappear. I'm tired of tormenting them. Moreover, Coral Marigold's excellence and maturity greatly comforted Mr. Rusty's tormented heart over what his daughter endured, especially after having Ewan and Sherry. Mr. Rusty had lost interest in tormenting the Coral family. If they vanish completely, it will be less troublesome for everyone. Let's wait until the heat dies down after this incident, Ferguson's special assistant whispered. Handle it as you see fit. Mr. Rusty put on his reading glasses and picked up the newspaper. Just ensure Marigold doesn't feel upset. Hearing the protectiveness in Mr. Rusty's voice toward Coral Marigold, Ferguson's special assistant smiled faintly. Understood. Rest assured. Chapter 364, Matt reporting. As Sherry arrived at the company that morning and stepped out of the elevator, she noticed all eyes from both Gail's secretary and her own secretarial staff were on her, making her feel utterly perplexed. Just as she entered her office, Sherry placed her bag under her desk and glanced outside through the still-open door, asking Assistant Claudia, "Why was everyone looking at me this morning?" Assistant Claudia hurriedly took Sherry's suit coat, hanging it up while saying, "Ms. Rusty, you might not have seen the news yet. Your biological father from Coral Family Village started a live stream claiming you abandoned them, and screenshots of the stream went viral online. The group originally intended to suppress the trending topic, but Special Grahamson from Chairman Rusty called over, instructing us not to do so. Thus, everyone in the secretarial department is speculating about the chairman's intentions. Especially those who firmly support Gail were thinking if Chairman Rusty had lost confidence in Sherry and planned to kick her out of the race, hence not wasting Rusty Group resources on her anymore." Sherry frowned tightly. Glenn started a live stream? She had been handling official business on her way to the company and hadn't had time to check the news yet. Just as she opened Glenn's video, Special Grahamson's call came in. Sherry answered and held it to her ear. "Special Grahamson. Miss Aiko, there's no need to watch Glenn's video, it's just a lie meant to force you into supporting and helping treat Donnie's illness. I've already discussed this with Chairman Rusty. We have videos of your participation in the program in Hai Cheng and your speech after competing. Let's wait for things to settle down," said Special Grahamson gently, even with a hint of laughter. "Once this event dies down, I will ensure that Coral family members don't appear before Miss Aiko again." "All right, I understand," replied Sherry. "Additionally, the CCTV interview has been postponed repeatedly. Can we schedule it this time? If you're willing to be on camera, you could also consider an interview with a finance magazine. Your identity as the founder of Hengji Biotechnology has been made public, and you're now the vice president of Rusty Group, but you've never given any interviews. Young Master Jeremiah has refused interviews, and the CCTV station director is an old friend of the chairman. He mentioned this matter yesterday." Special Grahamson paused here, seemingly awaiting Sherry's thoughts. The CCTV channel is too formal, especially given this recent incident. Besides, our company recently launched its own live streaming platform. This incident has attracted a lot of traffic. Instead of giving that traffic to others, we should leverage our platform. After setting the schedule, you can discuss the time with Assistant Claudia. As long as it doesn't interfere with my itinerary, I can accept the interview." Sherry continued, "The interview with Teacher Lydia has been delayed due to certain reasons. Please inform Teacher Janig that we will find a time after this storm passes." "Okay, I'll arrange it," said Special Grahamson, adding, "Chairman Rusty specially emphasized that he doesn't want this incident to affect Miss Aiko's mood. Therefore, it's best you don't watch the video or those random comments." Sherry agreed verbally, but as soon as she hung up, she opened Glenn's video. In the video, Glenn and Coral Matthew Cheen inadvertently revealed her former name, Coral Germaindy. Based on Sherry's understanding of this family, it was evident they had rehearsed their script before the live stream. However, upon mentioning her, they couldn't control their emotions, leading Coral Matthew Cheen to start scolding her. But how did Glenn end up losing 2 fingers? Sherry truly didn't know. These past years, she had instructed someone to monitor the Coral family without allowing them to rise or disturb the elderly Mr. Rusty, but she had no interest in their detailed lives. Looking at the comments below, most were filled with ignorance and netizens' insults, calling her every derogatory name possible. Many netizens at Rusty Group questioning how someone so heartless could become a vice president of Rusty Group. A few influencers even dug up the timeline when Sherry was officially adopted by Rusty Group's chairman, Rusty Jigua. They claimed that since Sherry became a foster daughter of the Rusty family only after adulthood, she still had an obligation to support her biological parents. Even though Sherry was adopted, shouldn't she offer some help to her birth father and younger brother if she was financially capable? The forgetful netizens had long forgotten the impact of the Search for Family show in Hai Cheng City years ago. They had forgotten that Sherry's biological mother was abducted to Coral Family Village. And they had forgotten the ugly faces of the Coral family when they coveted the supposed wealth of Sherry's grandfather Rusty. Most netizens were cursing Sherry. Even the private messages sent to Rusty Group were filled with accusations against her. Netizens accused her of being heartless, claiming that her father had broken 2 fingers to support her education, and now that she was part of the wealthy Rusty family, she had forgotten her roots. Enraged netizens vented their anger, wishing they could destroy their keyboards and hurl the vilest insults at Sherry. Shortly after the live video was posted, Glenn began another live stream, this time from where they lived. Their current residence appeared to be an abandoned unfinished building, with plastic sheets covering the empty windows and doors, serving as their home. Glenn said in the video that the house in their hometown, located in a mountain valley, couldn't be sold at a good price, and neither could the land. The money they saved had to be used for Donnie's medical treatment, so they could only live in this abandoned unfinished building. Every day, the elderly grandmother of the Coral family would go out begging on the streets, sitting in front of the camera, crying and pleading that she was too old for work but had to beg for her grandson's sake. Sometimes kind people gave them food or money, which they saved for the grandson's treatment. Coral Mathawini, Donnie's aunt, left her own children behind and came to Jingdu specifically to take care of her nephew. Since Donnie was bedridden, Coral Mathawini served him daily in the hospital. Glenn expressed his helplessness, hoping that if Sherry saw the video, she'd still have a conscience and provide some money for her brother's medical expenses. That money wouldn't mean much to her, but it could save Donnie's life. In the video, Glenn resorted to his usual trickery, kneeling and kowtowing, hoping Sherry would help fund her brother's treatment. This video, along with mentions of Rusty Group, exploded overnight. By the time Sherry finished work in the afternoon, it had climbed to the top trending topics. Chapter 365, Uremia. Many people cursed Brielle using anatomical terms. Hashtag Rusty Group VP Abandonment Crime Hashtag. Hashtag Rusty Group Shield Sky, real name reports useless hashtag. On that day, apart from Brielle being insulted even more harshly, Glenn also received rewards from netizens. Well-meaning netizens urged Glenn to buy some food and rent a house. Subsequently, Glenn received many donations from socially conscious individuals to treat his son's illness. Savoring the benefits in this area, Donnie went live that evening as well. Appearing listlessly before the camera, he cried about not having a mother and being ignored by his sister. He said he was going to die soon but wished to see his sister come home before that happened, to take on her duties of caring for their father and grandmother so he could die in peace. This caused an outpouring of sympathy and anger among netizens. Besides continuously sending messages to encourage and reward Donnie, they attacked Brielle with even greater vehemence. Brielle unexpectedly received a call from Gail during lunch. She told her not to intervene, so as to avoid exposing anything to Cooper. When Brielle left the company in the afternoon, there were agitated people at the entrance blocking her way. Thankfully, Matthew, the assistant, drove away from the underground garage, thus avoiding any confrontation. In the back seat, Brielle reviewed Donnie's medical records. Uremia, kidney transplant required. So that's why the Coral family had been doing all this. They wanted Brielle to pay first and then be coerced into donating a kidney afterward. Brielle hadn't expected that Mr. Rusty's deception to test her love for her mother would now be mirrored in reality with Donnie genuinely needing a kidney. After carefully reviewing, she noticed that only Aunt Coral Matthukson and Grandmother Coral Lautai had been tested for compatibility with Donnie. There were no reports concerning Glenn, Donnie's father. With just a bit of thinking, it was clear that since Glenn is a man, he couldn't lose a kidney, leaving the women in the family to be tested first. Since no suitable match was found between Coral Lautai and Coral Matthukson, they turned to Brielle, eyeing both her money and kidney. The deeply ingrained preference for males over females in this family was glaringly evident. Brielle carefully examined Donnie's vital signs and realized he wouldn't survive waiting for a kidney donor. Her phone vibrated, and Brielle answered. Tobias. Miss Rusty, I've coordinated your schedule for the day after tomorrow. The subsidiary Kalian wants you to participate in a live interview. Is that all right? Asked assistant Claudia. As long as it doesn't affect my work schedule, feel free to arrange it. Brielle added, talk to the host and find out if it will be held within the company or elsewhere. All right. Once I have confirmed, I'll send the outline to your email. Additionally, there's a section where 10 lucky viewers can ask questions which you must answer. Is that acceptable? Fine. Noticing Brielle hang up, Kayla glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Miss Rusty, don't mind what those people online are saying. I'm not concerned, Brielle smiled gently. Public opinion wars? She wasn't short of evidence. As Ferguson's assistant said, let the bullets fly. When the official Kalian platform announced Brielle's first interview since founding Hengji Biotechnology and taking over the Rusty Group via live stream, set for noon the next day with 10 randomly selected audience questions, their Weibo account blew up. Confession Watermelon, Miss Rusty is gearing up for a tough response. Another new account, raise my hand. I must ask how Miss Rusty has become so excellent. I'll definitely wait on time in the live room, hoping the host remembers me. Shao Priscilla Very Grahamke, can't deny it. This Kalian belongs to Rusty Group. Miss Rusty is taking advantage of this heatwave to boost the app's user base. Ali Black Cat, Kalian, letting the world hear your voice. This ad is everywhere recently, even my toddler can recite it. Rusty Group is really pouring money into this app and utilizing social buzz smartly. Kaleidoscope Starry Night, though I know the Coral family isn't good, giving such a malicious name to Miss Rusty. But, you're good at advertising for free. Greyhamk is everywhere, aren't modern views so skewed? Matt reporting someone who, as a girl, didn't help her blood-related kin. Why can't she use her financial capability to help her sick brother? So heartless. Won't she fear nobody helping her when she's in trouble? What can compare to blood ties? The comments varied, but without a doubt, the hype grew immensely. Winston Corporation saw Kalian gain popularity through substantial funding and leveraging social buzz, mulling over whether to launch similar initiatives. However, Chairman Winston scorned this strategy, deeming it lowering the status of live streaming, but still sent entertainers from Winston's subsidiaries to prevent losing more public interest to Kalian. The live interview location was set in Brielle's office. At 11:30 a.m. on Friday, while the host ate at Rusty Group's staff canteen, she streamed pre-interview footage, showing everyone around Rusty Group's employee cafeteria. Beneath her video, links showed the jump to Brielle's live interview at 12:29 p.m. The host gained numerous fans, revealing the generous internal benefits of Rusty Group. There were truly various foods in the cafeteria, all provided for free. Beyond that, the host showed off other facilities like a daycare, child pickup services, and after-school tutoring with a temporary access card. Translation complete, ensuring fluent English and maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 366, I am not a bodhisattva. The host, finding this unprecedented, randomly pulled a staff member for an interview. The staff member smiled and adjusted his glasses. Yes, because our employees can sometimes be very busy. For instance, they may drop their kids off in the morning, only to find no one available to pick them up after school. This creates a problem. We have dedicated staff members and vehicles to fetch the children. They can stay here to do their homework or get tutoring after having dinner at the cafeteria. Even children under 4 who haven't started kindergarten yet can be brought directly to the company, where we will help look after them. When did the company start doing this? Is there a charge? The host asked. All these are decisions made by Chairman Rusty. Preparations began long ago, and implementation started this year. These benefits are provided free of charge, the staff member smiled. Additionally, construction on our Rusty Group kindergarten and schools has already begun. In the future, all employees' children can attend for free. The live chat lit up with people clamoring to work for Rusty Corporation. Was all this initiated by Chairman Rusty? Yes, Chairman Rusty now has 2 little great-grandchildren. At first, he only wanted to build a kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high school for them. Later, Chairman Rusty and Manager Rusty considered other employees' children and decided to build schools for all employees' children. Construction has already begun in 3 cities. This great-grandchild was clearly Sherry's child, as it was known that the Rusty family was simple. Besides the elderly Mr. Rusty and his unmarried daughter who was in poor health, and the deceased adoptive son Gail who never married, only Sherry had a child. The host smiled shyly and asked, I wonder if the subsidiaries of Rusty Corporation also offer these benefits? Very soon, the employee replied with a smile. As netizens remained enthralled by Rusty Corporation, the live broadcast was about to start. Without interrupting the stream, the host led the viewers upstairs to Sherry's office and informed everyone that they would switch to Manager Rusty's live interview in 5 minutes. 3 minutes before the live stream, staff had already adjusted the lighting in Sherry's office. Sherry allowed a junior staff member to set up her microphone while briefing Tobias on the day's tasks. The interview would last half an hour, 20 minutes for conversation with the host and 10 minutes reserved for questions from live stream viewers. Just as the live stream was about to begin, Sherry was seen signing documents delivered by her secretary, then turning to give instructions to Kayla. Finally, she greeted the host waiting beside her with a smile and sat down on the sofa. The timing was perfect. While many in the chat were still cursing Sherry for abandoning her blood-related family members, others commented on how beautiful she looked. Sherry, used to competitions and speaking in front of cameras since childhood, felt perfectly at ease during live streams. Under the host's prompting, Sherry discussed the founding process of Hengji Biotech and whether she had adapted well to running the Rusty Corporation. The topic eventually turned to the recent heated online discussion about Sherry allegedly abandoning her biological father. Sherry smiled gently and said, I wonder how many remember the parent-seeking program on Haiching TV several years ago, where my adopted mother Wendy, a close friend, talked about my biological mother dying in childbirth. Wendy is my legal adoptive mother, and we have official adoption papers, so legally I did not abandon Mr. Glenn. After establishing a legal adoption relationship with Wendy, my legal duty to provide support for my biological father is waived. If Mr. Glenn is unsatisfied, he can sue me in court. I'll always be ready. You can find videos of that parent-seeking show on Haiching TV online if you're interested. No need to go into detail here. As Sherry spoke, her lips maintained a polite smile, and her voice remained steady. Regarding those in the chat who say I should help the Coral family now that I have the ability, I just want to say, I am a good person, but I am not a bodhisattva. Returning kindness for grievances isn't my way. If the law deems me guilty, I will accept all its judgments. Next, the topic shifted to Sherry's past relationship with Sam, which many netizens were concerned about. When the host mentioned this, fans of Enid flooded the screen, urging Sherry to back off from Sam's relationship with Enid. After all, Enid worked tirelessly for Sam to accumulate enough funds to help him rise again. Many fans were deeply moved by Enid's deep affection for Sam, and even some neutral observers left messages in the chat, asking Sherry to step away. Sherry responded calmly, yes, when I was young, Mr. Youssef saved me from despair. My origins were not glorious, so I've always harbored self-loathing. It was Mr. Youssef who showed me that I was loved. Young Mr. Youssef rescued me in more ways than one, and that's why, after he lost his memory and started dating Miss Enid, I didn't want to divorce him and kept trying to win him back. The host asked, I heard that during the accident, you sacrificed yourself to save young Master Youssef, leading to your 2-year coma. Do you regret it now? Ordinarily, someone would say they didn't regret it and maintain a good image. However, Sherry chuckled and said, even if I stubbornly claim I don't regret it, I actually do. But it's not just regret over saving Mr. Youssef in the accident, it's regret over our initial meeting. If I hadn't saved Sam from kidnappers initially, I wouldn't have gone to the Youssef family or been with Sam. The chat fell silent momentarily. If I hadn't saved Sam, I might have died alone in that dark forest that night. But my adoptive mother Wendy and my sister would still be alive today. To me, the price I paid for saving Sam was too high. Sherry's eyes reddened slightly, and she smiled through a soft lip press. Speaking about this now serves no purpose. All I can do is not betray those who love me. Please rest assured, Laura and Mr. Youssef's fans. The death of my adoptive mother means that even friends can't remain between us. My appearance at the hospital was solely to thank Mr. Youssef for saving my daughter, a mere act of gratitude as a mother. Hashtag chapter 367, Troubled Heart. Speaking of your child, many netizens are also curious, have you gotten married? In reality, the host wanted to ask whether the child belonged to Sam. Considering Sherry's age, it was very likely that her child could be Sam's. Thinking about Gail's current situation, if she said she was married, people would surely dig into her marital status, and it wouldn't be surprising if they uncovered information about Gail. Sherry hadn't forgotten what Clifford told her, that there was a mad dog in Amaryllis's camp that had injured Rusty Jean June. She also remembered the look Amaryllis gave Gail when they met in Russia. She smiled and shook her head. No, I currently don't have the energy to think about relationship matters. My grandfather, Mr. Rusty, brought me into the Rusty family initially to ensure there would be someone to care for my mother after he's gone. Later, he hoped I could help shoulder the responsibilities of the Rusty Corporation after the passing of President Rusty. Now that President Rusty is no longer with us, my grandfather and mother are helping me take care of the children so that I can dedicate all my efforts to leading the Rusty Corporation through a long and arduous battle. I'm very fortunate to have encountered my grandfather, mother, and the late President Rusty, who have helped me immensely. If it weren't for them, I can't imagine what I would be like today. So, I am not just myself, I have responsibilities that I must and should undertake. The host seized the opportunity to interject with a smile, then let me circle back to what many netizens have been questioning, why you were unwilling to donate a kidney to save Donnie, your blood-related younger brother. Is it because you need to lead the Rusty Corporation to victory and take care of your grandfather and mother? The host meant well, trying to present Sherry in a more positive light. Sherry remained unperturbed. Your reasons only account for part of it. Right now, I'm not just one person, I'm my grandfather's granddaughter, my mother's daughter, and a mother of 2. They are my whole world, so for their sake, I must maintain good health. It's natural. But if my mother, grandfather, or friends needed it, would do everything possible to extend their lives. After winning the battle at the Rusty Corporation, would donate a kidney to them. However, I refuse to give anything to the Coral family, who have always treated me poorly and tried to exploit me. Let me reiterate, I'm not a saint. The Coral family on that reunion show in Haicheng already broke all my preconceptions about decency multiple times. For the Q&A session, the host seemed to be mindful that Sherry was ultimately her boss, so she chose relatively mild questions. A netizen asked about Sherry's private life, inquiring if she lacked a boyfriend. Sherry smiled and replied, as I've said before, my energy is limited. Currently, I'm not considering relationships. I want to focus more on the Rusty Corporation and my family. Another netizen asked Sherry how they could become a genius like her. Sherry responded, I hope all netizens won't aim to become like me but rather surpass me. I just happen to have a talent for learning, but everyone's talents are different. Some excel in scientific research, others in business, cooking, art. The key is to identify your talent and work tirelessly with a bit of luck. Anyone can soar with such dedication. With only 2 minutes left in the live stream, Sherry noticed the host hadn't dared to select any controversial questions. Sherry spoke up herself. I know that today, many netizens entering the live stream are more interested in knowing whether the Rusty Corporation will sue the Coral family and if I provide financial support to Donnie out of blood relations. I've seen the comments. I'll answer directly now, I will not donate a kidney to Donnie, nor will I give him money. As for why, I have some video clips and recordings. My assistant has already uploaded them to Kale. You can check them out if you're interested. Sherry aimed to increase traffic on Kale, the video platform, following this interview. She owed these videos to Haim, who had never stopped monitoring the Coral family and unexpectedly discovered some crucial information. As expected, after Sherry's interview ended, due to her teasing of having several video clips, it immediately trended on social media. Kale saw another peek in downloads post-interview. The videos showed Donnie's bed curtains slightly open. Donnie sat on the bed, legs crossed, playing games, while his aunt fed him fruit. Mom, what if Coral Germaindy, that money pit, refuses to give Joab money and refuses to donate a kidney? Donnie's aunt worriedly looked at the elderly lady. If that bitch doesn't, we'll ruin her reputation and see how she survives, the elderly lady snarled. I'm afraid Joab's body won't hold up. The doctor said Joab's condition requires a transplant now. Anyway, since my brother and Joab are compatible, why not? Before she finished, the elderly lady shot her a sharp glance. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting? Your brother is the backbone of our family. Why should we risk his kidney for that bitch Coral Germaindy? Are you turning against us? No, I just worry Joab won't make it. The aunt's gaze fell on Donnie, startled as she saw him top up his game again. She stood up, oh dear. Joab, how did you spend so much money on this game again? Every cent counts towards saving your life. Again, wasting money on that game. The elderly lady's voice turned shrill and unpleasant as she slapped Donnie's shoulder not too gently. You troublemaker. The donations from last time were all squandered by you. And you dare to waste more? How much did you throw away this time? The slap didn't hurt much. Donnie upgraded his character casually. Grandma, please stop nagging so much. Money comes so easily now, even if I spent all of it, nothing bad would happen. Just stream later, whiten my face a bit, cry poverty and longing for mom and sister in front of netizens. There'll be plenty of fools giving me money. Besides, the money comes from my streams, so I can spend it however I want. Ultimately, Coral Germaindy will kneel down and give me money and a kidney anyway. What's there to fear? The scene revealed the true nature of the Coral family, confirming Sherry's refusal to donate to Donnie. Chapter 368, I'm Mattificating. Joab, what if that wicked Coralzadi is too ruthless and ignores us no matter how we fuss? Besides, didn't we ask a lawyer before? We accepted money from people surnamed and when Coralzadi was young, and Jiawang even formalized the adoption papers for her. Now. Before Aunt Joab could finish her sentence, Donnie picked up a cup of water from the table and hurled it at his aunt, causing her to retreat a step in shock. Though she avoided the cup, her pants were soaked. One day, you talk too much. Donnie glared darkly at his aunt. She was born to my father, given life by our family. If she refuses anything we command, we'll beat it into her. If she watches me die, she won't dare face our ancestors afterward. Glenn entered the hospital room, cheerfully telling Donnie, many people have called saying they want to donate to our Joab, telling us not to fear that wicked Coralzadi, and to fight her until the end. How much? Tori's eyes sparkled. Almost 1 million already. Jiawang rubbed his hands together. I've never seen so much money in my life. Donnie waved it off carelessly, 1 million means nothing. Once. Coralzadi donates a kidney to me and obediently brings us to live at Rusty's residence, handing over the Rusty Corporation to me, the entire Rusty Corporation will be ours. Would Coralzadi really do that? Donnie's aunt asked anxiously. Why wouldn't she? Jiawang fumed. Her life was given by me. Everything she has belongs to the Coral family. Without me giving her life, she'd be nothing. She once seized the property of our Joab's grandfather, now she wants to take over Joab's Rusty Corporation. Why should a girl inherit the Rusty Corporation? It all should belong to our Joab. If I decide to give it to Joab, that bitch dares to compete with Joab, I'll kill her. Similar videos flooded the internet. Netizens were outraged by these videos, calling for Donnie to wake up, as if dawn had passed. People who initially felt sorry for Donnie's family and donated money regretted their actions so deeply that they wished they could cut off their own hands, wondering why they had let their sympathy run wild. In addition to the hospital videos Claudia assistant uploaded, there were also clips from the past Hai Ching reunion show, revealing the Coral family's contemptible behavior during private phone calls with Sherry. The online sentiment reversed dramatically, everyone was condemning the Coral family en masse. Little rabbit not behaving, I'm suffocating. Isn't it? How can the Coral family morally blackmail little CEO Rusty for a kidney donation and money? They even say everything little CEO Rusty has belongs to Joab. And the Rusty Corporation is controlled by him and given to his precious Joab. Oh heavens. Mobile phones are truly something. Without leaving my house, I can ascend from anger. How about asking the US president to resign, giving the presidential throne to your Joab? Oxygen please give me, oh my heavens, I can barely breathe. I came here from the Hai Ching reunion video. The injuries on little CEO Rusty are all caused by this group of beasts from the Coral family. I'm suffocating. To think that little CEO Rusty grew up so brilliantly after such terrible experiences. Amazing. I feel little CEO Rusty is right to deny being a bodhisattva. The Coral family deserves to die. Too despicable. Dr. E interning, even my boobs are angry. I just wonder, can donations be reclaimed? Whenever I think I gave money to a beast, I want to slap myself. Red Clothed Master, maybe I should kowtow to little CEO Rusty. My mouth was too foul before. I need to turn around and curse the Coral family. No, those beasts from the Coral clan. Knew nothing but ignore. Hold up, upstairs. A moment ago, I was ready to sharpen my sword against little CEO Rusty, but now I'm lost. But since my blade is drawn, I'll join you to verbally bury the Coral family. Coral Aaliyah had announced her live stream 2 days in advance. When the stream started, the entire Coral family watched eagerly, rubbing their hands as they waited for the host to ask about kidney donation to Donnie and abandoning his disabled father. Seeing Sherry firmly reject being a bodhisattva, Donnie spewed insults through the chat, but the platform blocked inappropriate language, censoring his comments. Enraged, Donnie's heart hurt. Mentioning the past reunion program on Hai Ching TV, both Donnie and the others recalled those unpleasant memories, cursing Sherry in the ward. Unbeknownst to them, their new young roommate had downloaded a streaming app, using the wave of attention to secretly live-stream their reactions while watching little CEO Rusty's videos. Through the young roommate's live-stream window, the chat filled with furious insults directed at the Coral family. When the Coral family finally saw the videos posted by Sherry's assistant, and read the overwhelmingly negative comments below, Joang flew into a rage, immediately heading out to cause trouble at Rusty Corporation and confront Sherry. However, just outside the ward, he encountered several burly men looking at the nameplates on the door. That's him. He's Donnie's father. One of the burly men pointed at Joang emerging from the ward. Joang froze, fear evident on his rough face. You, who are you looking for? Who are we looking for? The leading burly man grabbed Joang's collar. Watching your live streams made me pity your family's hardship, but I should have pitted myself. Damn. I donated money, only for you to use it to call me a fool. Give back the money we donated, or I'll ruin your whole family. The burly man lifted Joang by his collar. Joang's feet nearly left the ground as he struggled to maintain balance by grabbing onto the strong, muscular wrists. Tori rushed out hearing the commotion. Seeing her son being held, she wanted to intervene, but the menacing glares from the burly men's companions immediately made her retreat. Quickly, she summoned her daughter. As soon as Aunt Joab emerged, Tori pushed her forward. Quick, save your brother. You, what do you want? Let go of my brother. Aunt Joab was terrified but forced herself to speak. This is a hospital. I called security. Chapter 369, pulled up again. Several patients and their families had come out to see what was happening. I'm here to make you pay the money back, the burly man shouted. You lied on the internet that you couldn't afford medical treatment, and I felt sorry for you, so I donated. Damn it. You used my money to top up your games and called me a fool. If you don't return the money today, I'll make sure you regret it. Help. Call the police. Nurse, nurse. Grandma Coral cried out at the top of her voice, help. Murder. Everyone, come and see this. Nurses from the nurses' station soon saw the commotion and called security. Ever since the Coral family moved in, Grandma Coral had made it her daily routine to spread gossip about other people's affairs and cry to other patients' families. The hospital staff all knew the use were the blood relatives of Rusty Corporation's young boss, Little Rusty. So almost everyone on this floor had been watching the live stream and already knew what this family was like. Some newly admitted patients who didn't know the situation were about to call the police but were stopped by roommates. Glenn, looking at the much bigger man, dared not speak up, hoping to tough it out until the hospital security arrived. The burly man grabbed Glenn by the collar, looking at his trembling, scared face, and patted his cheek, saying, listen up, if you don't give me back my $60,000, I have ways to ruin you. This is just a warning. By midnight tonight, if I don't get my money, well, just wait and see how slowly I can ruin you. Then, he shoved Glenn, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Lyle. Donnie's aunt rushed to support Glenn. The burly man took copies of his donation receipts and his bank account information from his brother and tossed them into Glenn's lap. Inside the ward, Donnie had heard the commotion outside and quickly pretended to be asleep, lying calmly as if dead. Seeing the burly man turn to leave, Grandma Coral sat on the floor, beating her legs and wailing, murder. Murder. In this hospital, no one cares. They let gangsters threaten patients right here. Help, come and see, this heartless hospital doesn't care about its patients. The nurses at the station were speechless. Mom. Stop shouting like this. What if the hospital refuses to treat our Joab? Donnie's aunt helped up Glenn and rushed to support her mother again. They dare not. We paid. They must treat Joab. If they don't, I'll sit outside the hospital gates and make a fuss. Grandma Coral said, shoving Donnie's aunt away, you're useless too. Just standing there watching your brother get bullied. Unsurprisingly, the scene was filmed and uploaded online. Currently, the hottest topic in society was Rusty Corporation's young CEO, Little Rusty, and his original family. Based on this news, the videos of Sherry's past competitions and speeches resurfaced, along with the TV program where she sought her roots. Even Hai Ching TV suffered backlash for not verifying the information properly. It became clear that the Coral family knew Sherry's mother, who had been abducted and forced into bearing children, had passed away. They deliberately tried to find Sherry's maternal grandfather through the show to claim her inheritance and continue exploiting her. Online, Sherry's adoption papers ensured legal protection, preventing such exploitation. Netizens also praised Rusty Corporation's chairman Rusty for recognizing Sherry's talent, making her part of the Rusty family, thus providing her a bright future. Many also credited Sherry's distant relative, Gail, for saving her after the car accident. When it came to light that Sherry's accident occurred while saving Sam, and after Sam lost his memory and fell in love with Enid, his actions in trying to divorce Sherry post her recovery caused more controversy. Videos of Sherry's competitions showed Sam always accompanying her, even confidently declaring his belief in her abilities during interviews. Netizens pieced together these moments, highlighting Sam's dedication before he lost his memory. Despite Enid's team attempting to suppress these stories, the deep connection between Sam and Sherry was evident. Critics also pointed out the Youssef family's lack of care after Sherry's accident, and only Gail's intervention saved her. Furthermore, some noted that before revealing Sherry as the founder of Hengji Biotechnology, the Youssef Corporation's bankruptcy was tied to a collaboration with her company. Note, I've translated the text as requested, maintaining paragraph structure and style. Please review for accuracy and any adjustments needed. Chapter 370, Imitating Someone Else's Wife. Conspiracy theorists quickly speculated that this was Sherry's revenge against the Youssef family. Others dug deeper into the details of the Youssef Corporation's bankruptcy, only to find out that it was actually the nephew of Enid, the sole heir of E Corporation who went bankrupt alongside Youssef Corporation, named Ferris, who had stolen a recipe from Hengji Biotechnology and used it as collateral at a casino. Initially, to protect the formula, Hengji Biotechnology signed an astronomical confidentiality agreement with Youssef Corporation, but unexpectedly, Youssef Corporation breached the contract by transferring part of the orders to E Corporation, resulting in the theft of the formula. The Youssef Corporation could be said to have been ruined by Enid's uncle's family. This revelation led to many people criticizing Enid for causing the downfall of Youssef Corporation. However, Enid and Sam's fan base stood up to defend her, arguing that Sam himself hadn't made any comments, so it wasn't others' place to talk. Some pointed out that Enid's family was separate from Enid herself, emphasizing that even after the Youssef Corporation had gone bankrupt, she remained devoted to Sam and worked tirelessly to earn money for him. They praised their beautiful love story. Enid's studio urgently arranged for fans and paid posters to control the comments, but it didn't yield good results. After all, Sherry was currently very popular, and mentioning her inevitably led to talking about her ex-husband, Sam, and subsequently his current fiancée, the popular actress Enid. Adding to the chaos, Enid's recent overworking on multiple shows had irked directors and landed her on the trending list not long ago, which made Sherry, Sam, and Enid's names continuously mentioned, increasing their heat exponentially. Additionally, some had discovered Sam moving into Huading Xingyuan, where Sherry lived, speculating if he had regained his memory. Media outlets, knowing Sam was hospitalized, rushed to interview him, asking if saving Sherry's child proved his memory had returned. Even Sam's mother did not escape the media frenzy at the hospital entrance. Initially reluctant to comment, upon hearing the journalist ask about how she viewed Enid and her efforts for Sam, even working on several projects simultaneously, Sam's mother couldn't contain her anger and closed her car door forcefully. Enid does everything for herself, stop using my son's name as an excuse. Sam's mother expressed long-suppressed anger, our family was ruined because of Enid's uncle's actions. My son does not need women to run around for him. Moreover, after recovering his memory, he ended the engagement with Enid. He mentioned delaying the public announcement due to concerns about misunderstanding from fans and damage to her career. Now, since you brought it up, I want to clarify, my son and Enid are completely unrelated now. They broke up when he regained his memory. Enid did not leave because of the company's bankruptcy. Does that satisfy you? So, Ms. Doe's future actions have nothing to do with my son. Hearing this, reporters grew excited. Does this mean Mr. Sam chose to abandon Miss Enid after regaining his memory? Is it because he realized his true love is still the president of Rusty Corporation, or because his former lover has become the CEO, thus wanting to reconcile with her? What do you mean? Are you suggesting our Nanshan fell for Sherry because of her status? Sam's mother retorted angrily, don't be ridiculous. Do you know why Nanshan fell for Enid after the accident? Look up Enid's style before entering Haicheng University and compare it with how she dressed during the time Nanshan knew Sherry. My son always had a strong connection with Sherry. How could a junior at high school and university not know about them? By imitating Sherry to get into my son's sight, what else did she aim for? Do you think we're fools? After saying this, Sam's mother felt slightly relieved. She gave the reporter a cold glare, got into her car, and left. Reporters immediately called back and instructed assistants to collect photos of Enid from childhood through adulthood, especially her transformation, ideally interviewing friends from Haicheng regarding her changes. If Enid indeed knew about Sam and Sherry's past and won Sam's heart by mimicking Sherry, forcing out the legitimate wife and taking her place, only to lose him when he regained his memory, it would make for an intriguing story. Even if the story wasn't like this, tabloids would still twist it to create a more sensational narrative to attract viewership. Find Enid's old friends, neighbors, classmates, to reveal her transformation mimicking Xiao Rusty. This will make the story more sensational. The reporter instructed. Got it, I'll take care of it. Do your best, this will ensure our magazine thrives for a year. You'll get a big reward. No problem, trust me. Tabloid journalists kept the information from Sam's mother secret, so when she checked online, there were no traces of her statements. Instead, she saw praises for Sam, lamenting Sherry's loss and Enid's dedication. Frustrated, Sam's mother threw her phone. Chapter 371, When to Find Amaryllis. To claim it's for us when it's clearly for himself, how shameless. Sam's mother fumed, her chest heaving. She had urged her son before to clarify the situation publicly. But Sam, that infuriating fool, insisted that he owed Enid and could only clear things up once she was ready. Even after Sam's mother revealed that Enid had deliberately imitated Sherry to get close to him, her foolish son only said that wasting Enid's youth was his fault. Sam's mother nearly had a heart attack from anger over this. She stopped mentioning Enid altogether to avoid upsetting herself. However, news of Enid taking on several movies simultaneously spread rapidly. When Sam's mother was at a beauty salon, an acquaintance mockingly remarked on how lucky Sam was. Even though Youssef Corporation had gone bankrupt, he still had a celebrity fiancé willing to support him. Sam's mother couldn't stand such talk and argued with her friend, defending her son by saying he had a job now and remained capable despite everything Enid's uncle did to ruin Youssef Corporation. But then her good friend showed her online posts claiming that Enid had made billions as a star and was only taking on multiple roles to support Sam. They also claimed that Sam's current job in entertainment was secured through Enid's connections, since Youssef Corporation never operated in this industry before. These online rumors were specific and detailed, driving Sam's mother to near fury. Today, she intentionally told reporters that Sam and Enid had already broken up, hoping to correct the narrative that Sam was being supported by Enid. Yet, the internet buzz didn't change. These journalists are utterly useless. Sam's mother huffed, sitting angrily on the sofa. The maid, who knew the whole story, offered her a glass of water. Could the journalists be trying to extort money from Enid with the videos? Not likely. Enid isn't stupid, and I'm not dead. Would she buy this one video or every clip of me discussing this matter? Sam's mother scoffed. I don't believe any journalist is this foolish. Perhaps they're gathering evidence. Sam's mother muttered bitterly, a Enid and a Sherry. Did I owe them both in my past life to suffer so much for my son in this one? Tears welled up in Sam's mother's eyes as she pulled out a tissue to cry again. Sherry's cooperation with Cooper proceeded smoothly. After the technical department verified the information provided by Cooper, Sherry promptly invited him for a meeting, proposing to give him 50% of the Martin Corporation shares she held immediately, with the remaining 50% to be handed over in 2 phases during their production process. Cooper seemed surprised by Sherry's willingness to cooperate. He smiled at her gesture of pushing a teacup towards him but paused as Sherry continued, Since we're collaborating, Mr. Martin, could you do me another favor? Hand over someone responsible for arranging the car accident targeting our CEO Rusty. Cooper hesitated, looking at Sherry. Online reports must have reached you. CEO Rusty is more than family to me. She saved my life. Since we're cooperating, if I can't seek revenge through you, I should at least do something to repay Gail, Sherry spoke gently. Of course, this won't affect our cooperation. Cooper understood Sherry's underlying message. Sherry cared deeply for Gail, who had saved her life. Sherry knew their attempt to assassinate Caleb ended up killing Gail. Wanting to avenge Gail but needing to collaborate with Cooper, Sherry hoped he could hand over someone for her to vent her anger on. If Cooper refused, it wouldn't affect their deal, but it might impact their future relationship. Years of smooth sailing made Cooper uncomfortable with this demand, yet the cloud of Rusty Corporation weighed heavily on his mind. Caleb must have known he sought cooperation with Sherry but failed to offer enough incentives. Clearly, Caleb wasn't offering enough. Just as Cooper thought this, Sherry added, CEO Caleb seems to know about your visit and offered great sincerity, but since you've shown such trust by providing the lithography machine technology directly, I should reciprocate. Since I'm being cooperative, shouldn't you show some reciprocity too? Agreed, Cooper conceded. I'll find the person for you. Thank you, Mr. Martin. As Sherry stepped out of the booth, her assistant Tobias hurried over. CEO Rusty, President Lisbeth from Hengji Biotech called urgently. Something has happened. He asked you to call back as soon as possible. Sherry took her phone from Tobias and walked into the lounge to call Haim. The phone rang once, and Haim immediately answered, Boss, there's trouble. Lau Winstonen saw his sister's heart in Amaryllis's body at Ridge Pingan's house. Ridge Pingan assured Lau Winstonen you were investigating, but after dinner, Lau Winstonen fell asleep for almost 20 hours and can't be found. He suspects Lau Winstonen went to find Amaryllis for revenge. Sherry's grip on the phone tightened sharply. Ridge Pingan hasn't been able to contact Lau Winstonen either? Sherry asked. No, not even through our emergency number. Haim's voice was tense. Lau Winstonen has been missing for 26 hours. He must have gone to find Amaryllis. Sherry's head pounded with anxiety. Chapter 372, The Roots of the Coral Family. Thompson has always been self-disciplined. To sleep for almost 20 hours, he must have been drugged. Whoever could drug Thompson must be someone close to him. In terms of timing, it had to be Augustus. The flight from the US to South Korea takes between 13 and 15 hours. 26 hours would give Augustus ample time to seek revenge. Did Augustus bring a team with him? Sherry asked. No. Just one person. Precisely because he went alone, Thompson and I suspect he might be seeking revenge, Haim replied. Seeking revenge isn't the issue, the problem is that going alone is too dangerous. Retreat without teammates for cover is also an issue. He might be thinking of taking everyone down with him. Coral Marigold raised her hand to massage her throbbing temples and responded, I understand. I'll contact Augustus and handle this matter myself. You and Thompson don't worry too much. Augustus isn't so impulsive. Amaryllis isn't ordinary, she has high-level security. Augustus won't act rashly. If necessary, I'll fly to South Korea. After hanging up with Haim, Sherry contacted Augustus's backup number. It was indeed turned off as Haim said. Knock, knock. Kayla knocked on the door outside the break room. Manager Rusty, the housekeeper, brought lunch. Would you like to eat now? Just put it aside for now. Coral Marigold responded and sent a message to Augustus, informing him that she was investigating and urging him to contact her immediately once he saw the message. An afternoon passed restlessly for Sherry, even making her distracted during a meeting in the afternoon. Kayla came in to deliver documents and noticed Sherry sitting at her desk, frowning at her phone screen lost in thought. She placed the documents on the desk and said, Mr. Finley called to say that Zio Shenjiai's download count has exceeded 1 billion. Leveraging the chaos caused by the Coral family indeed increased its popularity greatly. Sherry responded, put down her phone, and picked up the documents to read. How are public sentiments online now? Coral Marigold asked. The tide has changed, everyone is cursing the Coral family. Many who donated to the Coral family are now demanding their money back. Even the host of Seeking Kin, Estelle, forwarded clips of past shows, saying he's never seen such a shameless family as the Corals. Kayla finished and added, it's rumored that the hospital had waived some medical fees for the Coral family out of pity. After the Coral family live-streamed their plea online, the attending doctor had attempted to help apply for fee waivers but was not approved. Afterwards, the Coral family created a scene in the hospital. Coral Marigold laughed coldly. So many people donated money, yet they still refused to pay the hospital. They want the hospital to both save lives and waive fees? Nice calculations. Has the news about Donnie and Glenn's kidney match spread? Speaking of which, Kayla chuckled, the elderly Mrs. Coral is quite a character. One of Donnie's fellow patients suggested that Mr. Glenn donate his kidney to Donnie since his health indicators were deteriorating rapidly, risking missing the best time for a transplant. But Mrs. Coral scolded them fiercely. Apparently, this time she intends to visit Rusty Corp Group with her daughter. Since Mrs. Coral had previously made a scene outside Hangji Biotechnology, Haim already had a plan to deal with her. This time, Kayla was prepared and not worried about Mrs. Coral's appearance. Unexpectedly, despite preparations, Mrs. Coral did not show up at Rusty Corp Group. Instead, Coral Marigold received a call from Claudia Mama in the evening, informing her that Mrs. Coral, Glenn, and Donnie's aunt, Coral Matheson, had found the address to the old Rusty family residence and were demanding to see Mr. Rusty. Claudia Mama knew that Rusty Veronica had been kidnapped and that Coral Marigold and Donnie were Rusty Veronica's children. She feared the Coral family might know something and sought out the old residence. Sir took Miss and the 2 children out and hasn't returned yet. I thought it best to inform you just in case. Claudia Mama expressed concern. I worry that if they don't leave by evening, Miss will be upset when she sees the Coral family. I know. Coral Marigold's voice turned cold. Call Grahamshan and ask him to delay returning home. I will handle it. All right. Claudia Mama agreed. Hanging up, Coral Marigold instructed Kayla and Tobias to prepare, along with bodyguards, planning to head to the old Rusty residence. Just as she exited the underground garage, she received a call from Grahamshan. Miss Coral, you don't need to return concerning the Coral family at the old Rusty residence. Claudia Mama already informed the chairman, and I'm on my way back to handle it, Grahamshan said calmly. The chairman plans to dine with you tonight at Huading Xingyuan after bringing the children and your mother over. Finish your work and head directly home. Coral Marigold hadn't expected Grahamshan to receive the information so quickly. All right, thank you. Coral Marigold replied. She trusted Grahamshan to handle matters well, especially as she was already anxious about Augustus. She had decided that if she couldn't reach him by tomorrow, she'd fly to South Korea. At this moment, Mrs. Coral, Glenn, and Coral Matheson stood outside the gate of the Rusty family estate. Through the black iron gates, Glenn glimpsed the vast area filled with valuable flower beds and woods. This Rusty family place is enormous. It's like an ancient palace. Glenn commented. Why did Rusty Girone insist on introducing Coral Germaindy, that money drain, when a good family wanted to adopt a child for their unmarried daughter? Our Joab is also Rihanna's child, and he's a boy. Mrs. Coral gnashed her teeth. I believe Rusty Girone's death was retribution for his favoritism. Giving what belonged to our Joab to Coral Marigold, it's heaven's justice. Mom, that wouldn't work either. Even if Rusty Girone wants Joab to be adopted into the Rusty family, we can't agree to it. Joab is the root of our Coral family. Coral Matheson interjected urgently. If Joab is adopted into the Rusty family, what will happen to our family? Chapter 373, quite troublesome. You're just a fool. Grandma Coral poked Coral Mathuchin on the forehead. Didn't I say that Rusty Gia's old man's daughter isn't getting married because of her poor health? We can adopt Archibald into the Rusty family first, wait for that old man to die, and then wait for that sickly money-losing daughter to die too. Wouldn't the Rusty family become our Archibalds then? By that time, we can change his surname back to Coral, ensuring the roots of our Coral family remain unbroken. Grahamshan watched the greed in the Coral family's faces through the security cameras at the main gate. Hearing Grandma Coral's words, his eyes darkened further. Thinking of how their young miss had suffered so much, all due to these people, Grahamshan made another call to ensure more care was given to Rusty Jinrua's father, preventing him from living too comfortably. After recording evidence of this incident, Grahamshan instructed the driver to head towards the Rusty family estate. Seeing headlights approaching from far away, Grandma Coral, Glenn, and Coral Matthew Cheen turned around, looking behind them as the iron gates slowly opened. The guards who had earlier driven them away now emerged from the guardhouse and barked, "Why haven't you left yet?" The guards pushed the three of them aside, saying, "Get out of the way. Who do you think you're pushing? If you knew who I am, would you dare push me? I'll have you know this will all belong to my family soon. You better watch out or I'll get you fired by my grandson." Grandma Coral threatened fiercely. The guardhouse had received Grahamshan's instructions and were anything but courteous towards the trio. Hearing Grandma Coral's threat, one of the young guards stepped forward and shoved her, making her stumble. "Do you know whose property you're standing on right now? And you still think it will belong to your family, dreaming? You trespassed on someone else's residence. My job is to protect the safety of the Rusty family. Even if I kill you here, I would be blameless." The guard intentionally intimidated Grandma Coral. Grandma Coral hadn't expected that wealthy families' guards could be so intimidating, completely impervious to her usual tricks with ordinary people. She was a bit scared and muttered curses under her breath. Coral Matthew Cheen hurriedly helped Grandma Coral up. Seeing the ferocity of the guards and fearing they might actually harm them, Glenn mumbled and turned around to help Grandma Coral without a word. As the car approached, Grandma Coral glanced at the lit-up, magnificent mansion within the Rusty family estate and finally mustered the courage to lunge towards the vehicle. If not for the timely brake, Grandma Coral would have been run over. "Mom!" Coral Matthew Cheen screamed and rushed forward to support Grandma Coral, who was stuck against the hood. Glenn, as the man of the Coral family, only timidly glanced at the menacing guards and didn't dare approach. The car was getting closer. Grandma Coral looked once more at the luminous mansion before taking a deep breath and dashing towards the car. If the driver hadn't braked in time, she might have been crushed under its wheels. "Mom!" Coral Matthew Cheen shouted and rushed forward to support Grandma Coral, who was pressed against the hood. Glenn, as the man of the family, fearfully glanced at the guards and didn't dare move closer. "Mr. Rusty! Mr. Rusty!" Grandma Coral, ignoring her own safety, leaned on the car body and knocked on the window, "Mr. Rusty." She knocked on the driver's side window. The rear passenger side window slid down slightly, and Grandma Coral immediately leaned in, addressing Grahamshan, "Mr. Rusty." Grahamshan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who are you, causing a scene at my doorstep?" "Mr. Rusty, I'm Coral Germaindy, Brielle's grandmother. Let me tell you. Brielle is an ungrateful and despicable person. You made her your daughter's adopted child, but after you pass away, she won't take good care of your daughter. Look at us, her own brother is critically ill in the hospital, and she doesn't care for her own father or grandmother. How could she possibly care for your daughter?" Grandma Coral spoke quickly and shrilly, "We are relatives of Gail's cousin, Rihanna's children. Since you want to adopt, why not adopt our Archibald? He is very filial." Grandma Coral and Glenn had come today hoping the Rusty family would adopt their Archibald. Even if that failed, they intended to create enough trouble to make the Rusty family dislike Brielle and force her out. If they couldn't have it, neither would Brielle. Grahamshan still sat smiling gently in the back seat. The interior lighting was dim, and Grandma Coral couldn't see clearly who was inside the car. Furthermore, in recent years, Mr. Rusty had rarely appeared in the media. Lois had shown them an old interview photo of Mr. Rusty when he was younger and dyed his hair, appearing quite youthful. So, the Corals, peering through the slightly opened window, couldn't immediately recognize whether the person in the car was Mr. Rusty. "What are you doing?" A guard from the Rusty family estate came to pull them away. "It's fine," Grahamshan said, and the guard remained on guard, watching the Corals. But Grandma Coral, thinking she saw a glimmer of hope, continued, "Moreover, Brielle is just a girl. Now that Gail is dead, your large family business definitely needs a boy to inherit it. Our Archibald is a wonderful boy. Do you mean to say that Star has severed ties with blood relatives like you?" Grahamshan calmly replied. Hearing this, Glenn also squeezed forward, "Exactly. Think about it. This Brielle doesn't even care for her own blood relatives. After you pass away, how could she possibly care for your daughter? She'd likely abandon her somewhere to fend for herself, right?" Grahamshan smiled and said, ironically, "It's precisely because Star severed ties with you, her so-called blood relatives, that I chose her. If she hadn't severed ties cleanly, I wouldn't dare adopt her. After all, who knows if she would change our Rusty family name to Coral after I'm gone, squandering this vast estate to others. Especially since you say Archibald is filial. Since he's so filial to you, I wouldn't dare." Grandma Coral wanted to bite off her tongue and hastily corrected herself. "Archibald is filial to us because we are his elders. If Archibald becomes your son, he will certainly be filial to you. Still, no. As long as these relatives of Archibald exist, I feel safer adopting someone without any remaining family or someone who was abandoned by their family." It's great that Star severed ties with you. Otherwise, eating our food while thinking of using our money to support outsiders. That would be quite troublesome indeed. Finishing, Grahamshan rolled up the window and instructed the driver to proceed. Mr. Rusty. Mr. Rusty. Grandma Coral tried to follow but was blocked by the guards. Facing the strong guards and recalling their threats, the three Corals dared not approach and could only watch as the car entered the Rusty family estate, the black iron gates closing slowly behind it. Chapter 374, No Second Heart. Coral Mathuchin was still terrified, carefully tugging at Tori's sleeve. Mom, I think it's not going to work out. Let's go back. Glenn frowned and said, Mom, you really shouldn't have said that Corey is filial. Mr. Rusty will definitely think that if Corey is filial to us, then we should be using the Rusty family's resources to be filial to him. How could Mr. Rusty agree with this? Let's just go back. Coral Mathuchin said. Tori slapped her thigh. I didn't expect that after all the talk. Instead of making Mr. Rusty dislike Coral Germaindy, I ended up helping that bitch. Why don't we ask that person who told us to cause trouble for Mr. Rusty at the Rusty family estate? Let's see what she has to say. Coral Mathuchin looked at Glenn. Okay. Let's go back first. Glenn said. The family returned to the hospital but couldn't reach Lois on the phone. Instead, they had a big fight, and even physical altercations, with people who wanted the donations refunded. Now, they sat in front of Coral Bowdoin's bed looking dejected. Especially Glenn, who was beaten the worst, felt full of rage. Seeing the sleeping Coral Bowdoin, Tori seethed. What kind of people are these? Giving money and then wanting it back? Once something is given, how can it be taken back? Because people frequently came to demand the return of the donations, no other patients wanted to share the room with Coral Bowdoin. Now, only his family occupied the ward. Glenn grew more irritable when he heard this, anger rising once again as he criticized Tori. If you hadn't told Mr. Rusty today that our Corey is filial, maybe Corey would have been adopted by the Rusty family. The Rusty family has endless wealth. We wouldn't have to argue with those shameless people here. Look at my bruised face. Tori was also uneasy upon hearing her son's criticism. Is it my fault? I was trying to do good, thinking that once Mr. Rusty knows Coral Germaindy is heartless towards her blood relative, he would surely adopt our Corey. Corey is a boy. Who knew Mr. Rusty would favor Brielle and distance himself from us? Who knows if Mr. Rusty's mind isn't deranged? What use is Coral Germaindy, a girl? After marriage, the Rusty family might become someone else's property. Tori spat, and chairman of the Rusty Corporation. It's all because she looks good. Otherwise, with such a pig brain. Mom, didn't you forget, the news said Brielle has 2 children, probably both surnamed Rusty. Heard it's 1 boy and 1 girl, Coral Mathuchin said. The whole family fell silent. But Tori was deeply unsettled. Thinking about how such a beautiful and large house would belong to Brielle and her 2 children in the future made her very uncomfortable. Why should a girl like Brielle have such a beautiful house? All the good things should belong to their Corey. Did you manage to call that girl who told us to find Mr. Rusty? Tori turned to Glenn. My phone was broken in the fight. Glenn replied sourly, I'll buy a new one tomorrow. On her way back to Huading Xingyuan, Brielle kept sending messages to Augustus, clearly telling him that if she didn't receive a reply by tomorrow morning, she would go to Korea to find him. Stepping off the car, the bodyguard who had been following Brielle since the start got out. Brielle slightly turned her head and saw Ephraim, who had been driving behind the group of bodyguards' cars. Although Brielle let Ephraim go accompany his girlfriend, it was a polite way of saying she wasn't planning to use Ephraim anymore. Precisely because Ephraim understood this, he was now quietly following. Miss Starr, your previous bodyguard has been following you this whole time, one of the bodyguards assigned by Ferguson said while escorting Brielle up the steps. Brielle stopped, turning to look at Ephraim who was gripping the steering wheel tightly. Upon meeting Brielle's gaze, Ephraim hurriedly opened the door and ran towards her. Miss Starr. Ephraim didn't dare to get too close, looking at the bodyguards around Brielle. Brielle smiled faintly. Didn't I tell you to take good care of your girlfriend? Ephraim hung his head, then looked up at Brielle after a moment. Miss Starr, I know I failed twice. It's reasonable that you no longer want to use me. But Sir asked me to protect you. Although he's gone, I promised him and cannot break my word. Ephraim referred to Gale as Sir. Brielle looked at Ephraim and asked, Are you and your girlfriend doing well? Hearing this, Ephraim appeared somewhat lost but nodded. We're okay. Ephraim, you don't need to follow me for now. I have enough protection around me. Spend more time with your girlfriend. You don't need to worry about me, so go home. Brielle tried to leave, but Ephraim stubbornly said, I'll still follow you. Ephraim, Brielle turned to him. Put simply, I can't trust you. My people can't have divided loyalties. Before, you listened to both Gale and me. Now Gale is gone. You still listen to Clifford. Ephraim paused. Winstonus, why it was such a coincidence that your girlfriend's parents suddenly came to the capital, you were sent away, and I was kidnapped. Just happenstance Sam was there. Anne. Sam's current entertainment company's boss is Clifford. Brielle spoke calmly, showing no emotion or dissatisfaction toward Ephraim. Clifford wants you to track my movements and wants me to reconcile with Sam. Do you think I can tolerate that? Ephraim's face paled. Mr. Yanni. He. How could he? See, you trust Clifford more than me because he trained you personally. Brielle smiled faintly. That means I won't use you. Ephraim clenched his fists. I'll ask Mr. Yanni. Ephraim, you are a good and simple person. Brielle didn't blame Ephraim for what happened before. Thank you for protecting me recently. But that's all. I'm going inside, you should rest. With that, Brielle walked into the hall, accompanied by the bodyguards, and took the elevator upstairs. Upon opening the door, she heard the laughter of Rusty Veronica and old Mr. Rusty, along with the voices of two little ones arguing. The two little kids, Aurora sitting on Rusty Veronica's lap, Ralph snuggled up to old Mr. Rusty, were playing checkers together on the carpet. Chapter 375, Get to the bottom of it. The warm glow inside the room instantly dispelled the gloom that had enveloped Sherry's heart. Mommy. Little Coraline, sitting on Rusty Veronica's lap, was the first to spot Sherry. She leaped up and ran over like a small missile, hugging Sherry. Mommy, you're back. Me and brother, and grandfather Rusty, and Aunt Rusty have been waiting for you to eat. I'm so hungry. Sorry, Mommy came back late. Sherry put her bag down by the shoe cabinet, picked up Coraline, and walked in while changing her shoes. Grandpa, Mom. Sherry, sprawled out on the sofa, looked at Sherry with longing. Mommy. Sherry reached up to ruffle Sherry's little head. You've come back a bit late today. Grandfather Rusty was helped up by Rusty Veronica. The kids are hungry. Go change and wash your hands to prepare for dinner. Rusty Veronica said gently. I'll dish out the rice. Okay. Sherry placed Coraline on the sofa, kissed the two little ones' cheeks, and then went to wash her hands and change clothes. When she emerged from the bathroom, Rusty Veronica was just serving soup to Grandfather Rusty. Since having the two children, Rusty Veronica's spirits had improved day by day. Sherry felt that this state of affairs was very good. Even though her mother forgot everything that had happened in the Coral family village and even called Rusty Veronica a mom, Rusty Veronica could not recall that she was her biological daughter. Yet, seeing Rusty Veronica gentle and normal, Sherry was happy for her. Seeing Rusty Veronica about to serve soup to the two children, Sherry hurried forward. Mom, let me do it. Rusty Veronica looked up at Sherry and smiled, handing her the ladle. Okay, you do it. Sherry served Rusty Veronica and the two children soup. The family sat down to eat at the dining table. Although the dishes were not as elaborate as those at the Rusty family estate, perhaps because the two children were delighted to see their mother today, the atmosphere at the table was especially cheerful. Rusty Veronica was several times entertained by Coraline's antics, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes with tissues. Perhaps exhausted from playing with the two children all day, Rusty Veronica felt drowsy right after finishing dinner. Sherry quickly prepared a guest room for Rusty Veronica to sleep in first. After Grandfather Rusty and Grahamshan made some calls, they also decided to stay at Huading Xinyuan for the night. Sherry tidied up another guest room. By then, the two little ones had already bathed themselves and climbed onto the big bed in the master bedroom, waiting for Sherry. After finally getting the two children to sleep, Sherry quietly left the master bedroom and dialed Augustus's number. But it was still off. Sherry pursed her lips, worrying if something had happened to Augustus. No matter how capable Augustus was, he couldn't handle an ambush alone, especially since Lisbeth Winstonishew mentioned that Augustus did not bring his team this time. Sherry stood in the kitchen pouring herself a glass of water when she heard the door to Grandfather Rusty's guest room open. She looked up. Grandpa, what do you need? Dressed in pajamas, Grandfather Rusty sat down on the sofa, took off his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose. A bit restless. Sherry poured a cup of hot water for Grandfather Rusty and brought it over, placing it on the side table next to him. Grandfather Rusty put his glasses back on and told Sherry, you did well using the buzz around the Coral family incident to promote Kale. However, today I received a call from the Graham family patriarch, saying that it really upset the old man from the Winston family. He has a vengeful nature, so be cautious. I understand, Grandpa, don't worry. Sherry sat beside him obediently. Grahamshan said you've been dizzy lately. He arranged for you to get checked but you keep postponing it. Is it because of the Coral family? Grandfather Rusty waved his hand. I didn't take the Coral family seriously, I only watched them flounder for all these years. But now that they've caused trouble, it's not hard to make sure they can never show up again. More importantly, you handled this matter well. I'm just older now and haven't rested well recently. Back in his younger days, Grandfather Rusty had weathered many storms and wouldn't be troubled by the likes of the Coral family. Eliminating them would be as easy as squashing ants. However, Grandfather Rusty couldn't tell Sherry that he had been worried about Gale lately and hadn't been sleeping well because of unsettling dreams. Despite being raised by Grandfather Rusty himself, even when Gale wanted to go back to be Caleb, he couldn't help but worry. Especially recently, news from Korea kept coming in, showing Gale's increasingly aggressive actions. Perhaps it was because of her eagerness to return. Grandpa, there's something I want to discuss with you, Sherry said. She planned to go to Korea and needed to inform Grandfather Rusty to avoid unnecessary speculation. I might need to go to Korea, but it's not for Gale. I have a friend who once saved Sherry. He is going there to seek revenge on Amaryllis. I can't reach him now and am a bit worried. Grandfather Rusty sat up straight at this but did not doubt Sherry's words. Over the years, old Myo, who took care of Sherry and her sons abroad, was originally one of Grandfather Rusty's men. He naturally knew about this incident. He heard that the person who saved Sherry was surnamed Winstonen, skilled in combat, and had stayed with Sherry for a period. Is this the sister who was auctioned off in the black market and had her organs removed? Her name seems to be Winstonen Tongshue? Grandfather Rusty asked. Sherry nodded, her gaze returning to her silent phone, rubbing it with her fingers. It's him. His sister's heart is now in Amaryllis's body. Grandfather Rusty was somewhat surprised but not entirely taken aback. Amaryllis? The only daughter of the Sinway group? And Caleb's wife? Sherry nodded again. After a moment, Grandfather Rusty spoke. Growing up in their country as a second-generation tycoon, they disregard human life. This isn't surprising. I didn't tell Winstonen Tongshue before I fully investigated. He accidentally saw the records and may have thought I intended to suppress the matter. So, without a word, he cut ties with everyone and disappeared. I suspect he went to Korea with the determination to avenge his sister, even if it means dying. Do you plan to tell Caleb about this? Grandfather Rusty asked. I don't plan to for now. Even if Winstonen Tongshue wants to kill Amaryllis, it won't be easy. He'll observe for a while and formulate a detailed plan if he wants revenge. Sherry understood Winstonen Tongshue. I want to intercept him before that happens. I considered sending Lisbeth Winstoneshu or someone else, but Winstonen Tongshue doesn't easily trust others. Besides, I promised to help him investigate his sister's case. Note, in this translation, character names such as Sherry, Rusty Veronica, Sherry, and others remain in pinyin format to ensure accuracy. The narrative flow and tone are preserved, maintaining natural English fluency. Hashtag chapter 376, a lifetime is too long. Mr. Rusty slowly leaned back against the sofa, and in his heart, he did not really want Sherry to go. Seeing Mr. Rusty's hesitation, Sherry said, I'll come and go quickly and try to keep a low profile. If you must go, then go openly. Mr. Rusty looked at Sherry and said, announce your itinerary. Otherwise, Cooper once sent people to kill his own brother and sister-in-law and nephew. He could also send someone after you. And there's Amaryllis, growing up in that kind of environment with no respect for life. Rusty Jinru's incident just happened not long ago. The more openly you go, the safer you will be. Mr. Rusty was worried about Sherry's safety. Moreover, the press release announcing your trip to South Korea has been issued. Emerson saw it, he would understand its meaning and might even come looking for you. Although South Korea is small, finding someone still takes time. It's better if he comes to you, Mr. Rusty continued. Grandpa. Sherry softly called out to him. Mr. Rusty sighed. Caleb is very aggressive now in Martin Corporation, completely disregarding who he offends. Once you are in South Korea, stay away from him so you won't get implicated. I understand, Sherry nodded. I'm getting old. Your mom and the 2 kids, all of us in the Rusty family depend on you. Mr. Rusty felt clearly that his energy couldn't keep up with all the responsibilities anymore. I originally thought that after Gail left, I would have to come out of retirement. But you've done exceptionally well, Aiko, far beyond my expectations. Even better than what Gail had described before. Putting aside his disgust for the other half of Sherry's lineage, seeing how she grew up excellently and became so outstanding. Mr. Rusty was genuinely proud of her. I don't have any worries about you now except for your lifelong happiness. Mr. Rusty sighed. Gail is now Caleb and has already married Amaryllis. Are you still determined to wait for him? Mr. Rusty didn't expect Sherry to have more children since childbirth can be harmful to women. With 2 smart and adorable children, one highly intelligent and one emotionally intelligent, he felt confident leaving the future of the Rusty family to them. But would Sherry really spend her whole life alone? A lifetime is too long. In the past, Sherry met Sam and was deeply hurt. Now it's Gail, but Gail has things he must do. I hope to see you find someone before I close my eyes, someone who can stand by your side or someone who can provide emotional support and take care of your daily life. I don't mind this person's background, Mr. Rusty said earnestly. Your lifelong happiness is my heartache. Gail may not return alive. Even if he does, I would never agree to your reunion within my lifetime. But while he doesn't come back, you remain alone. What good does this relationship bring you? Mr. Rusty looked into Sherry's clear eyes, far away in South Korea, becoming someone else's husband. When you need him, he cannot be by your side to care for you, cannot provide emotional support, or even contact you. Aiko, what do you gain from this relationship? And when I am gone, your mother and the 2 kids need your care. Will you manage everything alone between the Rusty Corporation, your mother, and the 2 kids? Aiko, you need someone by your side. Mr. Rusty acknowledged that in today's materialistic society, sticking to one's love was commendable. But one should not live in an illusionary bubble, reality must be faced. A man who claims to love you but gives you nothing, only making you wait, what kind of love is that? Priscilla Bouchwan waited for 18 years in a poor hut and gained nothing. Mr. Rusty sighed. Amaryllis grew up with Gail, and now she is his wife. Who can guarantee that they won't grow affectionate over time? Now that Amaryllis and Gail are officially married, what happens behind closed doors, Sherry wouldn't know. If Gail were to betray her, and as long as he didn't tell her, Sherry could be deceived for her entire life. Mr. Rusty feared that Sherry would foolishly wait for Gail her whole life. Initially, his feelings towards Sherry were rooted in the hope that she would care for his daughter. Over time, he discovered traits similar to himself and his daughter in her, along with her resilience. Blood was thicker than water. Mr. Rusty couldn't help but develop feelings for her. As a grandfather, he couldn't watch his granddaughter waste her life. He knew he was getting older and wouldn't be able to watch over the next generation for long. Rusty Veronica wouldn't be much help, so he depended on Sherry to divide her attention. Mr. Rusty only hoped to plan for Rusty Veronica, Iko, and the two kids' future before closing his eyes. I understand, Grandpa, Sherry responded. I know your concerns and will consider it carefully. I hope you're not just comforting me. Mr. Rusty sighed. The battery factory project we invested in South Korea needs your personal involvement. The preliminary cooperation has been reached, and this trip will save many procedures. Move the signing forward, and once completed, announce it to the media. That way, you have a legitimate reason to go. All right. Sherry nodded. That's enough, get some rest early. Mr. Rusty sipped his hot water. No matter where you go, always pay attention to your safety. I understand, Grandpa. Rest assured. After watching Mr. Rusty head to his room, Sherry tried calling Emerson again, but it remained switched off. Sherry returned to her room, kissed the two little ones' cheeks, covered them up, and lay down, turning off the bedside lamp. With Emerson on her mind, Sherry hardly slept all night. Early the next morning, Sherry arranged work at the company and asked Kayla to arrange a private plane to fly to South Korea in the afternoon. Before departure, Sherry leaked news of her trip to South Korea, hoping Emerson would see it and reach out. 1.5 hours later, the plane landed in Seoul. Sherry received the message about Adelaide's car accident, and messages flooded in one after another in the WeChat group. Hashtag Chapter 377, Private Hospital. This WeChat group was created by Cleveland during a previous outing. Sherry frowned deeply, sitting in the car as she scrolled through the messages in the WeChat group. She could roughly piece together what had happened. Adelaide went to check on the demolition progress today and, on her way back, her car's brakes failed. Fortunately, the driver had enough experience to steer the car into a remote area and scrape it against a wall to stop it, though the car flipped over. Thankfully, Adelaide was in the back seat with her seatbelt fastened and escaped unscathed. While Adelaide was being sent to the hospital, the car was also towed for inspection, revealing that the brakes had been tampered with. Adelaide stormed back to the Matthew family compound, creating a scene in front of Chairman Matthew. The rivalry among the three sisters over inheritance rights wasn't a secret, but resorting to harming each other's lives crossed a line that Chairman Matthew couldn't tolerate. He immediately ordered his other two daughters to stop working and return home. The elder and second daughters were stunned. While they admitted wanting to crush each other and keep control of the Matthew Corporation, they never intended to harm anyone seriously. The harshest measure they considered was sending their sisters abroad, but no one had thought of taking each other's life. Adelaide revealed the past incident where the eldest sister had almost cost her half her life, causing another uproar within the Matthew family. The incident occurred in the morning, and by evening, even the media knew about it, supposedly due to a leak from the household staff. People love gossip and drama, especially involving wealthy families, making the event an instant hot topic, although the Matthew family kept it from trending on social media. At the hotel entrance, Sherry replied to emails while instructing Tobias, have Matthew Tessa pay attention to the aftermath. If the third Miss Matthew is hospitalized, remember to send her flowers. Just as Sherry finished speaking, she tripped and nearly fell. General Manager Rusty. Tobias reacted quickly, grabbing Sherry. They both tumbled down, with Sherry's head scraping against the edge of a flower bed, causing a small cut on her forehead. Security personnel helped her up, and hotel staff rushed over to inquire. Sherry tried moving her ankle, which hurt intensely, and she let out a slight gasp. General Manager Rusty. Are you okay? Tobias checked her injuries. Your head is injured, we need to go to the hospital. It might be dislocated. Let's go to the hospital first, she said, touching the blood on her forehead and instructed Tobias, don't tell Ferguson Tezu. They returned to the car and headed to the nearest private hospital. Sherry's head injury wasn't severe, just a minor abrasion from scraping against the flower bed, but she needed stitches. Before arriving, Tobias had already called ahead to arrange for medical staff to wait at the entrance with a wheelchair. Be careful, General Manager Rusty. Tobias carefully helped Sherry into the wheelchair. Before she could settle, a screech of tires rang out, and medical staff rushed out with a stretcher. No. I don't want Lyle Gaynor. I don't want to come to the hospital, they will make me terminate the pregnancy. This is our child, I have to save our child. Sherry turned around at the familiar voice. Through the gaps between the white coats of the medical staff, she saw Amaryllis, wearing only her house clothes, being carried out of a car by Gail. Amaryllis was sobbing uncontrollably, shaking her head vigorously. One hand clutched her chest, while the other tightly held onto Gail's neck. For a moment, Sherry felt as if all the blood in her body froze. Our child. Madeline, listen to me, your health is more important than this child. Gail comforted her worriedly. I don't want to. I don't want to. Amaryllis's face was pale with sweat and tears, yet she refused to let go of Gail's neck. I want to save our child. Please, Lal Gaynor. Ask the doctor to save our child who came so unexpectedly. Tobias, concerned about Sherry, pushed her into the hospital, leaving Amaryllis's cries behind. All Sherry could hear now was Gail's soothing voice. This time isn't right for the baby, but there will definitely be another chance. You are the most important thing. Sherry's mind went blank. She thought of Amaryllis's tear-streaked plea to save their child and Gail's words that there would be another opportunity. She remembered when she was pregnant, and Gail told her how this unexpected child was the only blood relative he had left in the world. He wanted this child to come into the world safely. She recalled his care in Moscow and the concern in his eyes when he saw her prenatal exam reports. After getting her ankle x-rayed, Tobias noticed Sherry seemed dazed and insisted on a head CT scan as a precaution. Fortunately, her ankle was just dislocated, and while waiting for the CT results, doctors advised overnight observation. Perhaps due to the pain from the injury and the impact of hitting her head, Sherry sat in her ward, staring out at Seoul's night view. Her heart felt stung by a poisonous bee, spreading a tingling pain from her palms to her entire body, leaving her feeling icy cold. Tobias entered with dinner. General Manager Rusty, you haven't eaten yet. I brought you some food, please eat. Without hearing a response, Tobias started to approach but heard Sherry say, Tobias, go back to the hotel, I'm fine here. Leave the laptop. But. Relax, this is a private hospital, the nurses will take good care of me, Sherry assured him. Hearing this, Tobias didn't argue further. Call me if you need anything. I won't turn off my phone and can come anytime. Okay. Only after giving this instruction did Tobias leave. Sherry didn't eat. Looking at her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, she realized she needed to ask Gail directly about this. If Gail had already chosen Amaryllis, then Sherry wasn't someone who would cling on uselessly. It was better to know sooner and move on. Translation completed based on the provided Chinese text. Chapter 378, Can Be Trusted. Sherry thought about this and pressed the control button on her electric wheelchair, opening the door of the ward to head for the nurse station to ask about Amaryllis's room. Little Rusty boss. The bodyguard moved to push Sherry. No need. I'll get used to the wheelchair myself. You don't need to follow me around in the hospital. Sherry said and pressed the forward button. Two night shift nurses didn't notice Sherry coming in her electric wheelchair as they were chatting at the nurse station. My God, Miss Madeline's husband is so handsome and caring. Yeah, he's even handsomer than those celebrity brothers. So enviable. The best part is that he places Madeline first, telling the doctor to prioritize his wife's safety over everything else. Ah, so cool. I thought people from powerful business families would value offspring more. After Miss Madeline recovered, Dr. Zhu sent me up to the 18th floor to give her an 4 drip. I saw her husband holding her hand. Although they spoke Chinese, I understood some of it. I heard Mr. Martin whispering to Miss Madeline that this pregnancy was unexpected, and they weren't ready yet. He promised they could have more kids once she got better. Oh, his tone was so gentle, and he kissed her forehead affectionately. I almost died from envy. Wah. Sherry pursed her lips tightly and maneuvered her wheelchair to the 18th floor. Exiting the elevator, Sherry looked at the nameplates outside the rooms one by one. Not possible, Lal Gaynor. I know you're lying when you say we'll have another child later. You only want to go back to your ex-fiancée Adelaide after taking revenge. So. I must keep this child, even if it costs my life. Amaryllis sobbed, I don't care about losing my life, but I can't live without you. But your current health condition isn't suitable for pregnancy, you know that. Rusty Jerome sounded weary, Madeline, nothing is more important than your life. There is, Lal Gaynor. You and our child are more important than my life. Amaryllis held Rusty Jerome's hand over her belly, feel this, Lal Gaynor. This is our child. Madeline. Rusty Jerome sighed deeply, becoming resolute, we cannot keep this child. Believe me. You will have more children in the future. But this child endangers your life. Madeline. You mean a lot to me, like family. Ding. Chairman, please be careful. Miss Madeline's condition has stabilized. Hearing people approaching from the elevator, Sherry pressed the wheelchair controls and headed towards the elevator. Amaryllis's father, Elmwood, rushed into the room with a pale face, calling out, My dear Madeline. Sherry stopped her wheelchair in the elevator area, her blood running cold, too numb to press the elevator button. After some time, the elevator doors opened. Rusty Jerome's assistant hurried out with Rusty Jerome's clothes towards the ward. Sherry had just started to move her wheelchair into the elevator when she heard Rusty Jerome's voice, pausing mid-action. Have all the media been suppressed? Rusty Jerome asked, stepping out of the ward and putting on the sweater his assistant handed him. Have the paparazzi outside the house been taken care of? Rest assured, everything is handled. Your wife's hospitalization won't appear in the media tomorrow, the assistant replied, glancing into the ward. Dr. Jiang has already made an appointment, but your wife doesn't want to terminate the pregnancy. There was a commotion earlier. When I contacted Dr. Jiang just now, he suggested you two discuss it thoroughly. Given Madeline's health, this child cannot stay. These incidents might happen any time before delivery, we can't take the risk. Rusty Jerome frowned, I'll convince her. Arrange it with Dr. Jiang. Matt here. The assistant glanced at Rusty Jerome, trying to comfort him. Take care, sir. You and your wife are still young. There will be other opportunities for children. Yes, I know. Sherry's hand trembled as she pressed the elevator button. Her long-desired love was not far away, yet every word pierced her heart like a knife. She had believed Rusty Jerome could be trusted. Regardless of what anyone said, she trusted his loyalty. She had even been willing to spend her whole life believing in him. But a lifetime is too long. By Rusty Jerome's side was Amaryllis, who deeply loved him. Had she been too confident in their relationship? Her long hair hung down, shielding her face until the elevator doors closed, reflecting Sherry's tear-streaked face on the metal walls. Her phone vibrated. Seeing Rusty's old man's call, she realized she hadn't pressed the elevator button yet. After adjusting the floor, wiping her tears, and taking several deep breaths, she still couldn't calm herself. Only after returning to her ward, washing her face in the bathroom, and regaining her composure did she return the call to Rusty's old man. Grandpa. What happened? Why are you in the hospital? Rusty's old man's displeased voice came through. It's nothing. I slipped at the hotel entrance and dislocated my shoulder. Just a minor cut on my head, which has already healed. I won't be able to video chat with the kids and mom for a couple of days, don't want them to worry. Grandpa, please help me keep it secret, Sherry laughed lightly. I understand. As long as you're fine. Finish your business quickly and come back. Rusty's old man referred to Augustus's matter. I know, Grandpa. Hang up the call, Sherry's smile faded. The lingering chill spread through her bones. In the quiet ward, Sherry lay on the bed gazing out the window, city lights blurring in her teary eyes. The pillow beneath her head became soaked. Sherry clutched the blanket tightly, her body trembling, but she restrained herself from making a sound. Finally, she sat up, took out a tissue to press against her eyes, then opened her computer and email. Tears dropped onto the keyboard as she tried to type, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Despite her efforts, muffled sobs eventually escaped. Translation ends here. Chapter 379 Thoughts. 18th floor. After soothing Amaryllis to sleep, Elmwood covered his daughter with a blanket and came out of the ward. He saw Gail, who had just hung up the phone, and expressed gratitude. Gaynor, thank you very much. This is what I should do. Gail replied. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been afraid at the beginning that Madeline couldn't accept it and insisted on you acknowledging her as your child, Madeline wouldn't have risked everything to protect this baby. Elmwood wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. Gaynor, after Madeline removes the baby and recovers, can you consider, for old time's sake? Uncle Anxiang, Madeline is like my own sister. I know. Elmwood nodded repeatedly. You see, with Madeline's health, she isn't suited to be pregnant. I mean, we can use some technological methods to have someone help you and Madeline have a baby. It would be something to remember her by in the future. Elmwood looked into Gail's eyes. Before he finished speaking, he knew Gail wouldn't agree. His shoulders slumped. Actually, when Madeline had heart problems, I thought it didn't matter whether or not she had children, as long as she could live her life peacefully. Elmwood looked dejected, but now I'm worried. If I die, what will happen to Madeline? Without a child, what will happen to her when she grows old? Gail stood before Elmwood and consoled him in a low voice. Madeline will meet someone who can spend her entire life with her. You must believe it. Madeline has spent these past few years focusing on finding me. Now that I've returned, she will understand that she fell in love with an imaginary version of Caleb, not me. Elmwood nodded. I think, after the surgery, you should take Madeline abroad for a trip. Go to a nice climate like a tropical island so she can recuperate, and Cooper might make a move soon. I'm afraid it will hurt Madeline. All right. Elmwood nodded, but you need to be careful too, especially since someone followed Madeline the other day. The bodyguards I placed around her didn't catch the person. I suspect it was Cooper. I've made preparations, and no one will threaten Madeline's safety. Don't worry about that. It's not just Madeline's safety, but also yours. Elmwood grabbed Gail's shoulder. Even if you don't want to be my son-in-law, I still regard you as half a son. I hope both you and Madeline stay safe. I'll be careful, Gail nodded, checking his watch. You should get some rest. Madeline is well taken care of here. The next morning, Gail had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw Tobias carrying breakfast into the hospital wing. Gail paused. Tobias looked startled upon seeing Gail, then quickly recognized this was Caleb, the CEO of Martin Corporation, who looks like the deceased Gail, and greeted him with a polite nod. You are. Gail maintained Caleb's demeanor, laughing softly, the assistant of little President Rusty from Rusty Corporation. We met in Moscow, right? Yes, Chairman Martin has a good memory. Tobias kept a proper smile. Why are you here? Gail glanced at the breakfast in Tobias's hands. Visiting a friend in the hospital? Oh, it's little President Rusty. She twisted her ankle last night. Little President Rusty is in Korea? Gail was surprised. Yes, there's a cooperation project. She came to inspect it. Tobias didn't reveal any more details. Since we've met by coincidence. Gail turned to his assistant, signaling him to buy flowers and a fruit basket. I'll go see little President Rusty. When Tobias and Gail entered the room, Sherry was on a call. Hold on a moment. Tobias politely asked Gale to wait at the door while he pushed it open. Tobias left the door slightly ajar. Through the crack, Gale heard Sherry's soft voice, his heart beating fast with uncontrollable longing. Yeah, no need to trouble yourself to visit me, but Chairman Martin is quite informed. Gale knew Chairman Martin referred to Cooper. Sherry listened to Cooper on the phone, her smile deepening. Rest assured, Chairman Martin. Since we've chosen to cooperate with you, I won't change unless there's an emergency. Alright, thank you. After hanging up, Tobias placed the breakfast on the table. Seeing Sherry's smile fading, he said, Little President Rusty, I met Chairman Martin from Martin Corporation in the elevator. Hearing you're hospitalized, he came to visit. Would you like to meet him? Sherry lowered her gaze to her computer screen, clenching her fists. Please ask Chairman Martin to come in. Tobias responded and opened the door. Chairman Martin, Little President Rusty invites you in. Gale walked in, spotting Sherry sitting on the bed typing with a bandage on her forehead, and noticed Tobias standing inside the room. Chairman Martin, it's nice meeting you again. Sherry closed her laptop, giving Gale a standard business smile. I didn't expect to meet you here at the hospital. Are you discharged? Or visiting a friend? Visiting a friend, Gale smiled. What happened to you, Little President Rusty? I tripped while climbing the stairs and twisted my ankle, nothing serious. I'll be discharged soon. Sherry gestured for Gale to sit. Chairman Martin, please sit. Would you like something to drink? Gale couldn't ignore the distant tone in Sherry's voice. He sat on the sofa, watching Tobias place the water bottle on the coffee table. He glanced at Tobias, hoping he'd leave. But Tobias remained smiling. Soon, Gale's assistant entered with a fruit basket and flowers. The flowers are beautiful, but I'm being discharged soon. Hospital flowers shouldn't be taken outside, Sherry laughed. Is there anything else Chairman Martin needs? She was clearly dismissing him. Mature enough, her next sentence confirmed it. If Chairman Martin has nothing else, I won't keep you. I have another appointment soon, but I truly appreciate your visit. Gale stared at Sherry, who seemed genuinely cheerful. Though he knew, as Caleb, such treatment was appropriate, Gale felt uncomfortable. Okay, Gale nodded, standing up and smiling. Then, we'll meet again sometime, Little President Rusty. Mature, Sherry responded. Tobias, see Chairman Martin out. Chapter 380, Seeking His Help. Gale, who had been in Sherry's ward for less than 5 minutes, was ushered out. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, his smile vanished, and he instructed his assistant, find out what time Little President Rusty arrived in Seoul last night and when he was admitted to the hospital. Yes, sir. The driver pulled up and parked at the entrance, and the assistant hurriedly opened the back door of the car for Gale. However, Gale walked around to the driver's side, tapping on the window to signal the driver to get out. Sir, you haven't rested all night. Let the driver take you back home to rest, the assistant urged. Get out, Gale said with a frown. The driver unbuckled his seatbelt and got out, and Gale slid into the driver's seat. He drove off swiftly until reaching a spot where he could park, then called Sherry. But her phone was always on another call. Finally getting through, Gale barely greeted before Sherry laughed and said, President Martin sure gets news fast. I just arrived at Mrs. Martin's ward, and your call came through. Gale tightened his grip on the phone, his breathing becoming slightly heavier. At that moment, Sherry, now dressed formally, was being wheeled by Tobias into Amaryllis's ward, carrying flowers and fruits that Gale had asked his assistant to buy earlier to visit Amaryllis. Rest assured, President Martin, I just heard that your wife is hospitalized. I only came to ask Mrs. Martin a few questions and won't disturb her rest. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Sherry spoke directly to Amaryllis lying on the bed, then hung up. I'm sure you understand, Mrs. Martin, your blood type is very rare. Given your heart condition, pregnancy would be too risky. But if our Hengji biotechnology research succeeds, it will allow you to live like a normal person. Moreover, if your child also has a rare blood type and inherits your heart condition. Don't curse my child. Amaryllis suddenly became emotional. Please calm down, Mrs. Martin. I was just considering the worst-case scenario. Since you care so much about your child's future, perhaps working with us would offer more assurance. I don't need any assurances. Even if my child inherits my heart condition, we can just replace their heart. Amaryllis looked at Sherry, her gaze revealing disdain. Especially knowing that in the past, when Gale was still with the Rusty family, he often helped Sherry. Is finding a suitable heart that easy? How hard could it be? Amaryllis chuckled. It seems little President Rusty really grew up poor. In this world, money can make anything happen. As long as you have money, how many hearts can't you get? Just like me, this heart in my chest isn't mine. But if I need it, there will always be fresh hearts available for me. We are the elite after all. Sherry's eyes turned cold. Amaryllis lowered her gaze to her abdomen, her expression turning sorrowful again. But I'm afraid I can't keep this child. It's affecting my health. My husband told me to terminate the pregnancy. You and President Martin share deep feelings, Sherry noted. This child came unexpectedly. Amaryllis sighed, looking up at Sherry. If you say Hengji Biotechnology has the technology to ensure I can safely give birth to my first child, I might consider collaborating. But for the future, forget it. Doctors say your current health condition isn't suitable for childbirth. Yet you still want to keep this child? Sherry smiled. You and President Martin will have other children. Why do you care so much about this one? Amaryllis's hand clenched over her abdomen. I fear he's deceiving me. He never wanted me to get pregnant because he worried my body couldn't handle it. This time, I made arrangements to conceive. I don't fear death, I just want to leave behind our child. Amaryllis's eyes were resolute. Previously, she had told Gale she didn't mind him having feelings for Adelaide. She wanted Gale to give her a child, but since he wouldn't touch her, she took the opportunity to drug both of them. Destiny helped her conceive. Once the child was born, Gale might stay for the child's sake after he completed his revenge. When Amaryllis found out she was pregnant, she was almost overwhelmed with joy. To ensure success, she even arranged for someone to kill Adelaide. Killing the woman Gale loved, coupled with giving birth to their child. Her beloved brother Lianyu would surely stay with her. Sherry gripped the wheelchair tightly, maintaining a polite smile. Mrs. Martin, do you know who donated your heart? Why should I care who it is? As long as it's suitable for me, it works. Amaryllis replied matter-of-factly, even finding Sherry strange. I can't stand people like you who claw their way up from the bottom. I need rest. If you're only here for Hengji Biotechnology's cooperation, forget it. I'm not interested. I have many donors and can choose freely. At this moment, Sherry confirmed that Amaryllis knew her heart was bought. She had access to such channels. So, Mrs. Martin, would you be willing to share these channels with me? It could save me effort and help me find more test subjects, Sherry asked. You don't have channels? Amaryllis was incredulous, then laughed, asked Cooper. You're working with him. Cooper's old kidney was also replaced through that channel. Sherry paused the recorder in her pocket and was about to leave when Amaryllis asked, Little President Rusty, how well do you know Adelaide? Sherry turned back to look at Amaryllis. What? I heard that due to the late President Rusty, Little President Rusty and Adelaide had a good relationship. Is that true? Looking at Amaryllis's pale face and thinking of Adelaide's accident. Recalling Clifford saying there was a madman near Amaryllis. Sherry remained calm. Not very well. Leaving the ward, Sherry's expression was somber. Check my schedule and arrange a dinner meeting with Chairman Martin. Tell him I need his help, Sherry told Tobias. She knew about this channel. Augustus had been investigating it for years. Chapter 381, A Perfect Explanation. Just that it's not easy for Augustus to investigate from the bottom up. However, if Martin Ridge can provide a channel, investigating from the top down should be easier. Sherry visited the relevant government department today to discuss the location selection for the battery factory and then had a meeting with senior executives of the cooperative group. It was too late to visit the location on the same day, so they rescheduled for the next day. By the time she returned to the hotel, it was already evening. Sherry knew that since her discharge from the hospital, Cooper's people had been following her, fearing any private contact between her and Gale. Her phone vibrated. Seeing Haim's name, Sherry answered, Hello. Have you seen Augustus yet? Not yet. My presence in South Korea has been announced. If Augustus sees it, he should come find me. Sherry sounded somewhat exhausted. I can hear how tired you are, boss. Maybe I should come to South Korea too. You don't need to come over. Sherry stood up by leaning on the armrest of the sofa, testing her foot. It hurt less than in the morning. It seemed just as the doctor said, it was a dislocated sprain and should be better by tomorrow. So call me if anything happens. I'll keep my phone on 24/7 starting today. Call me immediately when you see Augustus, and I'll curse him to death. Haim gritted his teeth, for making us worry for so long. All right, I understand. Just after hanging up, another call came in. Sherry answered, hearing Gale's voice. Is it convenient to talk now? Sherry hadn't brought the dedicated phone for contacting Gale, so Gale called this number again. After a brief silence, Sherry spoke. Speak. Can you come to room 3241? Gale added, Don't worry, no one knows I'm here. Some things needed to be clarified. With Amaryllis pregnant now, they needed to decide whether to continue their relationship or part ways. My foot isn't fully healed. If you can ensure no one will notice, come to my suite, Sherry said. All right, see you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Sherry slowly walked to the door and opened it. Gale slipped inside. Noticing Sherry had drawn all the curtains. The moment Sherry closed the door, Gale hugged her. Sherry frowned but didn't respond, letting Gale hold her. How did you come? Does your foot still hurt? Sherry held Gale's arm with one hand and took out a recorder with the other, pressing play. Mrs. Martin and President Martin will have more children in the future. Why is this one particularly important? I'm afraid he's deceiving me. He didn't want me to get pregnant before, fearing my body couldn't handle it. This time, I tampered with the measures, so we conceived. I'm not afraid to die, I just want our child. Hearing the voice from the recorder, Gale loosened his grip, looking at the recorder, then directly into Sherry's eyes. You suspect Amaryllis's child is mine? Am I suspecting? Sherry asked sharply, based on this conversation, you cared about Amaryllis's health, always taking precautions. This time, she tampered with the measures, leading to her pregnancy. I can listen to your explanation, now you can speak. Do you doubt me? There was a hint of emotion in Gail's deep eyes. I'm not a god, Gail, nor do I know your every thought. I said I'd listen to your explanation. Sherry looked calm but felt cold fingers. If you're worried that revealing our split might expose your identity, there's no need to worry. I need to protect the Rusty group and the Rusty family. I especially don't want Amaryllis, that lunatic, knowing about our past, lest an accident like Adelaide's happens to me. What? Adelaide, your ex-fiancée, had a car accident yesterday. I suspect it's related to Amaryllis. Sherry didn't hide her thoughts. It's impossible. Though Madeline can be self-indulgent and ruthless, it's only towards her enemies. Gail said this without much conviction, recalling Amaryllis's recent behavior and the absence of that crazy person who usually stayed with her. Sherry tightened her grip on the recorder, shaking it. Do you have an explanation? The child isn't mine. Gail insisted. I told Amaryllis I love someone else. She spiked a bottle of wine with drugs, and we both drank it, but I didn't touch her. Yet, she became pregnant and insisted it was mine, but it wasn't. Who was the father then? Sherry asked. I don't know. Sherry suddenly chuckled, gazing steadily at Gail. I thought I gave you enough time to prepare a perfect lie. She moved toward the sofa but was stopped by Gail gripping her wrist. Aaliyah, do you not believe me? Tears welled up in her red-rimmed eyes as she bit her lip, turning back to Gail. Gail, no, Caleb, even if you tell me you were drugged or lost control and were with Amaryllis, acknowledging your mistake, I could accept it. But don't treat me as a fool. Or do you think, because I know your secret, you're trying to appease me so I won't reveal it? There's no need, really no need. Sherry yanked her arm free. I saw you hugging Amaryllis last night, promising her more children. I heard you comfort her, kissing her forehead. Gail, should I trust my own eyes and ears, or your words? Gail explained, Amaryllis's father feared checking would harm her self-respect. Later, he found out the truth and asked me to acknowledge the child. So far, only he knows the father's identity. Sherry felt as if her heart was pierced by a knife. Kissing, she heard this from the nurse. Gail didn't deny it. Oh, Sherry laughed bitterly, what a twist. Aaliyah, don't you know I only care about you? I can't bring you to Amaryllis's father now, but shouldn't we have some basic trust after being together for so long? Gail held Sherry's shoulders. I am investigating the father. If you still don't believe me, I'll show you the evidence once I find it. All right? How many days do you need? Sherry asked. Please note that I've made slight adjustments to improve readability while maintaining the tone and style. The original Chinese structure and line breaks have been kept intact. Chapter 382, As You Wish. 2 days. Is 2 days enough? I'll give you 3. I hope the evidence you provide after 3 days can withstand scrutiny. Gail tightened his grip on Sherry's shoulders. He could see the faint smile in her eyes was filled with distrust, even a hint of mockery. Their gazes locked, but Sherry looked away first. She moved Gail's hand from her shoulder and walked towards the sofa. I asked Cooper to find someone who killed Gail for me so I can take revenge for him. Today, Cooper called me, saying he will leave that person a few days to settle things at home. By early next month, he'll hand over that person to me, and you can take them away. 3 days later, I'll give you evidence. Hearing the heavy door slam behind her, Sherry bit her lip and gripped the voice recorder tightly. She really didn't know who else besides blood relatives she could trust. Comforting Amaryllis by telling her they would have more children in the future and kissing her forehead only to tell her the child wasn't his, Sherry didn't know who the father of the child in Amaryllis's belly was. Did Gail really think she was so easy to fool? Because she loved him, did that mean she had to believe everything he said? Even when she heard it with her own ears and saw it with her own eyes. Sherry tried very hard to trust Gail, but she couldn't. The Gail she saw couldn't explain himself, and the Gail she probed didn't deny. How could she trust him? Sherry sat down on the sofa, trembling coldly all over. All those promises about always waiting for Gail and one day he would return to her, it was just wishful thinking on her part. Covering her cheeks with both hands, she restrained herself from crying. Last night, she had allowed herself to be weak just once. She came to Korea for Lau Winstonen. She still had many things to do. But the pain in her heart felt like a gust of cold wind piercing through. After a while, Sherry exhaled deeply, seemingly having composed herself. Her face no longer bore any sign of her previous distress. Calmly, she put on her glasses from the coffee table and immersed herself in work. The doorbell rang again. Sherry stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. She was surprised to see Gail standing outside. Aiko, I lost control of my temper, but I will present the evidence to you. Gail's voice was low, his deep, dark eyes visible above the mask. But I cannot tolerate your distrust. Sherry, who had just composed herself, now tightly held the doorknob, looking at Gail expressionlessly. All right. Seeing Sherry still so cold, Gail breathed heavily. Aiko, I miss you. Sherry didn't respond. The man approached, removing his mask and stepping closer to kiss her. However, she turned her head away, causing the kiss to land on her earlobe. Aiko, you still don't trust me? No, if you want me to believe you, I will. Sherry replied. Seeing Sherry still avoiding eye contact, Gail frowned. Sherry, look at me. She turned back to meet his gaze, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion, separated by her clean glasses. I hope you believe me. I have not done anything to betray you. From start to finish, I have been yours. Sherry tightened her grip on the doorknob, nodding. I said, if you want me to believe you, I will. Is there anything else? Gail felt irritable at Sherry's indifferent attitude. He grabbed her face and kissed her forcefully, pushing into the room and closing the door with his foot. Her lips were pried open, and she was pushed against the wall by Gail's urgent movements. One slipper fell off, and her ankle throbbed in pain. She furrowed her brow, bracing herself against the wall, stiff and tense, letting Gail's desperate kisses swallow her. Her fists slowly clenched. Sensing Sherry's lack of resistance, Gail bit her lip forcefully, yet Sherry remained silent as if she felt no pain. Gail released her lips, facing her clear, emotionless eyes. His fingers caressed her lips, kissing her gently again. Sherry neither dodged nor reciprocated, unlike how she used to, shy yet responsive. I will present the evidence to you, Gail said. Grandfather hopes I get married, regardless of whether we are well matched or not. Someone who can take care of Mom and the 2 kids, so I can focus on work without worrying about the family. Gail tightened his grip on Sherry's face. Rest assured, our agreement still stands. Sherry winced under his pinch. Just like you and Amaryllis, just a nominal relationship to reassure grandfather and deter others from eyeing my husband's position. Why are you saying this out of spite? Gail pressed, suppressing his unease. I said Amaryllis's child isn't mine. In 3 years, at most, I will return to you and the child. Do you not trust me? Sherry countered. I said, like you and Amaryllis, just a nominal relationship. Only you matter to me. We've been together long enough, shouldn't we trust each other at least a little? Or, are you afraid that living together might breed affection? Or, because you already have feelings for someone else? So you can't let go? Your marriage to Amaryllis was to better come back for revenge and to legitimately gain Sinway Group support. My marriage is for grandfather's peace of mind and to share responsibilities. Essentially, it's the same, or, do some things only apply to you, not to me? Gail's stern features tensed. After a long pause, he spoke coldly, as you wish. With that, Gail stormed out, slamming the door. Sherry steadied herself against the wall, put on the fallen slipper, and returned to the coffee table, picking up her phone to call Emerson again. It was still off. She sent another text message. Sherry, we have been investigating your sister's case. I'm currently in Korea. Let's talk in person. I don't want you to take risks. Sherry sat on the sofa, resting her head against the backrest, using her arm to cover her eyes, exhausted. Emerson still didn't reply. Sherry hadn't slept all night, immersing herself entirely in work. She responded to all the pending emails until dawn. Still, no response from Emerson. Chapter 383, Coincidence. By the time Tobias knocked on the door to inform Sherry that it was time to head out to inspect the battery factory site, Sherry was already dressed and seated on the sofa. She had just finished a brief one-on-one meeting with the group's financial director, Reese. Would you like breakfast in your room or in the restaurant? Tobias asked Sherry. In the restaurant. Has Project Lloyd Kwan woken up? If he's up, we can leave right after breakfast. Sherry put on her coat. Lloyd and manager Priscilla are already in the restaurant. Good, let's go. Project Lloyd Kwan and Priscilla Ridge's son, Priscilla Hongcheng, had arrived in South Korea earlier than Sherry and had already met with the Korean company representatives. However, Sherry, who had been hospitalized on her first day and still not fully recovered from her injury the second day, hadn't had any contact yet. In the restaurant, Sherry, along with Edwin and Priscilla Ridge's son, Priscilla Hongcheng, briefly discussed their understanding of the local responsible person. Just as they were about to leave after breakfast, someone stood beside their table. Aiko. Sherry looked up and froze at the sight of Sam. Sherry did not have her bodyguards follow closely behind her to give Emerson a chance to find her, but she hadn't expected Sam to get close to her instead. Edwin and Priscilla Hongcheng, both shrewd individuals, knew that Sam was Sherry's ex-husband. Seeing Sam approach them disheveled, they quickly wiped their mouths with napkins. That's all for us, Rusty General Manager. We're done. Edwin smiled. We'll go back to our rooms to change, then wait downstairs for you after getting a call from Tobias. Priscilla Kwan, who hadn't even finished his coffee, also got up. Take your time, Rusty General Manager. With that, Priscilla Kwan gave Sam a polite nod before leaving with Edwin. Sherry looked up at Sam. Coincidence? Not really. I saw the news about you being admitted to the hospital in South Korea, so I came to check on you, Sam replied, moving his gaze from the small band-aid on Sherry's forehead to sit beside her. Head injuries can be serious. Why didn't you stay for observation? Sam, aren't you afraid of the media taking pictures? This will cause great trouble for me, Enid, and yourself. Don't you understand? Sherry frowned, her tone tinged with anger. Why do you act so impulsively like a child, disregarding the trouble it causes others? I heard you were in the hospital, so... Sam paused. Now seeing you're fine, I can leave. Can I have your contact information? If I can reach you and know you're okay. Sam. Sherry took a sip of water without looking at him. To avoid more trouble and making headlines that could expose the triangle between us and Enid, you should find an excuse for your presence here, so malicious people can't use it for hype, and your fiancé doesn't get hurt. I've broken up with Enid. In my heart, there is only Sam. Sherry looked up, her eyes clear. What happens between you and Enid has nothing to do with me. To be blunt, I detest being associated with both of you. Understand? Let's maintain some dignity. Can you not give me another chance? Sam's voice choked, his eyes red, as he pulled a chair and sat next to her. Before I lost my memory, what were we? Back then, you refused to give up on me because you were worried I would be heartbroken if I woke up and found you gone. I'm back now, Aiko, and I'm heartbroken too. You must understand that it wasn't me when I lost my memory. Can you not hold that against me? I feel wronged too. Mad Surprising Encounter, General Manager Rusty. At this voice, Sam turned his head, eyes widening in surprise. Uncle. Uncle Rusty? Gale smirked, sitting down. Uncle Rusty? Could this gentleman be referring to Gale of Rusty Corporation who passed away? General Manager Rusty, do you resemble him so much? Since you and I look alike, perhaps you know how he died. Why did you choose to collaborate with Cooper instead of me? Hearing this, Sam realized that this must be Caleb, the true heir of Martin Corporation and the husband of Sinway Group's only daughter, who looked strikingly like Gale. Sherry tightened her grip on her cup. Shouldn't Mr. Martin be in the hospital with Mrs. Martin? What are you doing here? I heard that before discharge, little Rusty talked to my wife about a cooperation project with Hengji Biotech. I thought I'd come by and see if there's a chance to collaborate with you. Gale glanced at Sam, working while injured. Seems like you're quite strict with your employees. It's merely a coincidence, Mr. Martin. Sherry smiled, her eyes sweeping over the man watching her on behalf of Cooper. As for your wife's proposal, indeed, we do have a collaboration with her on the Rh-negative blood project. But since I've already collaborated with Chairman Martin on other matters, I won't work with you again. After all, you refused to provide the lithography technology initially, while Chairman Martin eventually did. Gale maintained his smile, tapping his fingers on the table. It seems your attachment to Gale isn't strong enough, working with his killer. Others might misunderstand and think you colluded with Cooper to kill Gale, causing you trouble. Don't worry about me, Mr. Martin. Sherry chuckled lightly. I hope you won't regret it. Gale tapped the table and left, looking displeased. Sherry understood that given her visit to the hospital and her meeting with Amaryllis in South Korea, it was reasonable for Caleb to come see her. By letting Cooper's people witness an uneasy meeting between Sherry and Caleb, Cooper would feel assured. Sherry watched Gale's retreating figure, knowing he must have recorded their conversation to intentionally expose that Caleb had initially refused to provide the lithography technology, but Cooper had eventually given it. This translation preserves the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring a natural and fluent English version that maintains the story's tone and style. Chapter 384, Cannot Go Back on One's Word. Sherry truly felt let down and heartbroken by Gale's affair with Amaryllis. However, the assistance Gale once provided her was undeniably genuine. Had it not been for Gale, she might have perished when she was in a vegetative state. Therefore, on significant matters like this, Sherry would not set obstacles for Gale, rather, she was willing to help him. Sam observed the person who looked almost identical to Gale but had completely different manners and demeanor. He turned his concerned gaze towards Sherry. Aiko, are you in any danger? It has nothing to do with you. Sherry glanced at her phone and stood up, signaling Tobias, who had finished eating and was waiting for her, to get going. Aiko. Sam reached out to grab Sherry but was stopped by her look. Sam clenched his fists tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. What? What must I do to win you back? Sherry smiled as she slipped the suit jacket over her arm. Then, go through what I have experienced. The humiliation I endured, losing my loved ones, then come tell me how you can win me back. Oh. I forgot, you don't have a sister, so you can't experience losing one. Remember to find an honorable excuse for yourself. Don't let me get into trouble because of you. With that, Sherry left with Tobias. Sam sat despondently where Sherry had just been, tears brimming in his eyes, looking like he would shatter at any touch. The moment Sherry got into the car, she took the tablet from Tobias. This morning, Mr. Finley already sent over the data. Before Tobias could finish, someone knocked on the window. Sherry looked up and saw Emerson. She tightened her grip on the tablet and instructed, Tobias, you take the driver and sit in the car ahead to lead the way. Got it. Tobias and the driver got out. Wearing a cap and mask, Emerson slid into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel as he started the car. You shouldn't have come to Korea. You know how many people are watching you? Especially the Martin family, none of them are good people. The elder Cooper is involved with Gannon, and the younger Caleb and Ibrahim are not ordinary either. Both Gannon and Ibrahim are ruthless criminals. Were you not afraid of danger coming here alone after drugging Thompson? I said I'd help investigate your sister's case. I've been working on it. Until we have solid evidence, I don't want you acting rashly. We will help your sister seek justice through legal means. Sherry's voice was stern but caring. Don't you know we're all worried about you? Emerson gripped the steering wheel and replied slowly, it's futile, Aiko. We all know how it will end, they'll push some minor figure to take the blame, and that person will live comfortably using my sister's heart. Until they need another heart, they'll pick another victim. To them, ordinary people are mobile blood banks, mobile organ banks. Can you trust Thompson, Haim, and me? Thompson worked fast. Didn't he discover that the heart inside Amaryllis belongs to your sister? Haim is also investigating from other angles. I've already made contact with Amaryllis. Sherry placed her hand on the back of the driver's seat, and we still have 1.5 years from our agreement. If I fail to avenge your sister within this period, you can use your methods, and I won't interfere. Or if they push some minor figure to take the blame and don't receive proper punishment, I won't stop you either. Is that acceptable? What about Amaryllis? Emerson gritted his teeth at the mention of her name. She chose my sister. She's now living with my sister's heart. The man who treated my sister like merchandise admitted that it was Amaryllis who chose her. He said my sister was quite pretty and her heart must be beautiful too. Others' hearts weren't worthy of being in Amaryllis's body. So, Amaryllis killed my sister. By this point, Emerson's voice was trembling. Do you have any evidence? No. Emerson clenched the steering wheel tighter. I caught the man, and he agreed to testify, but then he was killed. If I hadn't been chased into a corner, I wouldn't have sought out Thompson to help me escape those assassins. What if he said Amaryllis chose your sister to save himself? They believed you couldn't reach someone like Amaryllis. Even if you tried, her bodyguards would stop you or even capture you. Sherry's tone was heavy. Did he provide concrete evidence that Amaryllis chose your sister? Emerson remained silent, and Sherry knew there was no proof. I'll help you find evidence. Trust me. Sherry looked intently at Emerson. We still have 1.5 years from our agreement. I will make sure those who harmed your sister face justice. If I fail, you can use your methods to seek vengeance. Is that agreeable? Emerson gripped the steering wheel tightly, vision blurred, clenching his teeth in silence. Aiko, you know, the reason I've lived these past years is to avenge my sister. I know. Sherry understood. Back then, after losing his sister, Emerson had been like a walking dead. It was Sherry who persuaded him to strive for revenge, but sacrificing your life to take theirs isn't worth it. I believe your sister would hope for justice while also wishing to see you live well. Give me 6 months. If I can't succeed, you can do whatever you wish. Not only will I not oppose, but I will fully support you. Emerson's throat constricted. Aiko, you've done enough for me. Sherry and Coraline are waiting for you to teach them self-defense. Coraline was recently kidnapped. Sherry knew Winston and Tongshi was fond of Sherry and Coraline. They shared a close bond, much like he and his sister had. You promised them you'd teach them. You cannot go back on your word. All right. Emerson finally agreed. I promise I will stay in Korea monitoring Amaryllis during this time. If I find concrete evidence that she killed my sister, I will kill her myself. Whether I live or die afterward will have nothing to do with you, and you won't interfere. With evidence, we can bring them to justice. Ferris is a perfect example. If you find evidence and I fail to punish Amaryllis as she deserves, I won't stop you from killing her, Sherry assured him. Chapter 385, a bit worried. Silence hung in the car for a while as Emerson drove quietly. You're too naive, Aiko. Emerson's voice was laced with sorrow and helplessness. You were able to avenge your sister because you are the founder of Hengji Biotech and because you belong to the Rusty family. If you were still the old Sherry, do you think Ferris would have received his due punishment? Yes. You said it yourself. I'm the founder of Hengji Biotech, and I am part of the Rusty family. There is no if. Sherry grabbed Emerson's shoulder firmly. So as long as there is evidence, I can help avenge your sister as well. They had arrived at their destination, and Emerson stopped the car. Aiko, Emerson, never owe anyone anything in my life. But you pulled me out of that mess, so I owe you. So, I will listen to you. Back then, when Emerson lost his sister and went crazy seeking revenge, he was held by a gang leader. It was Sherry who stepped forward and paid $3.5 million to bail him out. Without her, he wouldn't be here today, let alone have the chance to avenge his sister. Emerson, I helped you because we both lost our sisters. Because you saved Ralph. You don't owe me anything. And now, whether it's you, Thompson, Miriam, or Haim. You are all my friends and family. I don't want anything to happen to you. Emerson's throat tightened as he responded, I understand. Keep your phone on and don't turn it off. Don't let us lose contact with you. Sherry was met with the deep voice of Emerson and the sound of the car door closing. Only after Emerson got out of the car did Tobias open the back door and peered inside. Young Master Rusty? Being able to calm Emerson was the purpose of Sherry's trip to South Korea this time. She tidied herself up and stepped out of the car, watching Emerson's retreating figure with some relief. At the same time, Cooper heard that Caleb had gone to meet someone this morning but had come away disgruntled. Cooper chuckled. Since this little Miss Rusty is so righteous, hand him over to the police. It'll serve as justice for his deceased relative. I understand, replied the bald man. Remember to settle the family properly, telling them what they can say and what they cannot say to the police. Also, arrange a motive for attempting to kill Caleb. Once the police release the case details, I doubt Caleb will be able to use his domestic accident as an excuse anymore. Cooper poured himself a cup of tea, feeling quite pleased. He suddenly seemed to remember something. Have you cleaned up all traces of communication between you? We didn't contact often to begin with, and this time was very careful. We even used overseas accounts for transfers, so there should be no issues, the bald man said. Good. Cooper nodded. After visiting the construction site with the local heads in South Korea and having a brief meeting, Sherry received a call from Haim on her way back to the city. Boss, I managed to get hold of Augustus. Haim also felt relieved, but when I called him, he told me not to bother him unless it's important and then hung up. I saw Augustus today, you don't need to worry. I've handled him. But we must investigate the matter of his sister quickly and use legal means if possible. I don't want Augustus taking unnecessary risks, Sherry said. Well, we actually have some leads. Haim hesitated. It just involves forces from other regions, so I didn't want Augustus to take risks. Can't share it with Augustus or me? Were you planning to keep hiding this from me? Sherry suppressed her anger. Send it over. After hanging up, Sherry couldn't calm her, still couldn't be soothed. Correction. After hanging up, Sherry still couldn't be soothed. Improvement. After hanging up, Sherry's restless heart still couldn't be soothed. Final version. After hanging up, Sherry's restless heart still couldn't be calmed. Pull over by the side of the road. Sherry rubbed her temples gently. The car stopped by the roadside, and once outside, the sea breeze greeted her. Leaning against the car, she reviewed the documents sent by Haim. Tobias signaled the bodyguards to stand further away, while he remained not too far from the car tail. Haim traced back to the leads that Emerson had abandoned. They led him to black markets, several organizations involved in human trafficking, and those organizations were either under Boss Thomas or Gannon's influence. Both of them were active in Southeast Asia, though they dared not extend their hands into their own country. They maintained contacts and even cooperated with nearby governments. They weren't adversaries they could handle easily, especially not for Emerson alone. Used for their more, many people knew that Emerson did some gray area tasks for them. If he sought revenge and was caught or recognized, it could bring unnecessary trouble to Hengji Biotech. Sherry spent some time by the seaside until nightfall before returning to the hotel. Unexpectedly, she saw Ian, the younger brother of Matthew family's eldest daughter-in-law, as soon as she entered the hotel. Sister. This was only the second time Sherry met Ian since the tennis court incident, and also the second time someone addressed her as sister. Ian was tall and slim, wearing a cap and mask. His exposed skin was pale, eyes bright, dressed in a white hoodie, faded jeans, and white sneakers, exuding youthful energy. He rushed towards her and noticed the band-aid on her forehead. Is your injury serious, sister? Why are you here? Sherry asked. I'm coming here with Professor Mao for an exchange event the day after tomorrow. But when I saw media reports saying you had a minor accident in Korea, my sister-in-law booked me a ticket early, Ian explained, his clear hands gripping the backpack strap. His voice lowered. Actually, I was a bit worried, so I came. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Matthew family has such concern for me when her own sister was in a car accident recently, Sherry laughed, but without any ill intent. I'm fine, but it's not convenient for us to continue talking here. I understand. Ian nodded. I apologize for causing you trouble by appearing in front of you, but... Pausing for a moment, Ian continued, however, once I join Hengji Biotech next month, my sister's medical expenses won't be controlled by my sister-in-law. I'll try my best to avoid appearing before you. Sherry nodded. Please feel free to ask if you need any further adjustments or have more text to translate. Chapter 386, Compared. Seeing Sherry walking towards the elevator, Ian hurriedly ran over to pull her suitcase and followed beside Sherry. But sister, are you really alright? A bump on the head can be serious. Just as they arrived at the ground floor, a drunk man staggered out of the elevator, losing his balance and vomiting onto the floor. Be careful, sister. Ian grabbed Sherry, turning around to shield her. The vomit splashed all over Ian's legs. Hotel staff immediately rushed over after pressing their headsets. Ding. Opposite, the elevator door opened. Leaning lazily against the elevator wall, loosening his tie with one hand while holding the handrail behind him, Gale saw Ian hugging Sherry amidst a group of bodyguards. His gaze then fell on Sherry holding onto Ian's arm. Are you okay, sister? Ian looked down at Sherry. Sherry frowned. Hotel staff bowed repeatedly in apology, guiding them towards the opposite elevator. The manager insisted on taking Ian to the suite for cleaning and providing suitable clothes. Turning around, Sherry saw Gale emerge from the elevator, forgetting to release her grip on Ian's arm. Gale's lips curled. President Xiao Rusty, we meet again. President Martin, you seem to be appearing frequently at this hotel. Sherry also smiled. Gale's eyes fell on Ian. This is President Xiao Rusty's friend? Yes. Sherry replied cheerfully. See you later. All right. Gale nodded with a smile. Passing by Sherry's group, Assistant Tobias nodded politely at Gale. Tobias felt that although this Caleb looked similar to their President Rusty, the resemblance in demeanor was far off. This Caleb didn't seem like a good person. Hearing the elevator door close, Gale's breathing became uneven. His hands clenched in his pockets and his expression darkened, thin lips curling into a cold smirk. Sister? So, the one Sherry said she wanted to marry and take care of the Rusty family, is that underdeveloped boy? Or Sam who chased her to South Korea? Inside the elevator, the hotel manager continued apologizing, directly upgrading Ian's room to a suite. I'm fine, it's just you, sister. Before Ian finished, Sherry spoke first. Ian, I don't particularly like being called sister. Sherry stood in the elevator lobby, smiling at Ian. You should call me President Xiao Rusty. Ian froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of hurt. Lowering her head, she softly said, okay, I understand, President Xiao Rusty. Back in the hotel room, Sherry came out after washing up and saw Gail lounging on the living room sofa smoking. Sherry paused while drying her hair. How did you get in? Sherry walked to the bedside table, picked up the cup, and drank some water. This hotel belongs to the Martin Corporation. Gail extinguished his cigarette, placed the ashtray aside, and approached Sherry. That boy is the one you plan to marry? He is Matthew Gia's second son-in-law, sent to approach me. Sherry didn't hide this from Gail. She tugged at the corners of her mouth in a slight smile. But who knows, at least he openly admitted he was sent by Matthew Gia's eldest daughter to approach me, and he is young and energetic. Sherry, do you think I would allow another man to get close to you? Gail stopped behind Sherry, his voice hoarse from smoking, darkly echoing. That hug in the elevator already crossed the line. What right do you have to say I crossed the line? Sherry tightened her grip on the water cup, turning to look unblinkingly at Gail. When you held Amaryllis in front of the media, you didn't think you crossed any lines. When you got Amaryllis pregnant, you didn't think about crossing lines either. All I did was let a younger man protect me, yet you lecture me about boundaries? What kind of relationship do we even have? I am your husband. Why won't you believe that the child in Amaryllis's belly isn't mine? You're Amaryllis's husband. Gail. I'm not blind. Amaryllis loves you, and I personally saw and heard you tell Amaryllis you had a child together. Sherry's voice rose. Gail, you expect me not to believe what I heard you promise Amaryllis about more children. You expect me not to believe what I saw, taking Amaryllis to the hospital and telling the doctor to save her life. Gail. Listen to yourself, do you think your words make any sense? Or do you believe I value you more than myself? Gail stepped closer to Sherry, their distance so narrow that his hot breath landed on her eyelashes, yet Sherry didn't step back. Don't I deserve your trust? Gail stared at her intensely. I once trusted Sam wholeheartedly. Look how that turned out. Gail's voice also rose. Don't compare me to him. But now, you seem no different from him to me. If anything, you're more ridiculous and revolting. At least he openly admitted loving Enid. But you, getting Amaryllis pregnant and telling me it isn't yours, trying to convince me without any proof. On what basis? Silence spread between them. Sherry's breath quivered slightly. Pushing Gail away, she slammed the cup onto the bedside table. I know what you're worried about. You're just afraid I might ruin your revenge plans. Don't worry. I won't go that far. After all, you did save my life countless times. Hearing the outermost door of the suite open. President Xiao Rusty. It was Tobias's voice. Sherry froze, instinctively pushing Gail into the bathroom. She wasn't ready for anyone to know that Caleb was Gail. Gail, in a bad mood, frowned and resisted. Pushing the bathroom door open, Sherry saw Gail standing motionless in the doorway, glaring at her. Irritated, she snapped, do you want Tobias to see you, a married man, in my suite? Or do you want your identity as Gail revealed? President Xiao Rusty. Tobias's voice and footsteps drew nearer. Gail quickly grabbed Sherry's wrist, pulling her into the bathroom and locking the door. Sherry's heart raced as she was pushed against the tiled wall. Although the bedroom door was open, Tobias didn't dare enter. Had it not been for Ferguson's assistant failing to contact Sherry, Tobias wouldn't have dared stand outside the open bedroom door. Chapter 387, Turning the Tables. Knock, knock, knock. Assistant Tobias stood outside the bedroom door and knocked. General Manager Xiao Rusty? Gail looked down at Sherry pressed against the wall by him, gesturing for her to respond. I'm taking a bath, what's up? Sherry placed her hand on Gail's chest, trying to keep her voice steady despite its unnatural tone. Before Tobias could reply, Gail, noticing Sherry's slightly panicked expression, his throat tightening, couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. Their breaths intertwined as Sherry turned her head away. Convinced that Tobias was still outside, Sherry wouldn't dare or let Tobias know he was here, so Gail kissed her cheek recklessly. Upon hearing Sherry's response, Tobias took a step closer. General Manager Xiao Rusty, Special Grahamshan has been unable to reach you for half an hour, so he asked me to check if everything is okay. Since you're in the bath, I'll inform Special Grahamshan. Please remember to call him back after you finish. Sherry covered Gail's mouth with her hand. Okay, got it. Gail's deep gaze locked onto Sherry as he grasped her wrist, planting a kiss on the soft flesh of her palm, almost causing her to gasp aloud. Mr. Youssef also asked me to convey a message to you, don't worry, he won't put your name and his on the hot search together. Tobias wasn't sure if Sherry was interested in Ian, so he didn't dare reject on her behalf, especially given how often Special Grahamshan arranged blind dates for Sherry. Also, little Uncle Ian from the Matthew family's young master came looking for you, saying he wanted to talk to you in person. Should I arrange a time for you to meet? Sherry felt Gale tighten his grip on her hand. Fine, noted. Tell him to wait for my call. Hearing Sherry's response, Assistant Claudia left the suite to call Special Grahamsham and inform Ian as well. Tobias is gone, move. Sherry withdrew her hand and pushed him. Tell him to wait for your call. Young and energetic, calling you sister, do you want to marry such a young man? Gale asked. Sherry struggled against Gale's hold. If Grandpa wants me to get married, who else would it be but someone like him? Why not? Don't talk nonsense. Gale's thumb pressed against the corner of Sherry's lips. Did he hug you? Did he kiss you here? What does it have to do with you? Isn't Mr. Martin going to see Mrs. Martin and their child? Sherry turned her head away. Sherry. Gale tightened his grip on her hand, forcing her face towards him. I said Amaryllis's child isn't mine. How long are you going to pout? I told you I can't tolerate other men getting close to you. Especially today, seeing that boy Ian hugging Sherry made Gale extremely agitated. Why should I believe you based on just words? Why don't you find evidence? Sherry stood her ground. Your intolerance towards other men doesn't concern me, or do you think that since you have a child with Amaryllis, I should remain chaste for you? Do you overestimate your charm, or think I only have love on my mind? Sherry. Gale knew she was still upset about the child, speaking gently. I thought, based on our relationship, you would trust me never to betray you. If you're so confident in our relationship, why should it matter if someone hugs me? At least I haven't had a child with anyone else. Sherry pushed him again. Let go. Seeing Sherry breathe heavily, Gale caught her pushing hand and held her head with one hand, pressing his lips down on hers unexpectedly. The moment their lips touched, Sherry froze, then struggled. Don't touch me. Sherry couldn't break free, hitting him with her other hand which Gale easily caught, pinning it above her head with one hand while the other tightly held her nape, deepening the kiss. Sherry struggled fiercely. Gale moved his hand from her nape to her cheek, using his thumb to force her jaw up, his tongue invading her mouth amid her surprised cries. Sherry bit down hard, tasting blood, but Gale didn't let go, kissing her more intensely. Gale's actions were fierce, entwining her tongue mercilessly, each kiss deeper and rougher, robbing Sherry of all air and making her brain go blank. Unlike before, Gale's movements were brutal and possessive, each kiss too deep and aggressive, leaving Sherry almost breathless and unable to resist. Gale lifted her onto the wash basin, pulling her legs towards him. Gale. Sherry gasped, hands pressing against his broad shoulders, her voice sharp. Don't touch me. You're dirty. Gale's dark eyes were filled with thick, heavy emotions. Dirty? When you loved Sam, you saw him with Enid for years yet still wanted to bring him back. Now with me, it's dirty? Sherry, is it that you don't trust me at all, or that compared to me, you love Sam more, so when you see Sam humbly seeking you out, you want an excuse to reconcile? Hearing Gale's mocking laughter, Sherry pursed her lips, staring at him grimly. When Sam was with Enid, he openly told me. Unlike you, you only say Amaryllis's child isn't yours without any proof. Now you're turning it around and accusing me. Openly? Gale's grip on Sherry's hand tightened, his voice tense and hoarse. Did he openly drug you, openly put you on someone else's bed? Sherry, did you forget what Sam would have done if I hadn't appeared that night? Sherry's face turned pale. The old wounds reopened, bringing back the suffocating pain she once endured, making her breathing quicken. Do you think Sam treating you so poorly and harming you was open and honest? You don't believe me when I say Amaryllis's child isn't mine. Is it because you love Sam so much you can't help yourself, or is it because you don't love me enough to trust me? Or perhaps, you have a masochistic streak, finding satisfaction in how others treat you poorly, feeling more valuable when treated cheaply? Translation complete. The chapter maintains its intense emotional confrontation and keeps the original tone and style intact. Chapter 388, Unworthy of Her Trust. The person who understands each other the most knows where the other's weaknesses and pain points lie, knows exactly where to strike the hardest. Sherry was stunned for 2 seconds by Gale's words. She wanted to pull her hand out from Gale's grip with all her might and then slap him hard across the face. But somehow, hearing Gale speak, she couldn't even muster the strength to pull her hand away. Her body stiffened, and a sharp bitterness invaded her eyes and nose. Tears pooled at the bottom of her eyes. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by the disdain in Gale's words. Looking at the incomparably handsome face of Gale before her, she could hardly control her emotions. Is that right? You only realize now? Sherry countered. Gale's grip on her face tightened slightly, his breathing became heavy, lips pressed tightly together without a word as he carried Sherry and walked towards the bedroom with long strides. What are you doing? Let me go. Sherry was thrown onto the bed. She propped herself up on her elbows, watching Gale untie his tie and unbutton his shirt, her face pale. Before she could speak, her ankles were caught by Gale, who pulled her to the front, confining her beneath his body. Gale's gaze held an intense danger. His long fingers tugged open the belt of Sherry's bathrobe. Didn't you say the worse others treat you, the cheaper you feel, the more you like it? He pinched Sherry's cheeks, forcing her lips apart and kissed her. A warm tongue tinged with blood pushed into her mouth, intertwining with her tongue in a tight embrace. With one hand, he pinned her struggling hands above her head and used his belt to bind Sherry's wrists. Sherry's body stiffened, instantly recalling those horrifying memories from her childhood. For a very long time, Sherry had an immense psychological shadow whenever she came into contact with men. Even when she was with Sam, despite their deep love and long relationship, they remained in a purely romantic phase, with their most intimate moment being a brief kiss. Even passionate kisses were something that happened only after being with Gale. Except for the first time Sherry was drugged by Ferris, leading to her encounter with Gale while under its effects. Since then, perhaps because of their deep feelings for each other, Gale would always patiently comfort and arouse her, making her lose herself in sensation before those bad memories could resurface. But this time, the moment Gale drew out the belt. In the shifting light and shadow, Sherry seemed to see Uncle Coral Jiawang raising the belt high, lashing Rusty Jean was back. Her pupils constricted, and her whole body went rigid. Gale and Sherry had done this too many times. Gale knew her body better than she did. Sherry no longer struggled, but her body tensed like a drawn bow, even trembling slightly. Gale paused, staring at Sherry's half-buried face in pillows and long hair, her expression unclear. His gaze darkened as he turned her face towards him, seeing the tear streaks at the corner of her eye, his heart twisted painfully. Sherry, are you crying because you feel guilty about being with me and betraying Sam, or because we quarreled and you feel wronged? Whether Amaryllis is pregnant or Priscilla Madeline, Jermaine Madeline, or whoever else gets pregnant, I won't inquire. Sherry opened her eyes and looked at Gale. If you need to resolve your physical desires, you can find someone else. Don't force yourself on me. Gale's throat tightened. What did this mean if not a divorce? Do you want to separate from me? That's one way to put it. Gale's gaze darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, feeling an oppressive heaviness in his chest. Don't forget, you're still my wife. So is Amaryllis. I'm Chinese, but we didn't register our marriage in China. Now you're Korean, and you registered with Amaryllis. So, we don't have to be husband and wife either. Sherry's voice was calm and indifferent. Sherry, are you using Amaryllis's pregnancy as an excuse to leave me, to reconcile with Sam or be with that boy called Ian, or do you really distrust me to this extent? Sherry was exhausted. She felt she had made her stance clear. If Gale wanted her trust, he should provide evidence. Just assume I want to reconcile with Sam. There was unmistakable fatigue in Sherry's voice. Having stumbled once with Sam, it was best to stand up and leave promptly when tripped again this time, to avoid prolonging the agony. Timely damage control was the best strategy. Just as Sherry finished speaking, Gale got up from her. Then Sherry heard the bedroom door slam shut. Sherry sat up, untying the belt around her wrists, wrapping her bathrobe tightly around her, knees bent, leaning against the leather bedhead, feeling drained of all strength. The overly pale jawline bore clear marks of being pinched. Her exquisite, beautiful face was eerily blank, visibly exhausted, yet completely sleepless. She thought of the man she met domestically. Brigham. Brigham had a partnership with Clifford, and Clifford had also told Sherry not to inform Gale about Brigham's abduction of her last time. So, did Gale have a partnership with Brigham? After an unknown amount of time, Sherry finally got off the bed, pulling open the bedroom door, only to see Gale sitting on the sofa, phone pressed to his ear. She thought Gale had left. Their eyes met. Gale frowned deeply, spoke 2 words, as soon as possible, into the phone, then hung up. You didn't leave? Sherry squeezed out a dry sentence. Waiting for you. Gale glanced at the time on his phone. Even if you want to separate, I will not accept separating under the stigma of betrayal. Wait for 6 more hours, at dawn. I can prove it to you. 6 hours later was the time Elmwood usually woke up. Understanding Sherry, he could see the distrust in her eyes. No matter what he said, Sherry wouldn't believe him, insisting Amaryllis's baby was still his. Was he really so unworthy of her trust? Soon, Gale's phone rang. He answered. How is it going? Chairman Lee hasn't slept yet, came the voice on the other end. Good. I understand. Gale spoke, getting up and walking towards Sherry, dialing Elmwood as he stopped in front of her. Sherry looked at the number displayed on Gale's phone screen, confusion evident in her eyes. Hello, Gaynor, why are you calling me at this hour? Is there something wrong with Madeline? Elmwood's voice was tense. No, please don't worry. Note, the original text contains some sensitive and graphic content which has been toned down for appropriateness while preserving the core narrative. Chapter 389, is it clear enough? Gale's voice was gentle, his eyes unwavering as he stared at Sherry. I just want to ask, if the person who impregnated Madeline that night is caught, how should we deal with him? After all, we can't report it to the police, and I'm afraid Madeline's heart wouldn't be able to handle knowing. Already caught? Elmwood's voice flared with anger. Bring the person to me. I will kill him. Bud, we are in the process of capturing him. If all goes well, we should have him by the end of today. My intention is to keep the person detained here temporarily for questioning to see if anyone else is involved. Rest assured. I will avenge Madeline. After all, she is more important to me than my own life. She is my sister. On the other end, Elmwood was silent, adjusting his emotions before responding. Proceed as you suggest. Once everything is clarified, I want him dead. How dare someone bully my daughter? I'll make sure his entire family pays. After hanging up, Gale pocketed his phone and looked at Sherry. Is it clear enough now, Sherry? Initially, Gale hadn't planned to call Elmwood to prove his innocence. He could wait until they actually captured the person and then provide evidence to Sherry. After all evidence from that night, including surveillance footage, had been thoroughly erased. He needed to catch the person first. But Sherry didn't trust him. He thought there was enough trust between them. Sherry clenched her fists by her side, looking up at Gale. I'm asking you one last time, is your quarrel with me because you want to reconcile with Sam? If I wanted to reconcile with Sam, would I need to tell you? What's wrong with me marrying Sam directly in the country? Sherry's chest heaved with anger. I saw you take Amaryllis to the hospital and said you would have children with her in the future. You expect me to believe you? Gale, why should I believe you when you say you'll have children with Amaryllis, but not believe you when you say her child isn't yours? I asked for proof, you only asked me to trust you. Believe you on nothing more than words. Why should I? Fine, now you have your proof. What about Ian? At the elevator, you let him carry you. Yes, I let him carry me. Did you never touch Amaryllis? Only officials can set fires while commoners cannot light lamps. I didn't intend to do anything with Amaryllis. It was already a fait accompli when I came back. I never intended to get married either, but I won't go against my grandfather. They exchanged barbs, each sentence following another, until the atmosphere fell into silence once more. So, when Mr. Rusty told us to separate initially, what were you so insistent on defying? Finishing his statement, Gale turned towards the idle butler's room within the suite, opening the door. Sherry, remember what I said before? About how strongly I possess you. Back then, you understood and accepted it. So, I don't accept separation, nor do I accept you marrying anyone else. You promised you loved me and would wait for me. I want you to honor that promise. If you don't want to, I'll find my own way to make you. Gale. I can't bear to hurt you, but anyone who dares to marry you may not live long. Seeing Gale open the butler's room door. Wait, I have something to ask you. Sherry stared at Gale for a moment. Seeing that he had no intention of sitting down, she wrapped herself tighter in her robe and sat on the couch. Do you collaborate with Ibrahim? Hearing this, Gale's gaze deepened as he looked at Sherry, standing still as he regarded her. Did Clifford tell you? Do you know that Ibrahim engages in human trafficking and organ trading? Sherry continued. Seeing that Gale only stared without answering, Sherry went straight to the point. Was Amaryllis's heart bought from Ibrahim? Sherry, don't you think you're overly concerned with Madeline's heart? Gale had felt this way before, but when Sherry mentioned a research project by Hengji Biotechnology, he didn't delve deeper. Yet, Sherry's story was full of holes. Even if they were looking for Rh-negative blood donors for experiments, wouldn't it be easier to find someone other than Amaryllis, the only child of Shinfu Group? Mathuralai, if Hengji Biotechnology paid, there would be plenty of Rh-negative volunteers willing to participate. I want to know where Amaryllis's heart came from. Sherry looked at Gale. Amaryllis's heart was donated by someone else. Why are you so interested? How does this relate to Ibrahim's human trafficking? Gale stared steadily at Sherry. Sherry, stay out of this. Ibrahim will be brought to justice, but this isn't something you should involve yourself in. Sherry pressed her lips together, not saying a word. Realizing she couldn't get answers from Gale, she knew she would have to investigate further herself. Sherry nodded but said nothing more. The door to the butler's room closed, leaving Sherry alone in the large suite. She walked to the water bar, took out a bottle of cold water, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips, then slumped back onto the sofa. Her breath felt warm. She had originally intended to sit on the sofa for a while before returning to the bedroom, but her body felt heavy, unable to move. Her eyelids drooped heavily. Sherry was exhausted, and she slept restlessly on the sofa, half dreaming of her childhood when Jia Priscilla would beat her and her mother. She saw Jia Priscilla drown or throw newborn baby girls off bridges right in front of them. She was terrified, her body shaking uncontrollably. Even though she knew it was a dream, she couldn't escape. She tried to stop him but always missed. In her dreams, she met Gale, and they were arguing again. Gale found her unreasonable, while she believed he applied double standards, allowing himself things he forbade her. Then she dreamed of Sam, from before his memory loss. They walked on an ancient stone bridge, picking up Wendy after grocery shopping, with Sam buying her candy skewers. Wendy said Sam would surely be a loving father to any daughters he might have. She also dreamed of Mr. Rusty lying on a hospital bed, weakly pulling her hand, begging her to maintain the Rusty family's reputation, not to ruin their name by being together with Gale, a cousin and adoptive sibling. Mathewdenly, her mother appeared, choking her, pressing her into the flower garden at the Rusty estate, accusing her of not dying in Koraljiakan village. Then Coraline and Veda burst out and clung to her, twisting around her as she told stories, the scene shifting to the familiar experiment building lounge. Translation ends here. Chapter 390, Buying Something to Eat. Thompson and Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin were leaning against the door, chatting about something. Thompson waved his hand and shook his head in refusal, gesturing for Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin to join Master Winstonen, who was talking with Brinley. Seeing this, Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin immediately entered from outside, squeezing herself between Brinley and Master Winstonen, patting her hands for Aurora to come over. It was dusk, and the sunset filtered through the large glass window, casting a warm, orange hue over the room. Listening to the cheerful voices of Aurora and Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin, holding the heavy Ralph in her arms, Sherry's heart gradually calmed down. When Sherry opened her eyes again, she found herself in a hospital. President Rusty, you're awake. Tobias hurried over. Sherry moved her hand slightly, noticing the 4 needle on the back of her hand. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, "What happened to me?" "You had a fever, almost reaching 40 degrees, Tobias said softly. "I only found out when I got a call from the suite manager at the hotel. We rushed you here quickly. Thankfully, your fever has subsided." "Mathwhite manager? I remember instructing you to inform the hotel not to provide any butler service when booking the room, nor did I wish for a butler to be present in the suite." Sherry's voice carried fatigue. "Yes, so when your suite manager called me, I was also surprised," Tobias replied while pouring a cup of water for Sherry. "But it's a good thing the manager noticed, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get you here in time." "Did Gail return after leaving?" Sherry didn't believe that the hotel would act so carelessly, allowing a butler into her booked suite when the guest explicitly requested no such service. Recalling that Gail mentioned the hotel being under Martin Corporation, Sherry understood the situation clearly. The matters in South Korea were concluded, and Sherry had temporarily stabilized Lau Winstonen. After signing the contract tomorrow, they could return to China. "Haven't you informed Grahamshan about my fever?" Sherry sat up in bed, accepting the warm water from Tobias. "Don't worry, I haven't told anyone," Tobias smiled. "Have you arranged the meeting with President Martin?" Sherry asked Tobias. "Not yet. President Martin traveled back to China today for a domestic cooperation project. His secretary suggested having dinner with you in China," Tobias explained. "Cooper returned to China?" Sherry nodded. She needed to uncover the human trafficking network, whether by questioning in Korea or back home. It didn't matter as long as Cooper provided her with the information. "Arrange the signing for this afternoon, then we'll head straight to the airport afterward," Sherry added. "Set up a meeting with President Martin's secretary. If possible, I'd like to invite President Martin to dinner tomorrow and ask for a small favor, which I'm sure he can help with." "Are you feeling well enough?" Tobias asked, concerned. "Yes, arrange it," Sherry insisted. "Okay, I'll handle it and come back right away." Just as Tobias left the ward, Sherry's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. It was Adelaide. "Hello, President Rowe." Sherry's voice was hoarse. "No need for formalities with me," Adelaide said softly. "I heard your older sister's uncle chased you all the way to Korea. He caught up with me at the hotel entrance, saying he came early for a university exchange program," Sherry responded. "Do you really believe that?" Adelaide scoffed. "Matthew Yallen and Cleveland might be getting engaged soon. Once they do, my father will reconsider my position at Matthew Corporation." Sherry chuckled lightly. "So you consider me a confidant now?" "In this life, there are no true friends, only mutually beneficial partners," Adelaide remarked firmly. "Your little voice platform is quite interesting. I think our mall can enter the market." Both shrewd individuals, Sherry immediately understood Adelaide's implication. Sherry gathered her spirits. "How do you plan to enter?" "Winston Corporation is making merchants choose between them or Little Voice. But Little Voice is currently very popular and rising. Plus, I trust your judgment. You won't make a losing deal. So, our mall enters. Once we do, all brands signed with us can follow suit. Our legal department has reviewed the contracts with merchants. Unless they don't want to operate in our mall anymore. Naturally, Matthew Corporation will benefit from this too." Smiling, Adelaide added, "This is win-win. I help Little Voice break the deadlock, and you give Matthew Corporation a share. A fair deal indeed." "Agreed. Have your assistant send over the contract, and I'll ensure you oversee this project exclusively," Sherry replied. Not surprised by Sherry's straightforward acceptance, Adelaide paused briefly. "Good doing business with you. Was your car accident serious?" Sherry asked. "Well, they did target me, but luckily, I only sustained minor injuries." Adelaide's voice turned somber. "The most frustrating part is there are no clues, and it's unsettling knowing someone wants you dead. Bring more bodyguards next time you go out," Sherry reminded her. After hanging up, a nurse came in to remove Sherry's foreneedle. By the time Tobias finished arranging everything and returned, Sherry had already changed clothes and emerged from the bathroom. "President Rusty?" Assistant Claudia looked surprised. "You're leaving already?" "Yep," Sherry threw the hospital gown aside, adjusting her sleeves. "I need to change at the hotel." "What time is the signing?" 2:30 in the afternoon. "Got it. Oh, President Rusty, when I brought you here earlier, Ian followed us. He was outside the ward before you woke up, saying he went to buy you some food. Do you want me to tell him you're leaving?" Tobias asked. Actually, Tobias wasn't fond of Ian, so he kept him outside when Sherry was in the hospital. Sherry frowned. "No need, just inform the nurses." Realizing Sherry had no interest in Ian, Tobias felt relieved. "Matt here," Tobias agreed cheerfully. Ian bought food and rushed back to the hospital, finding it odd that there were no bodyguards at Sherry's ward door. He hesitated before knocking gently. Hearing no response inside, he pushed the door open only to find Sherry was already gone. Chapter 391, Out of Danger. Looking at the empty hospital room, Ian narrowed his eyes and casually placed the takeaway food to one side before pulling out his phone to check it. A young nurse passing by the door saw Ian inside and came in to inform him that Sherry had already been discharged and left. Ian did not respond or pick up any food. Instead, he turned around with a cold expression and walked out. The nurse was surprised by this change. Earlier in the morning, he seemed like a very polite and sunny young man, yet now his expression was dark and moody. At 2:30 in the afternoon, after a brief signing ceremony with the Korean partner company, Sherry set off for the airport. Just as her car was leaving the company premises, Ian suddenly appeared, blocking the path of Sherry's sedan. Backpack on his back, still looking like a cheerful young man, Ian tapped on the window of the sedan. Sherry, who was reading documents on a tablet, raised an eyebrow and lowered the window slightly. "Sorry, sister. I mean, Manager Xiao Rusty," Ian said, taking out a brooch from his pocket and handing it through the window gap to Sherry. "Manager Xiao Rusty, you left your brooch at the hospital." Grahamkily, I caught up in time. Sherry recognized the brooch in Ian's hand but hesitated. She looked at Tobias, who immediately got out of the car and walked over to Ian with a polite smile. "Hello, please give Manager Xiao Rusty's brooch to me." "Ian, I know you're smart. This time. I'll assume you found my brooch by chance. I can let you join the ALS Drug Research Department at Hengji Biotech and provide a slot for your sister when the drug enters human trials, but don't try anything unnecessary." Sherry smiled. "It will backfire." Ian bent down and looked into Sherry's clear eyes, nodding with a smile. "I understand. Rest assured, I haven't used the brooch for anything. I just came to return it today, and I promise there won't be any news about us domestically. I know, even if driven by Miss Matthew to do despicable things for my sister, I don't want to use those foul methods in front of you. Not because of anything else, because you are my inspiration and my role model when I feel like giving up in the darkness." Ian gazed steadily at Sherry, his eyes moistening by the end of his speech. He smiled, stepped back, and waved. "Safe journey." Sherry retracted her gaze and rolled up the window. Only after watching the car carrying Sherry drive away did Ian's smile fade. His hands in his pockets, he smirked bitterly. "Matthew's a beautiful person, why, are you so heartless? Do we need to handle this Ian, Manager Xiao Rusty?" Tobias asked. "No, he won't cause trouble anymore," Sherry replied. Before reaching the airport, Sherry's phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen of her tablet and picked up her phone. Her eyes widened as she read the message. "Emerson, Aiko, by the time you see this message, I should have avenged my sister. I don't want to involve you in my vendetta. I know everything you said is right, revenge should be sought through legal means, but every time I think of my sister's brutal death, I can't bear the thought of her killer living well with her heart. If I survive, I will contact you in the future. If I die, tell Sherry and Coraline that I've gone far away, and I will watch over them from heaven. Reading Emerson's timed message, Sherry felt her body shake with cold. "Pull over," she shouted. Sherry put down the tablet and dialed Emerson's number, but it was turned off. Her heart leapt into her throat as she bit her lip and dialed the number Gail had called during her first hospital stay when visiting Amaryllis. After multiple rings, the call was finally answered. "Yes." Hearing Gail's hoarse and weary voice, Sherry clenched her phone tightly and spoke. "It's me. Can we meet now? I'm a bit busy now, how about tomorrow?" Gail's tone was gentle. Sherry closed her eyes and asked, "Is something wrong with Amaryllis?" Gail fell silent for a moment. Recalling Sherry's unusual concern about Amaryllis's heart, and the man who had been caught early this morning screaming that Amaryllis deserved to die, that she had stolen his sister's heart and was her killer. In that instant, Gail understood everything. His throat constricted. What relationship does that person have with you? Indeed, Emerson had gone to kill Amaryllis. Sherry felt short of breath, her throat tightening. After several deep breaths, she asked, "Where is he? Is he dead?" "In my custody," Gail replied. "Almost dead." Sherry clutched her clothes tightly, steadying her breathing. "Let's meet. Talk in detail." "All right," Gail agreed. At the hotel. Hanging up, Sherry's hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. Thinking of Gail's words about him being almost dead made her feel choked. "Turn the car around and go back to the hotel," Sherry told Tobias. Seeing Sherry's pale face, Tobias, though confused, instructed the driver to turn around and head back to the hotel. Sherry's body tensed throughout the journey, her palms sweating. Her mind replayed images of Emerson's half-dead state. She mentally rehearsed how she would negotiate with Gail to get Emerson back. She didn't know if Gail would release him. The car quickly reached the hotel. Sherry entered the elevator and went straight to the suite. "Wait outside the door," Sherry instructed Tobias and the other bodyguards. "Don't come in unless I ask you to." Tobias was worried. "Manager Xiao Rusty. It's fine. Wait outside, Sherry insisted, then pushed open the door. When Sherry arrived, Gail hadn't yet. She took off her coat and draped it over the sofa, grabbed a bottle of water from the mini fridge, but couldn't unscrew the cap due to shaking hands. Hearing the butler's room door open, Sherry placed the water aside and turned to face Gail, lips pressed tightly together. Gail looked at Sherry. So, you know each other. You were investigating the source of Madeline's heart for that man? Yes, he's a very important friend to me. Can you let him go? Sherry asked. Hearing this, Gail unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt and sat down on the sofa. Madeline is still in the hospital and hasn't escaped danger. Those words implied that he wouldn't release him. Translation provided by AI. Please review and refine as needed. Chapter 392, Me Too. He lost his sister. Amaryllis received a heart transplant from his sister. They grew up depending on each other, and he was deeply attached to her. His sister's heart was cruelly removed while she was still alive and healthy. How can he not hate? Sherry said, if it were me, I would have killed Amaryllis with my own hands. So you came to South Korea for him? Gail raised her eyes. She hadn't slept all night, and the bloodshot at the bottom of her eyes made her double eyelids more pronounced, making her eyes appear deeper. Yes, I came here to stop him from committing murder. I promised to help him investigate and use legal means to ensure that those responsible for his sister's death face proper punishment, Sherry replied. Gail leaned back on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Sherry without saying a word. Sherry clenched her fists by her side and took a deep breath. Gail, he saved our son's life. We owe him this much. But Amaryllis doesn't owe him anything. Her heart was obtained through legitimate means. If you look into it carefully, you should know that the original recipient of his sister's heart wasn't Amaryllis. She only got it as a last-minute replacement. That's your version of events. The information I found and what Amaryllis told me is different. Sherry began but thought of Winston and Tongshua's uncertain fate and held back. Hand him over to me, I'll take him back to China, and I'll make sure he doesn't. Sherry, I said. Amaryllis is in critical condition right now. Gail's voice was low and heavy. Just because he saved your son, does that mean you can't release him? Sherry asked. Gail stared intently at Sherry. Marigold, this isn't the same thing. That man believes in an eye for an eye, and I agree with him. If Amaryllis survives, I will consider returning him to you for Sherry's and your sake. But if Amaryllis dies, then he will be paying for his sister's life. Sherry finished the sentence. This whole situation started because of his sister. Her heart was forcibly removed. Now, it beats in Amaryllis's body, yet Amaryllis doesn't cherish it. She even told me that she belongs to a higher class, that as long as she needs a new heart, she can pick one at will. Money talks, she could even find a rare blood type like panda blood if she wanted it. But Gail, in my view, it doesn't mean Amaryllis's life is worth more just because she matters to you. Gail's expression tightened, gazing at Sherry unwaveringly. I understand who Amaryllis is. Do you? Then you should know what Amaryllis is capable of. Someone who would casually send people to kill Rusty Jinyu or attack your ex-fiancée Adelaide to save herself, forcing someone else's heart out of their body for her own survival. It's not hard to understand why. Sherry spoke with anger, then pressed her lips together. Realizing she shouldn't speak angrily to Gail, she continued, I must save him because he saved my son. He's a very important friend to me. Amaryllis is also an important sister to me. Gail looked at Coral Marigold's pale face filled with worry and anger and spoke softly. Anan, think about it from another angle. If Amaryllis had killed Rusty's grandfather and your mother, and they were in an uncertain state, would you hand her over to me, even if she had saved our son? Coral Marigold admitted she wouldn't. Your comparison doesn't hold. First, my grandfather and mother haven't harmed anyone. Second, don't you know my grandfather and mother well enough? They wouldn't harm others for their own benefit. Gail leaned back against the sofa cushion, lips pressed tightly, clearly indicating she wouldn't release Winston and Tongshua. Then hand him over to the police, Coral Marigold suggested. If you insist on getting justice for Amaryllis. Since you know Brigham, you should have some evidence. Gail's voice was calm. Give me the evidence, and I'll ensure he lives until Amaryllis is out of danger. Gail didn't want Coral Marigold involved in anything that could endanger her. If something happens to Amaryllis, you want him dead? Gail frowned deeply. Amaryllis's father would definitely want him dead. And so would I. Gail didn't care about many people in the world, but Amaryllis had grown up with him. When everyone believed he died along with his parents, Amaryllis never gave up searching for him. Over the years, Amaryllis and her father laid the groundwork for his return to Korea. Amaryllis was a girl cherished by his mother and the one his mother wished to grow up happily and healthily free from heart disease every birthday. Despite the vague memories of his parents after so many years, Gail missed them deeply. Returning to Korea and reclaiming his identity as Caleb, Amaryllis and her father helped bring back clearer memories of his time with his parents. To Gail, Amaryllis was no different from a real sister. Coral Marigold's fists clenched tighter. Are you worried that if I hand him over to the police, I might provide the evidence I have, leading to the investigation of Amaryllis's heart purchase? Coral Marigold's heart sank further. So you knew about Amaryllis's illegal heart purchase all along, didn't you? I currently have a cooperation agreement with Brigham. The evidence is with me for now. After everything is settled, I'll personally see to Brigham's imprisonment. Gail's deep gaze was inscrutable. But stay away from these desperate criminals' dealings. Handing over evidence touching their business lines to them means cutting off their source of income. Those ruthless people won't hesitate to seek revenge. I don't want you to get involved in any danger. Give me the evidence, and I'll give you the person. It's a trade. Coral Marigold insisted. Even handing over all the evidence she possessed would be worth it, just to ensure Winston and Tongshue's safety. Seeing Gail remain silent, Coral Marigold emphasized again, Gail, he's your son's savior. Or do you value Amaryllis more than your son? Even though Winston and Tongshue saved your son, you still believe that killing Amaryllis requires his death. Even if Amaryllis had taken his sister's heart, he should not die for it. Marigold, this isn't the same thing. For saving our child's life, I promise he will live if Amaryllis is safe. But I cannot give him to you. Gail looked at Coral Marigold. I'm asking for the evidence to protect you from danger. Stay as far away from Brigham and these dangerous people as possible. The translation maintains the structure, tone, and coherence of the original Chinese text while ensuring natural English flow and style. Chapter 393, Interrogation. Sherry closed her eyes, observing Gail's unwavering stance to protect Amaryllis. She sat down opposite him. Let's make a deal, Sherry said, looking directly at Gail. You give me Winston and Tongshue, and I'll hand over the evidence to you. I'll take Winston and Tongshue back to the country and ensure he never threatens Amaryllis again. Aiko, Madeline was stabbed 4 times and fell from the 6th floor. Gail's voice trembled with barely suppressed rage, his dark eyes flashing with anger. She is still in danger. Do you really think I can hand anyone over now? He should pray that Madeline will be safe. All right, I understand. No matter if Augustus saved your son or not, it doesn't matter to you. If Amaryllis dies, you will definitely let Augustus die. You won't hand him over to the police because you know how Amaryllis got her heart, and you're afraid the police might trace it back to Barrett. You're still collaborating with Barrett. Sherry said in one breath, staring at Gail. Aren't you afraid that I'll expose who you really are? Gail was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this line of attack from Sherry. After a moment, he replied, you won't, because you still need to protect the Rusty family. If the Rusty family gets entangled with Caleb, it wouldn't be peaceful. Sherry closed her eyes. Yes, everything Gail cared about, she did too. What leverage could she possibly have over him? Threaten his safety? Tell Amaryllis she was Gail's lover and endanger their 2 children? Silence stretched between them. I want Augustus alive, Sherry finally spoke, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Give me Augustus, and I'll give you the evidence. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to hand over the evidence to the police and tell them you're holding Augustus captive. If you really do this, I assure you that whoever harmed Madeline will disappear before the police arrive. Do you understand? Gail stared at her intently. In that case, I'll have to ask Barrett for help. Sherry spoke slowly, her clear eyes fixed on Gail. Gail's brow furrowed, his tone icy. You can't find Barrett, and you have nothing to bargain with. It seems Clifford didn't tell you about Barrett and me. Sherry managed a twisted smile. You collaborate with Barrett, don't you? Perhaps Barrett coming for Augustus would be more threatening to you than I am. Gail visibly tensed, his expression stern. What did you and Barrett do? When did you meet him? When did you start dealing with him? Moscow. Barrett tracked me to the country. Clifford sent Ephraim's girlfriend away to create an opportunity for Sam to meet me. They wanted me to reconcile with Sam so you could be with Amaryllis. But Barrett's men kidnapped me. He only wants me for sex. Barrett's underling, Donald, told me, if I sleep with Barrett, he'd agree to anything I ask. He touched you? Gail approached Sherry, his face darkening ominously, as if he could kill Barrett immediately if Sherry nodded. Not yet, but, to get Barrett's help, I need to pay a price. Tell me, if I ask him to come for Augustus, would you dare refuse? Sherry looked up at Gail, her expression resolute. Gail grasped her cheek, his voice rising sharply. Sherry. If you don't believe me, you can call Clifford. Sherry gripped the sofa armrest tightly, trying to remain calm, meeting Gail's gaze. So, will you let Barrett come, or will you take the evidence and return Augustus to me alive? Do you really have to do this? There's no other way. Everything you care about, I care about too. Sherry's voice was firm. This is the only way to save Augustus. To save him, you're willing to do anything, aren't you? Gail sneered. Yes. My 2 children mean more to me than my life. Augustus saved me. So, to save Augustus, I'm willing to do anything. Only. Sherry chuckled softly, closing her eyes briefly to regain her composure. Despite her efforts, her voice still quivered uncontrollably. I never imagined that one day, I'd have to sit down with my husband and negotiate for my son Savior's life this way. She couldn't imagine there would come a day when, facing the man she loved most, she'd be helpless and resort to using her collaboration with someone like Barrett to save her son's savior. Her words caused a sharp pang in Gail's heart. His lips parted, but no words came out. Do you need to call Clifford to verify? Gail's stoic expression became even colder. If that Augustus is dead, there's no point in talking about these useless conditions. He stood up, ready to leave. Gale, if you kill Augustus, I swear. What, are you going to threaten me with your life for this Augustus? Sherry. If you're willing to sacrifice your children, your grandfather, and your mother for this man, then neither do I care about who Donnie's real father is. Your family will find out after you die. Gale's voice was full of anger, cold and intimidating. Sherry froze. Once upon a time, Sam had tried to protect Ferris by threatening her with similar tactics, causing trouble at both Gale's and her own family's doorstep. At this moment, Sam's face overlapped with Gale's stern features, leaving Sherry momentarily dazed. Gale cast a deep look at Sherry and walked toward the butler's room. Gale, if anything happens to Augustus, I'll never have anything to do with you again. I hope you consider taking the evidence and letting Augustus go, otherwise, you're forcing me to contact Barrett. Don't push me to send that Augustus to see his sister right now. Gale slammed the door shut as he left. Sherry sat frozen for a while, forcing herself to calm down. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, resting her hand against the glass, biting her knuckle. She needed a plan. She had no idea what was happening to Augustus. After some thought, Sherry dialed Clifford's number, but it was busy. At that moment, Clifford was being interrogated by Gale about Barrett. Upon hearing Gale's accusations about Barrett in the country, Clifford, recalling Sherry's trip to South Korea, inwardly cursed. Chapter 394, prefers Graham family's young master. Brielle was repeatedly instructed not to tell her brother, but instead, she went all the way to South Korea to report it. It turned out fine because I arrived just in time, didn't it? Clifford frowned deeply, and whose fault is this? Who knew where Brielle got on Brigham's bad side? Besides, she called the police, and I was the one who cleaned up the mess. Who asked you to meddle? Who asked you to create opportunities for Sam? Clifford, you've overstepped your bounds. My personal matters are none of your business. Gale was seething with anger. Clifford had never seen Gale lose control like this. In his understanding, even if the sky fell down, Gale would remain calm and composed. Yes, I did overstep. That's because I didn't want you to be troubled by such petty matters. Could I have just let Amaryllis know that Brielle was your lover and let that mad dog around her kill her? The accident involving Matthew Corporation's third miss, your former fiancé, was orchestrated by Amaryllis's henchmen. Clifford also felt wronged. Sam and I aren't friends. Why should I help him? It's all for Brielle's safety, and of course, I hope you can marry Amaryllis as Aunt Martin once hoped. Before Gale could respond on the other end, Clifford continued, if you don't want me to interfere, then I won't. At worst, I'll get rid of Sam. Don't do anything unnecessary. Brielle will never reconcile with Sam. Keep a close eye on Brigham, don't let him approach Star again. Lyle. Don't look for Brigham. We still need him. If you warn Brigham, you're telling him you care about Brielle, potentially putting her in greater danger. This has nothing to do with you. With that, Gale hung up irritably. Clifford heard the busy tone in the phone and pressed his cheek with his tongue, frowning. She sure knows how to report things. Last life, Brielle must have been a lawyer. Just then, his phone rang again. He saw it was Brielle. Feeling irritated, he hung up immediately. But Brielle called back. Looking at the repeated call, Clifford hesitated before answering. Brielle, how old are you now? Going to my brother to complain. Didn't I tell you that my brother is working with Brigham? If you ruin his plans because of this, can you handle the consequences that might endanger both you and my brother? One of my people has been detained by your brother. If you can help me get them back, I will separate from your brother and find someone else to marry after returning to China. I'll cut all ties with your brother, fulfilling what Amaryllis desires. Brielle's voice was hoarse and weary, lacking strength. Only now did Clifford realize that Brielle and Gale seemed to have quarreled. Did my brother detain your person? Clifford was confused. Was there a reason? Was this because of an argument? Or is this the cause of your argument? Amaryllis's heart was taken from my friend's sister. He sought revenge against Amaryllis for his sister. Amaryllis ended up severely injured, and was captured by Gale, who refuses to release him. What? Madeline is severely injured. Brielle, how dare your friend do that? Clifford flared up in anger. The news that Amaryllis fell from the 6th floor and was sent to the hospital hadn't yet surfaced, and yet Brielle already knew it was true. Isn't it right for him to seek vengeance for his sister? Wouldn't you seek vengeance if your loved one died? How did Amaryllis obtain her heart? Growing up with you, you can't possibly not know. Is it only the lives of your kind that matter? Are others merely living organ banks and blood banks to you? Brielle's voice rose as her breathing became rapid. Matutely realizing her goal, Brielle closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Clifford, are you willing to make this deal with me? But I don't see how this deal benefits me. Clifford sat on the sofa, legs crossed. Your friend injured Madeline. He deserves to die. My brother keeping him captive. If he dies, you and my brother will break up, which achieves my goal perfectly. Why should I help rescue him? Don't forget, while I always say Madeline is crazy, Madeline is my childhood friend too. Letting your friend go would mean betraying Madeline. If you don't help me, I will have no choice but to turn to Brigham. Brielle said weakly, Gale at least cares for me, somewhat. If I go to Brigham, think about what demands he might make. To save my friend, I will do anything, whatever it takes. If we can't reach an agreement here, I will accept any conditions from Brigham. You. Clifford understood Brielle's message. If Brigham wanted to sleep with her, Brielle would agree to save her friend. Clifford, the man who hurt Amaryllis, saved my child. I owe him a life debt, Brielle sighed softly, so you should understand my resolve to protect my friend. You can consider it, but I can't wait too long. If you refuse, I will contact Brigham. In reality, Brielle did not yet have Brigham's contact information. However, if it came to that, Haim wouldn't fail to find Brigham's number, but this was a last resort, a scare tactic used on Gale and Clifford. Brielle wanted to save Lau Winstonen but wasn't stupid enough to negotiate with a tiger. Silence filled the air between them. After a long pause, Clifford spoke, I'll help you rescue the person, but when you return to China, who will you marry? This person who harmed Madeline? Who do you want me to marry? Brielle asked, Sam? Right, if it's Sam, my brother might believe it's a rekindled romance. I think it would help him let go faster, Clifford said. Since Clifford could be reasoned with. Sam isn't suitable because my adoptive mother and sister were killed due to him. Moreover, Rusty family, my grandfather won't agree, Brielle rationally explained to Clifford, lately, there's been a young boy chasing after me, and Graham family's young master works too. I prefer Graham family's young master because Gale's identity is dead, he can't verify if we really married. Both parties remained silent on the phone. Eventually, Clifford spoke, okay, I'll help you rescue the person. After you return to China, you will marry whoever, including Graham family's young master. Deal? Brielle felt relieved. Finally, they reached an agreement. #### Chapter 395, To the Western Heaven. Clifford thought for a moment before responding, all right. But, the precondition is that Madeline must be safe. What if Amaryllis dies? In that case, whether you get married or not means nothing to me. Clifford said, I asked you to get married just to help my brother and Madeline fulfill my mother's dying wish. That's all. But don't you think, if I could ensure Amaryllis' safety, why would I come to you for help? Why would I agree to your terms? If Amaryllis were safe, wouldn't it be better for me to negotiate directly with your brother? Given how much he values me, as long as Amaryllis is safe, wouldn't it be easier for me to take him away? Brielle deliberately sounded very confident when she spoke these words. In reality, she wasn't certain at all. More importantly, she couldn't see Augustus now, so she had no idea what condition he was in, whether he could hold on until Amaryllis was safe. He had gone there to kill Amaryllis, but since he wasn't taken to the police station, he certainly wouldn't receive any medical treatment. Moreover, if Amaryllis died, Amaryllis' father, Elmwood, wouldn't let Augustus live. Brielle wouldn't even have the chance to save him. This was precisely why Brielle was so anxious to save him. I know what you're worried about. If Amaryllis dies, you'll hardly have time to kill my friend, let alone help save him. But my time is running out. Since you can't make a decision, I will contact Brigham instead. Goodbye. Brielle hung up the phone without hesitation. Brielle watched her phone screen and counted silently for 2 seconds. The phone rang again. It was Clifford calling back. Brielle breathed a sigh of relief and answered, holding it to her ear, have you decided? Brielle, I've noticed something about you. Clifford gritted his teeth. You're asking for my help, yet you still have that stubborn attitude? So, have you made a decision? Brielle asked. I can rescue him first and ensure that neither my brother or anyone else discovers it. I'll also guarantee that he gets proper medical care and won't die. If something happens to Madeline, I want him dead. If Madeline is safe, I'll hand him over to you. Clifford's voice turned grim. If something happens to Madeline, I want him to join his sister in death. Brielle pursed her lips tightly. At least this way, Augustus had a fighting chance. All right. Brielle agreed, I accept. Once Amaryllis is safe, send him straight to the airport. I'm taking him back. Before Amaryllis is confirmed safe, make sure he stays safe. If Madeline is safe, don't forget your promise. Remember to get married as soon as you return home and cut off my brother's hope. Clifford said. After hanging up, Brielle closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Gale trusted Clifford completely, and even after living with the Rusty family for so many years, Gale still left management in Korea entirely to Clifford. Therefore, almost everyone Gale used now was someone previously used by Clifford. It shouldn't be too difficult for Clifford to extract Winston and Tongshu from Gale's custody. Brielle's immediate concern was how to get Winston and Tongshu out from Clifford's people. After all, regardless of whether Amaryllis lived or died, Brielle had to save Augustus. Thinking of this, Brielle called Haim. Has Winston and Tongshu's team arrived in Korea? Brielle asked. They went once they knew Augustus was in Korea. What's wrong? Is Augustus in trouble? Haim noticed the unusual tone in Brielle's voice. Make Winston and Tongshu's team monitor the villa where Amaryllis and Caleb are staying. If anyone takes Augustus, follow them discreetly, find an opportunity to rescue him, and go straight to the airport to return immediately. Brielle instructed. Augustus really tried to kill Amaryllis? Haim pressed his hand against his head, feeling dizzy. Got it. I'll send the team right away, but, did Amaryllis die? Not yet, Brielle said, but we can't say for sure. Get Augustus back first. All right. After hanging up, Brielle sat on the sofa, lips tightly pursed, waiting for news. The transparent floor-to-ceiling windows reflected her somewhat bewildered features. She didn't understand how she and Gale had come to this point, her threatening him threatening her. But upon reflection, what she used to threaten him with was something important to both of them. Yet what Gale threatened her with seemed insignificant to him. He didn't care about Mr. Rusty who raised him, didn't care about the nominal elder sister when he was Gale. And he didn't care about the harm it would bring to her mother, Rusty Veronica, if the Coral family got involved with the Rusty family. Brielle didn't know if Gale was merely making empty threats or if, in his heart, the person who raised him and her and their child were less important than one Amaryllis. Perhaps Amaryllis really was more important. Just like how, in Brielle's heart, her mother, grandfather, and her 2 children were more important than anything. Gale had emphasized to her repeatedly that Amaryllis was extremely important to him, a family member. Brielle sat quietly in the suite's living room until dawn, when she received a call and abruptly stood from the sofa. Got it. Exiting the room, little Claudia, who had been anxiously waiting outside without daring to disturb her, quickly approached. Little Miss Rusty. To the airport. Winston Antonshiu had already been rescued by his team members and was en route to the airport. On her way there, Clifford's calls kept coming through. Brielle finally picked up on the 6th try. Does your friend have other enemies? Was he taken by someone else, or did you take him yourself? Clifford asked irritably. Who do I know in Korea? Brielle refused to admit it, unwilling to tell Clifford the truth. This isn't my territory. Or, did you ask others for help? Clifford sounded frustrated. Do you realize how easily my brother might find out if you meddle in these matters? Clifford, don't forget our deal. We're only doing business. If you can't meet my requirements, I can refuse yours. Brielle ended the call. Now she had to bring Winston Antonshiu back to China as quickly as possible. On the other end, Clifford was furious enough to throw his phone but held himself back. He needed to stay available to check on Madeline's status. Madeline's condition was very poor. Several critical notices had already been issued. Clifford pursed his lips. Moreover, once his brother discovered that the person was missing, he'd definitely question him. But although Clifford helped Brielle by bringing the person out, if something truly happened to Madeline, Clifford would indeed send the one who hurt her to the Western Heaven. Chapter 396, Inferior Aunt. The situation with Madeline was still unclear, and now he had lost the person. By then, his brother would definitely beat him to death. Even if his brother didn't beat him to death, he would regret it to death. His phone rang, and Clifford shuddered slightly upon seeing the caller ID. It was Gale. Clifford pursed his lips. When he agreed to Sherry's request to take the person away, he hadn't figured out how to explain it to his brother, he just acted impulsively. Firstly, Clifford thought that if nothing happened to Madeline, he could return Sherry's friend and she would marry as per agreement, thus fulfilling Madeline and his brother's relationship. Secondly, if Madeline really was gone, he also needed to prevent his brother from letting go of Madeline's enemies out of affection for Sherry. He could personally order someone to kill Sherry's so-called friend. Given how deeply his brother loved Sherry, who knew whether he'd be bewitched into letting her friend go after Amaryllis's death, thus forsaking revenge for Amaryllis. Though he hadn't planned what to say, Clifford picked up the call as it kept vibrating. Did you send people to take them? Gale's voice was thick with displeasure. Yes. Clifford bit his lip. I ordered people to take them. I know this person is a friend of Sherry's. If anything happens to Madeline, I'll have them killed to ensure you don't let them go because of softness towards Sherry. Where are they? Gale asked. I took them. Clifford stubbornly insisted. Clifford, where are they? Gale repressed his anger. Sherry hijacked them. Clifford finally told the truth to Gale, although she denies it. So, Sherry called you? What did she promise you that you agreed to help? Hearing Gale's accusatory tone, Clifford licked his lips. Nothing much, just didn't want her to contact Bolivar. If she contacts Bolivar, he'll know your weak spot. I know your feelings for Sherry are special. I didn't want you to end up unable to collaborate with Bolivar and instead make an enemy. Gale hung up directly on his end. Clifford. In any case, now that the person has been taken away, Sherry might not honor our agreement. Clifford loosened 2 buttons at his collar, so troublesome. Thinking about how Sherry would likely leave Korea immediately after rescuing the person, Clifford dialed a number, find the person who was lost and head towards the airport direction. If necessary, eliminate them. Send people to watch the hotel of young Mr. Rusty from the Rusty Corporation in Korea. Once young Mr. Rusty leaves the hotel heading towards the airport, pursue him with all your effort. Understood, Master Yanni. Hold on. Clifford gritted his teeth and added, only eliminate the one who hurt Madeline. No harm to anyone else. Especially, do not harm young Mr. Rusty from the Rusty Corporation, don't cause trouble for me. Got it. Clifford hung up and, after some thought, called the assistant beside Amaryllis's father. How is Madeline? The surgery is done, she's been sent to the ICU, the assistant replied on the other end, grahamically. Though it was the 6th floor, the trees and balcony softened the fall, landing on freshly cultivated flower beds below. She's alive? Clifford asked in surprise. Not out of danger yet, the assistant sighed. Chairman Lee and Sir have been tense all night, staying here. You needn't worry too much. Our lady and Mr. and Mrs. Martin are looking over us from above, Miss will be fine. Alright, let me know if there's any new development, Clifford finished before hanging up, troubled. If Sherry indeed kidnapped the person to mock him, he wouldn't let her off. After confirming that Sherry had left the hotel preparing to return home, Gale deduced she must have taken the person. He hesitated but ultimately didn't send anyone to chase after her. If he did, Sherry would surely protect the person, leading to inevitable conflicts between those chasing Winston and Lau and Sherry's group. Sherry was isolated in Korea. If something were to happen to Sherry during the rescue, Gale would never forgive himself. He could see that Sherry cared deeply about Winston and Lau. As long as nothing happened to Madeline, considering that Winston and Lau saved their son and is Sherry's friend, he could let him go. On condition he stays away from Amaryllis. Seeing Elmwood sitting in the hospital lounge, Gale handed him a cup of water. Madeline will be fine. Lee uncle, I want to know about the heart Madeline received back then. Hearing this, Elmwood gripped the water cup tightly. Gale noticed Elmwood's movement but withdrew his gaze casually, turning to look at him. The heart wasn't originally meant for Madeline. The patient who received it died suddenly, giving Madeline the chance. Elmwood sighed. I felt it was Madeline's mother and the Martins watching over her. Gale remained silent, saying only, since Madeline got the heart, they say survivors always get blessings afterward. Madeline will be fine. The killer mentioned no mastermind. He said Madeline stole his sister's heart and came to take revenge. Do you have the donor information? Perhaps we can investigate from there. Elmwood's lips tightened. No, donors and recipients remain anonymous. He claimed his sister's heart was forcibly taken, leading to her death. He seeks revenge for her, Gale stated. Elmwood gripped the cup forcefully. A lowly ant, how dare he? Translated by AI and refined by a human editor for better quality and accuracy while maintaining the original style and tone. Chapter 397, Too Afraid to Ask. In Elmwood's eyes, what kind of people were lower-class citizens? His daughter was able to use his sister's heart, which was an honor for his sister. How could he dare kill his own daughter? Now, his daughter had even lost her uterus and would never be able to have her own children. If only he had known. If only he had known then that he should have taken care of him too. But who could have imagined that the scum from the bottom of society would one day come to South Korea to attack his daughter? Gale listened silently to Elmwood's words, and after a moment asked, detaining someone like this is not appropriate. I plan to hand them over to the police. No. Elmwood immediately objected. Looking at Gale, he seemed to realize his reaction was too intense. He put down the water cup Gale handed him, and said, hand the person over to me. Leave this matter to me. You've got enough on your plate with the Martin Corporation. I don't want you to overwork yourself. Elmwood gently patted Gale's shoulder, genuinely concerned about Gale's well-being. Although Amaryllis and Gale were only nominal spouses, they still lived together. Every time his daughter came home for dinner, she complained to him about how busy Gale was. It's late, and Madeline is out of danger now. You don't need to stay here, Elmwood spoke softly. I'll handle things here. I'll call you if there's any new development. I'll stay here. Please rest, sir, Gale gestured to his assistant. Madeline might need me more when she wakes up, given what happened. All right. Elmwood nodded. Gale's assistant escorted Elmwood to the underground garage. Once in the car, Elmwood's expression darkened. He lowered the window and asked Gale's assistant, where's the man who almost killed my Madeline? The assistant quickly bowed and said, I'm not entirely sure where they're holding that person, but let me go up and ask President Rusty to call you back. Thinking of Gale's questions earlier, Elmwood felt somewhat reluctant for Gale to learn about his less savory side. It wasn't because Elmwood suddenly harbored moral principles or shame. In his mind, lower-class citizens were no better than pigs or dogs. He might have just thought of Gale's biological father, Martin Chosheng, who was such a righteous and kind person. Even Elmwood's life was once saved by Martin Chosheng. Martin Chosheng and his wife, to Elmwood, represented the strongest and most beautiful ideals in the world. It seemed like their son could continue this legacy. So, Elmwood didn't want Gale to know. Forget it, don't mention I asked. With that, Elmwood rolled up the window. As the car left the hospital garage, he closed his eyes and asked his driver, ask the people protecting Gaynor where that person is hiding. Yes, sir. Soon, Elmwood found out where Gale was hiding the person. But when he sent someone to bring them in, they reported that Clifford had moved the person. Clifford? Elmwood frowned, calling Clifford immediately. Clifford, worried about Amaryllis, hadn't gone to sleep yet. Seeing Elmwood's call, he answered right away, Bud, did something happen to Madeline? The one who attacked Madeline, did you move that person? Elmwood asked. Yes. Clifford replied tightly. To where? Elmwood's tone grew serious. Clifford knew he couldn't say that Sherry had kidnapped the person. If Elmwood knew his only daughter, Amaryllis, was involved, he might deal with Sherry as well. Sorry Bud, my brother ordered no one can talk. Or I can call him and get back to you. But don't worry, whoever dared to hurt our Madeline will pay dearly, Clifford added hastily before Elmwood could blame him. Elmwood frowned deeply. Clifford. I must know where the one who nearly killed my daughter is. I understand, yes. But I'm scared of my brother. Let me call him right now and get back to you. While talking, Clifford already prepared to dial Gale's number, ready to call him directly if Elmwood insisted. Infuriated, Elmwood hung up the phone. These young ones are getting more disobedient every day. Clifford breathed a sigh of relief, hoping his team in South Korea could capture the person soon. Sherry had already joined the squad rescuing Emerson. Sherry received the call while en route. After saving Emerson, his teammates were followed, forcing them to split into 3 groups. Carrying Emerson alone was difficult for them, so they contacted Sherry, hoping to meet and pass Emerson over, allowing Sherry to lead him to safety while they diverted the pursuers. Sherry and Emerson's squad agreed to meet at a road intersection. When they managed to shake off the pursuers and saw no sign of Sherry, they hid Emerson under cardboard next to a homeless person and called Sherry. Sherry picked up the heavily wounded and bandaged Emerson. Hearing Sherry's voice, Emerson weakly opened his swollen eyes and fainted upon seeing Sherry. Sherry supported Emerson in the back seat as the car sped towards the airport. Tobias's hands were drenched in sweat. When little boss Rusty picked up a bleeding man, Tobias was unsure what to do. Back at the hotel, boss Rusty inexplicably split the bodyguards into several cars going different directions, leaving none behind with him. Tobias had many questions but dared not ask. The driver didn't know what was happening either, but, since boss Rusty ordered to drive to the airport quickly, he dared not question and sped up, feeling a sense of urgency as if in a movie chase scene. Seeing another car following, the driver instinctively stepped on the gas. There are cars following us. The driver gripped the steering wheel and sped up, asking, "What should we do?" Sherry heard this, turned around to look behind them. Chapter 398, Unacceptable. She went to Gale to find the person, so it was only natural that when the person went missing, Gale would send someone to her place to look for them. And Clifford knew she had taken him away, so he would definitely come to her to retrieve Augustus. Changing vehicles midway only slowed down their pursuit and did not guarantee her safe arrival at the airport. Sherry fastened the seatbelt for Winston and Tongshue and then secured her own. She said, "Speed up. We're almost at the airport." Little Claudia gripped the seatbelt tightly, his breathing rapid. The car behind them was driving recklessly, closing in at an insane speed. The driver also accelerated. Sherry, already fastened in, supported Winston and Tongshue, who struggled to hold onto the steering wheel. In a hoarse voice, Winston and Tongshue weakly said, "They're after me. Leave me by the roadside, Aiko. I can't involve you any further. I said I'd help you, why are you in such a hurry?" Sherry's grip on Winston and Tongshue was firm, though her tone indicated anger, it remained steady. "Amaryllis isn't dead, she's in the hospital, and, your sister's revenge is not just on Amaryllis but involves an entire network. If we hadn't acted impulsively, many kids like your sister could have been spared from suffering. Now you've directly confronted Amaryllis, alarming them. If Amaryllis or even her father, Elmwood, were involved, then Winston and Tongshue attacking Amaryllis's people might make them realize someone within their network had leaked client information. Especially since Winston and Tongshue, considered inferior by them, traced up from below, to their clients. They would likely restructure their entire channel, making it harder to investigate." Winston and Tongshue understood Sherry's point. He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. I saw the video of my sister's surgery before she died. He tightened his grip on the seat, there wasn't enough anesthesia, and my sister woke up during the procedure. To them, they consider us less than pigs and dogs. Why? I couldn't bear it. I must kill them all. His injured hand clenched tighter, reopening the wound, blood seeping out. "They're catching up," the driver exclaimed nervously. Sherry held onto Winston and Tongshue's shoulder and told the driver, "Faster." As soon as she finished speaking, the car behind them rammed into their rear bumper. The driver clung to the steering wheel to keep the car balanced. Moments later, the pursuing vehicle forced them against the highway railing, trying to stop them. The driver slammed on the brakes, causing the pursuing car to skid forward, smashing their side mirror. Still in shock, Sherry looked at the stopped car ahead and said, "To the airport. Once we get there, they won't dare cause trouble." "Got it." The driver turned the wheel sharply and sped off while the pursuers, who had stepped out of their car, cursed and chased after them. Their group had been split up at the intersection when Sherry left the hotel, otherwise, more would have been sent. Sherry's palms were sweaty. No matter what, she couldn't let Gale take back Augustus. The driver drove faster, with his heart racing close to 180 beats per minute. In the chasing car, the men shouted to speed up. Once they reached the airport with Clifford, there would be too few of them to apprehend anyone. They called their companions, but time was not on their side. Seeing the distant airport, they thought they wouldn't make it. Suddenly, a Hummer appeared from nowhere and rammed into Sherry's car, flipping it over. The three men immediately braked, watching as the Hummer stopped briefly to check the wreckage before speeding off. Dazed, they stared at each other. The tattooed driver asked, "What do we do?" "Call Grandmaster Yanni." The shortest man quickly dialed Clifford. "Grandmaster Yanni, the car you wanted us to catch was hit by another vehicle." Clifford paused, asking, "Is he dead?" "Not sure, but the car was hit badly and flipped several times before crashing into the barrier." The Hummer checked before leaving. "Should we check?" "Check if anyone's still alive, and who else is in the car. Hurry. Don't hang up. Right away." The man opened the twisted door and ran to the overturned car, crouching down to peek inside. He saw Winston and Tongxue protectively holding the unconscious Sherry in a contorted position between the driver and passenger seats. The person you wanted us to catch is probably dead, but the Rusty Corporation president is still unknown. The driver and the passenger are also. He said, noticing little Claudia stir, the passenger is still alive. Get them to the hospital immediately. Hurry. Clifford tensed. At the Lee residence, Elmwood, who hadn't slept, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news that Amaryllis's attacker was surely dead. The butler brought him hot tea, frowning, but Clifford taking the person might have been young Master Gainer's doing. Rusty Corporation's current president, young Mr. Rusty, was close to young Master Gainer. Perhaps this is young Master Gainer's plan. Killing him suddenly might. Master Gainer, like his parents, is kind-hearted. He may want to uncover the truth, but I don't want him to know it. He might not accept it. And if he knows, Lau Martin and sister-in-law will know too. Elmwood, tired and bloodshot-eyed, massaged his temples. Anyway, Clifford didn't tell me to monitor the Rusty Corporation president. Turning to his butler, he said, we didn't know. Remember that. Chapter 399, Someone Else's Turf. But young Master Gainer will definitely investigate. Based on our investigation, young Master Gainer feels indebted to the Rusty family, so he has been very supportive of young President Xiao Rusty. Young Master Gainer is a man who values relationships and righteousness. If something happens to this young President Xiao Rusty, it might not end well. The butler said in a low voice. Yes, Gainer, like Lau Martin, is someone who values relationships and righteousness, Elmwood said with a frown. Why did this young President Xiao Rusty insist on getting involved? But we've seen to it that young President Xiao Rusty in the car was protected, and Clifford's people were also following him, so they shouldn't let anything happen to young President Xiao Rusty. Anyway, I will never forgive the person who almost killed my daughter. If things don't work out, then just let Clifford take the blame. We are clean. Understood, the butler responded. Sherry, Tobias, the driver, and Winston and Tongxue were taken to the nearest hospital from the airport. Upon receiving the news, Clifford paced back and forth inside, unsure how to tell Gail about Sherry's car accident. He was utterly frustrated. Not long after, he received a call. Clifford quickly answered, how is it? What's the current situation with young President Xiao Rusty of Rusty Corporation? All passengers in the car were injured, but young President Xiao Rusty and the driver had the lightest injuries. The person in the front passenger seat is okay as well. The one you wanted captured is still in surgery. We don't know his condition. Hearing this, Clifford pursed his lips tightly. What's the specific condition of young President Xiao Rusty? He has a slight concussion and mild rib fractures. Given the unconsciousness due to impact, he needs to be observed at the hospital. Clifford, who hadn't slept all night, loosened his collar. The person on the other end of the call, overhearing Tobias making phone calls, guessed that he was contacting bodyguards. He then told Clifford, the lightly injured person in the front passenger seat is contacting his bodyguards. Shouldn't we leave now, or we might be recognized? I'll send someone else to keep watch and report back once the surgery ends for the one you wanted captured. Clifford asked, was it our people who caused the crash? Definitely not our people. I just confirmed, the man replied. All right, I understand. You can go first, Clifford said, hanging up the phone. He sat down on the sofa. If it wasn't their people, then who? The only one who knew he took her away and Sherry subsequently rescued her was his brother, Gale. Could it be someone sent by Gale? Though Gale wouldn't harm Sherry himself, his subordinates might do anything to complete the mission, including harming others along the way, as had happened before. Clifford felt it was best to inform Gale. Thinking about it, if he hadn't taken her away, Gale wouldn't have sent anyone to chase them, and Sherry wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Gale would certainly be furious and blame him for meddling. Prepared to bear the blame, Clifford took a deep breath and dialed the number. After several attempts with no response, he called Gale's assistant directly. Once connected, before Clifford could speak, he heard Amaryllis's crying and Gale's soothing voice. President Xiao Yani, is there anything? Gale's assistant asked. Madeline woke up. Yes, Madam woke up and learned she lost the baby, and won't be able to have children in the future. She is very distressed, the assistant reported. Okay, I understand. Clifford ultimately didn't mention the car accident involving Sherry to the assistant. Compared to Sherry, Amaryllis needed Gale more right now. After all, Sherry's injuries were lighter than Amaryllis's. Moreover, Amaryllis lost her child and couldn't have any more children because of Sherry's friends. After hanging up, Clifford wished Winston and Tongxue were dead, but remembering his agreement with Sherry, he hoped Winston and Tongxue would live. After contacting the bodyguard, Tobias reached out to Ferguson Tazu. Ferguson Tazu and Elder Rusty knew Sherry had come to Korea for her friend. Hearing what happened today, Elder Rusty couldn't sit still, arranging matters at home and rushing to Korea personally. From Kyoto to Korea didn't take long. When Elder Rusty arrived, Sherry was awake and listening to Tobias's update on Winston and Tongxue. Grandfather, why are you here? Sherry was surprised. Elder Rusty's lips tightened into a straight line. Didn't I tell you to pay attention to safety? Is this how you take care of yourself? Ending up in the hospital? It was sudden, so. Sherry tried to justify herself, but seeing Elder Rusty's stern face, she admitted, actually, thinking back, I'm scared too. This time, I acted rashly. She hadn't realized how determined Gail was to see Winston and Tongshue dead. Alright, enough said. Now, finish your medical checkup immediately and return to China with me. As for your friend, I brought a medical team. Once her condition stabilizes, we'll hand her over to the Korean police, Elder Rusty declared firmly. Handing her over to the Korean police means handing her over to Shinhui Group, Sherry pointed out. Grandfather, can I handle this matter myself? Seeing Sherry safe, Elder Rusty breathed a sigh of relief, but his anger couldn't be contained. He had finished saying what needed to be said and couldn't stand staying another second. If he stayed longer, he feared losing control and scolding Sherry. Watching Elder Rusty leave, Ferguson Tazu sighed and told Sherry, knowing about your accident, Chairman Rusty's blood pressure soared. Don't blame him for being harsh, he's very worried about your safety. He has already arranged for your friend. Bodyguards will protect her around the clock to ensure nothing goes wrong. Once your friend's condition stabilizes, the authorities will follow up. Right now, you must return to China. Yes, I understand, Sherry nodded without arguing. Please look after grandfather. Once the nurse finishes my examination and confirms I'm fine, I'll return with him. After Ferguson Tazu left, Sherry signaled the nurse to step out. Even though grandfather promised round-the-clock protection, Sherry still wasn't reassured. This was Korea, not China. This was someone else's turf. She dialed Clifford's number. Despite having been awake all night worrying about Sherry, Clifford had kept his phone in hand. Upon hearing the ringtone, he immediately sat up. Seeing it was Sherry calling, he answered and put the phone to his ear. Are you all right? Do you wish for something to happen to me? Was it you who ordered my car to be hit? Sherry got straight to the point, unwilling to waste time with Clifford. Chapter 400, So Many Things. It wasn't me, but my people found your car had been hit and took you all to the hospital. Technically speaking, I could be considered your benefactor, Clifford said, dissatisfied with Sherry's tone. I heard that the man surnamed Winston survived the surgery, still alive. Now are you satisfied? Sherry didn't reply but asked instead, if it wasn't you who caused the accident, then it was Caleb? This was the first time Clifford heard Sherry address Gail as Caleb in such a cold manner. His brows furrowed. It was all due to the lack of restraint by those under me. It's not something my brother could control. And you're fine now, aren't you? Why are you so angry? If not for your friend trying to kill Madeline, would any of this have happened? Do you know Madeline lost her child and can never have children of her own again? How much pain is she in now? Tell me, Sherry, was it intentional? Did you know Madeline was carrying my brother's child, so you sent your friend to cause trouble? Moreover, if you hadn't taken him away from me, would any of this have happened? Sherry closed her eyes, not arguing with Clifford. Even if she pointed out that Amaryllis was the one who stole Winston and Tongshu's sister's heart first, it wouldn't matter to people like Amaryllis and Clifford. These upper-class individuals never treated Winston and Tongshu or his sister as equals. Arguing was futile. Clifford might even counter with, Winston and Tongshu's sister is dead, but Amaryllis is still alive, and pregnant, which makes it 2 lives. Sherry chose not to argue, saying only, since Amaryllis is still alive, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? What promise? Our deal, if Amaryllis stays alive, you ensure my friend's safety. Once he's handed over to me safely, I will return home and marry him. Sherry's voice was steady and calm. My friend is severely injured and can't be moved right now. He's in the hospital, although there are bodyguards watching him 24/7, I'm still uneasy. And leaving Korea discreetly could only be done by someone like Clifford, who grew up and has roots here. You mean you want me to courier him back to China? Our deal stipulated that you hand over the person to me. But since my friend wasn't directly handed over by you, escorting him safely back to China, that's when our deal becomes effective, Sherry explained. You know that as long as Amaryllis is alive, if I want, your brother will return to me. I believe this is something you don't wish to see. If you refuse, I'll seek Brigham's cooperation. Since he's already cooperating with you, I'm sure you'd give him face, right? Sherry. Clifford barely contained his anger. Sherry continued, if my friend dies, Clifford, I swear. By any means necessary, I can make Gail forsake everything in Korea, including you, and come back to me. In reality, Sherry lacked the confidence to threaten Clifford this way. She knew Gail loved her, but he also said Amaryllis was his sister and kin. She dared not assume that their brief love could surpass the bond Gail shared with Amaryllis, having grown up together. Before their unpleasant parting, Gail had asked her to put herself in his shoes. She had thought about it. Amaryllis wasn't just Gail's childhood friend. Over the years, they shared secrets, preparing for Gail's return, always supporting each other. Thus, even if Amaryllis really did choose to have Winston and Tongshu's sister's heart, leading to her death, Gail would still protect Amaryllis. Sherry felt the same way. She couldn't bring herself to stop Winston and Tongshu from avenging his sister, nor could she abandon her friend who saved her son. The unrelenting feud between Winston and Tongshu and Amaryllis placed Sherry and Gail on opposite sides. She even suspected that if Gail had to choose between her and Amaryllis, he would likely choose Amaryllis. Yet, she seemed to have nothing substantial to threaten Clifford with. But hearing Clifford's silence, Sherry knew he was giving in. Do you really intend to separate from my brother permanently for a friend? Clifford asked purely out of curiosity. Safely returning my friend to China shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Sherry did not answer Clifford's question. Not difficult. Clifford nodded. I agree. Despite sensing from Sherry's attitude and tone that she seemed to have given up on his brother and wouldn't reconcile even if he refused, Clifford figured that since Amaryllis was safe, he'd let Sherry go, considering her pitiful situation. Sherry had already lost his brother, at least he could leave her with a friend. Without waiting for Clifford to say more, Sherry hung up the phone. Sherry then called Haim to update him on Winston and Tongshu's current condition. Consolidate all evidence and hand it directly to the officer Scott Ping mentioned, who had been investigating Brigham. Inform them that Augustus is in Korea and involved in an incident. He's a crucial witness holding very important evidence. Sherry instructed, then contact Sister Lexia to come back. We'll send Augustus's medical records to our hospital and consult foreign experts to see what can be done. Augustus had initially refused to hand over evidence to the police because in the past, evidence he provided disappeared mysteriously. So, he was wary of doing so again. However, Scott Ping maintained communication with the police and occasionally supplied verified information and evidence without exposing Augustus. This time, Sherry decided to hand over all evidence, even unverified ones, to the authorities. My only requirement from the police is that once Augustus can be moved, he should be sent back to China for treatment in our hospital. Sherry massaged her temples. Send people to watch over Augustus 24/7. No one but doctors should approach him until the police take over. Haim's usual laid-back tone was absent, replaced by seriousness. Internal organ damage and spinal fracture. They were too cruel. Even if Augustus went after Amaryllis to avenge his sister, it was still Amaryllis who took his sister's heart, causing her untimely death. Augustus can't be moved for now, Sherry sighed. Prepare everything. I'll head back to China shortly. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the flow of the story remains coherent. Chapter 401, The Weapon. I understand. Haim replied. Brielle did not tell Haim about her car accident. After completing the medical checkup, Mr. Rusty promptly returned to China with Brielle without staying any longer in South Korea. On the private jet, Mr. Rusty was still giving instructions. We must suppress the news of the accident. Thankfully, Star is fine now. Once we reach the capital airport, provide a few photos to the media and say that Star came back right after signing the contract. It's all arranged, don't worry, Ferguson, the assistant, said. So, you really have no intention of handing your friend over to the police? Mr. Rusty stared intently at Brielle. The international police are following up on this case, and I've already provided them with the evidence. However, dealing with a transnational case requires time for application and negotiation, so for now, our people will be overseeing it. Mr. Rusty nodded. From the beginning, this matter should have been handed over to the police instead of conducting an investigation ourselves. My friend, he and his sister haven't been living in China. They have always been abroad where the environment is different from ours. After his sister died, he gave the evidence he found to the police, but the evidence went missing. So, he stopped trusting the police since then. Brielle explained to Mr. Rusty. She elaborated further on Winston Antonxiu and his sister's situation, as well as how she rescued Augustus, who accidentally saved Sherry. After listening to Brielle's account, Mr. Rusty remained silent for a while. Your friend is too impulsive, Mr. Rusty remarked. He suddenly attacked Amaryllis because he saw a video. He didn't get to explain what happened before the accident. I believe it must be crucial evidence involving Amaryllis, making him lose control. Mr. Rusty looked at Brielle's downcast eyes, gripped his cane tightly, and asked, approaching the seated Brielle across from him, when your friend assaulted Amaryllis, did he know? Brielle pursed her lips. He knew, she admitted, not hiding anything from Mr. Rusty. Lifting her eyes, she added, I took the person away, he also knows. Mr. Rusty's grip on the cane tightened abruptly, his expression turning grave. He was a child I taught. I don't believe, knowing you were in the car, he would have ordered anyone to crash into it. I also can't believe it, so I guess he ordered them to capture Winston Antonxiu, and if they couldn't, kill him. But, he probably didn't think I would be in the same car as Winston Antonxiu. Those carrying out orders wouldn't consider anything else. Just as Clifford said, those carrying out orders aren't controllable by Gale. But Brielle still felt uneasy inside. Seeing Brielle frowning and staring at the cup of water in front of her, Mr. Rusty pursed his lips tightly and remained silent. Finally, he spoke, although I do not approve of your relationship, I don't believe he would endanger you just to catch someone. Putting aside Gale's feelings for Brielle, the efforts Gale made to make Mr. Rusty accept Brielle and bring her back to the Rusty family were to ensure that someone could take over the Rusty group after he left, not to let it suffer another blow due to the loss of its leader after his departure. Brielle sipped the water and replied, yes, I know. That's enough, stop worrying. Take a rest. I'll wake you when we arrive. In the future, don't put yourself in such dangerous situations again. Accidents happen every day, if we can avoid them, we should. Don't invite disaster. Knowing Brielle was terrified during the accident, Mr. Rusty stood up with his cane, adding, you're a mother now. I know, Grandpa. Brielle answered. Mr. Rusty walked ahead, and Ferguson opened a blanket and draped it over Brielle's legs. Rest for a bit. Thank you. Brielle smiled slightly at Ferguson and said, looking up, Ferguson, please tell little Claudia to go home directly once we land. I'm sorry little Claudia got frightened following me this time. All right, I'll handle it, Ferguson responded with a smile. In the quiet space, Brielle sat alone, thinking about her last unhappy parting with Gale. She had threatened him not to force her to contact Ibrahim. He had threatened her not to compel him to send Winston and Tonksiu to see his sister. Brielle closed her eyes, her mind filled with images of Gale slamming the door as he left. Once, Brielle thought the hardest part of her relationship with Gale was waiting for him, being there when he wasn't. She believed she could endure all that. Yet Brielle never imagined they would one day stand opposite each other, clashing. How ironic. Brielle understood Gale and clearly knew Amaryllis's significance to him. Even if Amaryllis had forcibly taken his sister's heart, he wouldn't allow her or her friends to harm Amaryllis at all. After all, Amaryllis was someone he considered like a sister and loved deeply. One treating the other like family, one deeply in love, their emotions were complex and intertwined. And she, having encountered Winston and Tonksiu who lost his sister at the toughest time of her life, and whose rescue of Sherry meant more than her own life, helped her deal with issues abroad which rusty family members could not touch. Years ago, she promised Winston and Tonksiu she would avenge their sisters using legal means, and she was almost ready. So, neither Brielle nor Gale could back down. Gale was for Amaryllis. Brielle was for Winston and Tonksiu. Gale's words, the worse someone treats you, the cheaper you feel, the more you seem to like it, cut through Brielle's heart like a knife, leaving wounds that hadn't healed. She had once shamelessly followed the amnesic Sam, refusing to let go. That period was the most undignified and painful in her life. She even considered giving up everything, if it weren't for Wendy and Laurel supporting her. Later, Wendy and Laurel were gone, and Brielle wasn't immune to thoughts of ending it all. Her world seemed to darken completely. If not for her children and Gale, she might have continued the script before rescuing Sam, finding a secluded place to end it all. Now, this past, which Brielle barely wanted to recall, became a weapon Gale used against her for Amaryllis. Chapter 402, Stay Away from Danger. She pinched the bridge of her nose wearily, pulled the blanket over herself and closed her eyes to take a brief rest. Sherry wanted unwavering and exclusive love. She would not tolerate a third party in her relationship. This was something she learned from her relationship with Sam. She could wait for Gale, or she could let go of him. In a relationship tainted by a third party, one must learn to let go in time, otherwise, it could endanger the people closest to you. That too was what she had learned from her past relationship. Elmwood wiped away his tears with a handkerchief as soon as he got into the car after leaving the hospital. His beloved daughter, his precious Pearl, had lost so much weight. Ironically, she didn't seem to care as much about almost losing her life as she did about losing the child. If only his treasure knew that the child wasn't Gale's but belonged to someone else. He didn't know if she could bear such news. Elmwood's expression darkened as he carefully folded the handkerchief his daughter bought for him and put it in his suit pocket, then asked in a low voice, "Has the person who harmed my darling been taken care of?" Upon hearing this, Elmwood's assistant sounded somewhat choked. "I apologize, President. After the chairman of Rusty Corporation took little President Rusty away, he arranged for bodyguards to watch over that person and handed him over to the police. I heard that the police are planning to transfer him back to Huagua very soon." After hearing this, Elmwood raised his piercing eyes suddenly. "Is it still difficult to handle after being handed over to the police? Try to get the person out for me. This time the international police are involved, so our contacts can't get the person out. And more troubling is, this person seems to be involved in an international case, and will soon be transferred back to Huagua for medical treatment. From what I hear, this might be what little President Rusty from Rusty Corporation has told them." This was the latest information that Elmwood's assistant received. Doesn't Rusty Corporation reach too far? Elmwood's expression looked particularly fierce and terrifying. "I don't care what method your people use, just make sure this person doesn't leave Korea alive, understood?" "Yes. I'll arrange for it immediately," said Elmwood's assistant. At the hospital. The moment Elmwood left, Clifford called Gale. After asking about Amaryllis's condition, he hesitated and said, "Lyle. Amaryllis lost the baby. I know you want revenge on the person responsible. But if Sherry insists on protecting him, you and she might end up on opposite sides. Why not take this opportunity to break ties with Coral Marigold?" Before Gale could respond, Clifford hurriedly added, "I know I'm stepping over boundaries, but Lyle. You know how Amaryllis feels about you. For all these years, everything she's done has been for you, waiting for your return. Can't you just settle down peacefully with her? Also, when our people tried to kill the one who harmed Madeline, they hit Sherry too, who was in the same car. From what I heard, Sherry seems to have given up on you now." "What did you say?" Gale stiffened upon hearing Coral Marigold had been hit. "Say it again." Clifford was stunned, thinking the news hadn't reached Gale yet. "Didn't I tell you that Coral Marigold had kidnapped the person who seemed to be surnamed Winston? When you sent people to chase him, they lost control and crashed the car, and Coral Marigold was inside too. You didn't specifically instruct your men, so they might not have reported it to you. But Coral Marigold seems fine, my people checked. At this point, she should be back in Huagua." Gale felt a buzz in his head. Without explaining that he never ordered anyone to pursue the man surnamed Winston, He ended the call with Clifford and walked towards a secluded stairwell, dialing Coral Marigold's number. No one answered. Gale kept calling. His heartbeat quickened, filled with anxiety. He couldn't count how many times he dialed before finally reaching her. Marigold. Gale's voice was hoarse. It's me. The deep voice of Mr. Rusty came from the other side of the phone. Gale's lips pressed tightly together. Marigold fell asleep with the ringing phone, so I picked up, Mr. Rusty explained. Because Coral Marigold was injured, to prevent worry for the two children and Rusty Veronica, Mr. Rusty brought Coral Marigold back to Huading Xinyuan. Ensuring she was settled and asleep, he prepared to leave but noticed her phone ringing non-stop. Not wanting to disturb her rest but unable to ignore Gale's relentless calls, he decided to answer in the living room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Huading Xinyuan's top floor, the glittering lights of Jingdu reflected on Mr. Rusty's solemn face. Mr. Rusty hoped Gale would no longer be involved with Coral Marigold after becoming Caleb. Moreover, he knew where the conflict between Gale and Coral Marigold lay. Knowing neither would yield, his tone became stern. I mentioned before, didn't I, that since you left the country to help your parents take revenge, you shouldn't contact anyone in the country until your mission ends? Mr. Rusty spoke gravely. Gale remained silent, then replied after a while, how is Marigold? Does she still concern you? Mr. Rusty frowned. You wanted revenge for your wife Amaryllis and nearly killed Marigold's friend, even crashing the car without checking if she was inside. Didn't you once swear to me that you loved Marigold more than anything? Is this what you meant by more than anything? Gale did not explain that he hadn't sent the men. Gale guessed it could only be Amaryllis's father, Elmwood. But explaining this now would sound like an excuse. She went to South Korea and was hospitalized twice. Mr. Rusty sighed, thinking about the report given to him by Ferguson Tezu. It said Amaryllis was pregnant, and the Rusty family and Rusty Corporation owe a debt of gratitude to Marigold. One cannot repay kindness with ingratitude. Now the Rusty family and Rusty Corporation depend on Marigold's support. This is the last warning. I demand you stay far away from Marigold forever. Mr. Rusty spoke seriously. You knew my health condition before you left. I may not last beyond a year or two. I only have Marigold as my granddaughter, and I do not want nor can I tolerate any harm coming to her. She has her mother and two children to look after. Only by staying away from you can she stay away from danger. Chapter 403, How did you come here? And the person who injured Amaryllis, that's Aaliyah's friend. Even if you don't consider it for Anand's sake, or that this friend saved your son, his sister died because of Amaryllis. He just wanted revenge for his sister. Is taking away Anand's friend's life too much? I don't remember teaching you to act like this. Think about it. After saying that, Mr. Rusty hung up the phone and turned around to see Blakely standing at the bedroom door. Mr. Rusty was a bit surprised. He leaned on his cane with one hand and placed Blakely's phone on the coffee table with the other. Why are you awake? Grandpa, talking about your health. Blakely was slightly panicked. I have seen all your medical reports, so why? Could the reports given by Grahamshan be incorrect? Originally, Old Master Rusty didn't want Blakely to worry too much. He said, nothing serious, just little things. As long as you don't cause trouble, I can live a few more years. Blakely pursed her lips. Go back to sleep. Mr. Rusty said, I'll go back now. These 2 days me and your mother will watch over the children. Tell them you're busy, not letting them video call you. You rest at home for 2 days, don't worry about the group matters. I'm fine, I can work normally tomorrow, said Blakely. Although Old Master Rusty seemed to be in good health, he had secretly answered Gale's call regarding his physical condition behind her back. Blakely couldn't help but take it seriously. If she didn't manage company affairs, the burden would fall on Old Master Rusty's shoulders. Blakely felt she never really grasped the truth about Old Master Rusty's health from the beginning. As you wish. Old Master Rusty frowned, seemingly afraid to look into Blakely's concerned eyes. You should sleep early, I'm leaving. Speaking, Old Master Rusty left. Blakely looked through the call records and deleted the call number which was not stored in her phone. She glanced at the time and sent a message to Grahamshan requesting the actual medical report of Old Master Rusty. Then she called Haim to ask about the current situation with Winston and Tongxiao. Rest assured. We've handed over evidence. Since old Winstonen is an important witness, the police will definitely provide him with protection. Moreover, our Hengji Biotechnology's reputation is well regarded. The police promise to assist us in transferring old Winstonen to our affiliated hospital as soon as he can be moved. Good. Blakely let out a long breath. However, handing over the evidence would alarm the police and likely spook their targets. A significant portion of the evidence they uncovered might be invalidated. Blakely raised her hand to press against her forehead. Are you alright? Haim asked worriedly. Lexia and Pingon are both very concerned about you. I am too. Why don't I come over to take care of you for a couple of days? Forget it. If you take care of me, I might end up like Coral and Coralin's little rabbit. Blakely said softly, I have no serious health issues, only minor injuries. When we were attacked, old Winstonen shielded me. If it weren't for shielding her, old Winstonen wouldn't have been so seriously injured with a broken spine. At the time, Blakely thought old Winstonen was dead. She believed that Winston and Tongxiao's deceased sister must have protected her brother's spirit, ensuring he witnessed the moment justice was served and her big vengeance achieved. If it weren't for old Winston's impulsiveness, we could have gathered more evidence, giving us better leverage later. You can't blame old Winston. After watching those videos, he must have been disturbed, Blakely understood. Initially, when she saw Laurel's videos, she also wished to kill those beasts but lacked old Winston's skills. Despite risking her life, she couldn't hurt them in the slightest. I understand, it's just, old Winston should have discussed things with us before acting. It caught us off guard, sighed Haim. What scares me most is that you got involved. If something happened to you, what about Sherry and Coraline? Ding Ridge, hearing the doorbell, Blakely frowned and stood up. That's it for now, I'll hang up. So late at night, who is it? Is it some man you're hiding? Haim asked. No, don't talk nonsense, goodbye. Blakely walked to the monitor outside and saw Clifford standing outside, brows furrowed. Not planning to open the door, she pressed the intercom. Is there anything? I saw the lights on at your place when I came back. So? Blakely retorted. Holding the car keys in hand, Clifford said, I just wanted to check if you were okay. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Hearing Blakely's dismissive tone, Clifford pursed her lips. If I bring back the person you're waiting for, who will you marry? That's none of your business. Blakely replied. Clifford stubbornly argued, I'm just afraid that if I bring back the person, you'll play tricks and end up staying with my brother. I assure you, if the person doesn't come back safely, I will ensure their return. It's very late, I need to rest. Nothing else? You should go. Let Ephraim follow you. Afraid Blakely would hang up directly, Clifford quickly said, having Ephraim following you will also guarantee your safety. Ignoring Clifford, Blakely hung up and dragged her tired body towards the bedroom. Elmwood was having breakfast in the morning when his assistant rushed in. Elmwood wiped his mouth, instructed the servant to clear the breakfast, then led his assistant upstairs to the study. Closing the study door, Elmwood asked, Did he die? No. The assistant frowned. Not only do the police protect him, even people from Rusty Corporation and Clifford are guarding the person who harmed Miss Lee. Elmwood abruptly raised his head. Clifford? Clifford grew up with Amaryllis. How could he protect someone who harmed her? If Clifford ordered the protection, it must be Caleb's order. So, did someone from the Rusty family plead with Caleb, who, being kind-hearted and remembering the kindness Rusty family showed him in the past, decided to spare the person who nearly killed Amaryllis after ensuring her safety? Elmwood's face darkened. Caleb could forgive, but he couldn't. Knock knock. A knocking sound came from the study door. The door opened, revealing Gale holding a file bag. Seeing Gale, the anger in Elmwood's face instantly dissipated, replaced with a benevolent expression. Gaynor, why are you here? Chapter 404, Cannot Be Together. There's something I need to ask you, Gale said. Elmwood moved his gaze from the file in Gale's hand and signaled his assistant to leave the room. The assistant nodded at Gale and left, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Liana, please take a seat. Elmwood pointed to the sofa opposite him and sat down first. Once they were seated on the sofa, Gale began, Bud, I have some evidence that proves. Madeline's heart belonged to that person's younger sister. Elmwood looked at Gale. He knew that the person referred to was the one who almost killed his precious daughter. Gale placed the documents on the coffee table and pushed them toward Elmwood. Bud, let it go. You've already had her brother's sister killed for Madeline's heart, now spare the brother. The fact that Gale brought the documents to him indicated she had known all along. Elmwood's unease subsided but his expression turned firm. No. I can't risk Madeline's future. This man wants revenge for his sister. As long as he lives, he'll keep troubling Madeline. Not to mention, this bastard caused his beloved daughter to lose her child and fertility. He may never be able to trouble Madeline again. He won't even be able to stand up and will spend the rest of his life in bed. Gale's voice was calm. Don't you know about the car crash Bud arranged? Elmwood tightened his grip on the armrest of the sofa. Bud, you should know that the Rusty family has been very kind to me. There were Rusty family members in the car. This time the granddaughter was unharmed, but if anything had happened to the only granddaughter of the Rusty family, how would I explain it to them? Gale fixed her eyes on Elmwood. Gale had figured out everything before coming to Elmwood. Why was the granddaughter of the Rusty family involved? Elmwood asked, puzzled. That girl lived abroad for some time with 2 children, and that person inadvertently saved the Rusty granddaughter's kids once. So, the Rusty family owes him a life debt. When he called for help, she naturally agreed. You know. I understand the character of the Rusty granddaughter, always returning favors. Gale decided not to disclose the full truth. Elmwood remained silent, his lips tightly pressed together. Bud, let me handle this, and I will take responsibility for Madeline's safety from now on. Gale said. Hearing this, Elmwood's eyes lit up with joy. Does this mean you are willing to become Madeline's real husband? No, Bud, Madeline is my sister. But I will protect her forever. Elmwood's face fell slightly, lips pressed together, and after a while he spoke. Gaynor, you know. Madeline is my life. I promised her mother I would protect our daughter with my life. These past years, I haven't married because I feared Madeline might suffer the slightest bit of unhappiness. But this time, I almost lost my daughter. If it weren't for a hair's breadth, I would never see my darling again. I know, Bud. For the rest of my life, I will protect Madeline with my life. She is also my sister and part of my family. Gale comforted Elmwood, I promise, as long as I'm around, no one will harm even a single hair of Madeline. Then, can you really be with Madeline? You two have grown up together. Elmwood wanted to fight for his daughter but was interrupted by Gale. Bud, Madeline is my sister. I cannot love her romantically. Even when we were kids, and adults joked about us, I always said that Madeline is the sister I will cherish for life. Don't worry, whatever happens, Madeline will always be my sister, and as her brother, I will always protect her. Elmwood's expression did not soften, and his eyes even reddened slightly. But Gaynor, Madeline's whole heart is devoted to you. Without you, she couldn't survive after I'm gone. Honestly, are you still thinking about your ex-fiancée Adelaide? Thinking of Adelaide's car accident, Gale knew Elmwood could do anything for Amaryllis. If he nodded now, God knows what Elmwood would do to Adelaide. While Elmwood and Amaryllis had treated him with all their kindness, it didn't necessarily apply to others. So, Gale couldn't be completely honest here. Bud, this has nothing to do with it. Gale sighed softly, I cannot feel any romantic love for Madeline. Like you, I am willing to sacrifice myself for her, but I can't view her as a wife. Even just thinking of it feels like a desecration of my sister. I believe Madeline will soon meet the right person for her. Seeing Gale's earnest and candid gaze, Elmwood realized he had done his best to secure his daughter's happiness. If it wasn't for the bond between their families, he might use any means to force Madeline's lover to stay. He sighed deeply, let's hope so. Then, let me handle Emerson. Can we end this here? Gale observed Elmwood's expression. On one side, there's you, and on the other, the Rusty family, whose secrets I must keep. I hope everyone stays safe. Though unwilling, Elmwood knew he couldn't do much against Gale's determination, who felt like his own child. If he remains bedridden for the rest of his life, I can let it go. But, if he can stand up again, even with a tiny chance to hurt my daughter, I would kill him even at the cost of my own life. Elmwood's expression was serious, but I assure you, even if I have to kill this person, I won't harm anyone from the Rusty family. They protected you and raised you, they've done a great favor for me. Rest assured, Bud, he will never get another chance to hurt Madeline. And I will protect her. Gale assured. Elmwood gazed intently at Gale, nodding silently. Watching Gale leave, Elmwood wiped his eyes with a handkerchief, standing by the study's window as her car drove away. They're both like my own children, why can't they be together? Chapter 404, Cannot Be Together. I have something to ask you, Gale said. Elmwood shifted his gaze from the file Gale was holding and signaled for his assistant to leave. The assistant nodded at Gale and left, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Jeremiah, please sit down. Elmwood pointed to the sofa opposite him and sat down first. Once they were seated, Gale began, Bud, I have some information that proves Pearl's heart belonged to that person's younger sister. Elmwood looked at Gale. He knew Gale was referring to the person who had nearly killed his beloved daughter. Gale placed the documents on the coffee table and pushed them towards Elmwood. Bud, let it go. You've already taken that person's sister's heart for Pearl, just let her brother live. Gale's presence with the documents meant he was aware of everything. The unease in Elmwood's heart dissipated, and his expression became unusually firm. No. I can't risk Pearl's future. As long as he lives, he will seek revenge for his sister and keep causing trouble for Pearl. Not to mention, this scoundrel had caused his precious daughter to lose her child and her ability to bear children. He may never be able to cause trouble for Pearl again. He might not even be able to stand up and will spend his life in bed. Gale spoke calmly, Bud, are you unaware of what your men did to him? Elmwood gripped the armrest of the sofa tightly. Bud, you know the Rusty family has done me a great favor. Rusty family members were still in the car. This time it was the granddaughter who escaped unharmed, but if anything had happened to her, how could I explain it to the Rusty family? Gale looked intently at Elmwood. Gale came to Elmwood only after thoroughly investigating the entire matter. Why was the Rusty family's granddaughter involved? Elmwood asked. This was something Elmwood had also been unable to figure out. The Rusty family's granddaughter lived abroad for a while, taking care of 2 children. That person accidentally saved one of her children, so the Rusty family owed him a life debt. When he called for help, the Rusty family's granddaughter naturally agreed. Knowing her character, she always repays kindness. Gale chose to withhold the true reason. Elmwood remained silent, lips tightly pressed together. Bud, let me handle this. From now on, I will take responsibility for Pearl's safety. Gale declared. Elmwood's eyes lit up with hidden joy. Do you mean you're willing to marry Pearl and become a real couple? No, Bud. Pearl is my sister. But I will always take care of her. Elmwood's face showed disappointment. His lips pursed as he replied after a moment, Jeremiah, you know, Pearl is my life. I promised her mother I would protect our daughter with my life. These years I haven't remarried because I feared Pearl might suffer even a bit. But this time, I almost lost her. Just by a hair. I might never have seen my beloved again. I know, Bud. For the rest of my life, I will also protect Pearl with my life. She is my family, my sister. Gale comforted him. I promise, as long as I am here, no one will harm a single hair on Pearl's head. But, couldn't you just be with Pearl? You two grew up together. Elmwood tried to push further for his daughter but was interrupted by Gale. Bud, Pearl is my sister. I can't see her as anything more than that. Even when our parents jokingly mentioned us being together when we were kids, I said that Pearl would always be my sister whom I love all my life. Rest assured, Bud, no matter what, Pearl will always be my sister, and I will always protect her as her brother. Elmwood's expression didn't ease, his eyes even turned slightly red. But Jeremiah, Pearl, she loves you deeply. Without you, she won't be able to go on after I'm gone. Tell me honestly, do you still think about your fiancée Adelaide from back when you were Gale? Thinking about Adelaide's accident, Gale knew Elmwood would do anything for Lee Pearl. If he admitted his feelings now, there was no telling what Elmwood might do to Adelaide. Elmwood and Lee Pearl had shown immense kindness to him, but their actions towards others were unpredictable. Thus, Gale couldn't fully reveal his thoughts on this matter. Bud, this has nothing to do with it. Gale sighed softly. I can't feel any romantic attraction towards Pearl. I, like you, would give my life for Pearl, but seeing her as a wife is impossible. Even the thought would feel disrespectful to my sister. Believe me, Bud. Pearl will soon meet the right person for her. Seeing Gale's sincere and straightforward gaze, Elmwood knew he had fought for his daughter. If Gale weren't Caleb, the son of his old friend, Elmwood would use every means possible to force the person Pearl loved to stay with her. He sighed deeply, may it be so. So, regarding Emerson's situation, can I handle it? We can end it here, okay? Gale observed Elmwood's expression. On one side is you, on the other side is the Rusty family, whose truth I can't reveal. I hope both sides can be safe. Although unwilling, Elmwood couldn't argue with Gale, who was like his own child. If he spends his whole life in bed, I will let him go. But, if he can stand up, even if there's a sliver of a chance he could harm my daughter, I will kill him, even if it costs me my life. Elmwood's expression was serious. But I also promise you, even if I have to kill this person, I will not harm anyone from the Rusty family. They protected you and raised you, they have done me a great favor. Bud, rest assured. He will never have the chance to harm Pearl again, and I will definitely protect Pearl. Gale affirmed. Elmwood gazed at Gale, nodding silently. As he watched Gale leave, Elmwood wiped his eyes and stood by the study's window, watching Gale's car drive away. They are all like family, why can't they be together? Note, in this translation, names such as are rendered phonetically as Gale, as Elmwood, and as Caleb for consistency and clarity. Chapter 405, Unfeeling. If his daughter could be with Gaynor, the two children supporting each other in the future, he could die in peace. After Gale left, Allah's assistant came into the study. Clifford always listened to Gale, and now that Gale had personally spoken to their master, Allah's assistant couldn't help but come in to ask whether they still needed to go through with killing someone. So, should we still deal with the person who hurt Miss? The assistant asked Allah. Allah was silent for a moment before sighing deeply. Forget it. Gaynor already said if this person can never stand again, being bedridden all life long is as good as being a cripple, there's no need to upset Gaynor by killing a cripple. But, as Allah spoke, he lifted his eyes towards his assistant, his gaze solemn. I understand. The assistant nodded, I'll contact this person's doctor to ensure they will remain bedridden. As long as it wasn't murder, there were many things they could do without fearing too much responsibility, even doctors wouldn't have to bear too much burden. Go ahead then. Allah said. The next morning, as soon as Brielle woke up, Ferguson's assistant arrived before she had time to get out of bed. Seeing Brielle come out of the bedroom dressed in a shirt and trousers, Ferguson's assistant hurriedly said, Miss Starr, the chairman asked me to make sure you rest and not go to the company. Breakfast is ready, please eat breakfast first. Brielle, holding her blazer over her arm and a bag in her hand, had everything taken over by Ferguson's assistant. The chairman isn't stopping you from going to the company, you're still recovering from your injuries. Brielle touched the obvious wound on her forehead. I fell and was hospitalized in Korea, everyone at the company knows, so It's not because of that. The chairman believes you can work just as effectively from home, which gives you more time to rest. Ferguson's assistant explained again, the bird's nest porridge was specially prepared by Aunt Claudia at home and brought over. Do you want to eat it now? Okay. Brielle agreed. Seeing Brielle walk towards the dining area, Ferguson's assistant pulled out the chair and took out the steamed bowl from the thermal box, placing it in front of Brielle and opening the lid. It's still a bit hot. Aunt Claudia must have gotten up very early to prepare it. Brielle picked up a spoon and tasted it. Thank you, Aunt Claudia. This is Mr. Rusty's genuine medical report. The chairman didn't originally want me to give it to you, but since you asked, I assume you know something about it. Ferguson's assistant didn't hide anything from Brielle. Actually, Miss Starr, you don't need to worry too much. With the continuous adjustment by Hengji Biotech, the chairman's health has improved somewhat. Brielle flipped through Mr. Rusty's medical report, pushing aside the bird's nest and reading each page carefully. Mr. Rusty's health was indeed not in great shape. Especially half a year ago. But as Ferguson's assistant had said, after Mr. Rusty began taking the supplements sent regularly based on his physical examination, along with daily training routines and dietary advice provided by Hengji Biotech, Mr. Rusty's health metrics gradually improved. The chairman is older now, recovery takes time. Miss Starr doesn't need to worry too much, Ferguson's assistant comforted Brielle. For 3 consecutive days, Ferguson's assistant came every morning to ensure Brielle handled business from home. If there was something urgent at the company, Tobias and Kayla would personally visit. Curtis, living downstairs from Brielle, followed his grandfather's instructions and also visited daily. After spending some time together and dealing with recent PR issues involving Sam and Enid, Curtis and his sister stepped in to help, making Brielle and Curtis's relationship grow closer, like old friends. Curtis even started coming up to Brielle's place for dinner after work. Ferguson's assistant, noticing this, reported it to Mr. Rusty, who remarked it was a pity that Brielle and Curtis seemed unlikely to end up together. That evening, Curtis brought over their group's new pre-launch phone for Brielle to try, and stayed for dinner. If you really enjoy our housekeeper's cooking, should I consider parting ways with her? Brielle joked, putting down the new phone and picking up her chopsticks. I'm here for serious business. Curtis, having come straight from the office, unbuttoned his watch and placed it beside him. He acted nothing like the image-conscious heir when in front of Brielle. Let's talk about a collaboration. Our new flagship phone launch can preload Little Sound, and in return, Little Sound gets lifetime membership for your app store, okay? Brielle paused while ladling soup, setting it down beside Curtis before serving herself, raising an eyebrow. You're well informed. I didn't probe into any trade secrets. Curtis quickly clarified, I heard that Little Sound offered lifetime memberships to the first 10,000 registrants, with free shipping on anything bought from your app store, and free returns plus monthly coupons. Little Sound is under Finley's management, and I usually don't interfere, Brielle admitted honestly. I understand. You're the all-powerful representative at Rusty Group now, unlike me. Grandfather only gave me authority over phones. Now, I need your help, and preloading Little Sound could benefit both parties given the popularity of our flagship phones. Curtis looked eagerly at Brielle. I'm not dodging you, but Little Sound isn't under my direct supervision. I don't interfere with Finley's decisions, Brielle smiled, and Rusty Group also makes phones, especially now with Little Sound gaining more popularity. All right. I thought you might help me bypass protocols. Curtis didn't press, at least as a favor to a friend. Could you mention it to Finley? That's not too much to ask. Matt here, I'll have Tobias reach out to Finley. Brielle agreed. I noticed you're becoming more like Gail. Curtis commented while eating, both strict about business and equally unfeeling. Brielle paused mid-sip of soup, then continued. Sorry about that. Curtis realized his slip. I shouldn't have mentioned it, but growing up together, I do miss him. Translation completed as per the guidelines. Let me know if further assistance is required. Chapter 406, Refusing to Let Go. Brielle didn't respond, then she heard Curtis continue. Cleveland seems clueless about what he's doing all day. The wedding plans are endlessly debated and never finalized. While you were away, rumors spread that Cleveland was going to become engaged to Miley. But who knew? Suddenly these past few days, Cleveland has been chasing after a new rising actress, visiting her film set and investing in her projects, making quite a stir. My grandfather keeps scolding me. Hearing this, Brielle smiled at Curtis, catching the probing tone in his voice. You want me to help persuade Grandfather Graham? Curtis laughed even more broadly. If you could bring the 2 kids and handle my grandfather, I'm sure he'd be thrilled. Previously, Grandfather Graham wanted us together because Rusty Corporation had Rusty Jerome. If you and I were together, it would mean an alliance between Rusty Corporation and Graham Corporation. But, now that Rusty Jerome is gone, why would Grandfather Graham still try to bring us together? You're the heir of Graham Corporation. I assume he wouldn't expect you to marry into the Rusty family, Brielle asked. That won't happen. Grandfather has his considerations. Curtis didn't hide anything from Brielle as he explained truthfully. In the future, your 2 children will definitely be pillars of the Rusty family. Grandfather thinks if we get married, then our children will be future heirs of the Graham Corporation. Since both sets of children share the same mother, they can support each other in the future, making the Rusty and Graham families the most closely connected of the 4 major families in Kyoto. Brielle hadn't expected Grandfather Graham to think so far ahead. However, it seemed the gossip about Miley and Cleveland had made Jeffrey worry that the Matthew and Winston families might join forces, thereby pressuring Curtis's side. Seeing Brielle lost in thought, Curtis gently suggested, why don't you consider it a strong alliance between the Graham and Rusty families? Both Curtis and Brielle were pragmatic people. Talking about interests was better than emotions. And Curtis put down his spoon. If the Matthew and Winston families join forces, even if we have business with them, it'll still be disadvantageous for us, wouldn't you agree? You're right, but mainly, I don't plan on having more children, Brielle responded, lowering her eyes to eat without further engaging in deep discussion. Curtis finished his meal and left. Brielle called Kayla to inform her about Curtis possibly discussing cooperation with Mr. Finley, saying, tell Mr. Finley to negotiate normally. Concessions should be made where possible, but no compromises need to be made out of respect for anyone. Okay, rest assured. Kayla responded. After hanging up, Brielle was about to call Lisbeth Winstone to ask about Augustus when her phone vibrated. Though the number wasn't saved, Brielle knew exactly who it was from. Pausing for a moment, she finally answered, placing the phone to her ear. Hello. Are you feeling better? Rusty Jerome asked. When Rusty Jerome learned that Brielle had been involved in a collision with Emerson, she had already returned to the country with Mr. Rusty. He had gotten her medical records himself, finding out that she only had minor injuries and slight concussion, which relieved him. I'm completely fine, Brielle replied. Did you call for something specific? Brielle's voice was calm, too calm, revealing an underlying coldness. Before Rusty Jerome could respond, Brielle continued, don't you think it's risky calling me directly like this? Didn't Clifford give me a separate phone for such communications? If it's just to check on my health, I don't see the point in risking a call. After all, Cooper probably knows who you've contacted. If it were before, during their adversarial times, Rusty Jerome would have seen concern in Brielle's words. But now, it sounded different. Star, did I not explain clearly enough by calling Bud in front of you? Amaryllis's child isn't mine. As for your friend. Rusty Jerome hesitated before continuing. Can we just put this matter behind us? Now that Madeline is out of danger, I hear your friend will return to the country tomorrow. Did the South Korean police provide all those evidences to you? Brielle asked, or have you already obtained the evidence? So, do you know that the heart beating inside Amaryllis's chest was forcibly removed from my friend's sister? And that Augustus's sister was personally selected by Amaryllis? Brielle had been prepared for this when coordinating with international law enforcement and South Korean authorities. Star, you're angry now. Let's not discuss this for now. Rusty Jerome's voice carried a hint of weariness. I've handled everything here in South Korea. Your friend is safe. I don't want you getting entangled in your friend's personal vendetta. It's not entanglement, it's a promise. A promise to my friend, Ralph Xavier. Brielle said coolly, I will gather evidence again. There will be justice for them one day. Caleb, after knowing Amaryllis personally chose Augustus's sister for her heart, I didn't ask you to right this wrong for them based on conscience. By putting yourself in others' shoes, please don't try to persuade me. If you intend to stop me, then we'll have to go by strength. She tried to keep her voice steady. If you really understand me, I won't break a promise I made. Rusty Jerome's voice grew more tired, but your friend's sister is dead, while Madeline is alive. I can offer compensation to your friend, any kind of compensation. Star. I can't let Madeline die. Then let her go to jail, let her atone for her sins. She deserves punishment. Brielle's voice rose. Augustus doesn't want any compensation, just justice for his sister. I can't imagine telling Augustus, your sister is dead, what compensation do you want? If it were me and someone took my heart, would you accept their offer of compensation? Wouldn't you find such compensation repulsive? Wouldn't you feel guilty late at night? If this wasn't related to Amaryllis, would you still hold on to this issue? Rusty Jerome asked. Do you mean I'm holding on to Amaryllis because of you? Brielle chuckled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 407, Elaborate. Her voice grew colder. I met Augustus 3 months after giving birth to Sherry and Kim. It was also around that time I agreed to help Augustus avenge his sister. I don't have the ability to foresee the future and know you had a childhood sweetheart named Amaryllis, so I got entangled with Augustus, just to compete for your childhood love. Gail, even if Enid were standing in front of me back then, I never lacked the grace to argue with her, let alone Amaryllis. These words stabbed Gail's heart twice. Hearing the dial tone from the other end of the call, Sherry placed her phone aside, turned on her computer, and put on her glasses. Yet, she stared at the flashing cursor on her laptop screen for a long time without moving a single inch. After this phone call, both Sherry and Gail seemed to fall into a cold war. The next day, Augustus was transferred back to the country and admitted to the hospital under Hengji Biotechnology's umbrella for treatment. Sherry went directly to the hospital and took some time out to have lunch with Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin after settling Augustus down. At the dinner table, seeing Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin sizing her up, Sherry explained, there's a minor bruise on my forehead, but it has already healed with our medication. Speaking of which, is the medicine ready for market approval? It's approved. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin replied, rest assured, with me and Ping'an at Hengji Bio, you don't need to worry. Sister Lexia is bringing our research team back tonight, and I plan to throw a welcome party for them. Would you like to join? Bring the man you've been hiding from us. We should meet him too. Whether he's good or not, we must scrutinize him for you. After all, your judgment of men isn't very good. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin was referring to Sam. Sherry froze at Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin's words, then smiled faintly as if recalling something. Indeed, it hasn't been very good. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin was startled. After years of knowing each other, Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin knew Sherry well. Putting down his chopsticks, he asked, is there a problem between you and the man you're hiding? Before Sherry could reply, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID as Clifford, she motioned for Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin to continue eating as she answered the call. Hello. Your friend, we've safely returned her to you. Madeline escaped death this time but can't live without my brother now. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise to me? Clifford called to press Sherry. Today, when Clifford called South Korea, he sensed from Gail that Sherry and Gail might have a falling out. So, separating them right now was best. With Amaryllis's current condition, Gail couldn't return from abroad, and with the tension between them, they would naturally drift apart. Do you have any specific timeline? Sherry asked. What? Clifford didn't understand her question. I mean, do you have any requirements for the timing of my marriage, such as days or months? Upon hearing this, Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin stopped eating his rib and stared wide-eyed at Sherry. What is this? Marriage. And within days or months. Not hearing Clifford's response, Sherry chuckled lightly. I'm an excellent partner. Since you kept your end of the bargain, I will do the same. Actually, Clifford felt a bit guilty. Apart from dispatching people to watch over, he hadn't done much else. Apparently, Gail convinced Amaryllis's father to let go of Sherry's friend. But Clifford couldn't think of a better opportunity than now to separate Gail and Sherry. If Sherry got married, Gail wouldn't be able to leave Amaryllis in South Korea, especially given Amaryllis's frail state and having lost her child. Men feel guilty toward women, and if another woman doesn't give him face and marries someone else, the choice becomes clear. Considering Amaryllis's condition might keep her in the hospital for over a month and knowing Sherry as the daughter of the Rusty family and CEO of the Rusty Group, her wedding shouldn't be rushed. Therefore, Clifford said, a month? Is that enough time? In fact, Sherry wasn't short of marriage prospects. Curtis was one such prospect, who subtly hinted about their suitable age and the benefits of a union for their families. But Sherry had her own considerations. Zora was insane. Even though Zora was in prison now, she would soon be released. Knowing Sherry married Curtis, she might do something even more extreme. Sherry couldn't risk the safety of her children. However, Sherry did have other options besides Curtis. A month is enough, Sherry said, but I have one more request for you. Matt here. What is it? Clifford thought since Sherry was being straightforward, he should be too. Can you move out of Huading Xinyuan? I'd rather not live in the same building as you. The floor I live on was a gift from my grandfather and mother, so I don't want to move out. It'll be troublesome for you, but please understand. Sherry spoke calmly, even pouring herself a cup of tea. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin's eyes widened even more. What does this mean, getting married and making someone move out? Why would you care about me living on a different floor? Clifford was puzzled. After this, we won't interact anymore, and I don't wish to see you again. Even meeting in the elevator would be annoying. That makes it clearer, doesn't it, Mr. Yanni? Sherry spoke steadily. Clifford. It's rare for someone to smile while saying such hurtful things. Okay. Clifford agreed immediately. I'll move out tonight. Thank you. Then. I will block your number and hope never to contact you again. Rest assured, I'll make sure you get your news within a month. Sherry hung up and faced Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin's curious eyes. Knowing Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin wouldn't let her off unless she explained everything. I'm planning to get married, Sherry told Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin, but I haven't decided on the groom yet. I understand every word you say, Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin looked bewildered, but put together, it doesn't make sense. Sherry smiled. Prepare a big red envelope for me. I'm getting married within a month. Elaborate. Lisbeth Wynn's Tony Martin put down his utensils, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and prepared to listen intently. There's nothing much to elaborate. Grandfather is in poor health and always hopes I will get married, either someone who can help with the company or someone who can take care of me at home. I don't want him to worry, Sherry said softly. Chapter 408, You are being too forward. If she told Haim that this time it was to ensure Lau Winston's safe return, and that she and Clifford had used marriage as a deal, this big mouth would eventually tell Lau Winston. Sherry wanted to tell Lau Winston about this. She had to make Lau Winston understand how his life was saved and let him know that he couldn't easily take risks in the future, otherwise, she would have to pay a high price to clean up after him. But not now. I'm sorry for being forward. Haim frowned at Sherry. Is it true that old Mr. Rusty is going to? You are being too forward. My grandfather is doing well. Sherry glanced at Haim. I just want to put his mind at ease. Then, what about the man you were hiding? Haim asked. Sherry smiled but didn't answer. Recalling Sherry's previous comment about her poor judgment in choosing men, Haim made a guess. Afraid of touching on her sore spot, he stopped asking further. Seeing Sherry lower her head to eat, Haim pretended to be unconcerned and sent a message in their small group chat on his phone. Haim, latest update, seems like the boss and the hidden man have split. The boss looks very down. Her taste in men seems off. Any ideas? Thompson, how do you know? Haim, of course, I'm the closest to the boss. Do any of you know suitable men nearby to introduce to the boss? Brinley, don't cause trouble unnecessarily. It might just be a quarrel. You might complicate things. Haim, I'll listen to Sister Lon. Thompson, did you hear what Sister Lon said? Thompson. Haim chuckled softly seeing Thompson's response. By the way, that IN from Peking University. I've arranged for him to join the research group for ALS medication, and his sister has been transferred to our Hengji Biotechnology-affiliated hospital. Haim thought about the previous arrangement Sherry had made for IN. But, since ALS is rare, the research funds allocated to this group aren't as much as others. Director Greg actually dared to bring Ian along and ask me for additional funding, knowing you arranged for Ian to join. Haim guessed that Ian must have said something to Director Greg, making him think Ian was closely related to Sherry. Especially when Director Greg came to see Haim with hints and probing questions, which clearly indicated that whatever Ian said or did made Director Greg believe Ian was either Sherry's boyfriend or secretly kept by her as a kept man. Are you testing me? Sherry raised her eyes, smiling at Haim. No. Haim touched his nose. I just want to know if arranging him into the ALS drug development group and transferring his sister to our hospital means he's the man you were hiding. Don't get any ideas. Just as Sherry finished speaking, her phone screen lit up. Seeing the call display as Curtis, Sherry answered, "Hello. Heard you're dining at my restaurant." Curtis spoke casually. Sherry could hear him closing and locking his car door. So, can we get a full discount? Sherry joked with Curtis. Matt here. You can dine free anytime from now on. As a sign of good cooperation. Curtis laughed. Did you finalize the deal with President Finley? Sherry remembered the night Curtis talked about pre-installing Little Sound on their new flagship phones and gifting membership. Yes, but your President Finley is so stingy, only offering one-year memberships. However, if members renew and continue using our phones, they get a half-price renewal, and if they switch phones, they still get a free year of membership, Curtis smiled. Phones get updated fast, so basically, he's reserving spots for our future pre-installed apps. Smart move. That's not a bad idea. Sherry chuckled. For this, I should give President Finley a raise. That's unnecessary. I'm currently furious with him, so, how about you treat me to dinner to cool my anger? Curtis suggested. Matt here, pick the time. Why wait, let's go today. As he spoke, the private room door was knocked on, opened slightly, revealing Curtis waving with his phone towards Haim and Sherry. Add another set of utensils. Curtis told the server, then sat beside Haim. President Lisbeth. President Graham. Haim nodded, greeting Curtis with a smile. You're familiar with our little President Rusty? Haim knew that Curtis's sidekick, Zora, had challenged Sherry and even kidnapped Aurora, leaving no good impression. Originally, the Graham group had offered collaboration, but Haim always declined with various excuses. Neighbors, upstairs and downstairs, Curtis unbuttoned his suit, sitting down and turning to Sherry. Incidentally, on the way back home after dinner, I need to discuss something with you. All right. Sherry nodded. That meal left Haim less than happy. Watching Sherry leave with Curtis, he suddenly relaxed. Was the person Sherry wanted to marry within a month, Curtis? Thinking of this, Haim quickly messaged Sherry for confirmation. But Sherry was engrossed in conversation with Curtis and didn't notice the message. Today, my grandfather met yours. He mentioned his upcoming birthday and said he isn't planning a big celebration due to poor health. He only wants a family dinner, inviting your family over. Your grandfather asked for your opinion. Something feels off about this, so I thought I'd inform you. Curtis spoke as he steered. Do you still keep in touch with Zora? Sherry fiddled with her phone, seemingly nonchalant. Due to Zora's actions leading to Paris's cousin being disfigured and disabled, the Janig family worked on relationships, resulting in Zora being abandoned by the Lisbeth family, serving a long sentence. Curtis gripped the steering wheel tightly. Not really. However, he had helped her initially. Curtis intended to teach Zora a lesson and then send her abroad to live comfortably after learning some discipline. But somehow, the video of Zora torturing the Janig twins ended up with the police, with undeniable evidence, making it impossible even for Curtis to save her. Chapter 409, Human Stem Cells. Curtis originally wanted to devise a way to make Zora more comfortable in prison, but Grandpa Graham stated that if Curtis didn't want Zora to be tortured in prison, it would be best not to interfere. Only then did Curtis give up on helping Zora, though occasionally he would ask friends to keep an eye on her. Sherry laughed and locked her phone screen before raising her head and saying, on this point alone, even for a business marriage, I can't choose you. You still have feelings for Zora, and she's insane. If we got married, can you imagine her reaction if she found out? I don't mind about myself, but my children can't be threatened. Do you understand what I mean? If Jeremiah were still alive, I believe Mr. Rusty would accept your decision never to marry, but, with Jeremiah gone, Iko, a matrimonial alliance is inevitable, Curtis patiently explained to Sherry. The Winston family and the Rusty family don't get along, so a union between them is unlikely. The Matthew family has 3 sisters, all girls, and you're the only one in the Rusty family. Unless you're willing to consider a cousin from the Matthew family, but what's the point of that? Then there's our Graham family, I'm a widower, and you have 2 kids, perfect match. Understanding Sherry's concerns, Curtis continued, rest assured, I won't let Zora have any chance to harm Veda and Coraline again. And we can do a prenuptial agreement, stating that both the Graham and Rusty families' properties are kept separate. At the red light, Curtis stopped the car and turned to look at Sherry seriously. Although this might sound a bit disrespectful, I must speak honestly with you. After my grandfather passes away and I officially gain inheritance rights, if Mr. Rusty also isn't around anymore, or after his passing, if you want a divorce, I can give it to you. If you wish to continue, we can continue. We can waive marital obligations, you live upstairs, I'll stay downstairs. It's just a matter of getting married in name. Seeing Sherry's beautiful, clear eyes fixed on him without speaking, Curtis smiled again, I've laid everything out today. Think it over when you get home. If you agree, remember to come to my grandfather's birthday party with Mr. Rusty. If you refuse, I'll know where we stand. All right. Sherry nodded. Their conversation could be described as purely interest-based, devoid of any affection. Although Curtis was driving Sherry home, her bodyguards followed in another car until she safely arrived home. After taking a shower and drinking some water, Sherry pondered over Curtis's words. Finding it early enough, she dialed Miley. When Miley answered, her lively voice came through. Rare indeed that you'd call me. Just heard a rumor you're marrying Cleveland, wanted to confirm if it's true, to see if I should prepare a gift, Sherry joked. Well then, what about you and Curtis? Real or fake? Miley asked with a smile. If it's real for you too, mine and Cleveland's supposed engagement will have to be real too. Otherwise, it will end up as something between Adelaide and Cleveland. Also, word has it that lately Dad is interested in having Adelaide connect with Curtis, but Grandpa Graham doesn't agree, clearly favoring you. Sherry chuckled softly. You tell me this because you want me to accept Curtis and cut off any possibilities between Adelaide and him, ensuring Adelaide won't threaten you. Though Cleveland comes from the Winston family in Jingdu, he is different from Curtis. Curtis is the confirmed heir of the Graham family, while Grandpa Winston hasn't loosened his grip on power, leaving Cleveland's father and uncles still battling for control within the Winston family. Previously, Adelaide was engaged to Gail, the sole heir of the Rusty family, which significantly boosted her status in the Matthew Corporation, despite Gail's company giving her no advantage under their engagement. While a union between the Matthew family and the Graham family would benefit both, Miley didn't wish for Adelaide to tie herself to the confirmed Graham heir, which would complicate her own bid for leadership in the Matthew Corporation. This benefits your Rusty group too, Miley smiled. Of course, the main reason I'm telling you this is to continue our cooperation. After all, you're now the unique successor to the Rusty group. Sometimes, Miley truly envied Briellian, how fortunate she was to be adopted by the Rusty family. Despite no blood ties, she effortlessly obtained control of the Rusty group. After hanging up, Sherry opened her computer to review Winston Antonxiu's medical records and treatment plans, comparing them with the hospital reports. Not surprisingly, it indicated Winston Antonxiu couldn't walk again. Sherry repeatedly compared the Korean diagnosis with their hospital results, noting her concerns and emailing Winston Antonxiu's attending physician, requesting them to investigate and contact the Korean hospital tomorrow. As she sent the email, her phone rang. Seeing it was Tobias, she put it on speaker. Still awake this late? Little President Rusty, Samchu's daughter. Mrs. Martin called asking to contact you, requesting your private number. Should I give it to her? Tobias said. Amaryllis? Sherry lifted her glasses higher on the bridge of her nose. Give it to her. Okay. Soon after, Sherry's phone rang again. Amaryllis, unable to hold the phone due to her injuries, had the nurse assist her. I heard your Hungji Biotech can use human stem cells to cultivate eggs. Sherry hadn't expected this question, so she replied, yes. If Hungji Biotech can help me cultivate eggs from stem cells, I'll participate in your experimental study for Rh-negative blood, Amaryllis managed through her discomfort. This time, after being stabbed and falling by Winston Antonxiu, Amaryllis had her ovaries and uterus removed. Yet, she longed for a child with Gail. Remembering Hungji Biotech's capability, she contacted Sherry after Gail left the hospital. Chapter 410, Deep Conjugal Affection. Sherry raised her eyebrows. I want a child with my husband. Amaryllis's voice was nasal but firm. If you can cultivate an egg from my stem cells and fulfill my wish, I will meet your demands. Sherry would be a fool not to understand what Amaryllis meant. Since Amaryllis no longer had a uterus, asking Hengji Biotechnology for help in using her stem cells to cultivate eggs could only mean one thing, wanting someone else to carry and bear her child with Gail. Mrs. Martin, this is illegal. Laws are different in each country. You can do it in a foreign lab. And, as long as the money is right, nothing is illegal. Just tell me how much, and I'll pay. Amaryllis spoke casually. Mature enough, in Amaryllis's eyes, laws were meaningless. She cared only about herself. Sorry, I cannot agree. Sherry outright refused. Aren't you always eager for me to cooperate on those panda blood experiments? How dare you refuse me? Amaryllis snapped angrily. Sherry even heard the beeping warning sounds from the monitors next to Amaryllis's bed due to her rising vital signs. Gail, who had returned because he forgot some documents in Amaryllis's room, quickly strode to her bedside and snatched the phone. Sherry's cold voice came through. You can find other institutions willing to do this business, but here. I will never take on your request. Lyle Gaynor. Amaryllis sobbed. Hengji Biotechnology can help us. They have the technology to cultivate eggs from my stem cells. We can still have our own child. But she refuses to help me. Why won't she help me? Lyle Gaynor, if she doesn't help me, then kill her. Kill her. I want her dead. Sherry clenched her hand around the phone, ready to hang up when Gail's voice sounded. President Xiao. Gail gently patted Amaryllis's head, indicating he needed to step out to call Sherry, and motioned for the caretakers to comfort Amaryllis before leaving the ward. President Xiao, Madeline is a patient now. What did you say to make her so agitated? Are you questioning me, Mr. Martin? Sherry's voice lowered. Indeed, given your deep affection for Mrs. Martin, being concerned about her emotional state is understandable. Gale gestured for his assistant to wait and stepped into a secluded area before speaking. Do you have to speak like that? What should I say after you accused me the moment you picked up the phone? Sherry calmed herself before continuing. Mrs. Martin found out Hengji Biotechnology can cultivate eggs from human stem cells and wanted a child with Mr. Martin. Although her feelings are touching, sorry, we don't engage in illegal activities at Hengji Biotechnology. First, it's illegal. Second, it's unethical. Third, when you ask for help, you should respect others. She and I aren't even acquainted, so on what basis does she command me to help her? Does she think the world revolves around her whims? Gale looked startled. Moreover, Mrs. Martin made the call. I merely refused legally, and she threatened me. I'm exercising great restraint by maintaining decorum with you, Mr. Martin. If you still find my words unacceptable, you can hang up. But frankly, Mr. Martin and Mrs. Martin's manners are far from commendable. I am not part of your relationship drama. Don't unleash your craziness on me. Calm down. It's my fault. I panicked when Madeline's reading spiked. Gale sighed. I've convinced the Lee family not to pursue Emerson any further. Can we let this matter rest? Madeline knows nothing, and I don't intend to tell her. Let her believe Emerson is dead. Can you stop too? Hearing the weariness in Gale's voice, Sherry replied, as long as the pursuit of Augustus ends here, we can let it go. I don't want my friend risking his life either. But I'll ensure justice through legal means. Aiko. Gale suppressed his voice. Is it your strong moral sense, or are you deliberately targeting Madeline? Sherry paused, her lips pressed together, and her tone flat. Didn't I make myself clear last time? I've known Augustus much longer than I've known Amaryllis. This isn't just about settling scores, it's about giving my friend justice. But Aiko, there are many unjust people in this world, not just him. You're right. There are many injustices in this world. But Augustus has a friend in me, so I will seek justice for him. I promise to help him. Moreover, he saved my son's life. I owe him forever. Sherry closed her eyes, and Rusty Gaynor. I hope you're not overestimating yourself. Yes, I have feelings for you, but not to the point of losing my sanity and targeting everyone. You're not that important. Realizing the weight of her words, Sherry felt a pang of regret but also relief inside. Gale was visibly taken aback. There was a long silence on both ends. After a while, Gale spoke. Aiko, do you regret persuading me to come back? Be honest. If I asked you to stay for me and give up revenge, would you really stay for me? Sherry countered. Gale remained silent. Both of us can sacrifice everything for each other but must do what we deem necessary. Sherry rubbed her tired temples. I will definitely seek justice for Augustus legally. You can also act to protect Amaryllis and Elmwood, but I will fight back. Do we have to be enemies? Gale's headache worsened. You know, the role Amaryllis's father Elmwood plays in all this. Someone gathers prey information, another captures them, yet another finds clients, someone else connects with clients, and finally, someone cleans up afterward. Elmwood is the cleanup person. Chapter 411, Caught Off Winstonard. Sherry, though she had instructed Thompson to hand over all evidence to the police, could still infer what had happened from the incomplete chain of evidence. I also lost a sister once, I know how it feels. Ferris was sent in by legal means, and so were Amaryllis and Elmwood. I understand they are family to you, but they also killed someone else's loved ones. There is little justice in this world, but, as my friend and the savior of my son, Lau Winstonen, I will do whatever I can within my power to ensure justice for him. Sherry continued, you and Amaryllis grew up together, and if not for me, an unforeseen event, you two might have ended up together now. I understand why you protect her, so Caleb, from now on, let's each rely on our own abilities. She swallowed hard, her sore throat barely able to endure. Let's not contact each other until you finish what you need to do. To avoid affecting each other's mood or letting others find any clue. Sherry hung up without giving Gale a chance to respond. Standing in the stairwell, Gale pulled at his tie in frustration as he listened to the busy tone on his phone. He had never imagined that one day, Sherry would stand against Amaryllis and Elmwood. To Gale, even if Amaryllis and Elmwood were wrong, they were people who had shown him kindness, his family. And Sherry wasn't just family to him, she was the love of his life, someone he'd die for, and the mother of his 2 children. Gale had thought the biggest challenge in their relationship after returning to Korea to avenge himself and find his aunt would be being separated from Sherry, unable to be by her side when she needed him. But standing against Sherry truly caught him off guard. In Korea, Gale gathered evidence and traced Gannon through Cooper, everything progressing smoothly. Except for his relationship with Sherry. Gale held Amaryllis's phone, deleted the call recordings, and then walked toward the ward. Before entering, he heard Amaryllis sobbing and Elmwood consoling her. Stop crying, my darling. Dad will think of a way. Stop crying, don't worry, Dad won't let anyone who hurts you go unpunished. Elmwood's voice trembled, Hengji Biotech only wants money. Dad has money, we'll give them money. If not, we'll hire experts to develop this technology for you. Don't worry, Dad will fulfill your wish. Stop crying, take care of yourself. Despite Elmwood's efforts to soothe her, Amaryllis cried uncontrollably, shouting repeatedly, kill that Sherry, kill her. I want to kill her. Okay, okay. Dad will help you kill her. Don't be angry anymore, my darling. Elmwood consoled his daughter, promising anything temporarily. Gale frowned as he entered, seeing Amaryllis's monitor values spiking due to her emotional state. He turned to his assistant, get a doctor here. Soon, the assistant brought a doctor who gave Amaryllis a sedative, calming her down until she fell asleep. Elmwood, eyes red and swollen, looked at his daughter and told Gale, a father knows his daughter best. Madeline was afraid of losing you, thinking that having your child would keep you by her side. Seemingly worried about making Gale uncomfortable, he added, Gaynor, I'm not forcing you, I just. After a while, Elmwood sighed, I plan to take Madeline to the island to recuperate once she's well enough. Previously, on Amaryllis's birthday, Elmwood had given her an island which had already been fully developed before Gale returned. The island had only one villa for living, with servants residing in another farther away. It was serene and quiet, perfect for recuperation. All right, Gale nodded, I'll arrange the best medical team to accompany her. Thank you. Elmwood patted Gale's arm, go back to Martin's group quickly. Don't worry about Madeline, I've got her. Gale nodded, I'll relieve you this afternoon. Yes. Elmwood escorted Gale to the door, returned, touched his daughter's forehead, kissed her brow, and sat by her bed holding her hand, frowning, deep in thought. After some time, Elmwood placed his daughter's hand under the blanket, tucking her in, and opened the ward door. President. The assistant rushed forward. Elmwood's expression was somber as he whispered something into the assistant's ear. The assistant looked shocked, but, won't this make Master angry? For my daughter, I have no other choice. Do it. Elmwood said. If this woman died, he thought Gaynor would accept Madeline. But if she died and Gaynor still refused Madeline? Elmwood glanced at his daughter and Gaynor, concluding they lacked marital destiny, only sibling bonds. Let it be. This was his last effort as a father to fulfill his daughter's wish. While Sherry was troubled about her wedding partner, Matt Herb of the Wilderness was set to air. Somehow, Money always managed to get more guest stars involved, adding Enid. As an E.F spokesperson and in collaboration with Rusty Corporation, all equipment was provided by Rusty Corporation, so they naturally had to support the show. As for the mystery guest, they promised to appear during the live broadcast. Since the filming location was in the wilderness and all equipment was provided by Rusty Corporation officially promoted it too. Before departure to the filming location, Enid and Yusef Nanshan discussed publicly revealing Yusef Nanshan's memory recovery and their breakup. Enid's tears fell like broken beads, barely restraining herself from sobbing aloud. But Lyle Nanshan, clearly Coral Sr. will never be with you now. Are you still going to break up with me? I really love you, she choked out. Recently, Enid had cited potential negative impacts on her career to prevent Yusef Nanshan from going public. Chapter 412, How Can I Love Anyone Else? Later on, whenever Enid encountered powerful investors at drinking or dinner parties, she would also use Sam as a shield. Sam was truly good to her, even though they were now separated in reality. Whenever she called, Sam would still rush to the scene to drink for her and escort her away from the dinner party. The more Sam acted like this, the more Enid found herself unable to leave him. Enid wasn't without thoughts of using dirty tricks to keep Sam by her side, even contemplating tarnishing Sherry's name by pretending to commit suicide. But now, Enid realized that Sherry was on a completely different level. Her former idol, Senior Coral, had climbed to heights she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Any attempts to harm Sherry would likely only end up harming herself. I'm telling you about my appearance on Matt Herving the Wilderness because I plan to publicly announce my regained memories and our separation on the show. But have you considered how much it will affect me? Enid choked up. Anyway, now there's no future between you and Senior Coral either, why can't we? Karautsi, even if Aiko refuses to accept me, but my attitude must be clear to her. I once loved Aiko so deeply, and I believe one day, when Aiko feels that what I've done is enough to atone, she will forgive me. I understand Aiko. Sam said these words with some uncertainty. He hadn't forgotten the 2 lives that stood between him and Sherry. But since regaining his memory, he truly couldn't be with anyone else besides Sherry for the rest of his life. Growing up with his beloved had deepened their love over time. Before losing his memory, every plan for his future included her, making it impossible for him to abandon his love. What about all the times we used to love each other? Enid's emotions suddenly escalated. She knew this conversation was different from any before. If she couldn't retain Sam this time, it would really be over. Sam pursed his lips, instinctively reaching for his cigarette box. Enid, overwhelmed by emotion, snatched the cigarette box from Sam and threw it to the ground, breathing heavily from anger and pain, her chest heaving. Were all those moments after you lost your memory when you loved me fake? When you lost your memory, Senior Coral stood in front of you and told you about your past together, but you didn't believe her. You pushed her away. You hurt her. Now that you've recovered your memory, you're pushing me away and hurting me again. What did I do wrong, Sam? I only love you. What is it that forces us apart? I can't lie to you, Karautsi. Since regaining my memory, not a moment has passed where I didn't love Aiko. We've talked about this before, I can't love Aiko and be with you at the same time. Sitting on the couch, Sam looked up at Enid, his eyes bloodshot red. His throat constricted as he said, I love Aiko, and I want the whole world to know. I love Aiko. I've hurt her many times, but I know it was wrong. I need to repent to everyone and apologize to Aiko in front of everyone. Then, I want to win back the person I love most in this life, to find my Aiko, who I can't give up even if it costs my life. Sam's voice rose higher with each word, shocking Enid into retreating 2 steps and sitting on the sofa. Her pupils trembled as she watched Sam struggle to control his emotions. I'm sorry. Sam steadied himself, his voice nearly breaking. I'm sorry, Karaltsi, none of this is your fault. You're innocent, I know. So, I'll tell you in advance. Have the studio prepare the public statement to protect you. All blame falls on me. But I can't lose Aiko. I'm so sorry. Finished, Sam covered his face with one hand and leaned against the sofa, blocking his eyes with his uninjured arm, continuously apologizing, I'm sorry. Karaltsi, but without Aiko, I can't function. Hearing this, Enid burst into tears. She had been trying to win back her lover, but how did she fall short of Sherry? Was it simply because she came into Sam's life later? But have you ever thought about what I'll do without you? You planned our future, told me where we'd live after marriage, how often we could travel each year, that you wanted a daughter as obedient and pretty as me, that daughters are sweet and soft, while sons are little rascals. Enid's voice choked and waned, weak. Those once sweet memories now cut her like knives, leaving her bleeding inside. I thought we'd last forever. When Maximilian Harry was sent to prison, you told me not to get involved, so I didn't. I believed that since Maximilian Harry had indeed harmed Senior Coral, if you got some revenge, you wouldn't blame me anymore. I selfishly thought that if I let you vent, we could be together. So I didn't care about Maximilian Harry's suffering in prison, but you still don't want me, not this time. Enid felt that perhaps she shouldn't have mimicked Sherry to approach Sam right after the car accident that left Sherry in a vegetative state, hoping to steal the love she once envied. I won't accept it. Enid wiped her tears. I won't accept Sam. If you insist on being a mystery guest on the show and exposing our annulment, I won't acknowledge it. I'll make everyone think Sherry is the third party. I'll go down with you. Just try me. The usually gentle and compliant Enid suddenly bared her fangs, making Sam remove his hand from his face in disbelief, looking at the gloomy Enid. Meeting Sam's incredulous gaze, Enid's pupils quivered. Her throat tightened as she whispered, You're forcing me. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. And I'm just a human being. Karaltsi, this isn't like you. Sam, taken aback, looked somewhat bewildered. Is this current you like yourself? Like the Sam who would be at a loss when I cried, the one who agreed to anything when I was angry? You gave me the best, most irresistible love in the world, but now you're pushing me away. Sam, tell me, how can I love anyone else after being with you? Enid's lips quivered. Tell me. Chapter 413, More Cautious. I can compensate you in other ways. I am now the president of One High Entertainment, and I can provide you with resources, whatever resources you want. But Rain G, I really cannot be with you as before, I just can't. Sam apologized again, I'm sorry. Sorry won't fix anything, Sam. Enid closed her eyes, picked up her handbag, and said, If you want to participate in the show, I have no objections. You can go ahead. But once you appear, you will be my fiancé. Unless you want all 3 of us, me, Sherry, and you, to be destroyed together, you'd better obediently remain my fiancé and don't say anything inappropriate. After uttering these harsh words, Enid walked out. Rain G. Sam called out, but Enid didn't stop. She only paused briefly when she grasped the doorknob, then turned back to look at Sam for a moment before saying, Sam, I love you so much that I could give up everything. So, please don't push me into a corner. The door closed with a soft click. Sam sat dazed on the sofa, staring at the door for a long time, unable to calm down. He knew it was his fault, he had hurt Sherry and now Enid. He never expected telling Enid about going on the show to publicly announce their annulment would lead to such a strong reaction from her. For a moment, the dark look on Enid's face made Sam feel like he didn't even know her anymore. Sam was set to be a mystery guest on Matt Herving the Wild. His original plan was to clarify his relationship with Enid on the show and express his true feelings for Sherry. Now that Enid disagreed, did he really have to appear on the show pretending to be still in love with her? This went against what he wanted. After calming himself down a little, Sam called Enid's current agent and informed him that he was the mystery guest on Matt Herving the Wild and planned to clarify his relationship with Enid during the show. I've talked to Karaltsi, but we didn't come to an agreement. However, I will definitely clarify things on the show. I hope you prepare for this situation by taking all the blame and protecting Enid as much as possible. Society is not very forgiving towards women, and since I am not a public figure, it won't affect me as much. My only request is not to involve Mr. Rusty from the Rusty Group, Sam said. Enid's agent was taken aback by this news. Matt here, sure, I understand. We will quickly prepare a public relations statement, and I'll also try to persuade Karaltsi. Once the statement is ready, I'll communicate with you further. Thanks, appreciate your hard work. Hanging up, Enid's new agent immediately got the studio working on the issue. Meanwhile, she dialed Enid's number in a secluded spot. When the call connected, Miss Priscilla, Enid's agent, heard a heavy nasal tone in Enid's voice. Miss Priscilla. Kowalski, where are you? Asked Miss Priscilla. I'm in the car. Could you please help me ask for leave from the film crew today? I'm not feeling well and might not be able to make it. Enid hadn't intended to tell anyone about Sam's plans to go on the show to publicly announce their annulment, but Sam had already contacted Miss Priscilla. Miss Priscilla sensed Enid's distress and worried about her driving safely, so she reassured her, don't worry about the film crew, I'll call in sick for you. Where are you now? I need to meet you and discuss something important. Can we meet tomorrow? I'm not feeling well today. Enid didn't want to see anyone right now. Kowalski, this is very important. If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't be calling you. Miss Priscilla's voice was serious. With no choice, Enid finally gave her location. Miss Priscilla grabbed her bag, instructed the staff to keep tight-lipped about the matter, and held a meeting to discuss a response strategy. Then she hurriedly drove to find Enid. While Miss Priscilla was busy handling the announcement of Sam and Enid's annulment on the show, Clifford also received Sam's financial statements since becoming president of One High Entertainment. Well, this Sam is pretty good at making quick money. Clifford marveled as he reviewed the documents. Initially, Clifford had entrusted One High Entertainment to Sam merely to elevate his status, giving the bankrupt Sam a chance to pursue Sherry. Clifford had been prepared for losses but was surprised by Sam's competence. Yes, since President Youssef took office, he has aggressively cut 2 projects and introduced crossover products between our upcoming movie, Ching Nu, and the tea shop chain, adjusted advertising strategies for Blue Continent to tap into player nostalgia, and is now considering refining Blue Continent into a movie using the crew from the cancelled Chasing Gods. The prospects look bright, Riley explained. Clifford nodded. Alright, if this Sam is capable, let him continue managing One High Entertainment. It's good, he makes money and has innovative ideas. It was a bit disappointing that Sam couldn't marry Sherry, that would have been perfect. According to his brother's nature, Sherry marrying her ex-lover who once loved her enough to risk his life would definitely settle matters. However, it was clear Sherry wouldn't be with Sam. This time, Clifford summoned Riley to consider dismissing Sam to avoid any further damage to the company. Instead, Sam surprised him positively. Putting down the documents, Clifford sipped from his wine glass. Since this Sam is so competent, how did Hengji Biotech manage to bankrupt him? The bankruptcy of the Youssef Group was a thing of the past, widely known to be a result of Sherry's revenge against Sam. Looking back after knowing the outcome, we realize it was all a setup by Hengji Biotech. But Sam, lacking foresight, blindly trusted the Yi Group, which led to the tragedy of the Youssef Group. Riley organized the files, moreover, I believe Sam learned his lesson and became more cautious afterward. Translation complete. Chapter 414, 2 deaths at once. So, this turns out to be good news for us? Clifford raised an eyebrow. In a way. Then, shall Sam continue serving as the president of One High Entertainment? Do you have any other instructions? Riley asked. You said Sam is going to participate in a show? Clifford asked, is he out of his mind? Why would a good president go on TV just to be made fun of? Riley was speechless for a moment. That's a rather unkind way to put it. What do you mean by made fun of? Riley frowned slightly. Sam's fiancée, Enid, is participating in this program. By joining, it creates buzz and boosts ratings. After all, the recent scandal involving Sam, Enid, and Rusty Group's little president has been widely publicized. Also, we've invested money into this program. It will only benefit us if Sam participates. Joining the program with Enid, has Sam lost his mind? Clifford was puzzled. Hadn't Sam been determined to win back Brielle after regaining his memory? Why did he now seem to accept his current situation and remain affectionate with his fiancée? Do you have any other questions? If not, I need to leave. I have a video conference soon, Riley asked Clifford. No, you can go. As Riley got up, Clifford reminded him, although Sam brings in profits, keep an eye on him closely. Understood, rest assured. Riley responded. After Riley left the private room, Clifford leaned back on the sofa, picked up his tablet, and reviewed the profiles of several potential marriage candidates for Brielle, trying to guess who she would ultimately choose. Tisk. Clifford grimaced in disgust, none of them even come close to my brother. Only Curtis looks somewhat acceptable, but... Clifford studied the bottom of Curtis's profile, the 8 characters calculated by someone he hired, and frowned deeply. How could he be destined never to have a wife? Recalling how Curtis's previous wife mysteriously disappeared, Clifford couldn't help but wonder if it was because of Curtis's bad luck that caused her death. Thinking of this, Clifford picked up his phone intending to warn Brielle but realized he had been blocked. Frowning, Clifford hadn't expected Brielle to cut off contact so thoroughly. He kept reviewing Curtis's profile, growing more convinced that Brielle would eventually marry Curtis. Considering their backgrounds and marital statuses. One was the future heir of the Graham family, the other was the future heir of the Rusty family. One was a widower, the other was divorced. Moreover, compared to others, Curtis looked quite good. From an outsider's perspective, Curtis and Brielle were an almost perfect match. Just as Clifford was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to disrupt Curtis and Brielle's relationship, Riley suddenly returned. Should you hear this news? Riley peeked in through the partially open door. What news? The news about President Youssef participating in the Amatherviving the Wilderness program. Riley's eyes gleamed. It seems it's related to the little president of Rusty Group. Come in and explain. Clifford became visibly interested. Riley entered and sat opposite Clifford. I know someone who works at Enid's studio. They told me quietly. Enid's team is preparing contingency plans because President Youssef is going on Amatherviving the Wilderness to publicly announce that he has already ended the engagement with Enid. Since regaining his memory, President Youssef only has feelings for the little president. He's being quite brave by taking all the blame and pushing the studio to shoulder the criticism. He mentioned that society's tolerance towards women is low and that since he isn't a public figure, he can bear the backlash from netizens. Clifford's eyes widened. So, Sam is going on the show to chase after his ex-wife? But I think it's a dead end. Riley rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and I suspect that President Youssef might find himself in another dead end chasing his current fiancée Enid. Clifford nodded in agreement, then frowned at Riley. Weren't you going to a meeting? Yes, I have a video conference. I'll leave now. Riley got up and left with his documents. Amaryllis had been transferred to a regular VIP ward. Elmwood, watching his daughter sleep, sat beside her bed staring at her face. Elmwood's assistant, waiting in the lounge area of the hospital suite, answered a call and walked to the bedroom door, slightly opening it. Noticing this, Elmwood gently placed his daughter's arm under the blanket and stood up. Concerned she might wake up any time, he didn't close the door fully and even peeked through the gap while speaking to his assistant. The assistant looked serious. You asked me to arrange for someone to kill Matthew Yajo, the third daughter of the Matthew family. The task was completed, but unexpectedly, this time the third daughter and the first daughter of the Matthew family were in the same car. Elmwood turned and stared at his assistant, his face darkening. What did your people do? If only Matthew Yajo died, it wouldn't be a big issue, but if both daughters died, there was a risk the Matthew family might uncover some clues. Although the Matthew family operated in a different country and region, there was a fear they might trace this incident back to Caleb, which would complicate matters. Before Elmwood could say more, the door to the hospital room opened. Gale stood there with a stern expression, looking at Elmwood. Elmwood pursed his lips, knowing from Gale's expression that he had overheard everything. Gale entered, closing the door behind him. Bud, why did you send people to kill Matthew Yajo? Lianger. Elmwood frowned and approached Gale, gesturing for the assistant to leave. The assistant nodded and bowed to Gale before heading for the door, but Gale stopped him. Gale glanced sideways, his icy gaze fixed on the assistant. Has the task been completed? The assistant looked at Elmwood. Afraid of Gale, he didn't hide anything and nodded. Yes, it has been done. Hearing this, Gale closed his eyes for a moment. He had found out too late. Gale hadn't forgotten what Brielle had told him about Matthew Yajo's accident, orchestrated by the Lee family. Chapter 4:15, Give Madeline a Child. Sherry's accusations against the Lee family were still ringing in her ears. Gale's expression darkened. He let go of his hand restraining Elmwood's assistant, allowing him to leave. Bud, why have you repeatedly sent people to kill Adelaide? A while ago, Adelaide survived a car accident by sheer luck, and now you are sending people to kill her again, just because she was once my fiancée? Gale felt chills running down his spine, his voice cool and harsh. Is human life so cheap to you? What makes you any different from Gannon and his ilk? I had no choice. Elmwood couldn't control his emotions, his eyes were red and swollen. Gaynor, I only have Madeline. She grew up dreaming of marrying you. These past years, she has given everything for you. She is my treasure, Gaynor. To be with you, she didn't hesitate to drug you. She thought she could be with you, but then you, for that Adelaide, even though you were drugged, refused to touch Madeline. This led to her becoming confused and getting involved with someone else and even having a child. If it weren't for Madeline not knowing that the man that night wasn't you, and that the child isn't yours, she might have gone insane. Look at her, such a pampered Annabelle, who would cry over the smallest scratch, yet for the sake of her child, even when her heart hurt like that, she refused medication because she believed the child inside her was yours. When the child was lost. To have a child with you, to keep you with her through a child, she contacted the founder of Hengji Biotechnology to turn her stem cells into eggs. Would she do this if not out of love for you? Elmwood choked on his words. I am her father. I can't bear seeing my daughter remain unloved. Since you refused to accept her for Adelaide and even hoped to return to Adelaide after revenge, I had to make Adelaide disappear, so you would accept Madeline. Bud, is Madeline mad? Are you mad too? Gale knew Elmwood wasn't a good person and viewed those without power or influence as lower class. He acknowledged that if Elmwood loved Amaryllis so much that killing another person and stealing their heart could save her, he would do it. But, Gale never imagined Elmwood would view life so cheaply. He didn't want to believe what Sherry said, that Elmwood was responsible for the organ trafficking ring. If someone told him Cooper did this, he wouldn't hesitate to believe it. But, Elmwood, his bud, was once the best person to him besides his parents. From Gale's perspective, Elmwood was loyal to his father Martin Choshing and always treated him with utmost care. Knowing nobody was perfect, he never expected Elmwood to treat others outside of him and Amaryllis as expendable as pigs or dogs, completely disregarding the law. Even facing the domestic capitals four great families, the Matthew family. Even Cooper would have to think twice before confronting the four great families. Yet, Elmwood dared to target Adelaide because Gail didn't want to be truly with Amaryllis. Gail even feared what Elmwood might do if they knew Iko already had 2 children with him. Elmwood wiped away his tears, but this has nothing to do with Madeline. It's all my decision. If you blame someone, blame me. Gaynor, please don't blame Madeline. The deed is done, and if you want, let Bud repay the debt with my life. I only hope you will take good care of Madeline. That child loves you so much. Gail was tired of saying he considered Amaryllis a younger sister. He tightly pursed his lips, silent, his cold gaze making Elmwood breathless. Aware that Gail now harbored distrust towards him, Elmwood decided to clear the air once and for all. Gaynor, I'm not joking. As long as you're good with Madeline, I'll repay with my life. Just see you give Madeline a child, ensuring her future security. Gail's voice was hoarse. Bud, you know Madeline can never have children. It can be done. Doesn't Hengji Biotechnology have the technology to turn stem cells into eggs? This time, it was the founder's friend who stabbed Madeline and pushed her down the stairs, causing her to lose her child and uterus. And you owe her a favor. If you promise me and Madeline agrees to have a child, I won't hold her accountable for protecting that subordinate who harmed Madeline. Gail closed his eyes. Bud, it's because you forcibly took her sister's heart. You killed her sister, and that's why she came back to seek revenge on Madeline. If you hadn't killed her sister and let Madeline wait for a proper heart transplant, there would be no Madeline now. Elmwood interrupted Gail, his fingers trembling. Do you value other people's lives more than Madeline's? Gaynor, thank Madeline for still being alive. Without that heart, Madeline would have died, and do you think you could have returned to the Martin family so smoothly? You're no different than my own son. I don't want to hear you say anything that hurts our hearts. One must know how to distinguish between inside and outside. We, Elmwood and my daughter, have always treated you as family. Is it right to accuse your family because of outsiders? If it were your mother or father who needed the heart instead of Madeline, could you still stand outside your mother's hospital room saying such things? This time, Elmwood was truly furious, but after speaking, he regretted it slightly. His throat churned as he tried to calm down. Sorry, Gaynor, I got carried away. I know you've always considered Madeline a sister. I know, you're like your father, kind-hearted, believing all humans are equal. But I'm not like you. I greatly appreciate you acknowledging Madeline's child after she inadvertently caused trouble and was involved with someone else due to drugging you. You saw how important that child was to her, so, give Madeline a child. Even if you regard Madeline as a sister and cannot have marital relations with her, we don't need actual relations. With Hengji Biotechnology's help turning stem cells into eggs, just provide some. Before he finished, there was a loud noise from within the suite. Chapter 4:16, Sibling Harm. Elmwood's face turned pale as he saw the door was not properly closed, his blood running cold. Rusty Jean-Sheen reacted first, rushing into the suite. Madeline. Rusty Jean-Sheen rushed to the bed, picking up Amaryllis who had knocked over the drip stand and fallen from the hospital bed, hitting her head on the bedside table and then getting hit by the falling equipment, bleeding profusely. Call the doctor quickly. Seeing his daughter covered in blood, Elmwood froze for a moment before hurriedly pressing the bedside call button, shouting hoarsely, Quick, get the doctor here. Hurry. Sherry was almost fully recovered today and was really missing her children. Before leaving work, she called the Rusty family mansion, informing Mama Claudia that she would be returning to the old house for dinner. Before dinner, Sherry played with the 2 children for a while. When Rusty Veronica was accompanying the kids watching cartoons, she went to Grandpa Rusty's study. Grandpa Rusty, wearing his reading glasses, looked at the chess manual under the desk lamp, then glanced at the go board in front of him and placed down a white piece. Grandpa. Sherry put the water cup and medicine in front of Grandpa Rusty. Mama Claudia says dinner will be served in 20 minutes. This medicine should be taken before meals, so take it now. All right. Grandpa Rusty put aside the chess manual, took the medicine with water, and then said to Sherry, In a few days, your Grandpa Graham will have a birthday and wants our whole family to go for a family dinner. You understand what this means, right? Yes. I understand, Curtis told me about it. Sherry sat on the single sofa nearby. Actually, I am quite hesitant because of that Zora. She made Coraline suffer once. If not for Sam, I can't even imagine the consequences. Although Zora is still in prison, they say thieves worry about those who remember them. If I marry Curtis and don't handle Zora well, I would always feel uneasy. Hearing Sherry casually mention marriage, Grandpa Rusty looked surprised. You and he. What happened? Grandpa Rusty asked. Grandpa Rusty hadn't forgotten that Sherry had firmly told him in the study that she would wait for Rusty Jean-Sheen. Now, she mentioned considering marriage. Nothing, Sherry smiled slightly. It's just that after careful consideration, I think if we get married, others won't constantly pursue us, causing me trouble. And it's only a contract marriage, not real. Initially, I considered Curtis for 2 reasons. I thought he was suitable, and I also heard that Matthew family's second daughter was going to become engaged to Cleveland, and Adelaide's father intended to let Adelaide interact with Curtis. If the Matthew and Winston families united and then Matthew family also became related to the Graham family, their three families would form a close relationship, leaving our Rusty corporation isolated. Grandpa Rusty nodded. Considering these aspects, I didn't refuse when old man Graham mentioned it to me, but ultimately it depends on your decision. Grandpa Rusty took off his glasses and placed them aside. Regarding Zora, you don't need to worry. If you truly want to marry Curtis, old man Graham will ensure Zora is handled properly. Veda, Coraline, and your mom are all very important to me. I would never let them be threatened. How will old man Graham handle it? Sherry asked. That's not something we need to worry about, Grandpa Rusty smiled, as long as you're clear yourself and explain it to Curtis clearly. Sherry lowered her gaze thoughtfully. Ding Ridge. Mama Claudia knocked on the door. Sir, Miss Aiko, dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Grandpa Rusty said, I haven't given old man Graham my reply yet. You can consider carefully. If you agree, prepare and go to the Graham family with me for his birthday. If you don't plan to go, I'll take the two children. Okay. Sherry nodded and stood up. Sherry sat at the dining table, taking over serving food for the children from Mama Claudia. Just as she peeled shrimp for the two little ones, her phone rang. Sherry glanced at the phone on the side, and Mama Claudia handed her a hot towel. The call was from Curtis. Sherry wiped her fingers clean and answered the call. Hello. The Matthew family had an incident. Matthew Yaching and Adelaide were in a car accident today outside their company, hit by a drunk driver driving a truck. Both are being treated in your family's hospital. I guess your grandpa will receive news soon. Car accident? Another car accident? Before Sherry could respond, Mama Claudia took Grandpa Rusty's phone to him and handed it over. Grandpa Rusty listened to the call, then looked at Sherry. The two exchanged glances, both unexpectedly surprised. After all, Adelaide had just been in a car accident recently. How could it happen again? Previously, Adelaide's accident was caused by Amaryllis, this time. Could it be Amaryllis again? Grandpa Rusty hung up, and Sherry said to him, Grandpa, I'll go check. Yes, you should go, Grandpa Rusty nodded. Old man Graham said he already sent Curtis there. You should represent our Rusty family and go see too. Sherry wiped her mouth with a tissue, kissed the two little ones on the heads, and immediately set off for the hospital. On the way to the hospital, the chat group created by Cleveland while they were playing outside kept popping with messages. Curtis, isn't this too coincidental? Adelaide had a car accident not long ago. Why did Matthew Yaching have one today? Cleveland, the Matthew family has already started controlling media coverage, but there are still rumors online. Mr. Matthew has asked Dad to help suppress the trend on our software. Curtis, our family also received calls from Mr. Matthew, and it seems they also called the Rusty family. Cleveland at Matthew yelling from the comments online. Many people are linking this to your family's fight for inheritance, saying you did it. Matthew yelling, bullshit. I haven't reached the level of harming my siblings. Zen, everyone stop guessing. It can't be yelling. She's my wife's sister. I believe her. Matthew yelling, do I need your say-so? Then Zen stopped talking. Sherry understood that considering the open fight for inheritance between the Matthew sisters, it made sense that people would suspect the beneficiary, Matthew Yailing. But, Sherry had cooperated with Matthew Yailing before and knew that although Matthew Yailing was arrogant, she wouldn't do something so foolish. Soon, the chat showed Matthew Yailing kicking Zen out of the group. Hashtag chapter 417, both acting and benefiting. Miley *I suspect that this Zen is behind it all, trying to help elder sister seize power. He's determined to get rid of third sister who often opposes elder sister. But he didn't expect that this time they were in the same car. Or maybe Zen wanted to kill both elder sister and third sister and then pin the blame on me. Once my father starts to suspect me, he can make his two kids ingratiate themselves with father. Eventually, I'll be asked to hand over the company to those two kids, and at that point, as their guardian, Zen will become the beneficiary. Cleveland *, I thought our family was already messy enough. How come your family is also so chaotic? Miley *, it's all because my sister has a love-addled brain and insisted on marrying this Zen. Now whenever I see him, I feel disgusted. Cleveland *, Star, where's Star? Why haven't you appeared after all this time? What do you think? Brielle looked at her phone screen without saying a word. She wasn't Derengia, how could she know? She couldn't possibly say that she suspected Amaryllis, the daughter of Sinway Group, that madwoman. If they pressed her for a reason, she couldn't possibly tell them that Caleb was actually Gale, and Amaryllis suspected that Gale still harbored feelings for her ex-fiancée Adelaide, hence repeatedly targeting Adelaide. Curtis *, I'm already at the hospital entrance, waiting for you in the parking lot. Star *, I'll be there soon. Cleveland *, I'm also on my way. Soon, Curtis, Brielle, and Cleveland arrived at the hospital. As soon as they entered, they heard Miley cursing Zen, Ian defending his brother, Mr. Matthew forcefully suppressing his anger to stop the arguing, and Mrs. Matthew sobbing softly. Miley's aunt was comforting Mrs. Matthew while Uncle sat beside Mr. Matthew, silent and seemingly wanting to smoke but putting the cigarette back in his pocket, remembering it was a hospital. Why do you stick to my elder sister like a lapdog? Isn't it because you think by sticking to her, you can easily get everything from our Matthew family? Now that you have 2 kids, aren't you thinking of getting rid of the 3 of us so that our family fortune becomes yours? Miley lost control and spoke harshly. Miley. Shut up. Your sisters are still in the operating room. Can you stay quiet for a bit? Mr. Matthews said sternly. Yes. My sisters are in the ward. Dad, why don't you ask your precious son-in-law if the next target is me? Miley's voice rose louder. Zen sat outside the operating room, hands covering his face, head hanging low as if trying to suppress his emotions. Seeing his brother being slandered, Ian grabbed his shoulder to comfort him, then raised his head to look at Miley and said, "Second Miss Matthew. My brother signed a prenuptial agreement to be with his wife. Whether she divorces him or something happens to her, he won't get a single cent. Didn't you suggest this yourself? Now, in such a hard time, how can you say such cruel words?" Enraged, Miley slapped Ian across the face. "You lowly thing, what gives you the right to speak here?" Startled, Zen stood up to protect his younger brother, second sister. "No matter what, you shouldn't hit people." Brielle held back Cleveland, who was about to rush over. Confused, Cleveland turned to look at Brielle. "They're discussing family matters now. Let's not intervene. Don't you see even Mr. Matthews' assistants are staying far away?" Curtis gestured toward the bodyguards and assistants standing 10 meters away from the Sioux family. "I'm hitting him because I want to." Miley shouted, "Why did you bring up the prenuptial agreement? Did it make you uncomfortable when I suggested it? Now, using the prenup against me. Great. Your brother is noble. All he cares about is love, never touching our Matthew family wealth. Then write a statement. If anything happens to my sister's children's inheritance must remain untouched by your brother and managed by our family." "I'll write the statement. But only after Yaching is safe." Zen finally stood firm. "I never coveted your family's wealth. I only want my wife to be safe. Don't fool around. Saying wait until my sister is safe, you just don't dare to write it. You want to wait until my sister dies so you can directly take our Matthew family wealth as the guardian of the 2 kids. You want to play both sides. Miley." Mrs. Matthew exploded upon hearing this and slapped Miley. "Your sister is still in surgery. What kind of talk is this? Why are you tormenting your brother-in-law like this?" At the sound of her daughter dying, Mrs. Matthew couldn't bear it. Miley's aunt quickly stopped Mrs. Matthew. "Oh dear, what are you doing, slapping your own child?" Seeing this, Curtis, Brielle, and Cleveland approached the door of the operating room. With outsiders arriving, Mrs. Matthew controlled her emotions, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy matron. Covering her trembling hand over her abdomen, she greeted them. "You've come." After greeting the Matthew family, before they could inquire about Miley's situation, she suddenly pushed past Cleveland and stormed off in high heels. "I'll go check on her." Cleveland patted Curtis's arm, nodding to Brielle before rushing out. Brielle consoled Mrs. Matthew, saying, "On the way here, I learned about Matthew Yaching and Adelaide's conditions. They are being operated on by department heads from our hospital, including 2 renowned surgeons who will do their best to save President Chiching and President Rowe." Mrs. Matthew knew this was a hospital under Hengji Biotech, which is why they decided to bring them here. Hearing Brielle's words, she grasped Brielle's hand gratefully. "Thank you." "Thank you. What does the police say?" Curtis asked. "The drunk driver involved is also at the hospital, but we don't know the situation yet," Zen replied. "But these incidents happening too coincidentally, first Euro's accident a while ago, and now Yaching and Euro together. Isn't the frequency too high?" Standing beside his brother, Ian frowned, adding, "Maybe the Matthew family offended someone during this period." Translation provided maintains paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Chapter 418, A Confidant. Listening to Chairman Matthew and Aunt Matthew Sabernaro's speculations about who could have orchestrated this incident, Sherry remained silent. She had her suspicions regarding the car accident involving the 2 Matthew sisters but lacked concrete evidence. Even if she did have proof, she couldn't possibly make it public. He glanced over at Sherry after staying with his elder brother all along, then whispered to his brother Zen that he would buy everyone a cup of coffee before leaving first. Correction. Ian, who had been accompanying his older brother all along, glanced at Sherry, then softly told his brother Zen that he would go buy everyone a cup of coffee and left first. Note, Yi is corrected to Ian, using the consistent character name throughout the passage. Also, rephrased for better fluency in English. Sherry's phone vibrated, showing a video call from Aurora. She composed herself and moved aside to answer it. Looking at Aurora's chubby, white face appearing on the screen, she smiled gently. "Has Aurora finished bathing?" "Yes. Lyle is in the bath now, Mommy. How is the lady who was in the accident?" Aurora asked Sherry, "Is this aunt like Daddy, going to carry out some secret mission, so she has to leave by pretending to be in an accident?" Both Aurora and Ralph knew that Gale was their biological father. When Gale was set up to die in a car accident and was reported extensively by the media, seeing the 2 little ones grieve, Mr. Rusty explained to them that Daddy had to leave in this way for a mission and urged Aurora and Ralph to keep it a secret, or it would endanger Daddy's life. Moreover, the fact that Aurora and Ralph's father was Gale could not be revealed to others. Mr. Rusty first praised the 2 children for their discretion. They had always known Gale was their dad but never leaked it to outsiders over the years. This time, Mr. Rusty hoped they wouldn't tell anyone again. It was his task for the two kids, and they nodded obediently, promising to complete it. Of course, children might let slip something unwittingly. But Mr. Rusty had ways to smooth things over. After all, since Sherry's two children's real father was unknown to outsiders, saying Gail was the father of the two kids was less believable than saying Sam was. Since it's a secret mission, we naturally don't know. Sherry said softly to Aurora, "Aurora, go to sleep nicely with brother. If there's any news, Mommy will tell you first, okay?" "Okay. Then Mommy should rest early too, don't work too hard." Aurora waved her little pudgy hand at the camera obediently, kissed it several times, and then said, "Good night, Mommy." Just as Sherry hung up the phone and turned back toward the surgery room door, she saw Ian, who appeared beside her at some point, handing her a cup of coffee. The surgery should still take some time. "Have a drink to stay awake," Ian told Sherry. "Thanks for coming all the way here. Are the two kids comforted well?" Ian had fair skin, and after getting slapped by Matthew Yale just now, his face bore obvious red swelling marks. Yet he seemed completely unconcerned, even smiling brightly at Sherry like he always did. Sherry had to come this time. Even Mr. Rusty received the call, indicating that the two Matthew daughters were severely injured, potentially fatally. Curtis and Cleveland grew up with the two Matthew daughters. If Gail were around, he would also come over because Gail also grew up with them. Now that Gail wasn't around, since people from the Graham and Winston families were already here, Sherry had to represent the Rusty family. "Yeah." Sherry nodded slightly and glanced at her phone. Seeing that Sherry hadn't taken the coffee from him, Ian's smile gradually faded, revealing a look of sadness and defeat. "Sister. Miss Rusty, you don't think it was my brother who made someone crash into my sister-in-law and Miss Matthew, do you? That was all due to Miss Matthew being second daughter's false accusation. My brother and sister-in-law truly love each other. When they were together, my brother didn't know my sister-in-law was the Matthew family's eldest daughter." Sherry had little interest in listening to Ian's brother's love story. Just as she saw the surgery room door opening, she said, "I'll check." Just as Sherry was about to leave, Ian suddenly grabbed her wrist. He looked up, choking back sobs. "Miss Rusty, do you despise us too?" "Ian, I don't think I am the person you should confide in," Sherry frowned. "Secondly, the doctor is coming out of the surgery room, shouldn't you ask about your sister-in-law's condition?" Only then did Ian turn to look towards the surgery room direction. Seeing the doctor immediately stood up anxiously, placing the originally intended coffee for Sherry on the chair and rushed over, asking about the situation around the doctor. The surgery on Matthew Sabernaru was successful and she could be directly transferred to the intensive care unit after observation. Matthew Yaching's surgery was ongoing, but her right leg definitely couldn't be saved. The truck rollover crushed Matthew Yaching's leg, shattering the bones. Hearing this, Zen solemnly told the doctor, "It doesn't matter if the leg can't be saved, save my wife's life no matter what. Nothing else matters. As long as my wife lives. Please." Seeing Zen suppress his emotions and speak to the doctor, Matthew's mother's dissatisfaction with her son-in-law diminished somewhat. While waiting for Matthew Yaching's surgery results, Sherry went to see Emerson on the side. Emerson was still unconscious. Before, Sherry found issues with Emerson's medical records and had someone investigate, but South Korea wasn't their territory, and investigating in another hospital took much longer without necessarily uncovering the truth. According to current investigation results, the doctor used life-saving medication during the surgery to save Emerson's life, but it would also damage Emerson's nervous system, causing her to possibly never stand again. Sherry couldn't tell if she was being overly suspicious, but she felt that there was more to Augustus's case. After both Matthew Yaching and Matthew Sabernaru were transferred to the ICU following surgery, Sherry and Curtis were about to leave and the exhausted Zen stopped them. "Thank you for coming today. It's almost dawn, let's have breakfast together." Then Zen added, "This is what my parents wanted." As soon as Zen finished speaking, Chairman Matthew came over, patted Curtis's arm, and looked at Sherry. "Thank you for coming all this way. Let Zen take you guys for breakfast. I'll have Zen inform you if there's any update later." Had Matthew's mother not slapped Matthew Yale, causing her to leave angrily until now, Chairman Matthew would certainly have let his second daughter thank Curtis and Sherry by taking them to breakfast. Chapter 419, Ritual. Sherry still held a great deal of respect for Chairman Matthew. Whether it was in business dealings or during the previous meeting of the four major families when Sherry flipped the table and left, Chairman Matthew always verbally supported her. Therefore, Sherry showed a very respectful attitude toward Chairman Matthew. "I'll pass, I need to go back, take a shower, change my clothes, and then head to the company," Sherry said with a smile. "If you need anything at the hospital, feel free to call me. If you can't reach me, contact Kayla and little Claudia." "Thank you. You've worked hard. I also need to go to the company. Uncle Matthew, if there's anything I can help you with, please let someone get in touch with me," Curtis added. Chairman Matthew nodded and instructed Zen, "Escort Aiko and Harry Jo out." Ian pressed the elevator button and accompanied Zen to see Sherry and Curtis off into the elevator. "Where are you heading?" Curtis asked Sherry. "Back to Huading." Sherry replied. "Then give me a ride." "I drove here but I'm too tired to drive now," Curtis pinched his brow and said. "Matt here." Sherry agreed. Zen and Ian saw them off at the hospital entrance, watching the car carrying Sherry and Curtis drive away. The exhaustion had disappeared from Zen's face, but the redness in his eyes betrayed a sleepless night. He took out his phone and looked at several photos, Ian offering coffee to Sherry and Ian sitting on a chair in the hospital corridor, holding Sherry's wrist and looking up at her after being rejected. These photos will be sent to tabloid reporters along with the news of the Matthew family sisters' car accident. Given that you're currently at Hengji Biotech, once people there see these photos, they might assume there's something between you and Sherry. When you ask for experimental materials or push for faster ALS drug development, they won't take it lightly. Zen spoke sternly to Ian. But Ian furrowed his brows, turning to look at his brother. Last time in Korea, President Abdullah already warned me not to play tricks. He was very clear about it. So, no one is asking you to pursue her. Instead, you need to distance yourself. While explaining your relationship ambiguously at Hengji Biotech, show your fondness for President Abdullah, Zen said firmly. ALS isn't a common disease, and no institution would invest much in developing a cure. By letting everyone at Hengji Biotech misinterpret your relationship with President Abdullah, ideally, this won't escalate to Sherry. You can use your expertise and this misunderstood relationship to achieve our goals, accelerating ALS drug research and securing more funding for the project. Zen sent the photos to a tabloid reporter and then looked at his younger brother. If things do reach Sherry, as long as you didn't entangle her in this mess and explained everything, she might pity you because of our sister and wouldn't kick you out of Hengji Biotech. This will help us reach our goal anyway, as long as we focus on the Matthew family. Okay, I understand, Ian responded. You should head straight to Hengji Biotech. I'll go upstairs to deal with the Matthews. Zen said. Ian had a lingering question and, as he saw his brother turn away, finally couldn't hold back. He grabbed Zen's arm and glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before speaking. Lyle. Do you know what really happened this time? Zen shook his head. Initially, I suspected Matthew Yarrow staged it herself. After all, among the three Matthew sisters, she's the most ruthless and capable of harming herself. But Matthew Yarrow wouldn't risk her own life. Definitely not Matthew Yaning either, although she's arrogant and domineering, she's the most emotional among the three sisters. But won't the Matthews suspect you? Ian's brows knitted in concern for his brother. It's natural to be suspected, Zen's dark eyes flashed with irritation. The Matthews won't openly say anything but will secretly investigate. Don't worry too much about me, they can't find anything if I didn't do it. In the car, Curtis turned to look at Sherry, who was reading the news, and asked, what do you think about the car accident involving the Matthew sisters? Sherry didn't answer immediately, instead, she stared intently at a news item. The news about Amaryllis, the heiress of South Korea's Sinway Group, falling from a building and being hospitalized was exposed by reporters. The headline reported that Amaryllis had been rushed to the emergency room again at 5 in the morning yesterday, and her condition remained critical. The news included a photo of the Sinway Group chairman covering his face while sitting outside the emergency room and another of Gail talking to doctors. According to the news report, Martin's Hang Group was at a critical juncture in a power struggle between Caleb and his adoptive son, who was unrelated by blood, Cooper. The article subtly hinted that this incident might have connections to Cooper. Sherry scrolled through the news and read comments and speculations derived from it. Some were even photos taken by paparazzi. If Amaryllis's condition remains uncertain. Who ordered the hit on Matthew Yarrow? Sherry felt an inexplicable unease as she read the headlines. Didn't Amaryllis wake up? Why would she have problems again? Could it be her heart? If Amaryllis dies, Gail wouldn't let Augustus off easily. Aiko, what are you thinking? I asked you a question. Curtis waved his fingers in front of Sherry's face. Huh? Sherry snapped out of her trance. What did you say? I asked how you feel about the incident involving the Matthews sisters, Curtis repeated. Sherry composed herself. I'm not Derengia, what can I possibly think? Seeing Curtis glance at her phone screen curiously, Sherry locked it and looked back at him, changing the subject. If we proceed with our arranged marriage, can you handle Zora's side? Curtis blinked, then laughed. No need for me to intervene, grandfather will take care of it. How about this, I'll have my lawyer draft the agreement. Once you review and sign it, we can announce the engagement. What do you think? Sherry asked. Sounds good. Curtis agreed. I'll prepare a grand proposal ceremony. Let me know your ring size so I can get everything ready. Curtis believed that women valued rituals, and although it was an arranged marriage, some formality was necessary. Chapter 420, Marriage Agreement. Don't go through so much trouble. Just have a meal together as two families and announce it to the public, Sherry said. Our marriage isn't just for ourselves, it's for the Rusty family and the Graham family. We need to follow all the formalities properly. Otherwise, speculations might arise and affect both families' businesses. That would be counterproductive. Hearing Curtis's words, Sherry found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. On her way back home, Sherry felt uneasy and called Haim as soon as she arrived. Haim, who was delivering breakfast to Brinley, answered the phone immediately and said, "What's up? Are you upset because you didn't attend the welcome banquet for Sister Lon, wanting to host another one for her? Let me tell you. Sister Lon dove into the lab as soon as she got back and probably won't give you that chance. I'm not calling about that. This morning I saw the news from South Korea, saying that Amaryllis has been taken to the emergency room again. I'm worried if something happens to her, they might target Augustus again. So, I want to transfer Augustus to another hospital as soon as possible. Sherry pinched her temples. On the other end of the line, Haim put aside his laid-back tone and thought for a moment before saying, why don't we move Augustus to our laboratory? The lab is fully equipped with medical equipment, and if any specific items are lacking, we can always take him to the hospital since it's not far from the lab. Mathieu, make the necessary arrangements quickly. If anything happens to Amaryllis, Elmwood may go crazy regardless of consequences. He only has Amaryllis as a child. Sherry added, fearing Gale might seek revenge for Amaryllis without considering the consequences, making her stand completely against Gale. After hanging up, Sherry called Grahamshan to inform him that Matthew Yaching and Mathawaru had successful surgeries and were moved to special care wards, out of immediate danger. Grandpa didn't sleep well last night. Please tell Grandpa when he wakes up, Sherry mentioned. Miss Aiko worked hard last night. You should rest at home today and return to the company tomorrow. Grahamshan advised warmly. Grahamshan was on leave yesterday. When he returned to the Rusty family residence early this morning, Claudia Ma told him about the events of the previous night. It was said that the car carrying Matthew Yaching and Mathawaru was crushed by an overturned truck, leading everyone to think the sisters wouldn't survive. Only then did the Graham family, Winston family, and Rusty family send their younger generations to check on them, in case anything unexpected happened. Thankfully, both sisters were saved. There's one more thing, Grahamshan, Sherry said, pressing her lips. I've decided to enter into a marriage contract with Curtis. I'll have a lawyer draft the agreement shortly. Grahamshan paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. That's great news. The marriage contract has already been prepared here. I'll ask the legal team to revise it and send it to you for review, Miss Aiko. How could you have a marriage contract ready? Sherry was surprised. When the chairman asked me to arrange your matchmaking, I had the legal team prepare it in advance, just in case. However, if the groom is President Graham, some contents need modification, Grahamshan added. If the chairman knew this, he'd be overjoyed, no longer worrying about your future or the children's. Grahamshan had been with old Mr. Rusty for years. He knew that although the old man never openly expressed concern, he was worried about whether Sherry could hold on to the Rusty family after his passing. It wasn't because he doubted her ability but because, to protect Rusty Veronica, they declared Sherry merely as an adopted daughter, and she joined the Rusty family as an adult rather than being raised there from childhood like Gale. While old Mr. Rusty lived, no one dared challenge Sherry. But after his death, the employees might question her authority. Even Gale had to secure recognition from the board members by engaging with the genuine Matthew family heiress, Matthew Sabrinaru. When Gale left, the board members couldn't find anyone more capable than Sherry to lead the Rusty group. With old Mr. Rusty still exerting influence, they remained quiet. However, if Sherry married Curtis, the future heir of Graham Corporation, backed by Graham Corporation, anyone challenging Sherry's position or questioning her inheritance rights would need to reconsider. From the perspective of the Graham family, marrying into the Rusty family could solidify relations between the two families while Gale was around. Now, with Sherry becoming the Rusty group heir and marrying Curtis, the future heir of Graham Corporation, it would be a strong alliance, unifying the Rusty and Graham groups. Who could still undermine Sherry's status as the Rusty group heir? All right, I understand, Sherry replied. Have the lawyers send it directly to my email for review. After hanging up, Sherry checked the Korean news. There was still no update on Amaryllis. She took a shower, changed clothes, and was about to head to the hospital when the doorbell rang. Sherry finished dressing and answered the door, finding Clifford standing outside, staring at her bodyguard. I remember you promised to move out, Sherry adjusted her collar. I came to deliver this. Clifford handed her an envelope containing information on Curtis's past wife and the fortune-telling done by the Winston family matriarch. Take a look. I'll leave after I deliver it. Sherry glanced at Clifford and took the envelope. Recalling Amaryllis's situation, she casually asked, I heard Amaryllis went into the emergency room. Do you know the current situation? Seeing Clifford's puzzled expression, Sherry knew he likely knew nothing. As she stepped into the elevator, her bodyguards blocked the entrance, preventing Clifford from entering. Clifford. Watching the elevator doors close, Clifford pressed the button for the ground floor and rode another elevator. In the elevator, feeling something was amiss, he dialed Gale's number, which went unanswered. Then he called Elmwood's assistant. Learning that Amaryllis indeed had been taken to the emergency room again, Clifford visibly tensed up. What happened? Translation complete according to the guidelines. Chapter 421, Engagement Date. So, the president and the son-in-law had a quarrel over something trivial. The young mistress heard it and must have been in a hurry to get out of bed. She fell out of bed and was hit on the head by some heavy medical equipment. Elmwood's assistant knew that Clifford was an insider and did not hide the information. How is she now? Asked Clifford. The situation is not good. Due to the fall from the building, the blood clot in her brain had grown larger. Therefore, surgery was conducted to remove it. The doctor says, the young mistress seems to have lost the will to live. This has made the president's blood pressure soar. He is currently holding the young mistress's hand and talking to her, and the son-in-law is also in the intensive care unit with her. The assistant sighed continuously as he spoke. Lost the will to live? How could she suddenly lose the will to live? Okay, I got it. Call me anytime if there's any change. Clifford stepped out of the elevator, returned home, and while worrying about Amaryllis, he couldn't help but wonder how Brielle got the news faster than him. In the car, Brielle opened the document Clifford gave her, seeing inside the 8 characters analysis for Curtis, stating that Curtis's destiny lacked a wife. Wasn't Clifford just doing this idly? Brielle casually tossed aside what Clifford gave her, unintentionally flipping through the latest updates on Amaryllis. She heard that Amaryllis had already been transferred from the emergency room to the intensive care unit. Despite knowing that Amaryllis was temporarily out of danger, Brielle remained anxious, furrowing her brows and sending Haim another message urging him to transfer Augustus to the research park as soon as possible. Haim understood Brielle's worries and didn't want anything else to happen to Augustus. He replied, saying he had already arranged for someone to escort Augustus to the experimental park. News of the Matthew family's 2 daughters being in a car accident was tightly suppressed under the request of Chairman Matthew, who had enlisted the aid of the other 3 prominent families in Jingda City. Especially since both daughters were hospitalized at hospitals under the Hengji Biotechnology Corporation, Brielle had already instructed everyone at the hospital to keep silent. No one dared to leak any information. Due to Chairman Matthew's connections, considerable pressure was placed on the police department, requiring them to investigate the cause of the car accident involving the Matthew family's 2 daughters within 10 days. Cleveland had been live updating their group chat about the Matthew family situation, mentioning that early in the morning, Matthew Yaching's husband, Zen, and the Matthew family's second daughter, Matthew Janling, received phone calls asking them to assist with the investigation at the police station. Cleveland said this time, Chairman Matthew was determined to find whoever dared harm his own bloodline, even suspecting Matthew Janling and Zen. If it turns out that Zen was behind it, regardless of him being the father of his 2 grandsons, Chairman Matthew would deal with him. If it was Matthew Janling, she would surely lose her eligibility to compete for the inheritance of the Matthew family. Originally, the Winston family saw potential in Cleveland and Matthew Janling getting together, but Cleveland wasn't very interested. However, now that the Winston family knew about the situation, they no longer pressured Cleveland to spend more time with Matthew Janling, fearing that his tendency to be too soft-hearted might lead to complications before everything was clear. Grahamshan quickly sent the revised marriage agreement to Brielle's email after consulting a lawyer. Brielle took a quick look at it during lunch, made a few modifications, and then sent it to Curtis. After pondering, she added a message for Curtis. Star, we're both so busy, to avoid wasting time, let's get married within this month. What do you think? Curtis appeared in Brielle's office within an hour of receiving the marriage agreement, promptly handing her 2 copies with his signature already affixed. I've signed it, now you sign too. Then we can start notifying people outside. A month for the wedding might be too rushed, so let's announce the engagement within a month and hold the wedding ceremony within 6 months. How does that sound? Did you let a lawyer review the agreement? Why did you sign so quickly? Brielle frowned. How could I let a lawyer review it? Look at the clauses you added, about us only being nominal spouses, not fulfilling marital duties, not sharing property, and allowing unconditional divorce without dividing assets. If our legal team at the Graham Corporation saw this, my grandfather would definitely find out and probably kill me, thinking I forced you into this out of irresponsibility. Curtis smiled and looked at Brielle. Besides, I trust your character. You wouldn't set me up with this contract. We're both doing this for our families and will be cooperating for a long time. Especially after their marriage, cooperation between the Graham and Rusty corporations would only become closer. Tricking him through such a marriage agreement wouldn't benefit Brielle at all. Brielle wasn't a foolish or dishonorable person. Glancing at the smiling Curtis, Brielle signed her current name, Rusty Star, on the documents. So, shall we announce the engagement date to both corporations? How about the day of my grandfather's birthday? I'll arrange a grand proposal for you. Everything other girls dream of, you'll have. It'll be a more heartfelt event among close family members. What do you think? Curtis asked. Brielle closed the pen cap, pushing the signed copy to Curtis. Do you have a little princess living in your heart, filled with romantic fantasies? Don't ruin it for me. Curtis laughed, putting away the documents. This is my way of making up for past regrets. My late wife used to complain that even though it was a corporate marriage, she never had a romantic proposal before marrying me. So for this marriage, even if it's just a contractual one, necessary rituals should still be observed. Brielle nodded and smiled. Okay. If there are no issues, shall we post engagement photos and officially announce it on the day of my grandfather's birthday? Curtis sought Brielle's opinion. If you see no problems, neither do I, said Brielle. Great. Want me to pick you up after work today and go for dinner publicly? Let's start spreading some gossip within the company so that when we officially announce it, it won't seem too abrupt. Curtis asked. Brielle chuckled, signing another document. If the Graham Corporation isn't too busy, sure, follow your plan. Curtis left without disturbing Brielle further. In the afternoon, he picked her up from work as agreed, taking her to dinner. Previously, employees at the Rusty Corporation had seen Curtis picking up Brielle with fanfare outside the company, and now seeing it again, the company's internal chat became quite lively. Chapter 422, Ratings. Curtis acted like a regular boyfriend, picking up and dropping off Sherry for work every day. Before Jeffrey's birthday, news of the presumed romantic relationship between the